You've probably heard about 1,000 different versions of the story by now, and you've probably raised a few eyebrows skeptically, and you've questioned whether or not any of them are true. I won't bother trying to convince you otherwise. Nobody's convinced until they play the game. I certainly wasn't growing up. See, my parents managed a hotel where throughout the years we heard hundreds, if not thousands, of kids using the elevators to play the supposedly haunted ritual. In case you don't know, according to the legend, if they pressed a certain number sequence in the elevator and also made sure no one interrupted them, there was a chance they could have an otherworldly encounter. All it wound up being for my father was an electrical headache. Since the hotel was old, a lot of times the elevator was shut down due to the kids mashing the buttons and constantly tromping in and out. There was even one time a group of them got stuck and he had to call the fire department to get them out. "What are they hoping to find?" I asked him. "People like the thrill of the unknown, Lindsay. They want to chase after a dream, even when that dream could be a nightmare to others," he'd say. The description fit my little brother Will to a T. Anytime he didn't have his nose stuck in a book, he was roaming the halls of the hotel pretending to fight off monsters. For him, things like the elevator game weren't just fun, though. It was serious business. Especially after his encounter with the tourist. I call the man we met by that name simply because I never found out what the proper pronunciation of his real name was. All I remember distinctly about him is that he was tall, of Oriental descent, and he appeared to be around the same age as my father. The tourist arrived during a particularly slow season for us. For the majority of the time, Dad was trying to catch up in invoices and refurbished rooms, so he would let Will and I run the front counter. He brought with him only one item, a briefcase with the initials WR, which my brother found interesting because they matched his own. "Are you a spy? Is that a bomb? Are you here to kill us?" Will asked, bombarding the man with questions. "What brings you this way?" I asked, not wanting the man to grow irritated and take his business elsewhere. We needed the money, after all. "Thank you kindly. I'm of request for only one room, singular, for myself, to finish what I started many years ago," the tourist said, as he patted the briefcase softly. How many nights are you planning to stay?" I asked, typing in the information he provided. "As many as it takes to finish the game," was his response. That made my brother's ears perk up. "Game? Are you here for a competition or something?" Will asked. This made the tourist smile, and he patted the briefcase again. "This. A set of hidden secret rules inside. For elevator game. Very important. The only way to win. Took a long time to find. And now, I can finish," he remarked. "Wow. So you want to find a ghost?" I could tell Will was eating up every word the man said, but I had already written him off as a bit of a loony. "Good luck," I told him, passing him a room key to a suite on the 10th floor and watching him move to the elevator. He was also walking with a slight limp. Once he was gone, Will started to pester me with questions about the ritual. How was it played? Why did so many people try it? Was it real? It got to the point that I decided to get him out of my hair by attempting the game myself. "If I show you that it doesn't work, will you stop bothering me?" I asked him with a deep sigh. He nodded eagerly. I rolled my eyes, and after checking to make sure Dad didn't have anything else for us to do, shooed him over towards the elevator. Once inside, for a minute he just stared at the buttons, and I sighed, "Do you even know the rules?" Yeah. I think we start on the 2nd floor," he muttered as he reached out to press it. I snatched his hand away and rolled my eyes. "It's the 4th floor. Then we go down to the 2nd. The elevator's doors closed, and we began to ride up. When they opened on the 4th floor, I waited a minute for them to close, then pressed the 2nd button. Then 6, then 2, then 10, then 5, then 1. "Want to try?" I asked him. He giggled excitedly and nervously, and did as instructed. It took a grand total of 15 minutes or so to complete the ritual. Every time the elevator would slowly creak its way up or down the shaft, I held my breath expecting some kind of maintenance failure to occur. Instead, the most exciting thing was that it went to the 10th floor on its own, and Will clutched my leg, thinking that we would find a ghost. But the hallways were empty. See? I told you this game was a waste of time, I said, as I reached for the button to go back down. Wait! Please wait! Hold the elevator! Both of us looked towards the closing doors to see the tourist running down the hall towards us. Instinctively, I pressed the hold button, but it didn't work. Instead, they closed, and we began to descend to the bottom floor. I think maybe we should go back up for him, Will asked. I remember the man's face more than anything. He seemed distressed, panicked, fearful. It was unnerving when I thought about it. I didn't like the idea of having to see him again, so I told him dismissively that he would just have to catch the next elevator. Can we play again? He asked nervously. It's late, bud. We have to do homework, I said as an excuse. In reality, I was hoping that he would either forget about it or be too scared to try again, but I underestimated my brother. Especially after what happened with the tourist. It was Dad that made the discovery a few days later. When it was a little past time for our guest to check out, he was attempting to run the credit card information the tourist had given us, only to find out it wasn't working. Damn cheapskates, I remember Dad muttering as he ordered us to go up to the tourist's room and demand an explanation. When we got there, the room to his door was already slightly ajar. I remember pushing it open and thinking that something smelled strange. Will and I took a step into the darkened room, flicking on the lights, and came face to face with a scene out of a horror movie. There was blood everywhere. Trails of it stained the carpet and the walls, where it seemed the man had been using his bare nails to scratch in a sequence of numbers over and over again. In the center of the room was the tourist himself. His left hand cut off, his eyes wide with the same expression of panic and fear we had seen when he was dashing for the elevator door. And on the floor next to him, right before he died, he scrawled out a most peculiar bloody message. One that still haunts me to this day. Find me. Change it. Will became visibly sick as he covered his mouth and went to the toilet to throw up, and I called downstairs to tell Dad what had happened. As I waited for Dad to arrive, curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped over the tourist to peer at the note that he left. It looked like it had been written by the hand that was cut off, hastily, and jagged letters covering the paper. There were lots of journals nearby and a small hand mirror, even a whistle like the kind that you use at a tournament. This is what the note said. To whomever finds these hidden rules, please read them carefully, as they're not the regular set of instructions associated with the ritual commonly known as the elevator game. You must enter the elevator on the first floor. This part remains the same. You must go to the 6th floor first, followed by the 2nd, the 4th, and the 3rd. Then, return to 6. You must step outside on the 6th floor with the mirror in your hand and keep the mirror facing the elevator at all times so that you can keep it within your line of vision. Walk in a straight line until you reach the end of the hallway. Walk backwards to the elevator using the mirror and go back inside. If the elevator door closes at any time during this part, you will have failed. Once inside the elevator, you'll need to let it take you to the 2nd floor. Once you have made it to the 2nd floor, you'll find yourself somewhere that you do not belong. If at any point the elevator stops on the 5th floor, remain on the elevator. There is sometimes a woman that will enter the elevator here, and she will attempt to speak with you. Do not speak back. Do not acknowledge her. Use the whistle if necessary. Follow these hidden rules, and you will reach the end of your journey. The handwriting was jagged and fast, as though the writer had been in a hurry, and at the bottom, a signature. One that made my heart stop. William. Why was my brother's name on this note? Will stepped out of the bathroom, his face a mixture of sickness and confusion, and I crumpled up the note and stuck it in my back pocket. "What is all that?" he asked, wiping his mouth and seeing the journals lying on the bed. "Take this down to our room," I ordered him, shoving it in his arms. "Hurry, before Dad comes," I insisted. Ever the obedient little brother, he followed my instructions without even missing a beat. Over the next few days, Dad called the police, and they swept the room for any clues as to what caused the death. Dad told me I could go down and get some food or something, but for the life of me, I felt frozen in place as the cops moved in and out of the room, carrying with them different little pieces of bloody bedding or carpet and evidence baggies. All the while, my mind kept flashing back to the tourist's deranged and panicked expression from a few days ago, when he had seen him rushing for the elevator. Was this my fault? Had I failed to save him? And perhaps, most importantly, did his death have anything to do with the strange ritual that he was obsessed with? With these distressing thoughts swirling around my head, I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. The night after the tourist died, I pored through every single snippet of information I could find on the game, searching for any reference to the hidden rules. I found nothing. In fact, I found less than nothing. Most of the stories were clearly hoaxes, written by internet users who wanted to get a quick scare for a few upvotes. Others were very detailed, almost realistic. But they always included some variation on the original sequence from the first website. That got me thinking, though, about how in those particular accounts, when a person would get the sequence wrong or do something different, something bizarre would happen. What if, I wondered, they weren't actually doing anything wrong at all, but by changing up the original rules, they were actually unlocking some hidden code? I decided if I was going to learn anything at all about that secret, I would need to see what was inside the briefcase. Shuffling out of my inflatable bed on the right side of our room, I moved over to Will and shook him gently to wake up. "Sis, is everything okay?" he whispered. Dad was a light sleeper. Since we all had to share a room in the hotel, I gestured silently for him to follow me towards the door. "Get the journals and follow me downstairs," I said back. He nodded and climbed out of bed, his eyes wide with eager excitement. With the notes in his hand, we snuck down to the main lobby, and I grabbed us a couple of hot chocolates from the snack bar as we settled on the lounge. Will yawned, and we placed the items carefully on the table. Then he picked up the mirror and waved it about for a few seconds. "What do you suppose all this stuff is?" he asked. "That's what we're here to find out," I told him, as I took the rubber band off the bundle of journals and opened up the first in the set. Much to my dismay, I soon found that the notes were not taken in English, but rather Chinese. Amid those strange symbols were numbers and other doodles, scribbled almost aimlessly, as though whoever had written this down had slowly lost their mind. Will was looking at the next journal, which seemed like a log of some type. There were numbers listed, 1 through 10 in different variations. Most of them were scratched through. "What is all this?" my brother asked. The edge in his voice told me he was both excited and scared. I didn't want to admit that I was too. "Looks like they were attempting different sequences to the elevator buttons," I said, as I skimmed through the journal. There had to be at least 100 different ways to press the buttons, and if the scratches and scribbles in the journal were to be believed, the tourist had tried every single combination there was. "Hey, look, it just stops here," Will said, as we made it to the middle of the journal. It was a combination of 6, 2, 4, 3, 6, 8. And it occurred to me that it was almost the same sequence that the note I found in the briefcase had. "Do you think maybe this is the right way to press them?" my brother asked. My stomach clenched. I hadn't expected him to catch that so quickly. I still didn't know exactly what the numbers meant or what had happened if a person did press them, but he was already eager to find out. He bounded from the lobby over to the elevator and pressed the button, shouting for me to join him. "Will, we should do this in the morning," I warned him. "Are you kidding? I didn't wake up in the dead of night to look over a bunch of boring journals. Let's go on an adventure," he said excitedly. The doors slid open, and I desperately tried to think of another good excuse as to why we shouldn't do this. "If something goes wrong, we could be stuck here all night, and Dad would tan our hides," I told him angrily. "I think you're just chicken," he said, jabbing me in the ribs. I sighed and I got in the elevator, realizing I definitely didn't want him doing this alone. And then I pressed for the 6th floor. "So we pressed the 2nd floor next, right?" Will asked. My heart was already racing, especially as we passed the 5th floor. I remembered the note's ominous warning. "Listen, Will, you have to promise me something," I said, as the doors opened on the 6th, and we looked out towards the empty halls. "Yeah?" he responded, quickly pressing the button number 2. "If we see someone, just don't say anything, okay? Don't acknowledge them, okay?" I told him. Sure," he said with a giggle. He arrived at floor number 2 without incident. But my nerves were on edge. "I'm serious, Will. We don't know why that man died, okay? I don't want anything to happen to us," I said, as I pressed for the 4th floor and added, "If nothing happens, you have to promise me that you'll forget about this stupid game, deal?" The elevator shook. We went to the 4th floor, and then 3. Now it was time to return to 6, I thought. The elevator paused on the 4th floor. For a minute, I held my breath. The doors opened, but there was no one there. "Isn't this the ghost floor, sis?" Will asked, just about to get off the elevator. "Are you stupid? Stay on here," I ordered him. He laughed again and the doors closed shut. "Jesus, you really are scared, aren't you?" he said as we arrived at the 6th floor for the 2nd time. The doors opened and I looked down the hallway. Nothing. "It's just really late. I don't like this," I told him. He laughed and leaned against the elevator wall. "I think I could do this 100 times if you always made that face," he chuckled. The elevator shook and shimmied, and I sighed. "Okay. Game's over, so can we go to bed now?" I asked. The doors opened again, and he kept laughing until I noticed we were on the 7th floor, which was not the final destination in the sequence. I snatched him by the collar and held him back. "Hold on. Did you press for the 7th floor?" I asked. Will stopped laughing and yanked his shirt away from my hands. "I thought you did. What does it matter?" "Let's take the stairs up," he remarked. And that's when we heard the knocking. I looked up to see if maybe I was just sleepy, but Will heard it too. There was nothing around, though. "What the heck is that?" Will asked as we walked out on the 7th floor. I kept close to my little brother. Something about this felt very wrong. The hotel hallway was eerily quiet, save for the occasional sound of the knocking. I'm sure it's someone playing a prank. We saw one of the guest doors slightly ajar. Room 7K. As we passed it by, the knocking increased and Will got curious and pressed it open. I tried to stop him from stepping inside, but instead, I found myself following in after. Except the room was bare, and I don't mean just occupants. There was no furniture either, no windows. As we stood there for a moment, in the dim lighting, both of us heard the knocking again. It sounded like it came from the other side of the walls. Let's go back to our room, I said. Will nodded, and we left the bizarre room immediately. As we left, we heard the noise intensify and become louder. It put me on edge. We raced up the stairs, scared to our wits, until we made it to our floor and I caught my breath. When we got back to our room, neither of us said a word. It was best not to, because I don't think either of us really knew what to say about it. The next few days passed by, and I put the game and tourist out of my mind. I kept the notes under my inflatable bed, perhaps as a memento for the experience, but I had no intention of trying anything connected to the game again. Will seemed to have moved on too, becoming wrapped up in school, but it didn't last. Not long, anyway. It was sometime that same week when Dad needed a little help running the counter that we heard the same knocking again. I froze in place, trying to figure out if my mind was just playing tricks on me. Dad showed up and said someone had checked out, but I was so focused on the knocking. "Don't you hear that?" I whispered. "Well, don't just stand there, go clean the room," Dad told us, ignoring me. We already knew what room it was going to be. 7K. Except this time, when we entered, everything appeared normal. Furniture in place, windows where they should be. As I vacuumed and Will cleaned the bathroom, though, there was a tension in the air. An unspoken truth that neither of us wanted to confront. Something had happened while we played the elevator game, and neither of us understood what. Then, as we started to leave, Will came out of the bathroom and was crying softly, with the kind of tears that you make when you're guilty of something. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I didn't want to say anything because I knew you'd be mad," he admitted. I sighed and muttered, "Out with it. What is it?" I've been playing the game. Every night. Ever since what happened," Will admitted. My eyes widened and I glared at him. "I just wanted to know, if it would happen again. I'm sorry, he admitted. "Why the hell would you do that?" I asked. He wiped his tears away. I don't know what it was, but when we were here before, when things were different, I felt different too. I know you did too, because I see it on your face. I need to know how we did that," he said. "God, don't be an idiot. You could have gotten hurt, or worse, running around this hotel by yourself," I warned him. "No, Lindsay, stop denying it. We experienced something that night, and I think it's the start of something bigger," he insisted. Then he took a scrap of paper and muttered, "I went through some of the other journals. They had logs in them too. Sometimes they weren't always scratched out. I think that the sequence that we had is almost the correct one. If we figure out what the right one is, then what? Huh? We can get scared again? We meet a ghost? Grow up, Will," I argued. "Stop trying to pretend nothing happened," he shouted back, and then added, "I know it's real, and I'm gonna prove it." Then he ran to the elevator and pressed a button. "Will!" I chided him as I tried to follow after him, but it was too late. The doors were closing. I saw the bright buttons on the elevator telling me that he was descending to the first floor to start the game. Inward, my stomach was churning, hoping that this was all just an elaborate hoax still. I needed it to be okay. I needed what we experienced to make sense. The numbers flickered from 6, then 2, then 4, and then I saw it linger on 5, and my heart raced faster. Instantly, I pressed for the elevator to come to the 7th floor. But instead, the lights flickered for a moment, and it jumped to the 8th. I didn't waste another moment. I was racing to the emergency stairs to make it and meet the elevator. I arrived just as the doors opened, and my heart sank. It was empty. I must have spent at least half an hour running from room to room, banging on doors and frantically calling out to my brother, and then eventually one of the guests called downstairs and complained to Dad. His face was one of disappointment and confusion as I tried to explain what had happened. And then he called the police. No ghost got your brother. We probably just have a pedophile in the building, he growled bitterly. It took the cops less than an hour to show up. They got a warrant, and they started searching from the top to the bottom for any signs of Will. Dad told me to stay in the lobby or in our room, and I knew he was mad at me. Why wouldn't he be? It was supposed to be my job to keep him safe. And yet, instead, I had literally encouraged this fantasy, thinking that it would all make sense in the end. But now our whole world was falling apart. Nothing made sense. Will was gone. A few days went by, and despite my father's efforts to keep up the search, the police labeled my brother as a missing person and forgot about him. I didn't blame them, of course. I knew that they were doing the best they could under the circumstances. They checked the security feeds, they made sure not a single guest left the hotel within a 48-hour period. Every bag, every room, every nook and cranny had been explored. What else was there to do? I knew the answer, of course. Even if I didn't want to say it, the hidden rules, they lingered in my mind throughout the entire ordeal. Somehow Will had been right. He managed to cross over to wherever. Meaning the only way for me to find him would be a crossover too. It took me a whole day to work up the courage. I wanted to wait until Dad was sound asleep, and then, with a briefcase in tow, I started towards the elevator. This time I resolved that I was going to follow the note explicitly. I pressed the button and I took a few calming breaths, trying to convince myself this harebrained scheme was going to work. As the elevator rode down to the first floor, I placed the briefcase down and reviewed the note again. 6, 2, 4, 3, 6. Then the elevator would take me to the second floor as my final destination. I paced the lobby for a moment, my palms sweaty. I knew it wasn't a hoax anymore. I knew what I was walking into. But my brother needed me. So I stepped inside and I pressed the first button. Slowly, the elevator doors creaked closed. The next few moments were tense. I thought I could hear my heart beating faster as we reached floor 4, then 5, and finally 6. As the doors opened, my face felt flush, and I was sweaty. I had to keep going. I pressed down for the second floor, and then the 4th, and then the 3rd. Nothing had happened so far. Maybe nothing would. I had almost convinced myself that Will's disappearance was still in the realm of factual evidence, when the elevator began to move itself towards the 5th floor on its own. I tensed up, recalling the warning about the mysterious woman the note said to never interact with. As the doors opened, I expected the worst, but I was only greeted with that same eerie quiet. The doors lingered open for a second, and I reached down to open the briefcase. I was almost there. Now I needed to follow the strange ritual with the mirror. I pressed the 6th floor, and I waited as the elevator shimmied up. I took a few slow, steady breaths, then stepped out to the hall on floor 6. The elevator doors stayed open. I took the mirror in my hand and slowly raised it to my eye level, just enough where I could see the empty box. And that's when I saw her. She was standing there, in the reflection of the mirror, just standing, waiting in the elevator. Without so much as a flinching motion, she wore this long white nightgown that went to her ankles, and had dark matted hair covering her eyes and pale face. but there was no doubt in my mind. This surely had to be the woman that I had been warned about. I took a few steady breaths again, my heart pounding even louder as I walked slowly down the hall with the mirror facing the elevator. The woman didn't move. It was like she was waiting for me to return. Finally, I reached the end of the hall, my palms sweaty as I struggled not to look at her. Then I began to walk backwards. Why was she just waiting? What did she want? I couldn't hear anything in those halls, not even my own footsteps. The air felt tense. I was almost there. She still hadn't moved at all. Was she smiling now? Out of the corner of my eye, it seemed like she was, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't want to risk even bringing my eyes close to hers. I didn't know what this woman was capable of. All I knew was that she was dangerous, and she was evil. And finally I made it to the elevator. I kept the mirror near to my eyes where I could see that she was standing just behind me at neck level. It was a smirk. I was sure of it. I lowered the mirror down, thinking that maybe this was just a trick of the light. Maybe without the mirror, I would return to the normal world, so I tentatively reached my hand forward to press the next button. Then her pale fingers moved past mine in a flash, and the woman pressed it for me. Our skin nearly touched, and I instantly looked towards the floor, not daring to make a move. The elevator shimmied again as we rode down to floor 5, and the doors opened once more. I got the sense she wanted to leave the elevator, so I scooted to the left and kept my eyes down, watching her bare feet shuffle out of the box. And then, at last, she was gone. The doors closed and I felt a sigh of relief, and I pushed for the second floor. Finally, this ordeal was over, I thought. But I was just getting ahead of myself, sadly. For as the doors opened to the second floor, I found myself immediately put off by the way the floor was set up. There were no doors, you see. Not like the regular setup where they were all in a row. Instead, it was just blank wall, with no indication of a guest room at all. I considered waiting and riding back to the first floor, but Will was somewhere amidst this maze, I realized. So I stepped out, and I began to explore. The carpet made no sound as I walked and explored the long hall. My eyes always turned back to make sure the elevator was still there, but nothing else ever was. There wasn't even an indication as to where the illumination was coming from. It was just this sort of artificial glow that seemed to emanate no matter how far down the hall I went. Then I stopped and I looked down towards the end of the hall and turned around and looked back at the elevator. It was squarely in the middle of the hall. No matter how many steps forward I took, nor how many back, it was an endless hallway. Then I heard a door open behind me. "Well," I whispered, turning towards the elevator. But now it too was gone in this nightmare. Instead, only the walls remained in a single guest room. K7. Again? How could that be if I was on the second floor? I wondered as I went up to it and knocked softly. It seemed to be the only thing to do. Then it opened, and I found myself staring at a man that reminded me of a 1930s detective comic with a fedora and a long trench coat. He was tall, a bit foreboding, but he didn't even so much as make a move towards me as I stood at his doorway, so I figured I should be the first to talk. "Hello, my name is..." "No longer matters," he told me softly as he finally opened the door wider and let me inside. I shuffled in, curious to see how he had set up room 7K. It was no longer empty like when Will and I had visited. Instead, the detective had layers upon layers of diagrams, photographs, and notes pinned on the walls. There didn't seem to be a bit of empty space anywhere except in one singular part of the wall, where he had used his fingernails to scratch out a message. "Who is woman?" it read, as I sat down in one of the chairs and he went to get me coffee, my eyes wandering his messy research. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "That doesn't matter either. What matters is where I'm going next," the detective replied. "And where might that be?" I asked. He returned a moment later with coffee and smiled at me, his gestures and features a bit more shaky now. Was he the one nervous? He looked familiar as I caught his eye, and I saw a briefcase next to him on the floor. Was that the same one from the tourist? The one that once had journals in it? "This belonged to someone. You have to return it to them, and don't take the journals if you want to see your brother again," he said, passing it to me. "How do you know about that? And how do I find someone who's already dead?" "I've seen that same briefcase. It's what led me here with notes from my brother," I said in confusion. "Time works differently when you're already inside the game. We no longer exist, and yet can't leave this place. I'm bound to this place now that we've met," the detective answered before I could even get my next words out. I looked towards his walls of evidence. "You came here to find something, didn't you?" I asked. All this felt foreboding, an inevitable destiny that I couldn't escape. His eye twitched. I stood up and examined the photographs. Some of them were just of empty hallways. Others were of the woman at a distance, never in full view, always blurry. Some of them were of me. And then there were new articles, of buildings across the world, similar to the ones that I had seen online of different variations of the elevator game. But these were far older, all the way back before World War I. And in some of those same photos, I saw my brother, trapped in the past, chasing for an exit. But instead, you became trapped. A prisoner to this place, I realized, as I returned to the mess in his room. We're all prisoners here. "Even her," he said with a whisper. And he looked towards the wall where he had scrawled his question. "Do you think you'll ever know the answers?" I asked. "I think I have them all, but you won't like it," the detective told me. Then he pulled his coat a smidge and showed me a loaded revolver in his belt holster. My eyes grew big as he unhooked it and cocked the weapon. The barrel of the gun pointed straight at my head. He twisted it upwards towards his temple and pulled the trigger, blasting his brains out as I watched in numb horror. His body fell to the floor as a limp doll. I darted from the room, too frightened to stay another moment. To my relief, the elevator had returned. I took the briefcase and I didn't look back until I made it to the lobby, back to my own world. I didn't stop until I got back to our room and hid the briefcase under my bed again. I was expecting to see the other one where I had left it, but it was gone. Or it had never been there. I wasn't sure. My father came in to check on me. He had a worried look, probably hadn't gotten any sleep all since my brother disappeared. He asked if I was feeling up to doing a little housekeeping. I told him yes. Anything to keep my mind off of what happened to Will. He sent me up to the 7th floor again to shampoo the carpets in the room. I almost dreaded going back to that cursed room. But eventually my sense of well-being and calm returned. I was safe now in this world. The directions the detective gave me were clear, and I knew it would be impossible for me to ignore them forever, I thought as I brought the briefcase to the room. I had to obey the secret rules if I wanted to find Will. Especially when I found something stashed in the vent in that suite. The screws had been loosened ever so slightly. and it seemed as though it had happened recently. Reaching inside, I found a small paper bag. Inside was a .42 revolver. It had the distinct smell of having been discharged recently. How was this world connected to the one that I had been lost in? I put the briefcase on the bed, and I looked at the gun a little closer. It had Will's initials on it, just like I expected. Then I heard a noise, something from the hall. I turned and I looked up to see a familiar face. The tourist. He was alive. He looked like he had come to this room searching for someone. When he saw me, his eyes got big and he grabbed the suitcase and ran. Instinct took over me and I dashed after him. I think I ran harder than I'd ever had in my entire life. The way his eyes danced, it lit up when he saw. It told me that he knew something. He had answers about Will, so desperate, that fact that I could only faintly hear his footsteps. I was hauling ass. I turned the corner. I saw him. He paused for a moment to try and consider his next move, and I used that moment to rush towards him. He turned towards me, shocked to see that I was still in pursuit, and started running again, but it was too late. I tackled him down, my arms intertwined against his chest, fumbling to the carpet floor. The briefcase went flying. We tumbled and tossed for a few moments as we fell, his right hand reaching for something in his pocket. I got to it first. It was a switchblade. For some reason, I felt a rush of frustration and anger take over me, and I held it next to his skin. Stop! Just stop, okay? I don't want to hurt you, I ordered. Thankfully, he obeyed. He froze and reached his hand towards my face before asking, Why'd you follow me to the grave? I pushed myself off of him and muttered, I came to find my brother. And I knew that you would have answers. What did you mean by that? He got in a crouched position, wiping sweat from his brow, and muttered, You're not supposed to be here. Unlucky. I don't give a damn about your stupid ritual. Now, you're gonna come with me. We're gonna find him together. Right? We're gonna translate your damn journals and maybe piece together what I need to do next, I told him, waving the switchblade back and forth. No, I can't leave, he insisted. And it looked like he was going to run again, so I quickly sidestepped and twisted his arm, putting the blade against his back. Look, I know this is important to you, and you can get back to your stupid game once you help me find Will, I snapped and replied. Don't make me do this. Please, I just want answers. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded reluctantly as we moved towards the elevator. I picked up the briefcase and took it with us and asked where we were supposed to take it. I don't know. The game's never been played out this way, he admitted. Once the elevator door was closed, I slumped to the floor of the box in relief and started to breathe in and out rapidly. That run had taken the last of my energy. This isn't going to go the way that you planned, the tourist warned me. I was about to ask him what he meant by that when suddenly the elevator shook. Then it stopped altogether. We were in between floors 2 and 3. It was stuck. Just like I'd feared. The lights flickered, and I heard the tourist begin to chant and pray. Get a hold of yourself! We're gonna get out of here, I told him, making him look me in the eyes. He said nothing and just looked at the ground, his lips trembling, and then the lights flickered again and I saw out of the corner of my eye what was troubling my passenger. We were no longer alone in the elevator. She had returned. As soon as I saw her pale legs and bare feet, it was like pins and needles were being stuck against my skin. I was hardly able to move when I wanted to hyperventilate, and the man that was there alongside, a man I had seen dead only days before, was not offering any substantial information to make the situation better. His eyes were glued shut and he was chanting. We needed the prayers, that's for sure, because this was definitely something I couldn't figure out what to do. The woman just stood there, barely out of my line of vision. I knew her eyes were on me, even if I didn't look. She was waiting for us to acknowledge her. And that terrified me. I was sure at any moment she would make a move and reach out and touch me, and it only made me want to vomit. Why was I acting like this? I had nothing to connect her to being dangerous other than the words on a stray note, yet I knew it as soon as I saw a glimpse of her. She was deadly. Powerful. So instead I focused on what I could do. I whispered to the tourist to try and draw him out. "How long have you played this game?" I asked quietly. I knew of course she could hear us, but I figured a distraction might make things easier. After all, we had been there 2 hours stuck, and I already knew my cell phone wasn't working. We were trapped until we figured out what she wanted. It's just another part of the game, I told myself. I had to keep telling myself also that it was a game that could be won. After what I had seen happen to both the tourist and the detective, I wasn't so sure. "Years," the tourist finally said after what had been the longest pause. "Why? What's the point? What are you after?" I asked, scooting closer. It's difficult to explain in mere words. There's more to it than just an end goal. It's an experience that can't be rationalized. You felt this too. It's why you're here, the tourist explained. I couldn't deny that. More than anything, though, I wanted to find Will and get him back to our side. But now that I think on it, I've grown to understand a little about what the tourist means. It's enticing. These kinds of secrets. You think you understand the world and how it works, and then you see or feel something that doesn't fit, like a woman standing in an elevator. Just standing and waiting for you to open up to whatever is beyond your reach. That sort of beyond is downright terrifying, if I'm being fucking honest, because it can't be sorted out. It's an infinite unknown. It's like a black hole drawing everything and everyone into its hungry maw. We're going to get out of here, I told him. The tourist didn't seem so sure. It's not possible. I told you already, it won't let me leave. This is karma, bad karma. For even attempting it, he said, shaking his head vehemently. We can do it if we work together, I told him, and pointed slowly towards the roof of the elevator. There was a case of some kids that got trapped in here a few years back. Dad had to climb down the rope and haul them out. I saw him do it. I know there's an emergency release button for the doors on every floor, I told him gently. Do you think escape is that easy? He laughed as he pulled his legs up to his shoulders and crouched in fear. He was paralyzed with indecision, convinced that his fate was already decided. Maybe he wasn't wrong. I had seen him die. Could something like that be erased? I had to try. I stood up, focusing on the latch overhead. It wasn't very big. You'd have to slip through one at a time. You're going first. Then you're going to help me and pull me up. He continued to shake his head no, and I sighed, realizing he needed some kind of convincing. And sadly, the only thing I could threaten him with was only mere feet away. Listen to me. If you don't do this, I'll make sure that you talk to this thing and get stuck here forever. You hear me? I snapped. The tourist stopped shaking and thought about my warning. Then he got up and nodded vaguely, keeping his eyes on the floor. I'll help. You won't believe me until you see for yourself, he remarked. I didn't have the time to ask what he meant by that, so I cupped my hands and gestured towards the ceiling. I'll boost you up, I told him. Just as he was getting ready to lift up, I felt the girl move closer to me. She was alarmed by the fact that we were leaving. I could feel her breath on my neck. Let's go, I urged the man. He used his nimble fingers to push the latch and then carefully slid it open, giving us a view of the long, endless chasm that stretched on above. It seemed to go for miles. He tossed the case up first. I wobbled a bit and pushed him up, encouraging him to climb. I felt a cold hand against my shoulder. She whispered in my ear, "Don't go." It felt so terrifying. Such a simple phrase. I wanted to respond. It took all of my willpower not to. "Help!" I urged the tourist. For a short moment, I thought he was going to leave me there, with her. Then he returned in the crawl space a moment later and extended his hand. I grabbed the hold of it, and he started to lift. Surprisingly, for a man his size, he was able to haul me up with ease. Once on the roof of the elevator, I gestured above to the dim light that was pouring into the shaft from the doors above. "That's our way out." Below us, the girl began to scream. The tourist clenched his fingers against the side of the elevator and muttered, "There is no way out of here." "Enough of that!" I shouted as I reached to my pockets. The whistle. Might have been the only item I haven't used. I blew hard on it. The elevator shook, and I grabbed the cables and told the man to do the same. Will needed me. I blew on the whistle again once we were against the rope and had a firm hold on it. Then below us, the elevator dropped, and I heard her screams reverberate throughout the elevator shaft, and it seemed to grow louder the further it fell. "There's an emergency switch! Press it!" I told him, gesturing towards the left side of the door. The doors slid open slowly, and I saw the familiar drab carpets. Just as they finished opening, the elevator began to move and come towards us. "She wants us to stay with her. Forever," the tourist squealed as he clenched the briefcase. "Move it!" I told him. We scrambled to get into the third-floor hallway. It was mere seconds before the elevator rode up to meet us, and felt certain the doors would open and the ghost would come attack, yet instead, as they did stop, I was shocked to find the box now empty. She had vanished. "We're in hell," he muttered. My heart finally stopped beating like a drum as I looked about the empty corridor. "I don't really care where we are. You need to tell me how to return this damn thing so we can go get my brother back," I said, gesturing to the suitcase. "It won't be possible," he insisted. I sighed, ignoring his banter for a moment as I searched for the stairs. A few moments later, I realized I couldn't find them. Then, when I returned to the hallway, I found the tourist was missing, and one of the doors was ajar. "I leave for 5 seconds, and you're just trying to run?" I muttered as I entered the room. Then I froze as I realized why it looked familiar. It was the same room Will and I had found him in the first night, dead. The tourist was sitting on the edge of the second bed, clutching his briefcase and nervously fidgeting as I entered. He looked towards me. "I told you not to come. You said that it would be bad. Now the bad luck will befall me. I went against it. Now I'm a part of it." He sounded extremely distressed. "Part of the game? How is that possible?" I asked him. He unlocked the briefcase and took out the notebooks where he had scribbled probably 1,000 times before. "The one who seeks all will come to finish my game. I can't leave the room." "You have to go in my place," he told me. "What do you mean you can't finish? We just..." The words didn't even leave my mouth. I turned towards the door only to find it had gone entirely. The room was making sure his destiny came true. "I've become part of the game, but you don't have to," he said when I turned back to him. "I think I want to see the consequences through. Of what happens when you defy it," he told me anxiously. There was a knock on the wall where the door should be. "Hide in the bathroom. Please, you must hide to live, to finish the game and find your brother," he insisted. I heard the knock again. It was loud. How did it expect to enter the room without any doors? I hurried to the bathroom and closed the door almost all the way, letting it peek just a tad to see what would happen. I wish I hadn't. The knock came again, and the tourist cleared his throat. "I'm ready. I'm in." Something in the wall moved. It formed an outline right where the door should have been and took the shape of a body. It was tall, but had no head to call its own. The clothes it wore resembled something of a traditional bellboy. and in its hand was a long razor sickle, glistening in the dim light. The headless apparition moved towards the tourist, and I watched in bewilderment as the man offered his left arm out to the beast. Without a word, it sliced apart his appendage. The briefcase fell from the severed hand, and the creature retrieved it. Then, just as quickly, the creature slipped back into the walls. I rushed out to him and saw that he was covered in his own blood. He was crying and shaking in shock. I couldn't tell if they were tears of joy or hopelessness. "The way will be clear to you. I understand it all at last. Thank you. I'm free," he said, as his lips trembled and he fell to the floor. I looked over to the wall and I saw the door had magically reappeared. And for a brief moment I glanced back at the tourist. His severed hand was moving with a mind of its own, scrawling those mysterious numbers on the carpet and the walls in blood as the door hung open. The game urged me to continue. I didn't look back towards the lifeless eyes of the tourist this time. I'd seen that before. Now the future was unfurling before me, and it was limitless. I felt like maybe I did have a chance to find Will. I returned to the hall, trying to find another clue. I stumbled backwards and I saw the elevator was gone. My ticket back to normalcy. I looked out the hallway, wondering what ghosts would come next. And then I heard it behind me. That same knocking. I zipped through the halls until I could find the stairs. Thank God they finally showed themselves. And I didn't stop until I reached the 6th floor. Finally, too exhausted to keep going, I collapsed near a window. The hazy red sky beyond my hotel told me that I was still trapped in the game. As I slammed my fist against the glass, I began to cry, wishing the stupid game would end. I'd seen death several times. I'd been haunted by monsters beyond imagination. I just wanted to find Will, and so far, all I had done was return the briefcase to a ghastly monster, and now with nothing to tell me where to go, I felt I was at the end of my rope. Then I felt a hand touch my shoulder, and Lily jumped and screamed. It was the detective. Except he didn't look as old as he had when we first met, before he killed himself. His face was clean-shaven, and at last I knew why I recognized his eyes. "Will, it's you." "Oh my God," I said, holding back another scream. I hugged him as tight as I could, not wanting that moment to end. But as we pulled away from each other, I realized his eyes were tainted with sadness. "How long have you been here?" I asked him. "Doesn't matter. You managed to return the rules of the game. That means I can finally go home," he said with a smile. "But I saw you die. I saw you trapped here," I said. "Another time, another place, another game. But rules are made to be broken, even if you don't understand the consequences," he said as he passed me something. It looked like the mirror I had used to protect myself when I first arrived at this strange place. "Watch me leave through this mirror, and I can go back to being young." "Wait, what? What do you mean? What consequences?" I asked. "I can return. But you have to stay now. You're now part of this. That's how this works. The game always wins. You became the ghost." I looked down at my skin. I saw that I'd been running for so long, I was barefoot. My skin lacked color from the lack of sun. Probably looked disheveled and defeated. And I realized why the woman from the elevator had frightened me so. She was me. Behind us, I saw the elevator was materializing, and the knocking returned. The creature was hunting Will, determined to make sure he couldn't leave. "I'm sorry, Lindsay. I'm sorry I did this to you. I promise I will try to find a way to get you out of here," he said with tears in his eyes, as he told me to hold the mirror up. No, you can't. Take care of Dad. That's your job now. You have to promise me that you'll make sure that he's okay," I said as I tried not to cry. My aged brother knew that my father would likely never understand what had happened, but no further words were spoken between us. He mouthed another apology as the elevator opened. I saw in the reflection of the mirror that he suddenly reverted to being young again, and then the doors closed. And I was alone. The knocking got louder. It overwhelmed me. I recalled what the tourist had said. "I'm ready." "Come on," I said. Then the headless creature appeared from the wall, holding the briefcase and offering it to me. I took it, and I went to the room where this all began and sat down, looking at the drab walls and the endless abyss that I was trapped in. Tears in my eyes as I realized that now I was going to be here for God knows how long, waiting for the cycle to repeat. I read the notes, now no longer in Chinese but in my own tongue, written by my hand. The tourist will come again and steal this from me, I thought as my fingers tapped against the briefcase. But this time, I must make sure he doesn't leave here with the hidden rules. The elevator game will live on, but the hidden rules must never be found. I was wrong to think they revealed the truth. No. They only make you a part of this
Just as a reminder, I'm a narrator on
twisted
Chilling,
game.
the awesome horror app that features over 1,000 horror stories, over a dozen narrators, some of whom you may already know from YouTube, as well as full-length novels, exclusive series, and Chilling originals. You can select and change the ambient sound in the background of stories whenever you want without affecting the story you're listening to, and we release hours and hours of new stories every week. Click the link in the description down below to start your free trial and see if you like it. Also, Chilling's always doing fantastic giveaways, and if you check over at thechillingapp.com and you've already started your free trial, all you have to do is leave an honest review and enter to win one of the giveaways on their website. Chilling 2.0 is also on its way, which I don't want to spoil any surprises, but it's well worth your time if you've already signed up. That's it for now. If you guys want to check out more of Chilling, please go to the description down below, head over to thechillingapp.com, or you can just find Chilling on the App Store on either iPhone or Android. And now, on to tonight's story. Please heed my warning. This universe is already on a fast track to expiring, and you people are the only ones in the universe left alive at this point. I'll tell you my story and travels in hopes they'll help your people survive. My name is Oren. I've come from a different dimension, a different universe, trying to rescue and save as much life as I can from what I call the void. In science, you people call it vacuum decay. Except this is a real living creature. It swallows entire star systems and galaxies. Right now, when you look into the sky and you see countless stars, they are but remnants of life, and their final breath is traveling through space to express their last dying words. There's nothing out there for you. Nothing can stop it, and there is nothing to see anymore. It'll take millions of years before it gets to you, but I can let you know it's all dead out there. I'll tell you my own story so you can follow in my footsteps, as it could lead to the survival of your race and future generations, but you must act very soon. Let me begin where it all began in my home universe. A very long time ago, my people were an incredibly advanced race, where we were on the precipice of dimensional travel. My people have always had a very long lifespan to give some perspective to the entire human civilization, until this point would only be a blink in my total lifetime. Because of this, there's a wealth of knowledge that's been passed down from generation to generation. It's all being accumulated to this point. With all this knowledge, several thousand years before the Great Dying, we discovered the void collapsing entire galaxies. Our greatest minds got together in what's called the Council and brainstormed a possible end to the void. However, no matter what we threw at it, no matter the attempts to reach out, the creature seemed unwavering and had the intent to end everything. The Council decided there was no way to stop the Great Devouring Void, so they wanted to move on to another dimension. However, the machine wasn't done. At this point, we had very little time left as the void was moving closer and closer by the year. Soon after, there was the discovery of a new mineral. This mineral had all the answers that we needed and produced enough radioactive power to charge the temporal machine. However, it was close to the void, so we extracted as much as we could before it could end up in the beast's gullet. The events after would lead to my eventual travel to 7 other dimensions, all containing the beast, all ending the same, swallowed up into nothing. Within a few years, the Council was able to get a working model, and testing was on the way. I was part of the Council at this point, since I was the head engineer. I would facilitate the trials. The first one was a young woman who couldn't be older than 6,000 years. She was short, but perfect for the first test. She could put the suit on, and within seconds, her suit started to light up. Good, it's working, great. We may only need 1 test for her size range, I thought to myself. Shortly after, the whirring of the metal and popping became extraordinarily loud. Shortly after, I started hearing the crunching of bone and the tearing of flesh. Her screams echoed throughout the testing chamber. Her blood was leaking out of the suit, and a mist of blood sprayed as the pressure grew on the suit. Before I could turn the suit off, it already collapsed, her whole body into a round mass of meat and blood. This was not the last trial this happened. Time and time again, no matter the size or the tweaks I designed, they all failed, each test subject ending up as a puddle on the floor. The public grew wary, and fewer people volunteered. We ended up having to pay them to have people test it. After a year of failures, the void was within a couple of 100 years, which to us was not long enough. We kept trying. Hundreds of bodies piled up, and within a few years left, I was finally successful in my first test. I started with a stout man who was 7 foot 2 inches tall, 265 pounds. That being said, he was a bit nervous, knowing the pile of bodies that he was trying to overcome. We were all scared of what could happen. I was on the floor this time, and tweaking the suit to only jump to the nearest safe dimension. I found there was an issue, and the suit was low on fuel, but we decided to go forward with it anyways. "You'll be okay, I promise. I'll be here to watch personally to make sure that it all goes right," I said to the test subject. He looked at me with a nervous smile and shook his head in silence, accepting his fate whether he lives or dies. In a wave of my hand, the other scientists in the pod above pressed the button and activated. In a flash of bright blue light, the man disappeared. Now, I did tell him how to come back, and the idea is the suit needs to wait 2 hours before it can actually boot up and start again. I left instructions on how to start it manually in the pocket. We hear him say something over comms, but it was full of static. I could still make it out.
I see blue. Clouds are
I replied to him with how to fix the issue that you can hear him slowly getting better.
"Hello, is this better?"
he said. "Yes, much better. Go ahead. Describe the area." There was a short pause.
"Sky's blue. The clouds are normally akin to our clouds. Oddly, I don't see any other beings or life. I don't see grass or trees. Just all dirt and stone."
I wrote down some other information. It was only relevant to see if we could live there, so we might be able to plant trees or vegetables. While I was writing the notes down, I hear,
"What the fuck is that?"
It was the test subject. He was screaming and running for his life. Listen, you have to describe what's going on. What's chasing you? I could hear him huffing and puffing.
I don't think it could have caught up. It's slow.
I wrote this down and asked, what are its features? The test subject was able to catch his breath and say,
Okay. Thing's bright orange. Had 4 legs, with what looked to be stone covering him from head to toe. Just walking around. There's no head. I can see just legs and a body. Can I come back?
I note all this on the pad. All right, you can come back. Just pull the cord on your chest. Press the button inside the glove. He sighs and replies, okay, here goes nothing. I can hear the suit whir up and pop. Seconds later, I hear screaming coming from the admin room. I rush upstairs and find the male subject unable to speak. He was out of the suit, and the suit itself was on the ground. However, he was melded into the wall. No blood was coming out. It looked as if he'd fused with it perfectly. It wasn't until he started to flail his arms and grab people that were studying him and his effects. An hour goes by and I reported it worked only one way. But the good news was it worked. I reported these findings to the rest of the people, and with only a few days left, we all started to mass produce the suits. The only kicker is we only had fuel for 1 suit, which I knew, but the rest didn't. I'm not proud of this, but the void was getting closer. At the point where I fueled up the suit all the way, there was only hours left. Everyone was getting ready to start their suits. Billions of my people, all hopeful but unaware of the void that was going to end their suffering. I only hope my people got a swift death, as I teleported out. I think about all my people being destroyed by the void. I wake up at night screaming and remember seeing it open its impossibly huge mouth as it swallowed the stars and galaxy barreling towards us. Can't imagine the fear they had when none of the suits worked, or the anger they had when they noticed I left and no one else. What was I supposed to do? Die? Not warn countless others? My decision wasn't a selfish one. I built the suit. I know all of its ins and outs. I know how to fuel and take care of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant, but I need you to read this to understand how this thing worked. My home dimension has been gone by now, I thought, as I popped into a new dimension. This one was strange. Everything was gray, but I could feel the wind. I looked at my diagnostics. It all appears there was a breathable amount of oxygen in the air. This planet was entirely the same as ours, just underdeveloped. It was getting late. I needed to build a shelter. Now, with the rest of the night, I just used the fuel that I had left to charge my suit. That was the backstory of my universe. This new one will be gone soon, but that's a story for a different time. As this one has gone long enough, I have way more to tell about the new plane. Tonight I'll be charging the suit up and laying down. Until then, live long, travelers. Signed, Oren D. Hello, Oren again. I've been getting accustomed to the way of life here. My home planet and this one are strikingly similar. Language, height, structure, mathematics. It's mind-blowing to say the least. Recently, I found the material I used to power my suit. Potassium-40. Which I can see is easily found in this world, so I won't have to worry about getting out in time, since the dimension sure is amazing, to say the least. Anyhow, I'm going to tell you about the first dimension I traveled to. There I was, alone in a barren world. Oddly enough, there were a few differences I later found. Walking around the wasteland, I found little signs of life. It seemed all the color had been removed from the place, other than the color I had on me and the fire I built earlier. The crackling of the fire was comforting, as it was incredibly quiet on this plane. I sent out a small survey drone to scan the whole planet for life. And other than the plants, there was none. Has this place ever been colonized? I thought to myself. Suddenly, the drone came back and noted that it did find evidence of civilization not far from where I was camped, so I decided to rest for the night and head out in the morning. I woke up, and the only thing I can hear is the gentle song of the wind rustling the dead leaves. The sun wasn't high in the sky when I woke, so it must still be morning. I packed all the firewood that I could carry in my bag, headed north towards the city. As I walked the derelict roads and empty fields, I can't help but feel alone in my thoughts and feelings. I thought to myself, is this my life now? Stuck to be alone until I die. And normally I'm okay with being alone most of the time. Shit, I never dated more than a few times and lived alone for thousands of years. However, this feeling was different. I never feel truly alone. And here I feel like this. It took my entire people being gone and me being chucked into a new dimension to finally feel this hopelessness and complete emptiness. It's so quiet that my ears are ringing and I can hear my own heart louder than my thoughts. I saw this large hill and I began to climb it. I distinctly remember the hill was soft and malleable like clay. It had a distinct smell about like ammonia. Every step made it worse to smell and was harder to bear. I flipped my suit's helmet on to escape the overwhelming smell. I was still a little lightheaded, but this was a powerful lesson to learn further on in the day. As I got to the crest of this hill, I could see the city. It's rather large. Looks like nature overcame the bustling city sprawl. To describe the layout, it was a lot of towers. Many reached several hundred feet. But in the middle of the city was a really large tower that dwarfed the rest. Many of the buildings were collapsing, and I see multiple vehicles of all sorts of shapes and sizes. All of them were in surprisingly good condition, but you can tell they weren't being used. After about a half a day of walking down the hill across a long road, I finally got to the city. Up close, it was even larger than I estimated. Concrete towers that penetrated the heavens. On closer inspection, these towers were made of silver and stainless steel. They had no rust, but were covered with vines and moss. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd ever seen. It felt surreal being the only one here. Where was everyone? Why was everyone gone? Why is there no life anywhere? No bodies are either, just a husk of a city. A city made by gods, but abandoned by man. I started to investigate all of this, it just didn't sit right with me. Even food that was left out wasn't molded due to all life being dead, even bacteria. Everything was left in such pristine condition as well. I went to what seemed like the town center, which was a massive building in the middle of the city. As I got closer, I can see there was a civil discourse, maybe some sort of rebellion, as bodies littered the ground in front of the building, all covered with a light sheen of yellow, slimy residue that had the same ammonia smell as the hill I walked on earlier. On some of the bodies, these people were wearing signs, seemingly warning of the end times, and the great dying was approaching. There was a larger number of flyers, newspapers around, each made of a strange plastic material, but more coarse in texture. The flyers and newspaper all relayed the same information. The world's religion was named Saruxism, and how they were using ritual sacrifices to try and appease the elder god, the bringer of the end times, the void. This dimension has him too, but was he here? What is this thing? Why was it able to exist across 2 dimensions? It looks like it was dated to be a week from now to get here. I had little time. I immediately felt dread. I jumped to a new dimension just to suffer the same fate. I must leave this place and have enough fuel to, but I must know why these people who revered this thing as a god. I looked all over the city until I found it. The Church of the Devourer. This has to be it, I said to myself. Approaching the door, it was made of wood, and the building seemed to be entirely concrete, which was weird, based on the architecture of the entire city being way more modern, advanced. Ignoring this, I pushed the door open. Well, I tried. It was stuck on what looked to be a mass of bodies all covered in the same slime as earlier. I walked around and found a broken-out window and climbed through. As I stumbled through rather clumsily, I see it in full display. Bodies hung from the rafters, stripped of their flesh, exsanguinated, eviscerated. The people by the door were all stripped naked, and on closer inspection they were all stitched together like some visceral meat pile. I was sick to my stomach and puked on the floor, nearly passing out. I turned away and got my composure. Why were they doing this? Was this thing a god they didn't please? I looked to the main stage, the pews, and found the religious texts. All things that live belong to the great devourer. We sacrifice our loved ones to him so they may in turn be a part of him, saving them from eternal suffering in the elder god's gullet. Oceans of acid and air, of fire, are all that exists. But if we give our bodies, minds, and souls to the great devourer, we will be spared eternal pain. As I looked more, I see writing saying how the government was vilifying these religious zealots and outlawing their religion. I read the head priest's notes on his speech of that day. We'll burn the city to the ground. We'll run all the politicians and offer them up as sacrifices for him. He demands we take over and lead this city to ruin as it committed the greatest sin. Denial of his love. These whack jobs legitimately thought this was the best way to go. I put the notes in my pocket to see that these people had no answers of them. Just knew that he was coming, and they couldn't stop it. I looked further at the pew and noticed a small button. I pressed it and the wall behind me began to split open, revealing a secret room. I used my drone to scan for possible life signs in the room first, and nothing came back. As I got to the room, I felt shivers run up my spine. Every fiber of my being was telling me nothing good will come of this. I rejected the feeling and shook my head. I, a man of facts and science. I opened the door slowly. What I saw was terrifying. A large mural of the great devourer, made entirely of human body parts, painted with blood. Under the mural was a bed with what I assume was the pastor, dead. I found his journal. We were blessed today. Outside the town on the hill, the smell of death, we found our greatest weapon. A poison so strong, if we ventilated throughout the city, everyone would be able to be saved and embrace his love. Tonight my scribes have gotten plenty of the substance we need. Tomorrow we storm the capital and take all the leaders, bring them back here. I'll make a mural of their flesh. I'll destroy their bodies as the ultimate sacrifice for the elder god. All of them will pay for not following. Women, men, and children. It matters not. All that matters is his love. After doing further research, I found this group killed them all with mustard gas. I wanted to find out more, so I looked around hoping to find any semblance of hope. A way to beat this thing. I looked through the nightstands, the dressers. I was checking the bed when next to it was a loose, flimsy floorboard. It was odd. I decided to pull it up. Inside the small hole in the floor was a book, explaining in detail all they knew of the beast. Turns out the priest didn't believe his teachings, and he was terrified. The praying seemed to make it stronger and faster, and an excerpt of the page goes as follows. It's been a full year, and I've yet to hear anything coming from it. I keep hearing its groaning through the cosmos. Into my brain with each passing day, it seems to get stronger. What if this thing isn't the Messiah that we're wanting? I can feel it deep down. We're not being saved, we're being judged, and judgment is soon. Hopefully this nightmare ends before it arrives. That was the last note. Seems they have no idea what it is, but looks like religion makes it grow stronger. I found the fuel I needed in the lifeless dimension and started the suit up. I kept telling you about the suit. It seems mystical. It could do anything, which is partially true. The suit itself is an anagram for sentient unity and integration technology. It is sentient, as the name says, and helps with vitals, reconnaissance, safety. All is integrated into a light material that translates the local language and is immune to kinetic-based damage. Roughly how Earth's Kevlar works, but it can think on its own and stop firepower by an order of magnitude more. It's a great tool for survival, and it's the only reason I am alive today. And yes, it does come with built-in waste disposal. Now that you know what it can do, we can move on. During my time on the lifeless planet I was on, I searched the city and found where the king of the city would be. A large building covered in dead moss and vines. The building itself seemed to be made of marble, with a large wooden door that has seemed badly broken open. I stepped through the small hole that was made and saw a derelict fountain and bodies all around it. The fountain was filled with blood, and the air had a smell of rusty metal and stagnant water. These bodies were completely exsanguinated. They had tubes that ran from a small incision in their neck, roughly where the carotid artery would be, into the fountain. This must have been one of the sacrifices. I felt a general unease because as I looked more into this incident, the more evidence I found of ritualistic sacrifice. They're not only drained, but I could smell the ammonia on them. They were pumped full of chemicals to replace their blood. I couldn't be around them anymore, so I left to climb the golden-plated stairs and walk to the hallway of the king's quarters. His sight was horrific. In the hallway, I found more instances of sacrifice. What seemed to be armed guards were strung up by their Achilles tendon. They were dressed much like an animal. They had been completely degloved. No blood stained the floor, leading me to believe they were killed at another location. If this is what happened to just the guard, I can't imagine what happened to the king. I walked around the corner of the hall before opening the door to the king's quarters. I had to compose myself. This is the worst possible situation they could be in, and the worst for me. However, my thirst for knowledge and revenge drives me forward as I open the door. When the door swung open, the instant smell of sweet flowers, much like the honeysuckles you have on this planet. It was the momentary reprieve from all death and dismemberment that I had been seeing. It was nice. Here there were no dead bodies, no sign of destruction either. It was immaculately clean, which made my anxiety rise slowly. Ooh, was someone still alive here? Couldn't be, since the entire population had been dead for quite some time. The room was beautiful. It was full of colored lights and drapes. The bed was gigantic. Must have been at least 15 feet by 15. I sat on the bed and was soft. It was comfortable. Softest bed I'd ever felt. I was already getting tired. I decided to lock the bedroom door and lay down. The suit told me there was still no life or movement detected, so I laid down with ease. Felt as if I was sleeping on a pillow made of clouds. I woke up in a state of shock as my suit's alarms were blaring, telling me that I'm in danger. I needed to teleport out of here now. Now again, this is serious. The void is above. I looked up and saw the ceiling of the building being ripped open, and before I could teleport, I felt my body being lifted into the black abyss. I could hear the cries and wails of all people that it had swallowed, the pain of each of their stories all overlapping to reach me in my headspace. I could see the great empty by the hungering maw of the great destroyer, a never-ending void that seemed to suck the concept of hope right out of me. I felt helpless. Like I was infinitesimal compared to this thing. I felt overwhelming despair and fear as I flew into its gullet. And just as soon as I was in, it was just me floating in nothingness. As far as I could see, it was all black. I tried to shine my light, but even light was swallowed by the immense darkness the void is. As I floated in the big space, I heard it talk to me. Welcome to the end. This is where all things die. Life, love, happiness. All are constructs of the mind, and all get swallowed by me. I thought to myself, how am I not dead? Why is my life spared? It shook a lot, sounded like a deep chuckle. The voice once again spoke. I chose to keep you alive. You will be my herald, the harbinger. There is no stopping me. There is no running away. I supersede everything. All concepts and creation are nothing but a page in a book to me. Listen carefully. I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Nothing is above me or below me, as I am all things. I started to get dizzy and shouted at the beast, I will stop this! I will stop you! It was then I woke up from a deep sleep. Cold sweat dripping from my brow. I felt out of breath. The suit was telling me your heart rate was nearly 200 BPM. Are you okay? I thought for a second and looked around and thought how real it all felt. I can't believe what I went through. Was this all a dream or a revelation? No, it must be a dream, I thought to myself. I am a man of science, and there's no God, no kings, only men. I stood up off the bed and walked towards a quite large bookshelf. I don't know what I was searching for, but it seemed that I'd found the right book. It's called Revelations. And as I pulled the book, a mechanism started to turn it around. I stepped back quickly, as I was rather startled. Like a bookcase secret door. It's rather cliche, but I never expected it, so I'm assuming it did its job. Suit. Analysis. The suit whirled for a second and said, one life form detected. Non-hostile. Medical diagnosis shows coma. Strange. The one surviving thing in this whole planet is this thing in a coma. I used my built-in light to illuminate the dark room. In the back of a metallic pod was a person. The person was rather old. It looked to be kept on an artificial life source. Next to the pod was a message on a computer. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my work, ye mighty, in despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Something to learn about this dimension travel is many literary phrases. They're common ground. It makes no sense he should know this, but I digress. In a note underneath the poem was him saying, "I caused the great collapse, the rise and the fall of the government, and the rise of the religious zealots. It was all foretold in my nightmares. Death awaits us all, but I feel I deserve something worse than death. I deserve to suffer in my mindscape for all eternity. I am the last surviving ley line on this planet, and I will suffer for my transgressions. Void. Take me." Its name was directly mentioned here. I was startled, to say the least. My empath was kicking in as I felt rage for all the lost souls, all those deaths perpetrated by this man. All the agony and fear of the entire race were screaming to kill him, but no, it was too good for him to die now. He wanted to suffer, so let him. With my knowledge of this world, I decided to leave. The rest was all I've read and heard before. The new dimension awaits. I look into the sky towards the void one last time and raise my hand and say, "Fuck you," as the suit transported me to another reality. This one was filled with life. The air was clean. But this is a story for another time. I appreciate all the kind words. It's not easy integrating into a functional society as large as this one. I will have part 3 out soon. The suit and I will be making sure that those stalking men stay away. Be safe out there. Signed, Oren Date. What is God? Within our reality, I never believed such a being existed. I've seen beings that we would consider gods, ones that hold unfathomable power, who can wipe us out with a thought. Their reach and scope of our understandings are within the bound of our reality. So, what would constitute what God is? A being that would transcend this reality. Look upon us not as if we were atoms, but as if we were thoughts, ideas. Totally and completely separate from our reality. We'd be nothing but words to it. Much like Superman could never physically interact with you or me. We would never be able to interact with it. But what makes the laws of that being? The one who transcends us, who writes the rules of that being? Is there one that transcends the being that transcends us? Where does this hierarchy of stories originate, then? I've often thought of this. Perhaps there's a being out there we would never be able to understand, the one who transcends us and in very nature who transcends itself. With my studies, I've found there is an infinite set of infinite sets of realities. This is all contained within our one singular dimensional plane. Upon further tests, I've found a transfinite amount of universes in one singular multiverse. So where do we stand with this creature? How many universes have I gone up just to find this thing erasing it all again? The fear of something not even I can reach begins to make me think all my effort is futile. Now, with this being said, the most I can do is try. I may never be able to stop it or prevent its damage, but I can save as many as possible. Am I asking all of this? Last night I've done studies and tests, each coming back with an answer. Each test adds more information to our cosmology. This universe is just a rung on a ladder to what seems to be another transfinite recursion of universes, ever expanding, going up and down in a stack. Each universe sees the one below as words on a page. Could I be akin to a god for the ones I transcended using the suit? But to you, I seem to be a normal human. What will happen when I eventually move in from this universe upwards? It is all in the unknown even for someone like me. Is the void an end-all be-all God? I fear this is the case. I can't find a single universe below our own to be left intact. It's all being erased. An empty, endless void is all there is. Maybe for the one reading this, I'm only words to you. Maybe the one who wrote my story is but a fictional character in the unending layers of narratives. A hierarchy of stories, if you will. All this seems rather unlikely as I have conversation with the people in this site. Sorry, I ramble on when I make a discovery. This series is all about possibilities of survival. I found all of this with a possibility matrix designed by my people. It's unsettling to think what I thought was real and tangible is nothing but words now. The more I think of this, the more I dread and I think of what's to come. Will I ever be able to reach and stop the void before all stories become erased? I can only try. The reason I bring this up is that the more I study, the more time and effort I put into finding out how to stop the void, the more I become stuck in a depressive state. The feeling of absolute hopelessness washing over me. Even if I was able to rise upwards through this stack, I'd never be able to reach the top. Have you ever felt true hopelessness? It's scarier than any monster, human or alien. True nihilism is depressing beyond belief. I wake up and I run tests until I eventually pass out. When I wake the next day, the cycle continues, day in, day out. I would ask for assistance, but this is my burden. I feel that since I first moved up the stack, I started a never-ending chain of destruction in my wake. All possible possibilities and even impossible events could have happened due to my pure selfishness. Life is a dark and fleeting place, with existence as a whole and entirely reliant on your efforts and interest. Maybe you, reader, will not believe me, or maybe you'll see what I mean. To put it in perspective, even when a person is holding a gun at your head, even when you're being chased by a large creature who will kill you if they catch you, there is still a sliver of hope. Possible realities where you can be the victor. In this situation, there was no hope, no possibilities, only the void. Hope is one fuel that keeps us going, and I'm running out of fumes at this point. With all the knowledge my people had, it wasn't enough. Even discovering how our universe system is run by possibilities and abstract mathematics, much like a Tagmark Type 4 universal theory, I still am unable to see what I can do to solve this problem. Last night I had a dream in which I was drifting in a sea of black ink. In every direction I looked, it was empty. When I looked into the sea, it felt like it was staring back through my reflection. In this dream, the sun was up and bright, painfully bright. I could feel my skin burning and bubbling under the rays. Felt as if I was being punished by God. I could smell the scent of my flesh being cooked as the heat cranked up. I tried yelling in pain, but no sound came out. The only noise I could hear was my skin being turned into what you people call pork rinds. If I wriggled and writhed in pain, I could hear its voice. Your story is strange. I can feel you trying to escape a predestined narrative. You are to bring others to me, much like the feeble human reading this post. The void bellowed out to me. And suddenly I could see a large jet black figure rise from the sea, covered in ink. The figure walked across the sea of ink and stopped in front of me, making an eye connection, although its face was featureless. When we locked eyes, the sun started to set and my wounds began to rapidly heal. A wave of calm washed over me as his appearance slowly revealed. The creature was a large, pale, no-eyed monster with only a thin set of lips, an unnaturally giant maw that smiled at me with a sharp, toothy grin. It breathed deep and spoke again, but this time in a calm, more gentle tone. Relax. I have no ill will toward you. Listen carefully, as I will only say this one time. I need you to bring in readers. I must feed on their stories. I looked at him confused. What do you mean by reader? He looked into the sky, and I could feel him peering into my soul. It's them I want. I want you. I can feel your heart racing, your eyes following the screen from left to right. Soon I will be with you all. Soon. I looked puzzled. Who are you talking to? It cocked its head toward me. You know nothing of this current situation. You are but a pawn, but even pawns are useful. I can't feel any malice coming from this entity, but I still have a very uneasy feeling, as if one wrong move and he could eat me. You may leave my void now, child. I have what I want. He took a deep breath with ecstasy, and it is delicious. The monster licked his lips shortly after he raised his hand and flicked it upwards. All of a sudden, I was being flung into the air as if something was pulling me at an alarming rate. Within seconds, I couldn't even see the earth. After flying for about 1 minute, I heard a crash, and all seemed to slow down. The universe I was in shattered like broken glass, and when I reached the other side, I woke up. I was shivering and covered in a cold sweat. Panicking, I looked at my arm and I felt terrible pain. My whole right arm was bruised. I feel a searing heat throughout the sun-scorched body, but it was all a dream. I don't know what reality is or fiction. I feel like I'm going insane. I need rest. My head is spinning, my ears are ringing. My next chapter will be about the universe I traveled to. Until next time, be careful out there. Signed, Oren. Hello everyone, Oren again. I've been running from some rather strange-looking men and women wearing all-black suits. I keep seeing them out of the corner of my eye when I would walk to a store to get food. Strangely enough, they seem to stay out of sight, where I could see them, but as soon as I try to focus on them, they disappear. I don't like being followed in all my adventures I've had. Something following me never came out to be good. While I am safe, I have another place to tell you about. This one was directly after meeting with Alex. After a quick flash of light, I was transported to a new dimension. Oddly enough, while I was traveling, I was able to see the space in between dimensions. It looked to be a blank, empty page, a white canvas ripe for painting. In the distance, I could see scribbles appearing on the page like words were being written. I couldn't make it out as it was so far, but as soon as I was able to read the first line, I was flashed into a new universe. The song of birds was filling the air. The gentle call of the wind and the trees rustling their leaves, dancing to the music of the wind. It was the most beautiful place I'd ever been. Serenity was the definition of this place. It was as if this place was the concept of peace. Just a moment of bliss in my otherwise hopeless future. The smell of sweet flowers and the songs of birds filled the air. I was in a daze of bliss when a woman walked up to me. Naturally, I was very defensive and stood up in shock. Whoa, easy there. I just thought I saw lightning strike my field here, but it was just you. Are you okay, stranger? The mysterious woman approached me with a smile, soft expression. I looked in confusion as she was dressed head to toe in leaves and vines. Yes, I'm fine. Where am I? The mysterious woman answered. Let's start with the name. My name is Tikva. What's yours, stranger? I looked puzzled. Not every day I see someone in such immaculate beauty and poise. I'm sorry, my name is Oren. She looked at me and smiled before she said, Well, Oren, nice to meet you. Why are you here? Do you need help? I smiled back awkwardly. I never knew someone can pull at my heart with just a smile. I felt like an ice cube, and she was the sun, warming me and making me melt at the same time. Yes, I need to talk to you and whomever else I can. She waved at me and pointed at what was her home. Well, let's sit down and talk. I would like to know why you are wearing such a strange getup. I was a little confused about her dialect and slang, but the suit was able to explain it to me. I built this suit. It's made of a very advanced technology. I can't explain in detail right now. She scratched her head. Tech what? Never mind. Let's get inside and warm up with some tea. We can talk then. We looked at each other and she held her hand out, so I grabbed it, assuming that's what she wanted. But we walked hand in hand together. Was this what love felt like? Did I meet someone who I'm compatible with? We got to the house. As I walked in, the front of the home was made of all wood. It looked like it was one large tree that was shaped into a home. The more I looked, the more I was certain. The wood was all one piece and wasn't a single carving mark at all, down to the table and the chairs. How is this made? She looked at me, puzzled again. I learned to love that face. Such innocence and wonder. What do you mean? The world tree provides us a home, silly. You know that. I looked back into her green eyes. They looked like I was staring into a forest during dusk or dawn, as if the light was shining through the bright green leaves. What you staring at, Oren? You okay? She responded. I shook my head to snap out of my trance. I was swooning into this woman. For the first time in my life, I felt hope. I was lost in your eyes. My apologies. I need to speak about an issue, but I need to run some tests. Wait. Your home is from a tree. So this is one tree. She laughed and blushed a little. Well, Oren, you sound new. Somehow you don't know what the world tree is? We're just on a branch high in the sky. Here, I'll show you. She gestured for me to a window. I could feel the gentle breeze. As she pointed to the outside, she said, Look, that is the world tree. I rubbed my eyes. I'd never seen anything as beautiful. A giant tree stretched hundreds of miles up. We were so high the clouds were covering the ground and the roots looked like small sticks. I saw thousands of settlements scattered across the branches, large cities and homes. People were walking about in the distance around the town hall. I closed my jaw as Tikva said, You ain't from around here, huh? Where are you from, Oren? I snapped out of my trance. Yes, that. I come from a very advanced race in a different dimension. I must warn you of a possible threat to this universe. It's called, she cut me off, the Void, yes? Yeah, it was a threat long ago, but it seems to have skipped us. Gave us the greatest hope and gift. The World Tree. Without it, this planet was barren. We were all struggling to survive. The void gave us hope and life. I didn't know what to say. This was the first time I felt true peace. I started to cry uncontrollably. You don't understand all the pain I've been through. Lives I saw die, whole universes and dimensions completely wasted. When this was the answer. Thank you. She hugged me and I collapsed. It's okay, you're safe now. Hey, tell you what, why don't you stay here and help me around the farm? I could use a helping hand. Months passed, and we ended up falling in love. He had a great life even when I did a scan with the suit. It always came back negative. But things seemed too perfect as my now fiancée woke up one morning and was sick. She kept vomiting, having cramps. We decided to go to a shaman after a week of this. We headed to the main town, which was across the tree branches. The center of the town was immaculate. Oddly enough, this is the first time I've ever been here. The wood roads were soft and lush, full of life and creativity, down to the very flowers. The memories of this place warm my heart to this day. As we entered the hospital, it seemed like it was empty. Some doctors were there waiting for patients, I assumed. Where is everyone? I whispered to Tick. Well, no one is sick here. The world tree keeps us in perfect health. There is no death or illness, only life and prosperity, Tick said to me in a cheerful tone. Interesting. I'll need to run some tests later, I thought to myself. After a few minutes of waiting, we were seen by a doctor who ran a few tests, but the manner was entirely holistic. There was no tools, no diagrams, no machines. To describe how intriguing this was, the doctor rubbed some powder on his hands and they started to glow. After he hovered his hands over her body, they started to glow different colors. He got to her stomach, and it was bright pink. The doctor proceeded to get a bowl and wash his hands off. He came back with the news. Ma'am, you are with child, and it is a girl. It was the happiest moment of my life. We jumped in joy, and something beautiful happened. The room was growing pink flowers that smelled of honeydew. I don't know what it was doing, but it felt like the tree was celebrating with us, and shortly after we went home and laid down to sleep. The night was rough. It started in my dream. I was on a boat with my wife and daughter. We were looking out into the massive expanse of the tree from below by the roots. It was majestic and beautiful. Lights filled the sky as bioluminescent lights filled the branches. It was a sudden shock when the light started to dim, and the tree looked as if it was wilting and rapidly dying. I could hear the pain screams of the people as the leaves turned black and began to fall. All those people fell to their doom. With a sickening splatter, they slammed into the base of the tree near us. The blood of those people filled the ocean, painting our boat a dark crimson. The smell of iron filled the air along with the sound of screams. It wasn't until now I noticed. A large mouth approached the tree. As it opened, the tree started to splinter and uproot itself. All the lives that were on that tree still were sucked into that massive maw of the creature. A black hole was formed in his mouth, as I could see the tree spaghettified and bending light as it entered the event horizon. The boat was slowly rising to the creature's maw as my daughter was rocketed. My wife tried catching her, but she was only able to secure her arm, and the gravitational pull was too great. Her arm was torn from her socket, and her body flew into the beast's mouth. I couldn't breathe or think. I was in a haze. The pain was too much for me. My wife jumped into my arms, and all I could feel was pain. We held each other there one last time, shared a kiss as we flew into the black hole together. Before I could touch the event horizon, time seemed to pause. I heard a voice. This is a warning. Keep moving. I need more stories. I need to feed. I was able to move when I saw the same creature earlier. Pale skin, no eyes, nose, sharp teeth, thin lips. He slowly floated towards me and smiled. It's time to wake up, Oren. And you. Don't forget, I can still hear your heartbeat. I can smell your fear. I'm coming. Just as quick as the nightmare had come on, just as quickly as it faded, I awoke screaming in terror. I was covered in a sheen of cold sweat. My body felt as if it was being torn apart from the inside out. Tick woke in worry as my pain was so massive, all I could do was rock back and forth. It took hours to subside. Tick asked what happened. Are you okay? I looked at her worried. Tick, I need to build you a suit. The void is coming. I need to show you something. Tick waved me to a secret part of the house. One I had never been to before, but it seemed to be in the branch itself. Look, love. This is why we don't worry about the void. She moved a curtain hiding a giant mural, one depicting the void. The exact creature I saw being slain. The person who stood over his body was... It was me. I don't know how, but it is. Tick, what does this mean? How do I kill this thing? In the background was the void tree. It filled me with hope, and then Tick responded. We must all follow our path. Yours seems to follow greatness. Defying all odds and possibilities to overcome the void. The ultimate evil, the great dying. Tick smiled at me. His smile was always comforting, filling me with hope. If I'm destined to defeat this being, how or where do I start? Is there anything on my process of doing so? Tick looked and continued to smile. No, silly. It's just a prophecy told by my people and written by the tree. The void has left us alone for a reason. It helped us thrive for a reason. With a moment of clarity, I realized this void isn't destroying this place because the place is his story. He must be tied to his narrative. There's no other reason why we would be bringing life to a place than just leave while leaving countless other dimensions in complete ruin, all to be swallowed by his massive maw. If I can somehow remove this link from this dimension, I could beat him. I could end his story. With my new theory, I set in motion a series of tests. Many years passed by with nothing conclusive. It wasn't until the few days I was there did I find something concrete to use. In my testing, I found the world tree itself contained a massive core. This core had the same general wavelength as the one the void emits when he speaks to me. This is it. The link between the two. I found a way to end the void. The only issue is if I do this, then my daughter Kieran and Tick will either have to come with me or they'll die on the tree. I must destroy this tree. So I sat my wife down. Tick, I found a way to end the void once and for all. Her face lit up in excitement as she contained her screams. Oren, really? What is it? She said excitedly. I looked at her in her beautiful eyes. It's the tree. The soul or the origin of the void is within the tree. If I destroy the origin, I will effectively destroy the void. However, everyone on the tree will die. And I can't live without you or Kieran. I need you to come with me to a different place after we destroy the tree. We'll be safe. Her smile drained from her face, but she had a look of determination and acceptance. I'll get our daughter, and we'll meet you by the boat. I smiled, and I gave her a large hug. Then I pulled a device out of our closet. It was a spatial disruptor designed to take any wavelength and reverse the polarity, effectively destroying anything I set it to. I need to plant this in the tree where the void's soul resides, and once I do, I'll get on the boat, and we'll get a safe distance away from the tree. She shook her head and stood up. We got to the base of the tree. I gave my daughter a hug and my wife a kiss. "Daddy, please be careful." I smiled and waved with an act of confidence. However, I was terrified. I started drilling into the tree and got a layer into the bark when I noticed it was hollow. I shined my light into the tree, but the light seemed to be consumed by the ever-expansive darkness within. I had to go by my readings. Luckily, the suit kept the exact quadrants of the wavelength, so it was a rather easy climb. On my way down, the trunk deep in the roots, I could hear a rhythmic thumping vibrating in the tree. I was only but a mile from the spot now. It sounded like a heartbeat. As I descended downward in the dark expanse, I kept hearing its voice. "Turn back now, child. You will regret this action." I just yelled into the dark, "This ends today, Void!" I kept descending, roughly 100 feet from the spot. When I'm bombarded with images of horror, people's arm muscles are being ripped out by tendons. When I was seeing creatures eating someone's teeth like candy, crushing into a fine powder. I saw a man seeing his friends being bifurcated in front of him by an ungodly creature. All these images flooding my mind, sending chills down my spine, and it was when I saw it. The bleeding, beating heart of the monster. It was large, and every single beat of this thing was so massive, it sent shockwaves through the tree. I was so close to it that I could smell the disgusting stench of rotting corpses emanating from it. I'd rappelled further down where I was, hovering just above it, when I dropped the signal disruptor on its fucking heart. The void yelled and cried as I activated the device. "I'll kill you and your family, Oren! How does a mere story dare try to harm me?" Its words shook me to my core as I winced upwards as fast as possible. Reaching the exit of the tree, I could still hear it cry and curse at me. I got on the boat and my family and I sped off. Within no time at all, the tree slowly caught on fire. It was a black flame covering every possible inch of the tree. The cries and the screams of the people were horrible. Some jumped off the tree and splattered in the water nearby. The lake below became thicker as more blood and viscera poured into it. The smell of iron and burning bodies filled the air. The very community my wife helped make was crying out to her as they died. I could see her cry silently and cover her mouth as she tried her best to cope. I held her and my daughter firmly to support them. I've been through this before, but they were pure and innocent. And I don't want them to deal with or feel the pain I feel daily. After an hour of screams and the splashing of dead bodies hitting the water, it went silent. The tree was just a smoldering pile of ashes. The black fire was still silently burning in the background, and finally, it was over. The light of the sun was rising in behind the tree, birds were chirping in the air, and I felt hope. I beat him, Dick. I won. We and countless others will be safe from here on out. When I looked, Dick smiled. A large smile. It was as if hope was spilling out from her every smile. For the first time in thousands of years, I felt peace. And then time seemed to stop. All sound was deafened. The birds frozen in the air. The warmth suddenly grew into a deep cold, a cold So chilling I could feel my very soul being frozen solid. Somehow I was able to move in this frozen time. It was then I heard it. I heard it speak. Silly child. You tried to end me there, didn't you? You found my home, decided to burn it down. You destroyed my heart. I do not need mortal instruments anymore. All things will become the void, except you. I have much larger plans for you still, but your family will only hold you back. Don't try to speak. It won't work. Now, watch as I consume them too. The void appeared in the sky above, consuming the sun, filling the whole planet with pitch blackness. I grabbed for my family and held on as tight as I could. But it separated us. Its power was too much for me still. The void opened its mouth, and I could see each layer of my family's skin being peeled off inch by inch, then muscle, then blood. They were being flayed in zero time, and I couldn't even cry as I saw my daughter Kieran die first. She was only 6 years old. Tick was killed slower, as she was stripped, starting from the feet up. Her bones turned to ash as the void made sure her smile was the last thing that I saw before stripping it all away from me. My hope was stripped away from me. All that I loved was destroyed. Again, I couldn't even mourn before the suit decided to remove me from the dimension. In a blinding flash of light, once again, I moved up the stack. And once again, my life was made trivial, being but a story. I ask you, whatever your name is, do you believe in hope? Do you feel like life always finds a way? After that event for me, hope is dead. I need to rest. My heart hurts. I don't want to remember this anymore. I'm sorry. Until next time. Signed, Oren. I took some time off studying. It's too much for me mentally. I can still see its face, smell its breath. It's the name he told me. Why did he say the reader? Who is that? What do they have to do with this? The more I think of it, the more my head starts to ache. A strange effect. Feels like the more I think of it, the more I can feel them. The memory fogging up. Felt as if the closer I got, the further it was to move away. Anyway, I just took some Excedrin before sitting down and writing this. I can't help but shake the feeling of being watched. Like my every move and every word is being written down. Maybe it's rising through the ladder of universes that makes me more and more unstable. I've seen a ton in my travels, some more disturbing than others. The next universe I went to after the religious zealot universe. Let's call it Uni 1 and so on. It all started with a flash of light. It was a blinding flash, more so than the last teleportation I went through. It was brighter and more violent. A flashback of the first testing subject of the suit. Her body was crunched into a ball of meat and blood. I started to fear the worst and just closed my eyes. It wasn't the fear of death, more the fear of pain. the unknown of what it was like for all the countless test subjects. And just as quickly as the fear washed over me, it left, because I was in a small town seemingly in the middle of nowhere. I walked through the center of town and saw a church on a hill, a small general store. A Dollar General, of course. Even in this universe, a Dollar General is there. But anyway, as I walked through the town, I could see a couple of Olive Garden trucks. Some very ancient or primitive. I could smell the fumes coming from like burning oil and grease. I saw the covered trucks open to roughly 20 or 30 men armed with primitive rifles, exiting them carefully. They moved as a unit, and as if they were one singularity. The more I looked around, the more I noticed how odd this place felt. Everything was just a little off. I started to walk towards the closest building, a yellow building with an old tin roof. A radio transmitter was there. Maybe I could use to display an incoming message to these people. These people have to know. I walked up to the door and knocked loudly. "Hold on a minute," the stranger's voice said in the background. The door slowly opened, and I could see a man, rather stocky, about 6 feet tall. He had a can in his hand that read Coca-Cola. The man asked, "Hello, you need anything?" Behind the man was a kitchen, and it looked like he had company already. Another man sitting at the table wearing a pair of shades. Tall, thin, black hair, a black suit with white undershirt. The man looked at me with his brow raised as if he was shocked to see me. Sorry, Alex. But we can continue this conversation some other time. The command is telling me to head back to the base. Remember, you have until midnight." The man in the black gets up and walked to the door, and we moved out of his way. He looked at me as he passed, and we locked eyes. I saw him pass the glasses he wore, and his eyes were covered in cataract, yet he could see. As he was leaving, I felt a strange aura about him, as if every instinct was telling me to run. "Well, anyway, stranger, my name's Alex. What you need?" he asked with a bubbly personality. "Well, I have urgent news for you and your people. Can I talk to you first?" Alex rubbed the back of his neck. Sure, but first, what's your name, stranger?" I smiled. "I'm Oren. Nice to meet you." He waved me in and said to just sit at the table. Oren, right? You need anything to drink?" "Yeah, that's my name, and sure. What are you drinking earlier? Is it good?" I responded. "All right. I've been having memory issues lately. Also, you never had a Coke?" He handed me a can, and I opened it. It was a black liquid, sort of smelled like a citrus juice. I crossed my fingers and drank the first gulp, and it was amazing. I'd never had anything so sweet, crisp, bubbly in my life. The carbon in the drink was intense. It felt like my tongue was under a barrage of tiny explosions. Not even sure why my people never thought this was an idea worthy of pursuing. You seem to like it." Alex let out a hearty laugh. I put the can down and got down to it. "Something is coming. It's going to eat this whole universe, and there will be nothing left. I've come from a different universe, and this thing won't be here for a few thousand years. I can help by leaving my suit plans behind and hope your people get out in time." Alex looked at me puzzled and started to run his fingers through his hair. I don't know what to say. I began a weird feeling like deja vu, day in, day out. He rubs his head a little more. I could see his confusion. Suddenly, we're hearing a banging at the door. It sounded as if they were trying to break the door down. Shit, not again. Gotta go, quick, go to the studio. I didn't question as we run into the study, and he shut the large wooden doors. What's going on? I asked. Alex looked at me. I have angels who have been reaching out to me, and one of the ways is to possess other humans in town to reach me, but they become twisted amalgamations that are bloody and broke. It was then we heard banging on the studio door, but every hit made a squelching noise and spattering too. I was distracted by the door, when right outside the window we saw another walking towards. His thing was covered in black goo. It looked like one arm was missing, sputtering out blood at a high rate. Fuck! Why didn't the alarm sound? I looked at him. Alarms. Before he could explain, we hear,
Stay inside and go to the nearest room without windows if you can. Close the blinds and cover your ears and eyes. This is not a drill. Do not leave for any reason. If someone is caught leaving, they will be marked as a threat. If you hear knocks at the window or door, do not answer it, even if it's family or friends, and even if they're in a dire situation. Again, this is not a drill. We will let you know when to come out.
Shortly after, I was hearing trumpets. What was it, 2? No, 3. No, it was 7 trumpets sounding off. What's that noise? I tried covering my ears, but it wasn't working. Wait, you can hear it too? How? We both looked at each other in confusion, but before I could speak, the disfigured person before us was at the window, pounding on it with what used to be her hand. Chunks of viscera would stick to the glass, with each sickening splash along with a river of dark red blood. Suit, analysis on these people. Shortly after, Suit replied, They are not humans, or anything that can be considered human. They seem to have a separate form they are hiding. I also notice a special temporal loop, which resets every 24 hours. What? Did your clothes just talk to you? He looked at me puzzled. We don't have time to talk about this, Suit. How long has this been going on? This time loop that you're in? Alex started to grab his head, and then the horns sounded off louder. Suddenly the door was splintered, and something with 9 wings, and what appeared to be 4 rings circling a baby in the middle of its mass. The rings had eyes on them, and the creature spoke. It sounded like a fork scraping on rusty metal. The sound was thunderous and felt as if it was going to implode. Activate force field! My suit activated a bubble around me. As this thing got closer to Alex, it spoke to me. You shouldn't be here, child. You know not the forces at work. Alex was on the floor, foaming at the mouth, but his vitals were okay. I spoke back to the winged beast. I'm here to save as many people as I can. You don't know this, but the void... Before I could finish, the beast rang out. You know not of whom you speak of. Do not mention his name, as it only brings misery. At this point, I'm very confused. How do you know of this? Time seemed to have been frozen, as it was only the beast and me. The beast started to take a more human shape, the one I saw earlier with cataracts. You're in a personalized hell. Alex sinned. He must suffer for what he's done. He cannot leave until he forgives himself and realizes he's stuck. What did he do, if I can ask? The now human-looking beast spoke. He murdered his brother and sister-in-law, who were pregnant at the time. He then took his own life. He did this out of a fit of insanity. So you know Alex suffered from severe schizophrenia, so he couldn't control it. That's why, if he can forgive himself, he can move on. I looked shocked. Oh, so this is... The beast stopped me. Hell. Yes. It's his hell forced to see the loved ones die in front of him until he sees what he's done. I nodded. I see. And who are you? He looked at me and smiled a large smile while taking off his glasses. I'm the fallen one, Lucifer. You can call me Lucy. I didn't follow religions, but he seemed legit. Is this what a higher being looks like? Is he an angel? I thought those didn't exist. So Lucy, how do you know the void? I've been trying to help as many as I can escape its path, I asked. It's older than God himself, being of pure nihilism. The one that's set to destroy all. All stories and history will become a mere aspect of the great beast. We cannot leave, but if you can, I say leave this universe, move on up the stack. Don't stop. I looked at him puzzled. How does he know of the multiverse and the stack? I didn't feel like questioning it. I may stay here for a second so I can maybe help Alex. Lucy looked at me and said, You may stay if you want. However, I can't assist you. A blinding light overtook my vision, and it looked like time started again. Alex was just waking up on the floor. Alex, I have to tell you something. We need to sit down. He looked at me and said, How did you survive? Are you one of the angels? I responded, "No, but I have news for you." We both head to the kitchen and sit down. "Listen, you're stuck in an infinite loop. You're torturing yourself for a kill." Alex cut me off by saying, "I know what I did. I deserve this. This is my punishment for killing my brother and sister-in-law." I was shocked as he is willingly staying there, despite the obvious pain that he was in. "Alex, you didn't do it. Your other side of your brain went crazy, and you went through temporary psychosis. It wasn't your fault." Alex started to cry. "I know, damn it! The blood was on my hands when I came to. I saw my brother lying on the floor. I ripped him to pieces, chunks of his flesh. They were missing. His wife were in the kitchen too, but on the other side, her stomach ripped open. And her baby wasn't there. I ate her baby, Oren. I ate my brother. I didn't want to live with it, so I took myself out. If you were me, what would you do?" I sat in disbelief, thinking he simply just shot them. I was so wrong. I paused to gain my composure. "Listen, you're just as traumatized as them, but they're in a far better place. Alex, you need to move on. It'll be okay. They will forgive you. In fact, I think they already have." Tears ran down his face, and before he could say anything, someone knocked on the door. Alex, you there? Big bro." Alex ran to the door and was greeted by his brother and his wife. Right by the couple's feet was a small child no older than 10. This must be the first time Alex saw them safe, and the daughter was fully grown. It was then he dropped to his knees and begged to be forgiven. His brother knelt down, so did his wife. They shared a long hug. "Alex, we've forgiven you a long, long time ago. It's time to come home." I heard an older man yell out, "Donnie! Alex! Sammy! Sorry I'm late." The family turned and all ran to their dad to give him a large hug. Alex, his wife, Sammy, stayed back to speak to me. "You know, whatever you did made him realize what to do. Thank you." Alex looked back and yelled at Sammy, "Come on, girl, let's go." Sammy smiled and hugged me, and then ran towards her family. The flash of white light surrounded them, and they slowly floated upwards. All of a sudden, I heard a flapping of large wings. "You did good, stranger. You know we must leave, so we shall. I recommend you do the same, traveler." It was Lucy who smiled. "I have to say, you made this old devil cry. Thank you again." And as soon as Lucy was here, he vanished. I started to cry tears of joy when I saw the family ascend. It was a wild ride here, but I have enough fuel to go one more time. Before I left, I could see the world being ripped away like paper in a notebook, all floating upwards. The narrative was solved. Well, I'm sorry it took a while to do this, but I hope you kind of enjoyed this one. It's very calming after seeing nothing but death and destruction. And I have a feeling Alex's story isn't over quite yet. Until next time, stay safe, travelers. Signed, Oren. How's everyone doing? For those of you who may not know, my name is Oren. I come from a different dimension, universe, and I'm here to warn you about the void. an ever-hungering dimensional swallower. Currently, I'm on the cusp of knowing how to stop it for good before it's too late. Sorry for the long wait, my friends. I had to go on a mental break due to the last story. It just brought up scars I believe wouldn't affect me. Normally I have the mental fortitude to withstand anything, but remembering the past, it's painful, to say the least. But I digress. Last night I went through my memory banks to see what I could have missed, and I found a dimension I've been to that you could help with removing the void. However, this event is not for the faint of heart. After what happened with the last visit, I traveled to another place. I must have repressed this dimension entirely. I don't remember any of what happened to me until I found the file. It all starts off where the last story left off. A blinding flash of light. As I was moving through the white zone, which I've dubbed Tabula Rasa, I watched a story of a young girl in an orphanage who was being forced to watch as a child was ripped to shreds in front of her. The graphic detail was terrifying. It made me nauseous. The young girl was able to escape the demon, but barely. I couldn't shake the feeling that she just seemed familiar. It's always strange traveling through the zone. I feel like I've been here before, like I made this place, but that can't be. I was born on a planet with parents, friends. Like this was my home. The place I thought to be my home is just something I made up. I refuse this to be the case. It could just be the zone, because it's still largely unknown to me. The one last flash of light, I entered a new dimension, and this one, it was odd. It looked as if I landed in an old Victorian city with cobbled streets, people walking around in old outfits, which suit automatically matched so that I could blend in. The residents of this place were odd, as in every one of them wore normal Victorian attire, but they all had plague masks. The streets smelled of a mixture of perfume, sewage, rotting flesh. The combination of them all had my stomach churning and dry heaving. It didn't take long for the suit to filter the smells out. I was able to finally function. Looking around, there were many stores, as I must have dropped into a market, and surprisingly no one was looking at me, wondering why I appeared in a flash of light. Everyone there seemed oblivious. They just kept going on with their normal existence. Walking around the shopping center, there was an overabundance of butchers. There was one tailor, one cobbler, 2 bakeries, and 3 churches. I wanted to look further into the stores themselves. The butchers had meat, and they all sold the same kind, just named cattle. Nothing specific, just cattle. I thought that was odd, but I can still understand everything about my travels has been odd. Going into the cobbler, they had only leather shoes, and the tailor only sold leather clothing from jackets to underwear. It was all leather. Maybe whatever plague these people are dealing with, it was transmittable through the skin. The sun was setting on this town, and I needed a place to stay, so I wandered around a bit and found a tavern with rooms for rent. Issue is I had no currency to buy a room. Looking around, it was still as if nothing I did bothered anyone, as if I was completely outside the scope of vision or ability to notice me at all. So I just went to one of the rooms and I broke in. It was just for the night. In the morning, I was feeling rested, and I kept asking people to speak to their leader, whoever runs the town, but no one answered. After a couple of hours of being ignored, I was approached by 3 people wearing the same attire, but red and gold trimmed. Royal Guards. "We are the Royal Guards, and you are an invader, and the king wants a word with you," they said. Sure, I wanted to speak with him anyhow. But how did you notice me, and yet no one else did? They didn't answer, but motioned for me to follow them. We were walking for about 15 minutes when I saw it. A white and gold tower with a large brick building attached to it. It was when I was within 20 yards of the large building that I got a warning from the suit that contagious hazards were trying to invade. But he was able to filter it all. These hazards were a fungus, ones I had never encountered before. While I was walking, the suit was running a diagnostic of the unknown fungus. I entered the building, and there was a long red carpet leading to a throne made of leather that looked like it was one that the tailors had made. On the throne was a king, a large, humanoid being that was bound to the chair and without his head. He was rotting away, yet I could feel a terrifying presence as I approached him. The guard stopped a few yards before I reached him. He didn't get closer, not sure why, but I didn't think much of it at the time. When I was at the base of his throne, I could see fungal growths where his head would be. His body was covered with these growths, and it was then that he spoke in a thunderous tone. I could feel his very voice shaking within my soul. You are an invader in my lands. I have felt your presence since you arrived, and I'm intrigued on how you are immune to my control, the Headless King said. It was then that I realized the fungus, the people, and the plague were all a part of the king's presence. Looking back, the rotting flesh smell was the population, and everyone I met so far had been deceased. I came here to warn you and your people that a great evil is coming. The stars in the sky are vanishing, and the void will swallow you as well. The void has been here, and has no power over my realm. She was banished long ago and refuses to come back. You are invading, so give me a good reason why I shouldn't end you now, replied the king. Within his words, I felt malice and ill will. With his threat, I started to see the walls around me closing in. The Headless King seemed to be getting farther away. The suit let me know this wasn't a hallucination, but his power was shaping reality around him passively. The king was stuck to his chair, however, its powers were so great that the very fabric of time and space were bending. I yelled in desperation, but my screams were silenced as I was buried in a mound of fungus. Somehow I must have breathed enough spores in before the suit could filter them out. And subsequently, I had been infected. Shortly after being entombed, I lost consciousness. It was days, maybe weeks later, when I awoke inside a factory behind old, rusty bars. They were normal-looking humans, all stripped naked, living in squalor, some sort of collar around their necks. As they felt my neck, and I had one as well. The place smelled of feces, body odor. Upon closer look, none of the humans here had the fungal infection tied to them. However, they all had a marking on their neck resembling the sign Omega. When I approached one of them to see what was going on, a wave of fear washed over me. Their eyes and tongues had been removed. No one here could talk or see. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't because my vocal cords, they were removed. The suit was repairing the damage that I was dealt, but the fungus was making it hard to keep it working at 100%. As I waited to see what was going on, I heard footsteps approach me. What came into the room was a large creature. It seemed to be a number of people melded together and patched using the same fungus. It had 7 arms, 4 heads, with each eye working and moving. It smelled of decay and fresh blood. It carried a few lashes that came into my cell. It grabbed me, and 2 others and ordered us to move. He kept walking down this long hallway, these rusty metal walls. In the background, I could hear saws whirring and meat being chopped up. In an instant, I pieced it all together. This was the slaughterhouse. And we were the cattle. I wanted to fight back, but I felt if I tried, I'd be killed on the spot. So I bided my time for an opening. We finally got into a room where another one of these abominations opened the door and let us in. It then tied our hands together. In the room was a metal grate with holes for drainage, and above the grate was a single metal hook. The thing grabbed the first person and put them on the hook, impaling them right under their collarbone. They did little to fight as the thing moved closer and proceeded to flay the man alive, carefully removing all of his skin, aside from his head. Anytime the man would move, the thing would hit him on the head, knocking him out. The man stopped moving, as I assumed he was killed in this process. The abomination grabbed a cleaver and ripped into his stomach to remove his organs. I wished his death swift after that, as his body was limp. This thing then proceeded to eat the intestines, slurp them up as if they were noodles of spaghetti. I couldn't bear this anymore, and I cried, knowing that I may die. The abomination then started to make cuts into this husk of a man, and with that removing large portions of muscle, tissue, tossing them into the buckets nearby. And once all of his muscles were removed, he was beheaded and finally removed from the hook. The abomination took the body and tossed it into a chute. Next was the lady in front of me, who actually fought, kicking, punching, but to no avail as she was swiftly hooked and knocked out. My suit let me know all repairs were done. Now, this gave me hope, so I took the opportunity to sprint towards the only exit I saw, the body chute, and as I ran by the abomination, I let out a powerful yell. The thing laughed. "You can't escape." It swung one of its arms, hitting me in the spine with a steel hammer. I felt my spine being crushed by it. It then tried to pick me up, but the suit activated a powerful shock, sending this thing to its knees, buying me time to jump through the chute. It felt like I slid down the chute for 30 minutes before I finally fell into a mound of rotting bones and flesh. I stood up from the pile and looked around for an exit. It was then I realized I was in a cave with thousands of dead bodies. Bodies and bones. In the distance I saw a light. I carefully walked across the dead and escaped through a small hole. Outside the hole was the town. It was about a mile away. My suit informed me that it had fixed my spine fully, found resistance to the fungus. With that information, I slowly made my way to the city again. Since the suit's fully integrated with my cells, I was able to get a new disguise without much effort. As I entered the city, I could see it wasn't working, as all the citizens just stared at me. As I approached the gold tower, the citizens became more and more restless. They were all pointing, making awful screeching sounds. I opened the door and the king was there. The headless king yelled out and shook the room. "I am older than time. I have seen the end and the beginning of all things. But I haven't seen you. What are you, traveler, to be immune to my power?" It was then that I was summoned by the abominations. They all attacked me at once, holding me in place and dragging me to the king, as I was forced to kneel in front of him. I could feel it trying to break into my mind. I could hear it speaking to me in languages that I'd never heard. What are you? I have seen all life and all possible things, and yet you have evaded my vision. As he spoke, the words started to twist and turn as natural laws started to break down. The very thing that held me was turned to dust, and the room around me was melting. The headless king on his throne was doing all of this, breaking the base reality with his thoughts. The suit felt the danger and worked a way to resist it. However, his psionic abilities, they were able to affect me still. In a flash, he showed me how the Headless King was made. How he was a being of pure decay. The platonic concept of death and decay. As he fought off the void, he left a part of him in it. This thing was able to resist the void, ultimately winning the war. I felt like the Headless King couldn't kill me. So he was showing me what I needed to know. And as fast as it came to, the vision left. And all that was left was me and the king. Beside me were twisted abominations fused into the walls and the floors. The Headless King told me to leave, to never return. And as I left the tower, just outside the door, all of the cattle were being ripped open by the residents. Bones cracking, screams. The blood was everywhere, even the air. The sky was a dark red hue. The creatures, they all saw me. Their masks that they had wore started to open and reveal hidden mouths of razor-sharp teeth that were all stained black and red. They all rushed me, and I crouched into a ball to defend myself. It was then that I saw a blinding white flash. And I was teleported out of the dimension again. Into safety. But what horrors do I await in the next one? Any sufficiently advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic. Was Arthur C. Clarke. Orin here. At least, I was Orin. I'm now something more. Something bigger than anything, but I digress. I was Orin. A scientist who had thought ideas and stories. Let's talk about what you perceive as God. The Absolute is a being so large it can only be listed as an absolute infinity. Something completely and entirely unreachable by all means, possibilities. This thing, or God, isn't what you humans have come up with. It isn't just omniscience or omnipotence, but something greater and beyond any definition and rationalization. Let me start with how this all happened. See, since my last story, I've been trying my best to find out how to take out the being who is swallowing the infinite narratives in this dimension. The void is a being made to be the concept of fear, anxiety, depression, hunger. A being so destructive that the narratives that it consumes can no longer exist in any thoughts, completely erased from all history, all events, as if they never existed in the first place. The end of all stories, entirely. This is an issue I set out to resolve, as I didn't want you to suffer the same fate as my people. So as the last story mentioned, a being known as the Headless King seemed to have been able to banish the void permanently. I studied long and hard. I went through all possibilities and impossible scenarios. I spent many sleepless nights in constant fear and anxiety, just trying to figure out how it's possible to remove such a commanding presence. After all, how can you destroy something that sees me and you as a story? Transcendence. I had to transcend beyond the narrative, beyond its narrative. So I began to work on an upgrade to the suit. It can already transcend through the dimensions. What about the higher narratives that existed outside, external to the current measurable and immeasurable cosmology? Now, after my tweaks, I found that I could finally travel upward through the narratives, viewing each one as I pass as words on a page. It wasn't until I got to a white space that I stopped. Now this zone seemed to be where all the stories were being made. Imagine how terrifying it is to be in an endless room at every angle. This area was bright white and floated in the space. I just kept seeing words appear and disappear from my sight. It was akin to the words bleeding out of the white background, being absorbed back in. Even my thoughts were written on the page. I dubbed this place the Bleeding Edge, as it was beyond the edge of conceptualization and narrative, and it bled this narrative into the multiverse. At the time, I was still on edge as anyone else would be if they had seen their thoughts appear in a physical form in front of them. The mere idea that I was nothing but another word in this place, it sunk me further and further into my depression and my terrified state. As I panicked, I saw all my memories being pieced together in front of me. I had to relive the very first test of the suit, where a woman was compressed into a ball of meat and hair and bone. Or how I could see the man I tried to save from killing himself only for me to look into my eyes and tear out his muscles one by one, with each snap and tear got audibly louder. I started to sweat and panic more and more. Even though I felt like I was on top, I could still hear the void. I could feel its presence. I could feel my mind rushing as the possibilities of this should be none. I escaped the void's narrative. I know I did. How is it continuing? And it was there that I saw it. The void manifested in me, turning the whole white background into a black one. Words, stories, and existence stopped being written, and it was just me and it. The void walked towards me slowly with a grin on its face. If you forgot, the void takes up the form of a large humanoid with pale white skin. No eyes, no ears, no nose. The void never spoke with his lips, but his mind. This thing enters your mind and hijacks your thoughts, emotions, actions. I felt you, Oren, moving through the narrative ladders and thinking I will not be able to catch up or meet you. The silly child you are, this is nothing to me. The readers, the author, they're just an appetizer. Now you are the main course. The void bent reality in the bleeding edge, causing it to quickly close the space in on me. I felt as if the sea of black ink was swallowing me whole, and within seconds I was drowning in the black liquid, and I could feel my skin peeling off slowly as I was being flayed alive. Layer by layer, my skin, muscle, and bone were consumed in the sea of hunger, until I was but a consciousness, floating through the ever-expansive void. Depression has sunk in. I felt like I could never escape. The void had won. When I was at my lowest, I remembered my wife and child, Tikva and Kiran. The warmth of their memory gave me hope. Something I felt was impossible when confronting the void. The hope gave me strength. It gave me an epiphany. Why can I remember everything, but other people cannot? Why can I still think even though my physical form doesn't exist? It was then that another voice spoke to me. and it sounded like my own. Oren, you're fine. We are absolute. Know your existence and break out of this story. It was then a blinding white light surrounding me, and I was teleported into a different zone. This one was odd. Just an infinite library full of books. And I stood in front of the librarian. The librarian was a being of pure principle. It had no physical form, but it was there, and I could feel its presence in my head. You need to know, this is your only book, Oren, as you are its own author. I looked confused, and I lifted the book titled The Absolute. I spoke up and asked, "What is this place? And who are you?" The being laughed and decided to create a physical form. You will learn who you are in the book I gave you. However, I will help guide you until you know your true potential. You are in the Narratio Grandis, a library of all narratives. Everything here is everything that ever will, or was. The hub of possible and impossible. All stories exist here, in these books. I was confused, so I just acted as if I knew what they were talking about. After a short time, the librarian explained how this area cannot be damaged by anyone but two beings. One was the Headless King, and the other, the Absolute. After it was done speaking, the librarian disappeared. I sat down and I began reading the book. The book explained all of my travels, how I used to be something greater, and wanted to experience emotions. So I lowered my existence into an avatar named Oren. It was me the whole time. I was the one above the narrative. I was the answer to the void the whole time. The knowledge of all things flowed into me for the first time since my original split. I knew how to stop the void, however, this is a warning. The void must exist. The void consumes narratives and is the deaths of stories. I can't stop it still, only because it was my own design. The void is a universal necessity. I know what you're thinking. Does that mean that we all die? Yes. Embrace the ending of your narrative, as it is how I wrote it. You must be afraid. You must be confused. But in the end, these feelings don't matter. So what am I? Well, I am your author, your origin, and your synopsis. Everyone is in an aspect of its writer, and with my creation, you allowed your creation of narrative itself. I am one with all. I am absolute. I can see your story right now, and you have many more things looking up for you. I know, since I wrote it. But this is my final goodbye for this narrative. But I have many more to come. Many trials and tribulations ahead of being a writer. However, to write this narrative, I became a human. This is my last story as one. Life is fleeting, but stories are forever. Signed, The Absolute. If you're seeing this, then that means that the prayer that I've been making with every single ounce of hope left in my body has been answered. Thank God. I've been trying for the last 3.5 hours to get through any way possible to the outside world with no luck. I'm no computer expert, but the water damage my laptop suffered must have severely fucked up the satellite link-up, something fierce. Any attempt to reach any website, be it the official Coast Guard, or even most social media sites like Facebook or Twitter, they've all yielded the computer crashing and rebooting. But for some reason, unbeknownst to me, Reddit, or should I be more specific and say that this particular page on Reddit managed to load perfectly without any issues. So I'm asking here and now if anyone reading this can help me. For the record, my name is Nathan Rogers. I'm 33 years old, and I was the helmsman of a fishing vessel called the Point of No Return. I say was because currently she's thousands of feet beneath my feet and the churning surface of the North Atlantic. I'm getting ahead of myself. In case anything happens to us before anyone reads this or I permanently lose connection, I should give as much of a detailed account as I can. That way someone might know where to find us. Or at least know what happened. We left our home port of Portsmouth, New Hampshire about a week and a half ago, bound for Grand Banks off the coast of Newfoundland. The Point of No Return is a longliner, and our aim was mainly to catch swordfish, along with cod and haddock. The prime season for a good haul was coming to a close, and with our haul during the summer falling short of our usual quota, we decided to make one final run to try and make some extra dough. When we arrived, we started off hauling in many good-sized fish. Everyone was happy. "Oh, yeah, hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about!" called Spencer. The youngest member of our crew as the first fish was hauled on board. But it was short-lived. After a few days, we began to fail to catch anything. It was as if all the fish had disappeared from the area. With our holds not even a quarter full, Gabe, our captain, made the call to sail even further east, to the Flemish Cap. Thanks to a few of us making the mistake of watching the perfect storm to pass the time on our trip, a few of us understandably had reservations about going so far from our landmass. The captain pointed out the obvious. "Boys, I wish it weren't necessary to do," he began, rubbing his thick white beard. "But it's either try the cap or go home broke." He looked to the sky, which looked clear. "Besides, the radar says there shouldn't be any storms for the duration of our trip." Up until now, I never believed in the concept of jinxing, but I can't help but swear that he jinxed the hell out of us with those words. We made way for the cap and reached it about a day or so later. To our shock, and of course our elevation, we began to haul in a metric fuck-ton of fish. Any apprehensiveness we had melted away like butter in a pan, and we all became infected with the thought of how much money we were going to make. Until, that is, the dark clouds began to move in on the horizon. I'd been at my station at the helms, and I'd looked out the starboard window to see the ominous darkness rolling towards us. What the hell? According to the weather reports, the nearest storm was hundreds of miles away, and yet here I was, staring one dead in the face. "You gotta be fucking kidding me," I muttered. Flicking on the ship's autopilot and walking from the door that led outside, I pushed it open. The thick smell of ocean and fish wafted over me. I looked down at the aft deck. I saw the captain helping the others ready the lines for the next drop. Hey, Cap!" I yelled out, raising my voice to be heard above the boombox blasting out hard rock music. He glanced up, shielding his eyes so he could see me better. I stabbed my finger towards the gathering storm, which occasionally flashed with lightning. I still perfectly remember how the captain's face filled with shock and surprise as he turned to see it. The rest of the crew turned and spotted it as well. "Oh, that's just great," Will, another of our crew, shouted out exasperatedly, dropping the hooks and lines on the deck. The rest of the crew led our curses, and some turned to the captain, asking him questions I couldn't hear over the music. After speaking to them for a minute, he walked over and turned off the boombox before making his way up the steps to stand beside me. "Where exactly in the hell did that come from?" he muttered, pulling his hat off of his head and scratching at the tufts of gray hair that remained there. I don't know, sir," I admitted, watching another bolt of lightning flash inside it. "All I know is I was at my station looking around. 1 minute I don't see it, and the next..." I trailed off. I followed the man back into the wheelhouse as he walked to the radar display. For a moment he stared down at it, and then lightly began to smack it. "Piece of shit," he growled. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He gestured to the screen. "The stupid radar must be on the fritz again. Doesn't show the storm on the radar at all." A small wave of confusion swept over me. I'd personally repaired the system the last time it wonked out, and as far as I knew it had been working perfectly, but as I stepped next to him, I saw he was right. No storm clouds were displayed on the radar in the direction the storm was coming from. What? A shiver rushed up my spine, one I didn't know why I'd had. The cabin was warm and comfortable, and yet it felt as if I'd just walked through a thick fog. Finding my voice, I looked at the captain, who had held a thoughtful gaze. "So, what do we do?" He took a second to answer, then sighed. "I'm not going to risk you boys or my ship, especially not after we had a good catch on the hold. Start plotting us a course back to Portsmouth. Hopefully we'll manage to stay just ahead of the storm." And with that, he turned and left the wheelhouse, heading back outside to help the others store the gear in preparation for our departure. I could hear the faint sound of them yelling to each other as they rushed around, the music playing again as well. I walked to the starboard windows and gazed out. The storm appeared closer now, the lightning flashes becoming more frequent. A particularly bright flash came, and for a moment, my eyes locked on a particular cloud formation that had been silhouetted in it. I blinked my eyes rapidly, the rational side of my brain attempting to wriggle in the other. No, there was no way that she saw that. You know full well storms play tricks on your eyes. Shaking my head, I returned to the helm, turning off the autopilot and nudging the throttle forward, hearing the rumble of the engines increase. I kept telling myself that I had been seeing things, but another shiver ran up my spine as I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The image of a cloud formed into the shape of a human skull. We only made it about 7 or 8 miles west when the storm overtook us. I've been on the water my entire life and been fishing on commercial vessels since I was 18 years old. I'd seen many strange and sometimes unexplainable things, and I've seen my fair share of storms, some very bad. But I'm not exaggerating when I tell you I've never seen a storm as fierce as this one. 20 minutes after the dark gray, almost black clouds slid over my head, the point of no return was being hammered by 12 to 14-foot swells, crashing water onto the deck. The wind howled as fiercely as a banshee, and the world around us turned almost pitch black, the only illumination coming from almost blinding flashes of lightning, which were followed by roars of thunder. I gripped the helm with my hands that had begun turning white at the knuckles, bracing my legs for each impact. The captain stood beside me, gripping the metal railing next to the helm to keep from falling. "Just keep going!" he yelled at me. Some of the crew stood behind us, staring out at the maelstrom with wide, frightened eyes. It was a fear that I found infectious. For as much as I kept calm for all outer appearances, inside I was terrified. As horrifying as horror movie monsters are made out to be, they don't hold a candle to the existence of dread and terror that Mother Nature, at her worst, can instill you with. Suddenly, Wyatt, one of the engineers, flew up the stairs from below. "Captain, we're taking on water somewhere, and I can't find the source." I saw many of my crew's faces go pale, but the captain remained calm. "All you get below and help Strosky. Find the source and either patch it or seal it, then start the pumps to get the water out of the boat." For a moment, nobody moved, until he barked again. "Do you want to end up at the bottom of the ocean? Move your asses!" That got their attention, and they quickly followed Wyatt down the stairs to the crew's quarters and lower decks. As we crested another huge swell, I spared a glance at the radar screen. It still showed no sign of the storm on its green screen as the line made its way around in a circle. I shook my head, feeling a strange feeling, one I couldn't place come over me. But I pushed it away. I forced myself to focus. Everyone's counting on you, Nate. Keep your head in the game and pray to the good Lord above that you make it out of this. I shot a glance at the captain. You really think we're going to make it through this, Gabe? I asked. The seriousness in my using his first name making him look hard at me before clapping a hand on my shoulder. With a good crew and a terrific man at the helm, son. Yeah, I do, he declared, pulling out a pipe from his pocket and lighting it. Thick, hazy smoke filled the room as he spoke again. I've been through far worse than this, after all. I doubted the man's words, but I tried to let them bring some much-needed comfort to me. A large wave crashed over the bow, splashing the front windows with water and obscuring my view ahead for a few moments. When it cleared, the world outside was again pitch black, the outer lights of the boat barely illuminating 20 feet around us. A strong vibration suddenly emanated from the floor beneath my feet, and I shot a glance down at the metal. What the hell was that? My answer was given a moment later as another crew member, Andrew, ran up the stairs. He was soaked with seawater, and his eyes darted around in their sockets in a panic. Captain, pumps are working their hardest, but we're taking on more water than they can expel. We can't find the source of the leak either. The captain cursed, then turned to me. Nathan, hold fast up here. Keep us going east. I'm gonna go below and try and help. Not giving me a chance to answer, he turned away, beginning to head towards the companionway stairs. I just turned back to look out the windows when the brightest flash of lightning came, turning the world around us from night to day. It also revealed something dead ahead. Something that made my heart stop. Oh, fuck my life, I managed out in a whimper. Racing towards the point of no return was a rogue wave, one that dwarfed all the swells around us. My mind screamed at me that it had to be at least 30 or 40 feet high, enough to block out the sky ahead. Captain! I screamed at the top of my lungs. I heard him stop, then the sound of his footsteps as he dashed back to me. God almighty, I heard him breathe. Nate, turn us broadside into the wave. Our only hope is for us to roll over completely. I turned to see him snatching for the microphone handset, which connected the wheelhouse to the ship's intercom as I began ripping the helm to port. Behind me, I heard Andrew let out a strangled scream as he spied the behemoth racing towards us. All hands! We have a rogue wave incoming! Brace for impact! The captain shouted into the mic. Below, I heard the terrified shouts of the crew spring up. I clenched the helm in a death grip as tears silently poured out of my eyes. In my head, the scene from The Perfect Storm flashed. The Andrea Gale being flipped and driven into the ocean. I only had enough time for one quick thought. Please, God. No. The waves smashed into us with all the force of a dozen runaway semi-trucks. The portside windows of the ship shattered into 1,000 pieces, and freezing seawater rushed over us in a seemingly unending wave. For a moment, my mind was unable to comprehend what had happened, and then it began screaming at me as I felt the world begin to rotate. We're fucking underwater. We're flipping underwater in the wave. The realization horrified me, and I felt certain that we would begin sinking like a stone to the bottom of the ocean. I let out a silent prayer for my death to be quick. And then, to my astonishment, we emerged back into the world above the waves. The shock at still being alive froze me in place, and then I looked around. I spied the captain, who'd locked his arms in a death grip around the metal bar next to me. Andrew had been tossed to the back of the wheelhouse. I saw a large gash in his head as he stumbled to his feet, coughing out water. Instantly, the captain ran to the stairs and shouted down them, "Somebody get up here! Give me a damage report!" As he did, I looked down at the screens in front of me. I felt a wave of despair wash over me as I saw most had short-circuited after their meeting with the ocean. The radar still glowed green, though. The screen crackled and flickered as though it would go out in any second. Wyatt appeared at the top of the stairs, blood dripping from his right arm and soaked to the bone. "Give me some good news, Wyatt," the captain yelled over the howl of the wind that screamed into the wheelhouse through the broken windows. To me, it sounded almost like a plea than a demand. Wyatt shook his head. The portside engine's dead, sir. Starboard's still running, but barely. Our main generator's dead. And the backup's running everything at full capacity. He let out a shaky breath and looked to the floor before finishing. And the pumps are dead as well, sir. For a moment, nobody spoke. The implications of the man's words hung like a noose around our necks. The pumps were dead. And so were we. It was only a matter of time before the ship filled with too much water and floundered. We're now running on borrowed time, I thought numbly. When the captain spoke again, his tone was more subdued. Go down below. Tell the men to gather all the emergency supplies they can. Food, water, first aid kits. Have them bring the life raft up and set it down. We'll stay with the ship as long as she'll take us. Then we'll abandon ship into the raft. Wyatt began to speak. Captain, with all due respect, these waves will tear the captain cut him off. Don't argue with me. Just do it. He barked. Wyatt took a step back, then turned wordlessly and headed down the gangway. He then turned to Andrew, who had began shaking slightly, the result of both the freezing water covering him in fear. Andrew, try the radio. Send out a distress call. You know the drill. For a moment, the younger man stood as still as a statue. Then he rushed to the radio and jammed his hand down on the transmit button. Mayday, this is fishing vessel, point of no return. Registration number 57306. We're approximately, I don't know, somewhere off the coast of Newfoundland, and we need urgent assistance. Our ship is taking on water and sinking. Does anyone read me? I tuned his words out as we began to repeat, turning instead to look out the broken windows. I didn't say it out loud, but I knew we were royally fucked. Wyatt's right, these waves will tear the raft to pieces long before anyone reaches us. The numbness began to spread as I was faced with the unavoidable thought that these might be the final minutes of my life. Moments of my past flashed in front of my eyes. Growing up as a child in Portsmouth, spending weekends at friends of my mother's in Kittery Point, visiting BG's boathouse with my mother and aunt, my relationship with Dana, my ex. A single image suddenly appeared in my mind, my friends and family crowded around a cross commemorating us, crying. My breath began to come in short, ragged gasps as I tried to force away the image. Bing! The sound snapped me out of my inner battle with my mortality, and I blinked for a second. What the... And then it came again. Bing! The realization suddenly crashed into me as hard as the wave had. The radar! Looking down, I watched the flickering screen as the line made its way around again. This time, as the sound rang through the wheelhouse a third time, I saw the large shape appear, and it sent a bolt of renewed hope through me. Captain, I've got something on the radar! The sound of Andrew's distress call stopped as both men turned towards me. I think it's a ship! Instantly, the man was at my side, gazing down at the screen. I don't believe it. You're right. He breathed out in an astonished tone. Then he locked eyes with me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Nate? He asked. I swallowed. Gabe, right now there isn't much of an alternative. He looked at me for another second before nodding. And head approximately south-southwest. Pour on the power. For the next 20 minutes, we crashed through the storm in silence, aside from Andrew, who'd returned to attempting a distress call. Finally, he gave up. Captain, the rogue wave must have snapped off our radio antenna, he said. Still, we continued on. I strained my eyes against the lashing wind and rain pouring through the windows, praying to catch sight of our only chance at survival. And then, in the lightning flash, I saw it. Even a few miles away from us, I could tell the ship was huge. She rose almost imposingly out of the water, rolling up and down in the waves of the storm. Another flash of lightning showed that her hull was black, while her upper decks were painted white. Two large red and black smokestacks rose into the sky, almost disappearing out of sight. I heard the captain let out a low whistle as we spotted it. She's got to be, 800 feet long? I called over the wind. Try more like 1,000, he yelled back. By now, most of the rest of the crew had reappeared from below deck. They brought the gear the captain had ordered up and had packed it into the waterproof bags. I'd also requested that the satellite phone and laptop be brought up as well. Unfortunately, the phone was very much dead from being submerged, but the laptop, according to Will, was able to be salvaged. When they caught sight of the giant ship, they let out cheers and turned to hug one another. I realized I hadn't been the only one feeling that death was breathing down our necks. As we drew within half a mile of the ship, I realized something was off. "Captain, she's dead in the water. She's not moving at all," I yelled. If she'd been under power, I might have taken longer to draw near. The captain looked hard, then nodded. "You're right. Must have snapped off her mooring lines in the storm somewhere. It's a ghost ship, adrift." I saw the crew's faces fall at the news. "So what do we do now?" Kenny, the other engineer, asked. The captain turned to them as I steered us closer. "We stick to the plan. We draw alongside her, find our way aboard. We transfer our equipment on board, and we'll go from there." The look of hope returned in some of their eyes, but I saw apprehension enter others. I didn't blame them one bit. Fear still coursed through my veins. All it takes is one screw-up, one mistake, and we're all dead. The captain ordered me to move around the ship's port side so as to give us a small bit of shelter from the storm. He then snapped on the powerful searchlight, which thankfully hadn't been taken out by the wave, and traced it over the ship. A few minutes later, I heard him let out a triumphant laugh. "Nate, move us next to the middle of a ship. There's a ladder dangling there." He was right. I saw the white lines and wooden steps flailing about in the wind. Sparing a glance behind us and seeing that the ocean was beginning to creep over the back of the transform, I hastily maneuvered the point of no return over to the ladder, nudging the throttle into neutral as we drew alongside. Sparing a glance out the open side door, I saw Spencer and Will reaching out with the boat hooks to snatch the ladder. Yes, the two men hooked it and lashed it onto our railing. "Okay, one at a time. Get the gear and get up there," he yelled. Slowly, almost painfully, the 8 members of our crew made their way up the ladder and onto the ship. As I watched Wyatt climb out of sight, a sound caught my attention. I looked down to see all the remaining gauges die, and the sound of the remaining engine idling die away. Crap. Almost immediately afterwards, I became aware of a new sound. It was one that spurred a new wave of panic in me. It was the sucking sound of the sea rapidly flooding the point of no return. "Captain, she's going under!" I screamed, snatching up the last bag of supplies. I saw the man give an almost pained look as he cast a final look at the vessel he'd worked his entire life to afford, before shouting at me and Kenny, the last 2 aboard beside himself. "All right, boys, abandon ship!" Kenny went up the ladder first, unable to wait for him to make it all the way up. The captain and I unsnapped the ladder from our railings and began climbing after him. We were halfway up when I heard the sucking sound increase to a feverish pitch, stopping and sparing a look below me. I saw the point of no return's bow lift out of the water as her stern slipped below the waves. She rapidly began to sink, and I turned to continue climbing. That was when a scream came from overhead. I snapped my gaze up to see a body fall past me, missing me by less than a foot. For a moment, shock kept my mind from working, till I realized who'd I seen in the split-second flash of lightning. "Kenny! Kenny!" I screamed out into the dark. But when the lightning flashed again, I saw no signs of him floating in the waves. Only the bow of our ship as it finally slipped below. I shouted the man's name again, the wind tearing the cry from my lips and off into the storm. "Nathan, he's gone!" came a cry from below me. I shot a look down, seeing the captain looking up at me with a horrified expression. "Get up the ladder!" he ordered. I fought my emotions for a moment, then climbed as quickly as I could for the railing. A few moments later, both the captain and I hauled ourselves over, collapsing onto the wooden deck with sputtering coughs and groans. When I raised my head, it was to see the ashen face of Wyatt looking down at us. "Where's Kenny?" he cried. I took in a shaky breath and shook my head slowly at him. I saw the shock and horror flash into his face. The same happened to all the men standing behind him. For my part, I simply felt numb. Even though I had lost my aunt to ovarian cancer in 2009, lost one of my mom's family friends to a brain tumor in 2012. I'd never actually seen anyone die before. Not in real life, anyway. My mind was a jumble. I couldn't think properly. Thankfully, though, the captain stood up and he spoke. his voice shaking only for a second before hardening. As hard as this may be for everyone, we need to get inside and out of the storm. We'll have time to be able to grieve later. Right now, we need to get away from the wind and the rain before we catch pneumonia or hypothermia. His words seemed to bolster everyone, even myself. And we all stood, gathering our supplies and moving to find the door inside. After a few minutes searching, we found one, and after snapping on the waterproof flashlights that we all had, we stepped inside the ship. Instantly, the sound of the howling wind grew fainter as we found ourselves inside a companionway of some sort. It seemed like it was meant for the crew. It seemed more Spartan in function over form than what I had seen from the rest of the ship. Nobody said a word as we made our way down until we came to another door. Will, being the first in line, reached out and opened it, and as we stepped into what I can only describe as the most luxurious lounge I'd ever been in. The walls were plastered with wood that reflected back in the glow of our lights. What appeared to be marble lined the ceiling overhead. I saw dozens on tables and chairs, ones that had once been scattered across the room, lying overturned or on their sides, no doubt thrown about by the storm. Walking further into the room, I turned to the left and aimed my flashlight at the wall. I nearly jumped out of my skin as my light reflected off a huge face that gazed back at me. "Jesus!" I shouted, feeling my heart begin a marathon in my chest. "What is that?" I heard Andrew call out. All the men ran to me and aimed their lights at what I'd seen. Instantly, the tension that filled the room was replaced by the sound of laughter. "Fucking hell, Nate, you really that afraid of the Queen of England?" Manny, another of our crew, asked as he fought for breath. I let out a shaky breath of my own, and I played my light over what I now saw was a painting of one of Queen Elizabeth II. Then I began to laugh along with him. Good Lord, Nate, you really are a pussy. For a moment, we all stood there, laughing and feeling the mood lightening somewhat. Levity helped lighten the sadness that we all felt. It was cut short by the captain's voice, as a loud rumble of thunder came from outside. "All right, everyone. Change into dry clothes, break out the sleeping bags, and get some sleep. This has been one of the worst days of our lives. We need a rest. Tomorrow we'll take stock of the ship, figure out what to do next." And with that, everyone began to fan out, finding a lone corner to change in without being seen. As they did, I approached the captain. "Gabe," I said, tapping the man on the shoulder. He turned to look at me, and I instantly saw the haunted look in his eyes. Poor man blames himself for Kenny. I wanted to say something, say that it wasn't his fault. Instead, I told him I wanted to stay up a little, get the laptop out, try and get a signal from the satellite connection, try and find a way to send out a call for help. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed, gesturing towards the vast amount of chairs and tables. "Go ahead. Try and get some sleep afterwards." I nodded, then patted him again on the shoulder before turning away. And that's where I am now. I changed into dry clothes and found a thick, cushioned armchair on its side. I sat it upright and pulled out the laptop. The battery was, thankfully, fully charged, and I have a solar charger if it gets low, which survived. But as I said at the start, it had to have sustained some kind of water damage because it won't let me get to many, if any, sites at all, only this one. I'm the only one of us left awake now, and all around me I can hear the snores of my fellow crew members. I hear them rolling over to get comfortable on the carpeted floors. I still hear the rain pounding on the roof of the great ship. I hear the thunder rumble. I feel the ship lurching up and down in the waves. I pray she doesn't hit any rocks during the night. Don't need another problem on our hand. There's one final thing I have to say, though I can't help but feel foolish about it. I know that we're the only ones on board. Otherwise, people would have already come by now. It'd be swarmed with crew or passengers, and yet Yet I can't shake the feeling I'm being watched. I know it's ridiculous, but I can't make the feeling go away. I feel like a goldfish with its owner staring at me, and I don't like it one bit. I even took a walk around outside this lounge to reassure myself nobody else is here. I know the captain wouldn't have liked me doing so, but I wouldn't have been able to sleep otherwise. If anyone reads this, can anyone help us? We're only fishermen who've only dealt with a 70-foot-long longliner, not a giant cruise ship or an ocean liner. Does anyone know what we have to do to get power going again? Where we have to go? If we can get power restored, we might be able to get the radio on board working again, let people know we're out here. Is there anything else important we should do tomorrow? Anything at all that you can think of? I mean, please let me know. If anyone sees this. I'll check back in the morning to see if anyone has. And one more thing. I don't know if it'll help. When I went back for my walk to prove to myself nobody else is here, I found a life ring which had the name of this ship stamped onto it. So maybe someone could look, see if the ship's been labeled missing or something, which would work to try and get someone to know where we are. I mean, the name of the ship bears the same name as the huge, almost creepy-looking painting on the wall that in the dark I try not to look at myself. RMS Queen Elizabeth. Thank God. To say I'm relieved that my first post got through would be an understatement of massive proportions. Even though it seems like not many people saw it, the fact anybody did is a blessing in itself. It gives me hope that all of us might make it out of this situation yet. First and foremost, to the people who did see it and comment, I can't thank you enough, especially to the person who suggested a plan on what to do in regards to the power. It was actually thanks to you that I was able to give the captain and the others a suggestion of what to do today. Unfortunately, due to the fact that we were so excited to get off the point of no return before she sank out from underneath us, we didn't bring the life rafts with us. Only the supplies that we thought we'd need. We were too caught up in the fact that we had a better alternative to remember to lug it up the ladder. I do have to confess one thing to you all, though. When I first woke up this morning and checked the comments that you left, I thought people were either pulling my leg thinking I was bullshitting you all, or that you'd been mistaken. I mean, after all, if the Queen Elizabeth caught fire and sank years, if not decades ago, how the hell could we be on board? Ghost ships, legitimate ones, only exist in horror movies, not in real life. There had to be a mistake made here. However, after some of the things that have happened today, I can't help but start to wonder if you're right. And if you are, we're in a whole lot bigger trouble than we thought. I'm jumping the gun, though. I should tell you what went down today. When I first woke up, the first thing I realized was that the storm had passed. The rain no longer pounded on the roof of the ship, and it no longer twisted about in the swells. For a moment, it was so calm I forgot where we were, what had happened yesterday. Then, everything came crashing back to me, causing me to sit up straight in my sleeping bag. The first thing I saw was the captain, who sat in one of the lounge chairs. He must have woken up a while ago. His head turned in my direction as I pulled myself out of the bag to my feet, and he gave a short nod. Winding up my nerve around the sleeping forms of the others, I had made my way over to him. "How long you been up, Cap?" I whispered, as I picked up another chair and sat it beside him. He shrugged. "A little while now. I was planning on waking everyone else up in 20 minutes or so." I could see that losing Kenny still weighed heavily on his shoulders. The man likely hadn't gotten much sleep due to it eating away at him. I decided to say something. "You know what happened wasn't your fault, Gabe. Kenny was above us. We couldn't have done anything to save him. It was just an accident. For a moment I saw his eyes harden and his mouth opened as if to snap at me. Then he slumped into the chair, his body seeming to sag. "I appreciate you saying that, Nathan. More than you know," he sighed. "But a captain's job is to keep his crew safe. Get them home. I didn't do that for Kenny. I'm going to have to live with that." I wanted to argue, but I saw that no amount of it would change his mind. Instead, I nodded and turned to look out across the massive room. We roused the others a few minutes later, and as they opened up the supplies we'd brought to bring out some food and water, the captain reminded me to check the laptop. Booting it up, I saw the battery was low, making a mental reminder to set the solar-powered charger in the sunlight outside to charge it back up. Then I checked the post I'd made. Hope and excitement surged through me as I saw comments left below. You guys, people saw what I wrote!" I called out. In seconds, I was surrounded as everyone crowded around me. A bottle of water and a granola bar was shoved into my hands as I read the comments you all had left. There was silence for a few moments. Then Spencer spoke up. I can't be right," he said softly. He looked up at us. "These people can't be right? There's no way the ship they're talking about is the same one we're on board." Wyatt answered him. "No, Spence, they either think we're playing with them and just spewed bullshit, or they're thinking of another ship. We're not on some early 2000s horror movie." I shot a look at the captain. "Cap, you're the oldest out of all of us," I began. "Do you know if there was a ship called the Queen Elizabeth that did catch fire and sink?" He stayed quiet for a moment, seemingly lost in thought before answering. "There was a ship called the Queen Elizabeth. It was built in 1930, and that did catch fire and sink in Hong Kong Harbor in the early 70s. He shook his head. "But no, there's no way this could be the same one. There's no such thing as ghost ships that manifest out of nothing." He stood up, seeming to push away any remaining thoughts of the matter from his head. "We need to get on to more realistic and pressing matters, though. We need to find a way to get power going. Without it, we have no way to operate the radio to sound out a call for help." I pointed at a particular comment that gave an idea of what to do. He leaned down, silently reading it before nodding. "That's our plan for today," he declared, before splitting us up into two teams. One team comprised of myself, Andrew, Spencer, and Will, and we would explore as much of the ship as we could, while the captain, Wyatt, and the other remaining member of the crew, a tall, muscular Italian man named Vinny, would try to find their way down to the bowels of the ship to restore power. With the plan made, and a set of walkie-talkies given to the captain and to me to maintain contact with each other, we exchanged the last "good luck" and "stay safe," and left the lounge. Flicking on our flashlights, the four of us slowly walked back through the hallway that we'd taken to get inside. A moment later, we emerged into the bright light of day. The sun felt nice and warm on my face, and I couldn't help but let a small smile cross my face. It disappeared, though, as my eyes looked out beyond the railing. The endless ocean surrounded us, stretching far away beyond the horizon. No sign of land anywhere. A small shiver shot through me as the image of our ship slipping beneath the waves replayed in my mind, along with watching Kenny fall to his doom. I shook my head. "Snap yourself out of it. Keep focused." I pulled the solar charger from my pocket and set it down next to the open hatch. I'd pick it up later when we came back this way. Andrew spoke up, pointing to the row of lifeboats that hung from davits that spread out away from us. "You think those would be safe for us to use?" I shrugged my shoulders. I don't see why not, but I wouldn't want to try and use one of those to get back to shore. I pushed the hair out of my eyes and pushed my glasses on my nose. "All right. Let's keep moving, guys." For the next few hours, the four of us explored both the inside and outside of the ship, occasionally stopping to radio our position back to the captain. The Queen Elizabeth was indeed a luxury ship in every sense of the word. The wood on the outside decks were well varnished and teaked, shining brightly in the sunlight. The same was true for the miles of wood that plastered the walls of the carpeted hallways and the rooms that crisscrossed the inside like a maze. I was almost in awe of how beautiful it was. However, there was one thing that surprised me, and I wasn't the only one to notice. As we walked through another lounge, Will said the words that incessantly reverberated in my head. Anyone else notice we haven't seen a single TV on board yet? Andrew shrugged his shoulders. Hey, who knows? Maybe they took all the TVs off the walls for renovations or something. And maybe it's one of those ships that deliberately doesn't have any in order to keep the passengers from not taking part in activities. His words reassured me a little, but I still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The entire time we'd been exploring the ship, an indescribable feeling was following me like an annoying dog. And to make matters worse, the feeling of being watched that I had had last night hadn't gone away. Every so often I would shoot a look behind us as we walked, aiming my light back the way we'd come. I saw nothing. But for some reason, it felt like something had been there, and pulled back just out of sight every single time I looked. As we entered what, according to the sign above the door, was the first-class smoking room, the radio on my belt chirped. There was a layer of static above everything due to the massive amount of steel and wood in the way, but the words of the captain were unmistakable. Nathan, you finally reached the engine room. We also found the power source. I heard a small trace of surprise in the man's voice as he continued. You're not going to believe this, but your ship's powered by what appears to be Yarghoul boilers. I've seen these things on a ship since I was a young man in the Navy. Spencer's face scrunched up in confusion. The hell is a Yarghoul boiler? He asked. I shrugged my shoulders, then hit the transmit button. Can you get the power going? There was another wave of static before he answered. It'll take a little while, but yes, we'll be able to get power back to the ship. Just give us about 20 minutes or so, half an hour at most. It's been a while since I've ever had to fire one of these behemoths up. There are 12 of them down here. And with that, it clicked off. Well, now what do we do in the meantime? Will asked. Spencer began to answer him. Well, I remember seeing on a map on the wall there was a first-class gym on the deck. 4 of us could go lift some weights till everything was going up. Or, if you fancy a swim, there's a swimming pool as well. Hell, we could even... He kept speaking, but I'd stopped listening to him. The feeling of being watched had returned. This time with a vengeance that caused a cascade of shivers to shoot up my spine. For a moment, I resisted the urge to look around. Then I cast my eyes towards a set of windows to the outside, where someone peered in at us. I only caught a glimpse of the figure for a moment before they realized they'd been spotted and yanked their head back out of sight. But it was enough to see what looked like a small boy or a young teenager. Hey! I shouted out, rushing over to the window. It didn't open, but I was able to crane my neck enough to look around the corner. The deck was empty in all directions, but I knew I hadn't seen things. There had been someone there. Hey guys, did any of you see that? There was no answer from behind me. I could imagine them looking at me like I'd just grown 2 heads. They probably think I'm nuts. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I saw someone out there. They still didn't respond. I felt a slight pang of irritation flow through me and turned back, beginning to speak. Guys, don't be assholes. I'm asking you. The smoking room was empty. My voice died in my throat, and I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. What the hell? I looked around, my eyes wandering to the ornate wooden bar that lined the back of the room, but there was no movement over there either. What the hell? Did they freaking leave? I breathed out incredulously. The irritation I'd felt a moment ago reared its head again, and I strode to the open doors to the hallway. Hey, assholes, what the hell's the matter with you? We're not supposed to split up! My voice echoed in the gloom, bouncing off the wooden walls, dying away. But nobody answered. A thought suddenly entered my mind. Oh, this better not be a fucking prank. This is not the time or the place for that shit. I knew that the three men loved to play practical jokes on themselves and the rest of the crew, but I would have thought they'd known better than to pull them in this predicament. I let out a deep sigh and began to walk down the hall, my footsteps muted by the carpeted floor. If this is a joke, I'll fucking wring your necks, I muttered, reaching a T-junction and shining my light down it. Empty. Empty and silent. I kept going straight, passing by a sign showing the direction of the gym and the movie theater. I remembered hearing Spencer talk about it and quickened my pace. I expected the sound of their voices to slowly begin filtering down to me, but as I approached the door to it, I still heard nothing. And when I shone the light inside, reflecting off rowing machines, stationary bikes, and other exercise equipment I didn't recognize, my exasperation grew. You know what? Screw this, I said through gritted teeth, snatching a walkie-talkie from my belt and thumbing it. Hey, Captain, you're not going to like this, but the others quite literally abandoned me and ran off to God knows where. I'm trying to find them, but they're completely fucked off. Any advice on what I should do? Over. A wall of static greeted me as I let go of the transmit button. No one answered. I hit the button again. Captain, do you read me? I'm alone. The others have run off. Over. More static. I began to fiddle with the dials, changing channels. Fucking interference, stupid piece of shit. I hit the button again. Hello, does anybody read me? Over. The static suddenly stopped. The hallway went silent. A silence I've never experienced before, one that seemed to be alive, if that makes any sense. Then a voice suddenly tumbled from the walkie-talkie speaker. Hello, Nathan. My eyes shot down to the radio in my hand, my breathing catching in my throat. I felt like someone had just poured a bucket of ice water down my back. That wasn't the captain's voice. That wasn't any of my crewmates' voices. For a moment, I debated saying nothing, and then I slowly pressed down on the transmit button. My throat had gone dry as cotton. Hello? I said, my voice coming out gaspy and ragged. For a few seconds, there was no reply, and then came the voice again. A man's voice, deep and low. Welcome aboard, to all of you. My heart began to thump hard in my chest, and my breathing quickened. What the actual fuck, man? I forced myself to hit the button again, forced my voice to come out much calmer than I felt. Who the hell are you? There was another stretch of silence in which I began to furiously look over my shoulders, the feeling of paranoia growing by the second. Then my blood turned to ice as a new sound emanated from the radio speaker. The sound of the man beginning to laugh. Another laugh joined the first, this time a woman. I stared at the radio as if it was possessed, as more and more people's laughter began to filter out of it, sounding as if an entire room full of people had just found what I'd said the most hilarious thing they'd ever heard. Fear began to fill every fiber of my being, a new kind of fear, different than the one I'd felt in the storm last night, and then it climaxed as a horrifying scream, one that sounded like a woman being brutally murdered, tore from the speakers. I practically flung the walkie-talkie out of my hand to the floor, clapping a hand over my mouth as I backed up into the wall. As soon as the scream finished, the radio went silent. For a few moments I stood there, hands still clapped over my mouth and staring at the radio like it was about to sprout legs and chase after me. I fought to get my racing heart and stuttering breaths under control, the logical part of my mind trying to make sense of things. You're panicking, Nathan. You're panicking, and You're panicking so much that you're beginning to experience auditory hallucinations. When the mind breaks, it conjures up things that aren't there. What you need to do is get outside, into the fresh air. Fresh air will do you good. I took a deep breath, feeling myself begin to calm down. The fear I'd felt began to melt away like ice in spring, and I shook my head. Yeah, you're supposed to be the calm and rational type, Rogers, I whispered to myself. I let out a soft laugh and took a step towards my dropped radio, but I stopped as I felt my footstep on something. Something that wasn't carpet. I looked down at the floor. There, crushed under my foot, was what appeared to be a folder of some sort. No, not a folder. I crouched down, aiming my light as I picked up the object. There was artwork on the cover. I could see a violin, a film reel, shuffleboard, other items decorating the cover. Big blocky black letters in the middle of the cover read "Program for Today," and in the bottom right-hand corner was the word "Kearns" in cursive scrawl. I looked at the cover as I walked over and picked the radio up, clipping it back to my belt. Focusing my attention on it was helping me rapidly calm, and I decided to quickly flip it open to see what it said. There were only 2 pages inside. The top of the left page was adorned with the words "Notices," while the right page was headlined with "Program of Events." My eyes began to slide down them, silently reading it out until my mind caught up with my eyes. Wait, I didn't just see that, did I? I flashed the light back up to the top of the right page, where the date was stamped. Thursday, June 21st, 1956. What? I blinked my eyes a couple of times, silently praying that the date would change. That I was seeing things. But no. It remained the same. I began to feel my heart pound in my chest again. This makes no fucking sense, man, I said. For a moment, my mind flashed back to the comment I'd seen this morning about the ship having sunk decades ago. I shook my head, trying to stay calm. Get the hell outside, Nathan. Take a breath. I turned my head back to the direction of the smoking room and froze. The program fell from my hand to the floor. My heart thundered in my chest and my breathing came in short, ragged gasps. There were figures standing in the hallway. Down by the T-junction. I couldn't tell how many, but there were enough that they blocked the way back. In the gloom, I couldn't see any features, just the dark outlines of them. Remembering the flashlight in my hand, I began to raise it to aim at them. And that's when the light flickered out. I was plunged into gloom as I stared down at the light, smacking it and mentally pleading for it to come back to life, but it was no use. The light was dead. Realization suddenly filled me as my mind screamed at me that I'd taken my eyes away from the figures. When I snapped my head up, I almost screamed. They'd drawn closer, packing the hallway from wall to wall. They made no noise. At first, and then I heard the whispering again. It started quietly, almost to the point that I thought that I was hearing things, but then it began to grow louder. I couldn't tell what was being said. The voices were so low, it was impossible to distinguish individual words. Even so, I felt a new bolt of terror shoot through me at the sound, and then my fear compounded as I saw the figures take a step towards me. I began to violently shake as I slowly began to back away. And then they came for me. The figures were suddenly a blur of motion, moving far faster than any human being could. They streamed towards me, the whispering suddenly intensifying to a fever pitch. Caught off guard, I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet and falling to the floor. My right elbow slammed into the wood paneling, and I felt a bolt of pain shoot up my arm. The figures swarmed over me. The whispering morphed into laughter and screaming. A moment later, more screaming began, my screams, and I raised my arms over my head, covering my face and curling into a ball. Tears began to roll down my face. I felt at any moment I'd be torn apart. Nathan! The shout cut through the silence. I stopped screaming, but kept my arms over my head protectively. Then I felt a hand begin to roughly shake me. The terror returned and I lashed out. "Get the fuck off of me!" I screamed. The voice came again, a familiar voice. "Hey, easy, bro, easy." The realization made me lower my arms and open my eyes. 3 faces etched with panic and fear looked down at me. For a second, I fought to find my voice. Andrew, Will, Spence. Relief crossed the face of my crewmates. "He's back," Andrew said quietly, wiping visible sweat from his brow. I uncurled myself and sat up, looking around. I was lying on the floor of the smoking room, close to the window, the one that I'd seen the figure outside. I was lying on the floor of the smoking room, close to the window I'd seen the figure outside. Sunlight still streamed in, landing on where I'd collapsed on the floor. I looked up at the others. What the hell happened?" I managed to ask. Spencer shook his head, still looking rattled, but Andrew again answered me. "Dude, I have no fucking idea. One minute we were talking about going to check out other areas of the ship, the next you suddenly yelled and ran to the window. Then you started pulling a statue routine. You didn't respond to anything we said. You just stared out at the ocean, not moving, not blinking, until you suddenly fell to the floor and began screaming." He let out a shaky breath of his own. "He scared the ever-living shit out of us." I blinked rapidly, my mind trying to make sense of his words. Had I really hallucinated everything? Had it all just been in my head? I stumbled to my feet, aided by Will and Spence. Andrew just kept looking at me, a concerned look now on his face. I took a deep breath of my own. I'm okay," I said, my voice sounding far calmer and surer than I felt. "You sure?" Will asked me. I nodded. I must have gotten less sleep last night than I thought. The stress and the sleep must have made me, I don't know, fall asleep standing up or something. I could see the other two relax immediately, taking my words at face value, but Andrew continued to look at me for a moment, seemingly unconvinced. Finally, he nodded. The sound of static stabbed through the air, causing me to almost jump out of my skin. Then the sound of the captain's voice rang out from the radio on my belt. "We're in business, boys!" I heard him declare happily. A moment later, I felt the floor beneath my feet shudder slightly from what must have been the boilers coming to life. And then the lights came on, all throughout the ship. The smoking room became ablaze with the yellow light of what had to be incandescent bulbs, banishing away the gloom that lurked in the corners like monsters in the closet. I began to say something to the others when a new sound began. Music. Music began spilling out from what had been hidden speakers in the walls or ceiling. It echoed all throughout the deck. I could hear the instruments along with the woman's crooning voice reverberating far down the hallway, and likely throughout the entire ship as well. Spencer looked up at the walls. "Man, that's one hell of an old song," he commented. Andrew nodded, still looking hard at me. Will suddenly snapped his fingers. "I know this song!" he exclaimed. My grandmother used to play it all the time when I was a little kid." He began snapping his fingers again, thinking hard. It's by a singer from the 40s and 50s called, I think, Joe Stafford? Now Andrew did take his eyes off me, looking over at him. "What's the song's name?" he asked, mildly interested. Will thought for another moment before answering. "You belong to me." As if on cue, the singing voice sang out the 4 words. I couldn't help but shiver slightly at them, still feeling as if I'd jumped straight from Kansas to Oz, and then been booted back to reality. I cleared my throat. Hey guys, would you mind not telling the captain about what happened to me? He looked at me for a moment, thinking. Yeah, sure, Nate. Andrew said. As long as you don't ever do that again. Feeling relieved, I nodded. Spencer spoke up. Come on, we should try and make it back up with the captain. Figure out what to do next. And with that, we walked out of the room, Will following close after him. Andrew shot me one more look. You sure you're all right? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. I lied. I raised my right arm to rub the back of my neck as he began to leave the room, but I stopped as a throbbing pain suddenly shot up my arm. I let out a small gasp of pain, bringing my left hand over to feel the back. As soon as my fingers touched my right elbow, another sear of pain rippled out. I turned and looked where I'd fallen. There was nothing there for me to have slammed my elbow into, and the carpet had been thick and plush, too plush to have hurt myself. The mental image of falling back into the wall suddenly burst forth in my mind. Falling as those figures rushed towards me, whispering and laughing and screaming. My eyes slowly rose to look down at the now brightly lit hallway. Even from here, I could see the sign showing the location of the gym. I shuddered. It was just a hallucination, wasn't it? I swallowed hard, forcing the thought from my head, and hurried to catch up to the others. We met the captain and the others back in the lounge we'd spend the night in. They'd found a way to turn the music off, and for that I was thankful. All we'd heard as we walked through the ship had been songs that sounded like they were from 70 years ago or older. All they did was remind me of the program I'd clutched in my hand. We met the captain and the others back in the lounge we'd spend the night in. They'd found a way to turn the music off, and for that I was thankful. All we'd heard as we walked through the ship had been songs that sounded like they were from 70 years ago or older. All they did was remind me of the program I'd clutched in my hand, seeing the date on it. You could tell they must have been breaking their backs to get the boilers going, sweat and black stains covering their faces and clothes. The captain glanced down at his watch. We only have about an hour or so of daylight left. Let's try and make our way to the radio room, see if we can send out a distress call. After that, we'll figure out where to go from there. We all nodded and hurried after the man as he led the way. The radio room wasn't hard to find at all. Once we'd entered the upper levels of the ship, ones I could tell were meant for crew only, the signs led us right to it. My hopes at being able to get off rose with every step we took, and then they were dashed as we reached the closed door to it. The captain reached out and attempted to turn the handle, but it refused to turn. A few of us gathered up next to him and attempted to force it open, but it wouldn't budge a single inch. Damn it! Locked, the captain growled as we finally gave up. I felt my heart sink. I could see the same expression in everyone else's face, but then the captain continued. All right, it means there's got to be a set of keys somewhere on board that can get us in there. He rapped on the metal door with his knuckles. So our next job is to find them. They'll likely be in the crew's sleeping quarters. Maybe even in the captain's cabin. He looked at his watch again. But that'll be a job for tomorrow. We should head back to the lounge, get some food and water into our systems, get some sleep. We've done a good job today. Finding our way through the ship now that she's had power is going to be much easier. I felt equal parts dismay and anxiety as I followed the others back to the lounge. And as much as I tried to ignore it, I still felt watched. The lights didn't help one bit. I kept looking back over my shoulder, afraid I would see the boy I'd seen in the smoking room window again. Or worse, the shadowy figures. Thankfully, though, I never did, and we made it uneventfully back to the lounge, where we ate our dinner. packages of MREs, ones that had been part of our emergency supplies. And then we began to settle back down for the night. I used the solar charger I'd left outside all day to charge the laptop. As I booted it up, Will came over to me. "You truly all right, man?" he quietly asked me. I nodded at him, giving him a false smile. He sighed. "You know, as much of a fucked up situation as we're in, the one good part was hearing that song again. I haven't heard it since my grandmother passed away." I looked up at him. "You like that kind of music?" I asked. He nodded. "Honestly, I like everything about that time period. The 1950s. I mean, I like the music, the movies, celebrities, cars. Between you and me, bro, I like it a hell of a lot more than the 21st century. If they invented time travel in my lifetime, I'd go back there in a heartbeat. Never come back." He let out a soft laugh, then patted me on the shoulder and walked away to his sleeping bag. I watched him go. Then, looked over at the captain. He gazed around at everyone, then looked over at me, and I started slightly. I saw something in his eyes that I wasn't used to seeing. Worry and fear? Did he see something down in the engine room? Just as quickly, it washed away, and he nodded at me. I returned the gesture, and he pointed at the laptop in my lap. It was an unspoken question. "Are you going to try to send a message out again?" I nodded, and he stood up, stretching his arms over his head and yawning before shaking his head slightly and heading for his own sleeping bag. And now, here I am, the only one left awake again. Captain turned out most of the lights in the lounge, something I really didn't like. So I moved over to a table that remained upright, one that had a lamp built into the middle of it, and I turned it on. I now sit here typing this out, but I can't help but look up, my eyes darting around the dark, expansive room. I'm terrified every time I take my eyes off the screen that I'll see those figures again, standing in the dark, staring at me. I wish so much that we could just jump into one of those lifeboats on the side of the ship, lower it into the sea, row away from this godforsaken place as fast as we could, but with only about a week and a half's worth of food and supplies, no idea where we are, we could end up rowing directly into the middle of the Atlantic. If we're not there already. Like I said at the start, when I first started this day, I felt for sure you all had been wrong. But just because the ship is named the Queen Elizabeth, it didn't mean that it was the same one that caught fire and sank long ago. But after what I saw in that hallway, both that program from 1956 and those things that I truly don't know whether I hallucinated or not, I'm starting to believe you might be right. As much as my logical mind tries to tell me it's impossible, I think that we might have jumped out of the frying pan of our sinking ship and into the literal fire. And honestly, I'm beyond terrified. I have no idea how I'm going to sleep tonight. I think in the morning I'll see about getting myself some kind of weapon, a chair leg, a knife, something. May not do anything against a kind of ghost, I guess, but it might make me feel better at least. But please, if you're still there, if you end up reading this, please let me know what we should do tomorrow. Should we try and find the keys to the radio room like the captain suggests, or should we do something else? Is there anything that I might have been missing here? Does anyone know anything more about the Queen Elizabeth? Anything that might give me a clue as to why this is happening, or just to direct us to any important places? Anything you can think of might help us. And God knows, right now, we need all the help we can get. The only phrase I know how to describe our current situation right now is up shit creek without a paddle. Things have gone from bad to far, far worse since last night, and to tell the truth, everyone is now scared out of their damn minds. Almost everyone. But I'll get to that in a minute. Before I say anything, let me again say thank you to those who commented on last night's posts. Despite everything that's happened today, we managed to make some progress. I can't help but think that it was thanks to all of you giving us some direction. Let me quickly answer a few things that you've brought up. Okay, so first and foremost, as soon as I opened the laptop and saw the comment, I went and pulled one of the maps from the ship off the wall, looking to see if there was indeed any sort of chapel or religious gathering area for us to hole up in, and unfortunately, Queen Elizabeth seems to never have built one on board, so that idea's out. Secondly, the reason why we set up base camp in the lounge is because it was the first place we reached when we came aboard, and it's the place we know the best. After yesterday, though, and especially with our current predicament, I'm beginning to think moving to one or two adjoining cabins might be a better idea. Not as much room for anyone or anything to creep up on us. That being said, let me tell you what happened today. We were roused by the captain just after the 10 minutes of the morning. "Come on, Nate," he said softly to me, shaking my shoulder. "We've got work to do today." Then he moved away to wake the others. For another minute, I simply lay there, staring up at the ornate ceiling high above our heads. The horrible mental images of the shadowy figures had followed me into my nightmares, and I dreamt of running down dark and seemingly endless hallways. The figures always just a step behind me. I shivered slightly as I remembered the voice welcoming me, welcoming all of us aboard. I attempted to force the image out of my head as I pulled myself from the sleeping bag into my feet. Once everyone was awake, we all quickly had breakfast before I broke out the computer to see what people had said. I quickly scrolled down to the comments I saw were there as the others came over. As much as I wanted to tell the others about what I'd seen yesterday, a small part of me whispered that none of them would ever believe me. For another minute, I simply lay there, staring up at the ornate ceiling high above our heads. The horrible mental images of the shadowy figures had followed me into my nightmares. I dreamed of running down dark and seemingly endless hallways, the figures always just a step behind me. I shivered slightly as I remembered the voice welcoming me. Welcoming all of us aboard. I attempted to force the image out of my head as I pulled myself from my sleeping bag into my feet. Once everyone was awake, we all quickly had breakfast before I broke out the computer to see what people had said. I quickly scrolled down to the comments I saw were there as the others came over. As much as I wanted to tell the others about what I'd seen yesterday, a small part of me whispered that none of them would believe me, especially after what Andrew, Spencer, and Will said they saw happen to me. If anything similar happens to me or anyone else, I'll tell them, but not until then. Everyone gathered around to read what you'd all suggested. I could tell to them it was like a lighthouse beacon, helping guide them to safety. I couldn't help but feel a small pang of disappointment flow through me as they again dismissed the ghost ship comments, even though I'd known it was coming. Apart from potentially the captain and me, nobody else had seen anything out of the ordinary. I shot a glance his way as he leaned in to read the screen, but any trace of fear I'd seen last night had been wiped away, replaced with his usual calm, calculating expression. "Well, at least people seem to agree with my idea to find the keys," he said finally, standing back up and seeming somewhat pleased. Wyatt leaned in and pointed at another comment. "Cap, what about this person's suggestion to move from the lounge to find some cabins to sleep in? I mean, that'd be a hell of a lot more comfortable than another night on the floor." The captain rubbed his beard, thinking. "They may have a point. I wasn't able to get much sleep last night. We'll move our stuff into some of the first-class cabins." Just the same as yesterday, we were paired off into two teams. The captain, Andrew, and Spencer would head off to the crew's quarters, try to find the keys, while myself, Wyatt, Will, and Vinny would try and find any food that we could add to our slowly dwindling supplies. I very much didn't want us splitting up again, not after both what you all had said and what I'd experienced. But try as I might to say so to the captain, he remained steadfast. "We need to cover as much ground as possible, Nate," he said, after we'd dumped our stuff into some adjoining cabins near the lounge. And with that, he turned and hustled the other two in his group away. I watched them go, saying a silent prayer for them to be safe, before turning to the others.
"Well, which way do we go?"
Vinny asked, gesturing to the many hallways that branched away from us. I looked down and studied the map of the ship for a moment, my eyes drifting past the maze of rooms and lounging areas before settling on a large area near the stern of the ship. "How about we start there? Though it looks like a restaurant called the Veranda Grill." The three men craned to look at the map. "Yeah, sure, why not?" Wyatt said, shrugging his shoulders. With our destination set, we turned and began heading aft. Passing through the lounge, we found ourselves in more hallways that seemed to stretch on forever.
"Man, they had a lot of cabins just in first class alone,"
Vinny said, as he passed a small sitting area looking out into the starboard side of the ship. Then he lowered his voice slightly.
"Hey, did any of you guys have anything weird happen yesterday?"
The question caused me to stop dead in my tracks. "What do you mean, weird?" I asked. Everyone stopped now. Wyatt let out a soft groan. "Oh, come on now, Vin. Nothing weird happened yesterday. The captain said so." But I could tell he wasn't being completely honest. Will's brow furrowed. "What are you guys talking about?" He took a step towards Vinny. "Did something happen to you guys down in the engine room?" Wyatt let out another protest, but Vinny seemed to ignore him.
"I don't, man. All I know is we were down there working like crazy to get the boilers up and running when I look over at the captain. He stopped in the middle of giving us directions. I had no idea what to do next."
I saw the big man shiver slightly before continuing.
He had the creepiest expression on his face. It was like he'd been hypnotized or something. The lights were on when no one was home. Then he just snapped out of it. He looked absolutely terrified for like half a second and seemed to remember what was happening. Kept going.
Wyatt cut in. "That's because he didn't get much sleep last night. He literally told us that when you asked him what was up. I swear to God, Vinny, you're making a mountain out of a molehill with this dude." Vinny shot a slightly irritated stare at him before turning back to Will and me.
"I just need to know. Any of you have anything weird or unusual happen to you guys yesterday?"
I exchanged a glance with Will. His expression was that of a perfect poker face, but the look in his eyes betrayed what raced behind them. For a moment, neither of us said anything. I debated whether to come clean about my experience, but Will spoke before I did. "No, nothing like that. Nothing besides accidentally tripping over an overturned chair." I felt a wave of surprise shooting through me. The entire time I'd known Will, I'd never known him to deliberately lie. He was someone who always told the truth, even if it ended up bad for him. The hell did this side of him come from? "There, see? All is as well as it can be," Wyatt said triumphantly. "Happy now, Vin?" I saw him study our faces for a moment before shrugging.
"All right, guess it was nothing."
And with that, he turned and began walking down the hall again. I spared another glance at Will, but he simply shrugged at me and turned to follow them. I stared after him for a minute, unable to move, until a familiar shiver shot up my spine, one that indicated I was being watched. I swung my head around, looking behind me, back down the hallway. Nobody was there. Nobody I could see, anyway. Feeling another shiver pass through me, I turned and jogged to catch up to the others. We found a set of stairs that, according to the sign next to them, led down to the restaurant deck from where we were on the main deck. Heading down a few flights, we found ourselves on yet another landing. Will suddenly let out a small laugh and pointed. "Hey guys, check it out!" Across the landing from us was what looked like a small booth. Glass and metal bars separated the person who sat inside from everyone outside. Looking up, I saw a sign hanging over the window. Pursuer's office. That must be where you drop off your paperwork you need to travel aboard, along with valuables you want locked up in the ship's safe, Wyatt said. He let out a laugh. You think there's anything valuable in there still? Jewelry, cash, shit like that? I turned to him, feeling a bit astonished. You're joking, right? He shrugged. Hey, we're alone on board here. If we took anything, I don't think anybody would know, he said, grinning slightly. Yeah, till the ship gets brought back to dock and the owner discovers shit missing from their dumbass, Vinny said in a displeased tone. After that, now it was Wyatt's turn to give him an irritated look. I was just kidding. Jeez. He looked down at the floor. Killjoy, he muttered. For my part, I gave him a long look, and looked over at the pursuer's office again. I don't think it'd be anyone on land who'd be pissed if we stole anything, I thought. Before anyone else could say anything, the radio let out a squawk. My heart momentarily began to thud in my chest for a moment. I was terrified I'd heard the man's voice from it again. Instead, the elated voice of the captain came. Nate, we found the keys. They're hidden away in a desk in the captain's cabin. A feeling of relief washed over me, and I pulled the walkie-talkie from my belt and thumbed it as I saw relieved smiles across the others' faces. That's terrific, Cap. You want us to head straight up to the radio room? The man spoke again, a sharp burst of static masking his voice. Say again? Now the man's voice came in loud and clear. Negative, Nathan. We might still need some supplies. We don't know how long it'll take for anyone to reach us. And we're going to begin running low on food soon. Go check out the restaurants like you were planning, and come meet us. Wyatt's face fell at his words, but I saw the other two nod at me. We'll try to be as quick as we can. Over and out. And with that, I clicked off. Come on, guys. This way, I said, pointing to a sign at the start of the left hallway. Veranda Grill. This way. The four of us made our way down the hallway. A porthole stood open halfway down, and as we passed it, the smell of the ocean filtered in. I slowed to take a deep breath of it, letting it invigorate me a bit, and froze. I did not just see that. But I knew I had. As we'd passed the porthole, I'd shot a glance out, hoping to catch a quick glimpse of the relatively calm waters, and I'd caught a split-second glimpse of someone walking past it. It had been too quick to see anything besides a blur, but it had been enough. I felt the fear of yesterday return. Shit. Not again, man. My heart raced in my chest, and I felt a lump form in my throat. Hey, you alright, Nate? The voice snapped me back. I looked up to see the others had turned to look back at me. All of them wore a confused expression on their faces. I fought to find my voice for a second, then spoke, trying to sound calm. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys, I said. Will cocked his head at me, giving me an odd look, but didn't say anything. Refusing the urge to look out the porthole again, I started walking, pushing past them to begin leading the way. Come on, let's get this over with. For a moment, I heard nothing behind me. Then I heard the others follow. Holy freaking shitballs! Wyatt breathed out. That's... wow. We stood at the entrance of the restaurant, next to a small sign that read, "Please wait here to be served." For my part, I couldn't blame him for such a reaction. Even after what had just happened, I couldn't help but feel in awe of the expansive room in front of us. Like the rest of the ship, wooden paneling covered the walls. The only difference was that in here, squares and tiles of aquamarine had been indented into them. Some had ornate shapes, and across the room I saw a massive painting or stitching of what appeared to be a woman clad in ancient Greek or Roman clothing. Below her, 4 horses reared up as if to charge, while several men seemed to hold everything up in midair. The tables, with expensive-looking tablecloths, littered the room, the sea-green upholstered chairs around them almost inviting people to come and sit in them. Shooting a glance to my right, I saw a huge grand piano set against the far wall. and a huge aquamarine curtain covering what must have been a window to the stern deck.
I don't even want to imagine what it must have cost to eat in here,
Vinny said, causing everyone to laugh softly. You're not joking, I replied, then pointed across the room at a metal swinging door. Look, that's the door to the kitchen. Winding our way through a sea of tables and chairs, we reached the door and stopped in front of it. I turned back to the others. All right, cross your fingers we find something, guys. Taking a deep breath, I put my hand to the metal door and pushed. We found ourselves in a huge industrial kitchen. Pots and pans of all kinds hung from hooks on the ceiling, and multiple stoves stretched away on the far wall. Fanning out, we began to explore the room, opening cabinets and drawers.
Got what looks like flour here,
Vinny called, holding out a large white bag. Something, at least. Continuing on, we pulled out more than a few ingredients, but nothing we could immediately eat. It got worse when we opened a giant fridge and saw nothing but items like butter and milk inside. Damn it! Wyatt suddenly yelled, slamming the fridge closed. He leaned back against the door, leaning his head back. Vinny spoke softly.
Look, man, if they weren't at port when the storm ripped her away, it sounds to reason they might not have been much in the restaurants. We still have the holds and the meat locker to go through. At least we found some things.
Wyatt's eyes snapped open. Then he glared at the man. Oh yeah, that's always just like you, Vin. You always gotta try and cheer people up, not talking shit about things that have no merit. I realized the situation must have been eating heavily at him, and it was finally bursting out. Vinny narrowed his eyes and took a step towards him, clenching his fists.
Hey, fuck you, man. At least I'm not the dumbass who thinks about robbing a ship when we should be searching for food.
The two of them began to shout at each other, their voices filling up the room and bouncing off the metal walls. I shot a glance at Will, who wore a helpless expression on his face. Finally, I got to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. Shut up, both of you! I screamed out at the top of my lungs, feeling my own anger flare up at the petty squabbling. I stood there, breathing in deeply as the two went dead silent, turning to look at me with slightly astonished looks on their faces. I'm not someone who yells often. Usually I'm quiet, calm. When I yell, people take notice. For a few moments, there was nothing but silence in the kitchen as we all stared at each other. Looks of shame and guilt fell over Wyatt and Vinny's faces, and I saw them open their mouths to speak, likely to apologize. But whatever words they might have said died away as a sound suddenly sprang up behind us. Back through the metal door. The sound of a piano being played. It wasn't the sound that caused all of our faces to go pale, though. That made the blood in my veins turn to ice, and a gasp to escape my lips. No, that was because along with the piano came the sounds of people talking and laughing softly. Occasionally the sound of cutlery, glasses being picked up and put down, punctuated in between. My breaths began to come in short, ragged gasps as I slowly turned to look at the swinging door. Vinny was the one who spoke first, his voice barely above a whisper. The fuck? I turned back to look at him. His mouth hung wide open, his lower lip trembling slightly. The sight frightened me more than the sounds emanating from back the way we'd come. Vinny isn't someone who spooks easily, after all. Then again, this isn't exactly your normal level of creepy shit. The sounds continued. I heard what sounded like a woman letting out a particularly loud laugh. Wyatt spoke up. What do we do? He asked. The unspoken answer was one I had been trying to avoid in my head. Aside from the door, there was no other way out of the kitchen. I forced myself to take a step towards the door.
Nate, what the hell are you doing?
Vinny hissed at me, but I ignored him. Taking another step forward, with each step I took, the feeling of terror that I had had yesterday returned, rearing its ugly head to begin tearing apart my insides. I pictured dozens of shadowy figures, waiting just on the other side of the door for us, waiting for us to step out so they could rush me. But it was either sit in the kitchen until the sounds went away, if they go away, or open the door and peek out. And by the time I stood next to the door, my heart felt like it just finished running a furlong, and sweat rolled down my face. Please, God, don't let it happen again. Don't let them be there. Slowly, I reached out with a trembling hand, watching as it made its way to rest on the metal, which felt shockingly cold to the touch. I turned and gave one last look at the others. They looked absolutely petrified. As I began to turn back, a new sound came, this one louder, almost ear-piercing. I ripped my hand away from the door, clapping both hands over my ears as they threatened to burst. What the shit? It continued for a few moments, and the realization slammed into my brain what the source was. It was the frickin' ship's horn. Then it ceased, dying away, but leaving the sound echoing in my head. I slowly pulled my hands away, looking up to see everyone else doing the same. That's when I realized everything had gone dead silent. The sounds of the piano and people no longer came from the other side of the door. It was as if they'd never even been there in the first place. Turning, I saw the others had realized it as well. Wyatt suddenly strode forward, pushing past me and slamming his shoulder into the door. It flew open, softly hitting the wall behind it with a thunk, revealing the empty restaurant. As empty as it had been when we'd entered. For a moment, he simply stood there as we gathered behind him and looked out. Then he took 2 steps into the room. No. There's no fucking way, he slowly muttered to himself. He swung away, an almost wild look in his eyes. I mean, you heard it too, right? Slowly, we nodded. His eyes darted around as he looked at the floor. That's freaking impossible! We're alone on this ship, but there were fucking people out here, people talking and shit. There was a fucking piano playing. He suddenly swung around, raising his arms and screaming into the empty room. What the fuck is going on? The 3 of us slowly left the kitchen. Vinny went to stand beside Wyatt, trying to calm him down. But I could see that the experience had, for lack of a better phrase, royally fucked up the man's brain. And that wasn't even half as terrifying as what I saw yesterday. The thought made me snap my head and look around the restaurant, half expecting to see shadowy figures emerging from the corners. But nothing stirred. The radio on my hip squawked. Nate! Come in right now. Over. I reached down, trying to steady myself. I took a deep breath and thumbed the walkie. I'm here. What's up, Cap? The man's voice came again. This time with a pang of surprise, there was a trace of anger in it. Whatever your team is, get the fuck up to the radio room now! I looked up from the radio, seeing that everyone had turned to look at me. I saw the same expression of confusion and worry as I must have had on my face. I hit the button again. We're on our way. Sparing a last look around the restaurant, I motioned for the others to follow as I hurried for the hallway. So you're telling me that none of you managed to get inside the radio room and rip out the microphone? The captain demanded, the veins in his neck bulging out from barely disguised rage. Everyone stood in front of the radio room, which now hung wide open, the metal door swinging slightly, letting out soft creaks. I looked inside, seeing the ancient setup sitting along the left wall of the room. My eyes ran over all the equipment stacked neatly on top of each other, finally coming to rest on the place where the microphone used for transmitting radio calls stood. I should say where it should have stood. Instead, the space lay bare, and I saw that it hadn't been gently pulled out of the system either. Frayed and snapped wires hung from the jack still hooked into the radio, showing someone had ripped it out with great force. I finally found my voice. No. I mean, none of us would ever do that. Not where we want to get off this ship. He shot a glare at all of us, then shook the keys in his hand for emphasis. So you're expecting me to believe that while we went to hunt for these, that the room just happened to unlock itself, and the microphone just happened to tear itself out and walk away? Then he spoke up. Look, Cap, Nate's telling the truth. We were nowhere near here, and none of us would sabotage rescue like this. The man's eyes snapped up to look at him. I saw Spencer shoot an accusatory look at us. Then where exactly were you? Considering that the captain called you over 20 minutes ago and told you to meet up with us right away. A wave of confusion washed over me. What the hell are you talking about, Spence? I asked. He rolled his eyes at me. Oh, come on, dude. Don't give me that confused look bullshit. The captain radioed you and said we found the keys. When you asked him if you four should meet up right away, he said yes. Then you said you guys were on your way and you'd meet us here. A mixture of shock and further confusion began to rise in me as I saw Wyatt and Vinny exchange puzzled looks. No, that ain't right, Wyatt finally said. Nate asked that question all right, but when the captain replied, he told us to keep going and search the restaurants for food and supplies. The captain turned an incredulous eye on Wyatt. What restaurants? Nobody ever said anything about restaurants to me. I just said try and find some food and supplies. Everyone began to argue, but the sound was drifting away from my ears as my mind raced. He's right. He never said anything to me about restaurants before we split up. Just supplies. A shiver ran down my spine as another dot connected. And I never said anything about the restaurants when I applied to him. He was the one who... The realization slammed into me like a truck, and I felt all the blood drain from my face as the simple but terrifying conclusion came to the surface. That wasn't the captain, I breathed out. Everyone stopped arguing to stare at me. What? Andrew asked, seeming confused. I slowly turned to look at the three who'd been with me, quietly repeating myself. That wasn't the captain who talked to us. I saw the realization slam into Wyatt and Vinny's faces. Saw their faces turn as pale as mine was. Oh, fuck no, Wyatt whispered, his eyes beginning to frantically dart around in their sockets. Somebody want to explain to me what the hell you're saying? Captain demanded. But I didn't answer. I stared at the shocked and frightened faces of my crewmates. At my two crewmates. I forced my voice out in a squeak. Where's Will? Everyone went silent as they began to look around. Then they began to call his name. And finally, everyone began to run around, searching for our missing friend. Spencer dashed up the stairs to the bridge, returning later to confirm that it was deserted. Panic began to well up inside of me as we moved from the bridge down to the promenade deck. The guy was here not even 5 minutes ago. How the hell did he slip away? Will! I heard the captain call as he led the way down to the main lounge, which stood as empty as it had when we left. He turned around, a look of panic on his face. Where the hell did he go? He exclaimed. As he continued to run for the other end of the room, a thought slowly began to push forward in my mind. For the life of me, I still can't explain why it came to me, but the more I persisted, the more I became convinced that I was right. The veranda grill, I shouted. Everyone turned to look at me, realizing most of them didn't know what I meant. I stabbed towards the aft section of the ship. The restaurant we went to. Wyatt and Vinny's faces changed as their minds clicked. Moments later, the three of us were racing down the hallway. The others struggled to keep up. We took the stairs down to the restaurant deck, 2 at a time, the marble steps threatening to fling our feet out from under us. Reaching the landing, we sprinted past the pursuer's office and down the hall. I didn't even spare a glance at the still open porthole. I didn't look at anything until we reached the entrance to the veranda grill, where I stopped, dead in my tracks. What'd you stop running for? The captain's voice began, but his voice died away as he heard it as well. Everyone stood as still and as silent as a statue, listening. There were voices coming from inside the restaurant, just out of sight around a corner. I felt my pulse quicken and my heart begin to pound again. The first voice I instantly recognized as Will's. The man's snorting laughter was unmistakable, but it was the second voice. It was a woman's voice that yet another time that day froze my blood in my veins. Like Will's voice, this voice spoke too softly for me to be able to make out any specific words, but it was loud enough that I was able to make out one specific detail. The woman spoke with a clear British accent. What the actual fuck? Andrea managed out. I slowly turned to the captain. His face had turned white as a sheet, and I saw his lower lip quiver slightly. Then it set. Then he strode forward. "Captain, no!" I whispered, reaching out to snag his arm, but he tore himself out from my grip and walked into the restaurant. Instantly, the voices stopped speaking, and he simply stood there staring at something out of sight. Then he gestured for us to come and join him. We all walked quickly to stand next to him. The restaurant was empty, looking exactly as it had when we left, with one exception. At a table near to the piano, Will sat with his back to us. He didn't turn around as we entered, simply continued to sit and stare at the wall. Everyone exchanged a look, and then the captain led us over to him. As we approached him, I suddenly became aware of a smell which hung in the air, one which was impossible to miss. Perfume? It grew stronger as we stepped next to him, and for a moment I was terrified that we'd see him dead, his mouth wrenched open in a silent, unending scream. Instead, to our surprise, a happy, content smile adorned his face. His eyes were glazed over, almost as if he were drunk or hypnotized. "Will?" the captain finally asked, his voice low and gentle. At his words, he swung his head to look at all of us. "Oh, hey guys," he said, his voice sounding almost like a character in a cartoon who'd just been struck by Cupid's arrow. Wyatt spoke up. "Dude, where'd you go? You scared the hell out of us." Will shrugged his shoulders. "I'm sorry about that, everyone. I just met the most wonderful woman." He let out a content sigh. "The woman of my dreams, for sure." A chill ran up my spine at these words. "What woman?" I managed out. He smiled. "Her name's Diana. She's an actress, a singer, so intelligent and interesting." He sighed again. "God, what a woman." Then he turned more towards us, exposing the other side of his face. If I hadn't felt so mentally fried, I might have gasped. There was red lipstick marks on Will's right cheek. The kind you get when a woman wearing it kisses you. It stood out clear as day, and even from this distance, I could see it still looked wet. Will's smile grew. "She likes me, you know," he declared, looking like the happiest man in the world. In any other situation, it'd be a sight that would warm my heart and make me happy for the man. In this situation, it scared the ever-loving shit out of me. "Okay, this is too fucking creepy," Spencer finally said, his voice trembling slightly as he looked around the restaurant. "You're not kidding, man," I silently said. The captain turned to us, worry now clearly etched onto his face. "Does anyone know what the hell's going on?" he asked. "It's time to come clean and tell them. Tell all of them the truth." I forced myself to speak. "As much as I wish I didn't, I think I do." Everyone turned to me. I took a deep breath, and then I began to speak. I told them everything, about all the things that you guys said, the things they denied, about the horrifying things I saw in the darkened hallway yesterday, and about what the four of us experienced, not even half an hour ago, right in this very restaurant. As I spoke, I saw some of the crewmates' faces go pale. Others seemed to fight what I was saying. I saw Spencer and Andrew didn't believe a word I said, or at least they didn't want to, but I saw that the captain did. When I finished, there was a long silence, and then the captain spoke. "I'm not entirely sure I believe all this. That this is the actual Queen Elizabeth, and we're aboard an actual ghost ship, but this..." He gestured to Will's still smiling face and the lipstick on his face. "This is all I need to see to make up my mind." He looked over at me. We have over a week and a half of food and water left. We're going to gather it up and lower one of the lifeboats. We're going to row the fuck away from the ship as fast as we can, and we're going to pray that we make it back to land.
At his words, Will's face suddenly turned to worry.
No, I don't want to leave, he said. Not after meeting Djenna. I want to stay.
The captain grabbed Will by the arm and hoisted him to his feet.
Frankly, son, I don't give a damn what you want. We're leaving now.
The younger man began to protest and struggle, trying to wrench himself out of his grasp, but the captain was stronger, and he pulled him towards the exit. He was almost shouting as he entered the hallway.
Get the fuck off me! I don't want to fucking go back to that shitty, fucked up world that's 2023. I want to stay here. She said I could stay, that my dream to stay forever in the 1950s could be real.
I felt a chill at his words, but continued following the captain. We just reached the bottom of the stairs when the huge vibration surged up through the floor in our feet. It was so strong that I nearly fell on my ass. The hell was that? Vinny spoke up the same words aloud.
What the hell was that?
A new sound began filtering up from beneath our feet, a deep, low-pitched hum that slowly began to intensify. I slowly saw the captain's face pale even farther than it already had. He breathed, then began tearing up the stairs, dragging Will behind him. As we followed, I suddenly realized why he'd reacted the way he did. When I was a little child in the 90s, I traveled aboard a cruise ship with my aunt and uncle, and I clearly remember the noise the giant engines made as they powered up before we left port. The engines are starting. Everyone raced for the nearest door to the outside deck. I prayed that I was wrong, that the ship would still be dead in the water when we emerged outside. I wasn't. When we emerged on the deck into the fading light, it was to see that the ship had begun moving, accelerating far quicker than I thought such a huge ship ever could. The water at the stern stretched out behind us in a foam, churned up by the ship's huge propellers. As we stood on the deck, I felt a sinking, hopeless feeling fall over me. We can't escape in the lifeboats now. We'd be sucked under and torn apart. Slowly, silently, everyone turned away from the sight, unsure looks in their faces, except for Will's, who wore a grinning, ecstatic look. We're back in our cabins now. We've partnered up, each having 3 or 4 people per room. Nobody wants to be alone now. The captain took Will into his room. He refuses to let him out of his sight. The doors are firmly locked, though I doubt after what I've seen if they truly want in. They'll find a way, and the fire axes we've brought into the rooms with us won't do a damn bit of good, you know. Somehow the others, they've fallen asleep, Spencer and Andrew on the giant bed, Wyatt on the floor with a blanket and pillow. I think I'm the only one still awake. The ship doesn't want us to leave. Enough to fire up its own engines and take off. For where, I don't know. I'm terrified. I don't know what's going to happen to us. I want to ask you what we should do now, but I don't know if any of you would have any idea of what to do in a situation like this. And yet I have to. It's the only shred of hope I have left, so please. What should we do? How can we even attempt to stop the ship? How in the fuck can we defend ourselves against things that are already dead? And what in the hell is happening to Will? What did that woman he spoke of, Djenna? What did she do to him?
I was about to finish, but I have to tell you two final things. Two things that scare me almost more than anything that's happened today. The first is that I hear music. Not music over the intercom, but actual live music filtering in through the door and the walls. It's an old song. One I recognize, a song my grandmother used to listen to constantly. A big band song, In the Mood by Glenn Miller. But worse is that I hear their voices. I hear laughter, and occasionally I hear screaming. But that's not the part that scares me the most. It fills me with an existential dread as I was sitting here typing, something was forced under the door. When I flicked on my flashlight with shaking fingers, I aimed it. I saw one of those programs like the one I'd found yesterday. When I went over to it, though, I saw it was different. A smiling cartoon octopus stared up at me from the cover, one that was playing a trumpet and violin, its tentacles holding the same objects that had been on the other program. When I opened it, with shaking hands, I saw two things that made me want to scream. The first was the date in the upper right-hand corner. Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. The second was on the left-hand page under the notices bulletin. We would like to welcome aboard our newest passengers. Gabriel Lerner, Wyatt Strosky, Vincent Gaetano, William Jenkins, Andrew Weber, Spencer Michaels, and Nathan Rogers. We hope you enjoy your stay with us. God help us. God help. The captain is dead. When we first started today, the seven of us were thoroughly creeped out, terrified of what might lie in wait for us as we awoke in our cabins. Me especially. After hearing the music, the voices, screaming, filtering in from down the hall and the very lounge we'd slept in for the last 2 nights. But I never imagined that when the day would end, there'd be 2 less of us. 3, technically. As hard as it may be to concentrate on anything but that horrific fact, I'll try and get to what you guys have said and commented. To say I appreciate everything that you've suggested is to say all of us are thankful. And that would be a massive understatement. I feel like you guys are what helped me cling to the last vestige of sanity remaining in my mind. To the people who have commented about making it to either the engine room or the bridge to try and stop or sabotage or even change the course of the ship, it was the very idea the captain came to us with when we gathered. But as I'll explain in a minute, it seems that, I don't know what to call them, ghosts, entities, evil spirits, hell, demons, for all I know, anticipated the move on our parts. Salt was one of the few ingredients we didn't seem to find in the veranda grill. Though, for what the map of the ship shows, there are numerous more restaurants on board, so we're going to keep our eyes open for it. I just hope you'll be right and that these things are unable to cross it. To the person who mentioned the Morse code transmitter, I'd forgotten to mention last night that it had been torn out along with the radio microphone. These things very much do not want us trying to call for help. We're most definitely not splitting up anymore, either. Knowing what we do now, it's just too dangerous. Even if it means slower going. But I should get on and tell what happened. The 4 of us were woken up by several rapid bangs on our cabin door. After seeing the program which had been shoved under the door last night, I was only able to catch small spurts of sleep. Ones that were all interlaced with horrendous nightmares of dozens, hundreds, thousands of the specters outside pressing up against our cabin, asking us to open the door and inviting us to the party down the hall, before bursting into laughter and screams. So when the knocking began, I shot up from where I'd been curled up on the room's love seat. My clouded, half-asleep mind filled with panic and terror. They're here. They're here for us. However, the voice on the other side of the door filled us with a momentary sense of calm. It was the captain's voice. But remembering what had happened with the walkie-talkie yesterday, Wyatt shushed us and crept to the door, putting his eye against the peephole. He stood there for a moment, then pulled away, a look of relief in his eyes. It's really him. He breathed out before unlocking the door. Instantly, the captain strode in, followed close behind by Vinny. For a moment, the relief returned, until I realized that they were alone. He answered my unasked question before I was able to open my mouth. Will's gone. He put a hand over his face, taking a deep breath before continuing. I don't know how he managed to slip out without waking me, but when Vinny woke up a few minutes ago to be able to use the bathroom, he found our cabin door unlocked, standing open. There's no sign of him anywhere. The man's words hung in the tension and dread-filled air. Every single one of us knew exactly where he'd gone. He'd gone off to find that woman again, Diana. Finally, the silence was broken by Andrew. So, what do we do? A pained look crossed the captain's face. I'm honestly torn, boys. Part of me thinks we should immediately try finding him if it's not already too late. But another thinks we should try and find another way to either stop the ship or sabotage the engines. He looked over at me. Nate, will you check the computer to see what those people have said? I shook my head and began to turn to boot up the laptop when I caught sight of the program lying on the floor. I knew if I showed it to them, the already palpable fear infecting our group would grow, but at this point hiding anything might end up being a fatal mistake. They need to see it. I cleared my throat. Sir, before I do that, there's something that you all need to see. I picked up the program and handed it to the captain. Everyone crowded around as he flipped it open. I saw the men's faces turning pale as they read the notice inside. Saw their names written there. Andrew let out a shaky breath. Okay. I think I'm starting to turn into a believer of the whole ghost ship idea, he said quietly. After that, we quickly broke out the laptop and checked your comments. After reading them for a few moments, Wyatt pointed, smiling slightly. Cap, looks like they have the same idea you do. Either taking control of the ship or straight up sabotaging the engines. The captain stared for another second at the screen before nodding. And that settles it. We head back for the bridge, and if that doesn't work, the engine room. He gazed seriously around at all of us. From now on, we don't split up from each other at all. It'll mean things will be done slower, but in my personal opinion, it might just be safer. He shot a glance back at the open door to our cabin. Especially with Will being who knows where on board. Putting away the laptop, I quickly took a moment to set the solar charger on the lip of the porthole to be able to gather a charge. The laptop's battery had gotten precariously low, and the six of us moved out in the hall, closing the door behind us. We now carried 3 fire axes we'd taken from red emergency boxes scattered around the ship. My head swung on a swivel as we passed each T-junction, half expecting something, now someone, to lunge at us from around a corner. The silence only broken by the low throbbing sound of the ship's engines rising from far below us didn't help to ease the atmosphere that had fallen over us. I didn't know if I was more afraid of running into the ship's inhabitants again, or our own colleague. When we reached the doors to the lounge, however, all thoughts evaporated in my head as we froze, staring into the room. It still looked the same as it had yesterday, with 2 exceptions. The first is that the raised section of the floor near the back of the room where the band would play, one that was desolate and empty when we'd arrived. no longer was. Even from across the room, I saw instruments set up on it. Violins, trumpets, bass. A drum set, and more, were set up as though they'd been put out by a band. Realization flashed through my mind. The music I heard last night, it wasn't a hallucination, it was real. The second noticeable change in the room was the clear after remnants of a party. Confetti and balloons, which had lost the helium needed to keep them afloat, littered the dance floor, and on a few tables we could see half-empty wine and cocktail glasses. They had themselves one hell of a shindig last night, Vinny said softly. I shot a glance at him. The look on his face mirrored the emotions I felt. In any other situation, the scene would have been one to feel happy about, people celebrating something. Here and now, though, it evoked the sort of dread and fear that one would get stepping into a haunted house. The captain shook his head slowly, then gestured to us. Come on, let's keep moving. And moving quickly, we crossed the lounge, kicking balloons out of our way before heading to the bridge. The hell? Spencer exclaimed as we stood in front of the hatch which led to the bridge area of the ship, which yesterday had stood wide open, held in place by the metal hook which had been set into an eye swivel on the wall. But now, as we stared in disbelief, it had been tightly shut. Not just shut, locked. Try as hard as we might, to the point our hands turned red and stung from exertion, the handle refused to spin. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Andrew muttered as the captain began patting at his pockets. His head snapped up, his eyes wide as he realized something. The keys are gone, he said, before shaking his head. Will must have lifted them from me before he snuck out. The realization that we'd been effectively blocked from reaching the helm caused the hopeless feeling we'd had yesterday, seeing the ship moving, to return. I let out a sigh and put my back to the hatch, resting my head on the cool metal. For a moment, we slowly made our way down to the bowels of the ship. I already knew full well what we'd find, but still followed the increasingly hunched shoulders of the captain down the narrow graded steps, flicking on our flashlights as the incandescent bulbs over our heads became fewer and far between. When we reached the hold and rounded the final corner, I saw what I expected. The metal hatch, above which the words engine and boiler rooms were stamped, was closed. Wyatt suddenly burst into a sprint, pushing past the captain to the door, where he frantically, almost hysterically, began yanking on the handle. It was as if he was hoping he'd be able to wrench it open by sheer will, but it remained steadfast. Finally, he stopped and began kicking the door. "Fuck you, you stupid piece of shit! Ship!" he screamed, his face bouncing off the grated floor and pipes, echoing away into the gloom. "And fuck all you long-dead, ancient, last-century-ass ghosts!" He collapsed to the floor, beginning to cry softly. I couldn't do anything but watch, stunned by the man's apparent mental break. Andrew and the captain, Spencer, moved to comfort him, leaving me and Vinny standing in the hallway. I shot a look to my left, seeing another closed and likely locked hatch. The sign above this door declared it the auxiliary machine room. Sighing, I placed my head in my hands. They knew we'd try this. They knew. And they got ahead to cut us off, likely with Will's help. I was just trying to calm myself when the sound, one that was almost so quiet I missed it, reached my ears. Nathan. I froze in place, a massive shiver racing up my spine to the call. It was replaced by a steady stream of chills as my eyes widened behind my fingers. For a moment I waited, barely breathing, as I strained my ears to hear. My heart was doing the Macarena inside of my chest. All I could hear was the soft hissing of the pipes that ran along us and over our heads in the ceiling, along with the soft voices of the men ahead of me. I focused myself to let out a deep breath, trying to relax. You're hearing things, buddy. It's just the pipes, nothing more. They're not down here with you. I was just beginning to believe it And it came again. And this time, it was unmistakable. Oh, Nathan. It was the man's voice I'd heard on the radio on the second day aboard. The one I'd heard through the radio. It called out to me in a mocking, sing-songy manner, and without seeing anything, I knew the owner of the voice was smiling, and not a pleasant smile either. I slowly stood up straight, pulling my hands away from my eyes as my breath became ragged and shallow, and then, just when I thought it was impossible to feel any more frightened, the feeling of being watched came again, now from directly off to my right. Another chill shot through me as I realized where I was standing. I was standing almost directly in the middle of a T-junction. Oh, shit. Swallowing hard, I slowly turned, aiming my flashlight with a shaking hand down the hallway. I almost screamed. The shadowy figures were back. They stood at the end of the hallway underneath a sign labeled water softener and air conditioning plant. I couldn't tell how many there were, but they packed the hall from one side to the other, standing just out of reach of my flashlight's beam. Horror and dread filled every crevice of my body, and I felt myself beginning to shake. I attempted to speak, but my voice seemed to catch in my throat. And then they took a step forward. The horror I felt increased as I saw the overhead lamp wink out, plunging the next section into darkness. I found my voice struggling to pass the single word over my lips. Fuck. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Vinny turn and look at me. The slight curiosity in his face immediately melted as he caught sight of the expression I wore. "Nate, what the hell's wrong?" he asked. Faintly, I heard the others stop talking, as well as them slowly begin to make their way back to me. I kept trying to force more words out. I have to warn them. My mind screamed at me, but it was as though I'd lost my grasp of the English language. I felt Vinny step next to me and saw his flashlight aim down the corridor, and then I felt him go stiff as a board as he caught sight of what I'd seen. "Oh, shit," he breathed. Then a little louder. Guys?" By now the rest of our group had reached us, and everyone collectively aimed their lights down the hall. "Thank you for subs. Speak ZY99. I heard Wyatt suddenly begin to hyperventilate as the figures took another step forward. Another overhead light went out. "Jesus," the captain whispered. Spencer said nothing, but I knew he had to be scared shitless, finally face to face with what he'd denied about until now. As the third light went out, I finally found my voice again. "Gabe?" I felt the captain put a hand on my shoulder. "What is it, Nate?" I swallowed hard, then spoke the words I knew in the marrow of my bones to be true. I think it's time to start running now." The next moment, all of us were turning and sprinting back the way we'd come. Behind us, I felt more than heard our pursuers give chase, and I heard a noise that chilled me to the bone, the sound of the overhead lights just behind us, not just clicking off, but shattering in their housings. The metal halls rang out with our screams and shouts as we urged each other to move faster, reaching the stairs and beginning to climb. "Move your asses, everyone!" the captain shouted as he dragged Wyatt off the top of the stairs. As we climbed, my eyes flashed to the metal signs indicating what deck we were on. We passed G deck, then F, making our way up. As we reached the top of the landing, I spared to look down. And this time I did scream. The figures were swirling up after us. Some didn't even touch the floor, flying through the air in pursuit. I heard the whispers, laughter, and screaming I had heard when I was being cornered by the gym. This time, however, the voices somehow held even more malevolence than they had originally. They're angry. They're downright pissed that we just tried to sabotage the ship. I raced to keep up with the group. We just reached E-deck when a loud clanging sound came from above us. I reached the bottom of the next set of stairs when the others had gathered and looked up. I almost screamed again. More shadowy figures were swirling down from above towards us. We were trapped in a pincer movement. There was no way to escape. For a moment, the existential dread I'd felt facing the rogue wave that night came again, and I felt sure this was the end of all of us. Until Spencer let out a cry. "Look there!" Spinning around, I saw a closed hatch standing a few feet away from us. The sign above it read Cargo Motor Car Hold. I was the closest to it and leapt for it. my hands locking around the handle and praying that it wouldn't be locked. To my relief, though, the handle spun and the hatch swung open. "Come on!" I yelled, moving out of the way and letting the others in. As the captain dragged Wyatt through, I slammed the hatch closed as I heard the man's voice ring out again. "You're only delaying the inevitable, gentlemen." I felt someone slam into the hatch next to me. Turning to see Vinny begin locking the hatch, I reached up. I did the same on my side. Not a moment too soon either. As soon as the last lock had been flipped into place, something slammed into the hatch with the force of a speeding freight train. The two of us leapt back as the banging continued for a few seconds, then abruptly stopped. An eerie, unsettling silence fell over the hold, and after fighting to get my breath back, I turned to look into the room. Crates and other large boxes rose high around us, seeming to go on forever. Directly ahead, my light glinted off something powder blue. I saw it had found what looked like an old mid-50s Cadillac convertible. The top was down, and I saw a matching blue leather interior, accented with white stitching. For a moment, everyone fought to find their breath. Then, the captain spoke. "Okay, boys. We need to find a way out of this hold and back up to the upper decks. Try and find another exit. There has to be one." Trying to stay as close to each other as we could, we began to move across the huge hold to find it. I stopped as I reached the Cadillac, reaching out and putting a hand on the quarter panel. The cool metal felt nice against my sweaty hand. I was suddenly overcome with a feeling I was about to collapse. My legs felt like jelly under me. I need to sit a minute. Sliding down, I put my back against the car and slid to the floor, putting my head in my hands. I felt myself begin to shake as the image of the figures chasing us replayed in my mind. "Get a hold of yourself, Nate. You're okay. You're okay. Keep it together," I whispered. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. "Dude, you okay?" He was Vinny. Not wanting him to see my fragile mental state, I chose to keep my head in my hands and nodded. Yeah, I just need a minute to collect myself after that." I mumbled through my fingers. Vinny replied after a moment. "Yeah, I get that, but you shouldn't split up from us. Not safe. You know that by now." I sighed. He was right. "I know, man," I began before letting out a shaky breath. I honestly don't know if we're gonna get off this ship alive, and that scares me." Speaking the truth felt like a massive weight had been lifted off of my shoulders. I felt the car rock slightly, indicating he'd leaned against it. He let out a deep breath. "Honestly, Nate, I've had the same thought." For a moment, the man's words comforted me, knowing someone else felt the same. Then he continued. "But, I mean, maybe it won't be so bad." Confusion washed over me. "What?" Vinny's voice came again. "I mean, come on, eternity on board a classy ocean liner, surrounded by people who just want others to join them? Can't be all that bad, right? Get to party forever, after all." He let out a snort of laughter, but it hadn't sounded like the way I knew Vinny laughed. His laugh was deep, booming. This one had been short and nasally. Another chuckle came, the realization suddenly flashing through me as I remembered the radio call yesterday. They can imitate our voices. A fresh dose of fear coursed through my veins as I slowly pulled my hands away from my head, suddenly feeling extremely vulnerable and realizing just how stupid I'd been, but there was no one there. I mean, after all, it is inevitable. The voice came from directly over my head. I began to violently shake, beginning to hyperventilate as I heard all pretext of my crewmate's voice melt away. I was terrified to look up, but I couldn't help myself. Slowly, and feeling as though I were about to die of a heart attack at any moment, I craned my neck to look above me. A pair of eyes stared down at me, peeking over the side of the Cadillac's hood, ones that held both amusement and malevolence in them. The next few moments are nothing but a blur to me. The only thing I can remember is hearing my own shrill screams and blindly running away as I heard the confused, terrified shouts of the others as they attempted to chase after me. I didn't even become cognizant of anything until I found myself in an unfamiliar foyer. Snapping back to reality, I looked around. I could hear the others' voices filtering up from below, calling out my name. What the fuck just happened? Swallowing, I turned and looked over the railing. I could see the flashlights wildly aiming around. I swallowed and yelled, "Here, I'm here!" A light flashed up, hitting me in the face and momentarily blinding me. "I found him!" the captain's voice called. "Nathan, stay right where you are. We're coming up." All right, I called back down, then took a step back, aiming my light to see where I was. My light flashed off the sign, which declared I'd somehow dashed all the way up to C deck. 3 decks. Then the image of the eyes staring down at me swam forward in my mind. I began to shake again, hearing the thing's voice imitating Vinny echo inside my head. Trying to calm myself, I took a few steps into the middle of the foyer, aiming my light around. It reflected off another sign, one that stuck out from the wall. First-class swimming pool. Beneath it were a set of double doors which stood open, the light inside spilling out into the landing. I couldn't see much inside, so I took a few more steps until I could see clearly. I blinked a few times. Am I seeing things? I wasn't. The swimming pool was packed. I saw people in old-style bathing suits swimming in the pool. A woman wearing a bathing cap swam by heading left, doing the butterfly stroke. The happy cry of children laughing could be heard, and 2 suddenly flashed by the doorway as they chased one another. I realized music filtered out from the room as well. Old swing music, which was playing from an intercom inside. None of that caused me to gasp. It was who I saw standing across on the other side of the pool. I struggled to find my voice before calling out, "Will?" At my call, he turned to look at me. A huge grin spread across his face, and he raised an arm to wave at me. He looked nothing less than like the happiest man on the planet. And he wasn't alone. A second pair of eyes had turned to regard me and my call. A pair of blue, almost sapphire eyes, ones that for a moment made me feel as though I were falling under some kind of spell. Platinum blonde hair bobbed around the shoulders and voluptuous lips pulled back into a smile. One that held equal amounts of warmth and eeriness to them. She wore a white turtleneck and slacks that accentuated her figure, and a bracelet dangled from one wrist. The lips contorted into a smirk as she snaked an arm around Will's shoulders, and one eye closed in a wink. I'd never seen the woman before, but instantly, I knew who she was. Djenna. Then the doors to the pool slammed shut on their own. "Will!" I screamed, sprinting for the doors as I heard the others reach the landing. I heard them calling out to me, but I was ramming my shoulder into the doors, trying desperately to get them to open. "What's happening?" I heard the captain cry out. "Will, he's in there!" I screamed. Instantly, the others joined me in pushing, and then after a moment, the doors suddenly swung inwards, almost sending us into the pool. I froze, feeling a wave of shock flash through me. The pool was empty. What? No, he was there. He was there. There were dozens of people in there as well. I began babbling out. There were people, and there was a woman next to him. I swear, it had to be one. It had to be the one he was talking about, Djenna. And then the door slammed shut, and I trailed off, looking at the others. Some held frightened expressions on their faces, but some, like Andrew and Spencer, I saw had confused, disbelieving looks on their faces. I felt a wave of anger flash through me. "I'm not crazy!" I suddenly began screaming. "I'm not fucking crazy, so don't you dare look at me like that! Not after the hell we went through down there!" Instantly, I saw reality crash into them. Looks of guilt and shame passed over their faces. They knew they were in the wrong here. I saw Spencer begin to open his mouth, but it was cut off as Wyatt began to scream behind him. "You know what? Fuck this!" The others turned to see him running for another of the red boxes, which contained a fire hose and axe. To my shock, he punched straight through the glass with his bare hands, something that should have broken them. But somehow, he yanked an axe from it without a glance at his shredded and bleeding hands. His eyes danced wildly around in his sockets, and I instantly recognized that he'd gone off the deep end. He began to scream again, both at us and around him in general. "Fuck this, man! I've had it with these fuckers dicking around with us and trying to drive us insane before they kill us. You fuckers want to get it on with me? Well, that's fine, because I'm coming for you!" And with that, he turned and bolted up the stairs for the upper decks. "Wyatt, wait!" the captain yelled. But he was already out of sight. "Come out, you 20th century shitheels!" I heard him scream. The captain turned to us. "Come on, we can't let him get too far away from us." We all began sprinting up the stairs, following the man's voice as he ranted and raved about wiping them all out. He really has gone off the deep end. He's yelling about killing already dead people with an axe. Pursuing Wyatt, we reached the promenade deck and stopped on the landing. Wyatt had stopped screaming. The entire ship had gone dead silent. Not just dead silent, a deadly silence that held the worst connotations to it. Oh, fuck, no, I thought. I saw the same realization reflected on everyone else's face. I swallowed. "Wyatt!" I called out. My voice muted, bouncing off the carpet and wood-paneled walls. There was no answer. "Wyatt, buddy! Talk to me! Where you at?" Andrew yelled out. Still nothing. And then, slowly at first, a new sound began reaching us. The sound of sobbing and mumbling. "Please, please, I'm sorry. Please, not that." "Wyatt, come on," the captain urged us, leading the way down the hall towards the lounge. The doors still stood open, and I could see the balloons and decorations still on the floor. As we drew closer, my blood turned to ice, as I heard Wyatt begin to scream, half angry, half terrified. No, you're not doing that to me!" The captain yelled out, "Wyatt, we're coming!" He was the first to reach the doorway. The axe suddenly swung around from the right side of the doorway, faster than I thought possible. In that horrible split second, my lips began to yell out a warning, but it was too late. The axe buried itself into the captain's stomach, stopping the older man dead in his tracks. I heard him let out a strangled cry, more of a gasp, as he doubled over. The axe pulled out of him, blood spilling to the floor from the man's wound. A moment later, Wyatt emerged from around the corner, a wild, insane rage plastered on his face. "I got you, you fucking ghost!" he screamed in the captain's face. I saw him raise the axe again, this time high over his head as he screamed again, "Bleed, you shitter!" I saw Vinny and Andrew begin to rush towards him, trying to stop what they saw was coming, but again, I saw it too late. I closed my eyes and turned away quickly. I didn't want to see the axe slam into the captain's head. The head of the man who'd taken me under his wing and kept me from going broke. Who helped pay for my aunt's funeral when she passed away. I couldn't bear to... But I heard it. And it's a sound I'll never be able to forget. Horrified silence settled over the room, and I turned back, feeling like I was about to vomit, as I saw the axe buried into his skull. He lay on his back on the floor, a rapidly spreading pool of blood beginning to surround him, staining the carpet. Wide, horrified eyes stared unblinking up at the ceiling, and his mouth was frozen open in shock. The man was very, very dead. I swung my gaze up. Vinny and Andrea had frozen in place, their arms still stretched out, as if to still try and stop the atrocity that had just occurred. Spencer had clapped his hands over his mouth, his face white as a sheet, as his body shook uncontrollably. My eyes lifted to the blood-spattered face of the captain's murderer, a look of insane rage and bloodlust lingering in Wyatt's eyes for another moment. I saw it die away. I saw him snap back to reality. Captain? He asked in a whisper, looking down at the corpse. His breathing quickened, and he lifted his own hands to stare at them, as though he were just beginning to comprehend what he'd done. His eyes lifted to us, and I saw the panic begin to reappear in them. I didn't know it was him, he began pleading. I ran into the lounge, and I was completely surrounded by them. They said they were going to kill me. Tortured me for eternity for thinking about stealing from the purser's office. They called me a coward for crying and breaking down and daring to attack him. His voice rose to a scream. And then they said their leader was coming in, and I heard the most horrible voice coming from the hallway. I swung for my life, and... He cut off, beginning to shake as violently as Spencer was. He looked directly at me. I'm sorry, he said simply. Then he turned and began sprinting through the lounge, towards the companionway we'd taken to get inside the first night. We remained frozen for a moment, then began to chase after him. Wyatt! Wait! Vinny shouted at him. Wyatt's terrified, hysterical scream flew back at us as he rounded a corner. Fuck you! I'm not staying on board this ship! I'll swim home if I have to! He slammed into the final corner, and a new, horrific realization hit me. I remembered what I thought about the lifeboats when the Queen Elizabeth had begun moving. He'll be sucked under, and... Wyatt, don't! I screamed out as we reached the corner. But it was too late. I caught a split-second glimpse of Wyatt flinging himself over the railing. Then he was gone, out of sight. None of us heard a splash. We ran to the railing and peered over. For a moment we saw nothing, then... Wyatt's head broke the water's surface, coughing out water as he began to thrash, attempting to swim away from the ship. Then he was pulled under. Oh, fuck! Spencer yelled, then began running for the stern of the ship, Vinny and Andrew and I right behind him. Part of me prayed that he would miss the propellers, that he'd be spat out of the back of the ship. Drowning would be a less painful way to die than this. But as we reached the stern railing, I felt despair and horror flood into me. Seeing the dark red stain emerge from beneath the ship, spread out with the foam which drifted behind us in the ship's wake. We stood there for a long time, staring out at the water as if doing so would return our lost crewmate. Our lost friend. If we could have been there minutes, we could have been there hours. All I know is the next thing I knew, I was looking up to see the sun beginning to set on the horizon. None of us knew what to do. We were numb. Numb and unable to function. So we did the only thing we could do. We went back to our cabin and we locked the door. And that's where I am now. There's only 5 of us left now. The others have... For the life of me, I don't know how I managed to fall asleep. I can only guess so much mental and physical energy was sapped from them, to the point they couldn't stay awake, even if they wanted to. Me? I'm too afraid to sleep. Afraid I'll dream of the horrifying things I've seen today, of the figures, of the voice, the eyes staring hungrily down at me from over the hood of the car in the hold. Wyatt, I did. Driven insane or hallucinating. A false image brought on by those ghosts plunging the axe into the captain's body and him disappearing into the water. Him being sliced to pieces by the giant propeller plates. This ship is doing everything it can to drive us insane. If we have us kill each other, just flat out take us. It's already taken Will. I know he's lost now. There's no way to bring him back. He's one of them. It makes me realize something. I said that there's only 5 of us left, but in reality, there's only 4. How much longer, though? I don't know. The compass I have in my supplies spins around nonstop. I can't even tell which direction we're heading in. I don't know how to position our location by the stars. The only person who knew how to do that was the captain. And he's dead. All I know is this. I'm not just going to roll over and let the ship take me. I'm going to fight to try and find a way off to help get myself and the others back home or die trying. Will might have wanted to stay in the 1950s forever, but I want to go back to the peace and normality of 2023. Compared to this hell, the relative peace and normality, anyways. I don't know, though. Do any of you guys have any ideas? Any ideas at what to do now? And even if it's the dumbest idea in the world, I'll take it. Anything's better than just letting the hopelessness overwhelm me. Just please give us any direction to take that might help us get off this damn ship. Please. The music's started again. I hear it filtering through the walls. It's a different tune now, but again, I recognize it. Sing, Sing, Sing by Benny Goodman. It's not the worst part, though. Someone began softly knocking a few minutes ago on the cabin door, and then began calling in, asking us to come and join the party. The voice that asked it was Will's. And then another voice joined him. It was a woman's voice. One that asked the same question with a British accent. And finally, a third voice. One that made me want to break down in tears. The captain's voice. The implications pierced my heart and soul like a dagger. To Will, this ship was his heaven. A place where he can eternally spend, frozen in the time period he wanted to go back to. To me, it's hell. So, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is, we have a plan. And if it all goes as smoothly and precisely as possible, tonight will be the last we spend in this godforsaken ship. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But as uncertain as we might be, this seems like the only chance we have to make it out alive. The bad news is, what started this morning as the 4 of us has now ended as 3. I can't help but feel consumed with guilt because the only reason that is because I've made a stupid mistake. A grade A dumbass move that most people will yell at a character in a horror movie for doing. Shit. Let me get to what you've said first and foremost. I feel myself beginning to precariously dangled near to insanity, and focusing on your comments will help me keep from going the way of Wyatt, of mentally breaking. To the person who made the biggest and most detailed comment, many of the ideas you suggested, along with others, are what's going to ultimately go into our plan. So for that, thank you. Unfortunately, your idea about crossing out our names in the activity program, as good an idea as it was, is impossible to do. When we returned to our cabin to hole up for the night, I noticed that it had been taken. Whether that's because an action like that would have worked or not, I don't know. As much as the idea of dropping the anchor seems like a decent idea, none of us dare tread down to the crew decks and bowels of the ship again, not after yesterday. As for the idea of holy water, while I myself consider myself a believer, it's been many years since I've stepped inside of a church, let alone kneeling down and pray. Any power of faith I might have had is so damn weak I'd effectively be like flicking the nose of a hungry tiger and hoping it'll make it go away. And the others, as far as I know, are not the religious type. There's others who have said things I appreciate. But I should and need to tell you about today. When the four of us woke up, nobody said a word. The first few days aboard, we'd all gather around and discuss aloud what the plan for the day was. Now, though, after the horrific and soul-destroying things we saw yesterday, any attempt at conversation seems pointless. Without any prompting from anyone, I booted up the laptop, hoping against hope that someone might have an idea which would germinate into an escape plan. I felt the numbness which had settled over me lift somewhat as I scrolled through your comments. My eyes flickered over the suggestions, and I began to open my mouth to call for the others to join me, but I shut it just as quickly, seeing the comment one of you had made about the specters likely listening to us. I silently cursed myself as the realization hit me. You're right. They've likely been listening to us this entire time, and it's been how they've managed to always stay a step ahead of us. Just because we can't see them doesn't mean they aren't there. The thought made me cast a wry and somewhat paranoid eye to the far corners of the cabin. Ones that filled with shadows that even the bedside lamps couldn't banish. The mental image of a grinning face slowly appearing out from the gloom swam forward into my mind, and I felt myself begin to breathe quicker. I forced it away, willing myself to calm down. Instead, I snapped my fingers and beckoned the others to join me. Putting a finger to my lips, I pointed to the screen. The others crowded around me and read as I silently scrolled past the suggestions. Then, fumbling around for a moment, I found some stationery likely once used to send letters while aboard, along with a pen. I hastily scribbled down a message and passed it around to the others. Any of these ideas seem good to you? After a moment, 3 of them took turns writing things down quickly before sliding the paper back to me. Bending over, I saw the ideas about jumping from the stern of the ship, ejecting as many lifeboats as possible to use, and even feigning insanity to throw chairs and tables overboard to use as flotation were all ideas they liked. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, I thought, feeling a little lighter. Until I saw the final thing my crewmates had written. The idea of burning the ship. Making her catch fire like she did in the 70s. Yeah, let's burn this motherfucker down. I looked up, arching my eyebrows and gesturing to the line. I saw Andrew and Spencer immediately nod enthusiastically. Vinny, however, looked unsure. As unsure as I felt inside. I remembered what Wyatt had babbled to us before throwing himself overboard. If they got that pissed off just over the suggestion to rob them, and even more about trying to sabotage the engines, what do they do to us if we try and set the ship on fire? In my heart of hearts, I knew it was a bad idea. I knew that as the captain's second-in-command, I was de facto leader now, even if the ship I would have been leader of was long gone. But I also knew that if I tried to force the others away, there might be another fight. One that could clue our hosts aware of our intentions. So instead, I quickly jotted down another note. I honestly don't know if trying to burn the ship is a good idea, but I'll put it to a vote. If you want to burn the ship, write an X beneath this. If you don't, draw a circle. Quickly, I drew a circle and passed the paper to them. Andrew and Spencer scribbled their answers down instantly. Vinny took a while longer, all the while shooting glances at the others who gave him almost judgmental eyes. Finally, he took the pen and jotted his answer down, passing the paper back to me. 3 X's stood beside my circle. Shit. I took a deep breath and looked at them. I knew I'd been right. Any attempt to dissuade them would make things worse. But was making things worse now worse than what might come? I didn't have a chance to ponder that for long as I saw the others regarding the map of the ship. Andrew's face lit up as he tapped a half-moon-shaped room at the very front of the promenade deck, one that was marked Observation Lounge. He tapped at the label below it. Cocktail bar. I knew what they wanted to go there for. Alcohol, which they could make into Molotov cocktails. I shut the laptop down and closed it up as they stood, moving to the door as quickly as possible. As they did, the memory of being called to through the door suddenly forced its way into the front of my mind. I remembered hearing the 3 voices calling to me. First Will. You guys have to come out and come to the party. You'll see you've been afraid for no reason. Everyone here's so damn nice, trust me. It's so much better than going back to the world we came from. Then the woman, Diana. Come on out, boys. You have no idea the wonderful things you'll see. It's bloody beautiful. And finally, the words that followed me into my dreams, my nightmares. Those of the captain speaking directly to me. Nathan, you were so wrong to have been afraid of him. This place is amazing, and the ship's only the beginning. There's a whole other world beyond it, one so much better than what we left. I know it hurts you to see me die, but I'm okay now, I promise. Please, open the door. Come have a drink with me. I didn't know whether it truly had been the man I looked up to for so long, or just another facsimile to torment me. I don't know which would be worse. I snapped out of my thoughts as the sound of the cabin door being unlocked reached my ears. Looking up, I saw Andrew peek out the small opening before looking back and flashing the OK sign. He pulled the door all the way open and, leading the way, stepped out of the room. Spencer immediately followed behind, and Vinny gave me a last pained look before gesturing for me to follow. After a moment, I did. The hallway was deserted as we slowly made our way towards the staircase to the upper deck. As we walked, I noticed with growing unease, yes, dread, that there seemed to be more signs of life on the ship than there had been when we'd first arrived. Sets of period shoes ranging from men's wingtips to women's high heels had been left out in the hall next to the closed cabin doors for someone to come and shine them. Ashtrays we passed contained cigarette butts, and as we stepped onto the landing, I saw a sign on the concierge desk that read, "Sorry, we've stepped out for a moment. We'll be back shortly." It's like the ship's slowly coming back to life. Like the ghosts on board are becoming more active the more the ship steams along. The thought caused another shiver to shoot up my spine. I couldn't understand why I had that thought. Not at that moment, anyway. We climbed the stairs until we reached the landing to the promenade deck. I'd been looking down at the steps as I climbed, lost in thought when I accidentally walked straight into Vinny's back. I stumbled backwards a little, feeling as though I were about to begin tumbling back down the stairs, like a scene from a comedy movie. My nose painfully throbbed, and I shot a look up. All 3 men had come to a dead stop, looking down the hallway to the right at something I couldn't see. Despite our situation, a pang of irritation bubbled up inside me, and I pushed past Vinny, beginning to speak in a whisper. "Why the hell did you guys—" But my words died in my throat as I saw what they'd been looking at. Or, more precisely, what they weren't looking at. The captain's body was gone. From where we stood, we could plainly see the entrance to the lounge where he'd been killed. We could even see the blood stain which still stained the carpet, a mop and bucket standing next to it as if someone had been about to clean it up, but the captain's body no longer lay there. And to make matters worse, There didn't appear to be any sign he'd been dragged off. It was as if he'd just vanished. Dread and tension permeated the air as we stared, and the biggest chill yet ran up my spine as I imagined the man's bloody corpse standing on the other side of the cabin door and knocking, a smile on his face. "Come on," Andrew finally whispered, then moved forward, heading for the bow of the ship. As we followed the signs to the observation deck and cocktail bar, I began to feel surer and surer that this wasn't just a big mistake. This was going to be a fatal one. Along with it came a new feeling, a new thought. Why the hell am I playing along with this malarkey? The captain chose me because I always knew what's best. I'm letting him down by doing this. The thought was what decided it for me. I picked up the pace and sped past the three, coming to a stop in the middle of the hallway and shooting my arms out to the side to block the way. I spoke, my voice low. "Guys, no!" I saw surprise enter Vinny's face, but on Andrew and Spencer, I saw irritation and even anger flash. "Get the hell out of the way," Spencer hissed. I shook my head. "No. Doing this is the worst idea in the long, sad history of bad ideas. We don't know what they'll do if we try and set the place on fire." Andrew's nostrils flared. "I don't give a fuck what they think of us burning this precious ocean liner to embers. We're doing it. Now get the fuck out of my way before I make you move." Veins popped out of his forehead. I could see any rational side of him had been overtaken by emotion. He wasn't thinking. He wanted to lash out one final time at them for the deaths of his crewmates. I knew what would come next. I didn't budge. Instead, shaking my head and standing my ground. Even though I anticipated it, the punch still caught me half by surprise. I didn't realize how strong Andrew was, with how wiry of a build he had. I crashed into a heap on the floor, my head smashing into the wooden wall as he loomed over me, fists balled as if ready to take another swing at me. He leaned down and got right in my face, spit striking my nose and cheeks as he spat at me. "Stay the fuck out of my way. This is being done, whether you like it or not." And with that, he strode past me, Spencer only stopping to spit at me before following. I looked up at Vinny, feeling a small trickle of blood beginning to drip from just above my eyebrow, where Andrew's ring had caught me. "Please don't," I pleaded. For a moment, he looked like he wanted to agree with me. Then he shook his head, his shoulders slumping as he succumbed to the peer pressure of the others. "I'm sorry," he whispered slowly, before following after them. I turned and watched him hurry down the hall before disappearing out of sight around a corner. I fought the urge to scream after them. As angry and hopeless as I felt, I didn't want to bring the spectral horde their way. "Stupid fucks," I whispered quietly to myself, before slowly hauling myself to my feet. I stood there trying to calm myself for a moment. It felt almost impossible to do, and in the heat of the moment I made the grade A mistake I will forever regret, the one that will eat me alive at my soul forever. I didn't follow them. Instead, I turned and stalked away in the opposite direction. The rational side of my brain screamed at me how dumb an idea this was. "What are you doing? You're not supposed to split up. This is leaving you so damn vulnerable and open." But I didn't care. The anger that consumed me silenced my inner warnings, and I walked back onto the landing. I stopped there, breathing heavily. I again cursed the others. Fucking morons. As I stood there trying to compose myself, a familiar but most unwelcome feeling washed over me. A massive shiver shot up my spine as the feeling of eyes boring into the back of my skull came. Almost at once, the anger and rage disappeared, washed away by a surge of fear and terror. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Slowly, I turned to look behind me, and I felt my blood run cold at what I saw. Standing almost directly on the spot where the captain's body had been lying, in the middle of the bloodstain, was one of the shadowy figures. It stood dead still, and even though it had no face, I could tell from the feeling I'd had that it was looking directly at me. Then a new fear began to flood into me, one that came with a thought that, try as I might, I couldn't push away. What if that's the captain? I let out a gasp, feeling my heart beginning to beat harder in my chest. I couldn't take the thought that I might be about to be attacked by the spirit of the man I'd looked up to as a father figure. So I turned and hurried into the opposite hall, heading in the direction of the stern. The feeling of being watched intensified as I hurried down the hall, and I mentally cursed myself for letting my emotions lead me into such a dangerous spot. Stupid, stupid, stupid! I shot glances over my shoulder, feeling that at any moment I'd see the figure shoot round the corner in pursuit of me, but worse, see all of them appear. I looked around frantically, trying to find some place I could duck into to potentially hide. A sign appeared hanging down from the ceiling with an arrow pointing to the right. Theater. Not knowing where else to go, I jogged right until I saw the large door with an identical sign above it. Yanking open the heavy door, I jumped inside and pulled it shut behind me. Trying not to breathe loudly, I pulled back on the inner handle as hard as I could, seeing with a sinking feeling that there was no lock on this side of the door. Not like it would do much good if they went in there. But as the moments ticked by into minutes, nothing came. No force ripped the door out of my hand. I began to breathe a little easier, feeling my heartbeat begin to slow as relief swept over me. Feeling safe that I wasn't about to be swarmed, I finally turned around to look at the room I'd entered. Trying not to breathe loudly, I pulled back on the inner handle as hard as I could, seeing with a sinking feeling that there was no lock on this side of the door. Not like it would do much if they want in here, but as the moments ticked by into minutes, nothing came. No force ripped the door out of my hands. I began to breathe a little easier. Feeling my heartbeat begin to slow as relief swept over me. Feeling safe that I wasn't about to be swarmed, I finally turned around to look at the room I'd entered. I found myself staring past red drapes, which had been pulled back. In the low light, I saw dozens, no, hundreds of red seats stretched out away from me towards the back of the room, and blue carpeting covering the floors. I only had a moment to look at the ivory white walls before I froze, realizing something. It should have been dark, almost pitch black in here. There are no windows to the outside, meaning it should have been like trying to walk around with your eyes closed, but it wasn't. And as my eyes flicked up to the back wall, I realized why. The projector was playing. I suddenly became aware of sounds playing from speakers on the walls. A lump formed in my throat, and even though every fiber of my being told me to leave, I instead stepped from the entryway to the theater itself, taking a half a dozen steps or so until I was halfway up the far right aisle. I turned to look at the screen. A movie was indeed playing, and not knowing what else to do, I sat down on one of the seats. I could tell the movie was old, both by the fact that it was in black and white and the scene of what had to be London in the mid-50s. I'd visited the city in 2004 as a teenager, and I instantly recognized Trafalgar Square, as different as I was seeing it now. The scene began to follow a woman in a trench coat, who always walked with her back to the camera as she got into a cab and was shortly dropped off. As she walked, I suddenly noticed something. The woman had very familiar platinum blonde hair hanging down to her shoulders. Instantly, the little curiosity I had vanished, and I felt a heavy pit begin to form itself in my stomach. But it was as if I had been paralyzed. I could do nothing but watch as the scene continued. The woman reaching a door and attempting to open it before hiding as what looked like an old Thunderbird rounded the corner. As another woman got out, the music began to swell. I felt my heart begin to thump in my chest, dread washing over me in waves. But not because the tension the movie was clearly trying to give off, it was because I felt sure of who I was about to see. and as the blonde woman reappeared again, pulling a revolver from her purse and aiming it at her, the camera changed, revealing her face as she began to fire. I let out a strangled scream. It was her. The woman who Will had spoken about in the restaurant. The one I'd seen with her arm around him in the pool. Diana. You know, this is my proudest moment as an actress. I felt the blood drain from my face. The voice, a sultry one with an unmistakable British accent, the same one I'd heard calling to us through the door last night, hadn't come from the speakers. It came from directly behind me. Feeling my body begin to shake as fear and adrenaline surged through my system, I slowly turned and looked behind me. Where a pair of sapphire eyes gazed back. I did it. Whatever spell I'd been under snapped, and I leapt out of the chair, spinning to face the woman as she rose from her own. She gestured to the screen where the movie continued to play. I actually went to the big film festival in Cannes because of it. I felt on top of the world. She let out a small snort of laughter. Of course, I didn't realize that was the highest I'd ever bloody be. The wistful look left her eyes and focused on me. Will's told me a lot about you, you know. Said a lot of good things. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, but it was though I had once again been paralyzed. I couldn't move, I couldn't even speak. Only stand and stare. That's when her face changed, instantly turning from half-warm, half-eerie smile to ice. You're right, you know. Your friends are making a big mistake with their plan. Them trying to set fire to the ship isn't going to work. All it's going to do is make us mad. My eyes went wide as the realization hit. New renewed horror filling me. They know. And you know how we get when we get angry, Nathan? I finally managed to take a step back, seemingly able to speak again. The words of one of you that I'd often seen flash through my mind, of asking these ghosts or demons or whatever a question. My mind still screaming at me to run, but the slight hope that I could reason with them, perhaps convince them to let us go, was too much. And so I asked, my voice trembling, "What the hell do you want? What the hell do all of you want?" Instantly I realized how dumb my choice had been as Diana began to laugh. Small snickers at first, then blossoming into loud giggles. They stopped as she smiled at me. One that, despite the fact it made her look strikingly beautiful, made me feel as though I wanted to scream. "We want you, Nathan. We want all of you." She took a step forward. I took a step back, my eyes flickering to the exit behind me as she spoke again. "You think the past just dies? It doesn't. It just melts away into what I can only describe as another reality. A beautiful one, where nothing ever ages. Nothing ever changes. One where we all stay, where everything as it was stays." She closed her eyes, shaking her head slowly. "But it gets lonely. For all of us. The only bad thing about nothing ever changing is that we never see any new faces, new people to meet, just the ones from where we came, the ones who've died." Her eyes flew open again, locking on me. I'd just begun to take a step back when I again felt rooted to the spot. "But we're able to come back to see you. Thanks to the fact that the ship's sister still exists in your world, in your time, it gives us the ability to come back to find new people to join us in ours." Her face suddenly contorted into the most wicked, evil smirk I'd ever seen in my life. "And we're always looking for new people to join us. Her words stabbed into my soul, filling me with horror, the likes I'd never felt before. In that instant, I knew there was no reasoning with them. There was no bargaining that could be made for us to leave. They would never let us leave. They wanted to take us back to where God only knows. And they'd do it to countless other people. How many people lost at sea is due to them? I let out an involuntary gasp as I finally managed to take another step back and froze. My blood turned to ice in my veins as the realization hit me, and I finally did scream because Diana's eyes weren't the only ones on me anymore. There were hundreds of eyes, hungry eyes that occupied every seat of the room. I turned and I ran. I ran for the exit as every person in their seats melted into the horrific shadowy faces that had chased and terrified us ever since we'd come aboard. The whispering, laughter, and screaming which had plagued my nightmares was so loud in my ears, I felt as though my eardrums would burst and begin bleeding. I let out the shrillest, most high-pitched scream I ever have in my life. My arms stretched out and reached for the door to the hallway. I slammed into it with all of my might and bounced off of it, crashing back onto my ass on the floor. What the fuck? I stumbled to my feet, running to the door and slamming into it again, and just like the first time, it didn't budge at all. No! I screamed, ramming into it a third time, but the metal refused to give. It was locked. Nathan. I froze. My body beginning to violently shake as the voice reached me, a voice I knew well, a voice which had called to me through the door last night along with Diana and Will. I slowly turned to look behind me. All of the shadowy figures stood less than 10 feet away from me. The whispering, laughter, screaming had stopped, allowing the speaker to be heard. One of the shadows took the first step forward and then spoke again. It's time for you to join us. I turned and began hammering on the door as the captain's words echoed in my ears, sheer terror fueling my screams. Somebody open the fucking door! I began to cry. This is it. These are the last moments of your life, all because you fucked up. You're dead. My mind began to shut down, trying in some physical reaction to spare me the horror that was about to happen to me. Nate! I snapped back to reality as the voice came from the other side of the door. For a moment I thought I'd finally snapped like Wyatt had. Then the voice came again. Nate, you in there? It's Vinny. My mind screamed at me. I began furiously pounding on the door again, seeing out of the corner of my eye the figures beginning to sweep towards me. Vinny, unlock the door for God's sake! I heard the sound of him beginning to fumble with the lock. I shot a glance over my shoulder and screamed again as I saw the figures less than a foot away from me and the door wrenched open. I was suddenly falling forward, crashing to the floor and feeling pain as the abrasive carpet tore at my hands and elbows. For a moment I was unable to think. The realization that I'd been saved, causing my brain to short-circuit, until the horror of realizing where Vinny stood smashed into me like a brick wall. I flipped around, my eyes wide, as I screamed to my friend, Vinny, get away from the door! But it was too late. The only way I could describe what happened next in those next moments is it happened exactly like the scene in the 1999 remake of House on Haunted Hill. The one with Chris Kattan's character opening the basement door to let the others out, and is snatched and dragged into the evil mass inside. That's what happened to him. I caught a split-second look of the horror on his face as he saw the figures reaching out to grab him, and the next he was gone. Yanked inside the theater, the door slamming shut behind him. Vinny! I screamed helplessly, reaching out a hand as if I could pull him back through the door with sheer will. But nothing emerged. The ship became deathly silent again for a moment. But only for a moment. The sound of racing feet suddenly sprang up from behind me. I spun around and began frantically crab-walking backwards as my mind screamed at me that the figures were now coming for me. Instead, I felt a wave of shock as Andrew and Spencer flew around the corner, terrified looks on their faces. Nate, get the fuck up! Spencer screamed at me, reaching out a hand and almost tearing my arm out of its socket as he wrenched me to my feet. Run! I didn't question him, I just ran. I ran after the two as the ominous, terrifying sound of whispering, laughing, and screaming began filtering down from the hallway that they'd emerged from. And it scared me almost more than anything in how pissed it sounded. More than when they'd caught us trying to sabotage the engines. We sprinted for the stairs, taking them down 2 at a time and only able to think about staying a step ahead of our pursuers. I don't know how long we ran, only that I was only able to keep going from the sheer amount of adrenaline that kept filling me. That and the image of Vinny being dragged into the theater to a fate that I could only pray was quick. We headed for the only place we knew, our cabin. When we slammed inside, we shut it, locked it, and proceeded to pile as much furniture in the room against it, trying to make what was likely a futile barricade, but one nonetheless. It was the only thing we could think to do. When we'd finished, I turned to the 2 men. "What the fuck happened?" I demanded. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then Andrew spoke, his voice shaking. We got to the observation lounge, found a shit ton of alcohol at the bar and started making Molotovs. We were halfway done when the voice came. The voice we heard on the stairs that day. He turned pale. We turned, we found ourselves staring at him. Who was him? I pressed. Him. The captain of the ship. He was dressed in an old captain's outfit. He wagged a finger at us. He said it wasn't worth trying, that all it would do was make them do to us what they did to Wyatt. So we lit and threw a bottle at him. At the floor. Spencer spoke up. "Nate, it did nothing. It hit the floor and it lit up for a second, and then it was as if it reversed. The flame disappeared, and then he said he was angry." He swallowed. His eyes turned black and we ran. He looked down at the floor, unable to speak anymore. There was silence in the room for a while. "What happened to Vinny?" Andrew finally asked. My eyes flashed up at him and I felt the heat of rage burn in my stomach. I wanted to scream at him, to strike him like he'd done to me, but I held it back as I saw the look in his eyes. He was broken, and so I simply answered, "He didn't make it." At my words, I saw both men's shoulders slump. "We're not getting out of here alive, are we?" Spencer choked out. I took a deep breath and spoke, my voice calm and authoritative, like how the captain always spoke. "We're getting out of here tomorrow. We're going to plan, and tomorrow we're getting off this damn ship. And we're going to die trying." I didn't say the last part out loud, but I didn't have to. And so, as the sun began to set again on the horizon, we planned. They're asleep now. Both passed out on the bed, but not after each went into the bathroom for a few minutes. I heard them softly crying to themselves. Part of my heart felt for them, but another still burned with the fire and hatred of 1,000 suns. If it hadn't been for their harebrained idea, everything that happened today wouldn't have. If Andrew hadn't punched me, I wouldn't have stormed off, unable to think straight. I wouldn't have gone to the theater, and Vinny would still be alive. But as much as it kills me inside to say, I'm as much to blame as they are. I shouldn't have let my emotions get the best of me, and part of me thinks I should have just let the figures take me, instead of him ending up as the sacrificial alternative for me. Vinny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm staring out the porthole window now as I type this out. I watch the moon rise in the sky and glimmer off the waves. It's all I feel like I mentally can do now. But I know I have to pull myself together before dawn if we want to have any chance to escape off the Queen Elizabeth alive. And there's no choice but for it to be tomorrow, because as I sat here typing this, another program was just jammed under the cabin door, flying under our barricade. When I flicked on my flashlight, I saw that someone had written in black ink at the bottom, "For Nathan only." And when I flipped it open, I noted two things. The first was the date on it doesn't say 2023 like the last one. The date says Monday, June 25th, 1956. The second is the first notice at the top of the left page. 2 days until arrival in New York City. If you have not already brought your travel papers to the purser's office, please do it no later than 4 p.m. tomorrow evening. Thank you. I honestly don't know if the words that Djenna told me are true or not, about the past never dying, but simply moving to a different dimension where it never changes, where the world stays stuck forever in one time period, endlessly repeating over and over for eternity, but I honestly don't want to know. The idea of such a world horrifies me almost worse than everything we've been through. And I think if she's right, and we don't escape tomorrow, the New York City we'll arrive in won't be ours. So I'm going to try to rest. The music's beginning again from the lounge. It's not a big band song this time, but a slow love ballad. A song my grandfather used to sing to my grandmother. Earth Angels by the Penguins. As much as I dread the nightmares that are beginning to come, seeing Vinny being taken, I need to rest. I need as much of it as I can get. If we're going to carry out our plan. Dump all the lifeboats off the starboard side of the ship, then leap off the stern, far enough away from the propellers where we won't be sucked in, and swim for them. Hopefully make it back to land. I'm not going to ask you guys for advice this time. This is the one time I don't think you can help us. I can never thank you enough. All of you. You've helped us keep us going when we didn't have any clue what to do. You've given us hope to keep going, the tiny connection to the world, to sanity, and everything good. You're all wonderful people, and I'm indebted to you for life. But now this part we have to do on our own. But if we don't make it, thank you for helping give us a fighting chance at least. I do ask you one thing, though. Please. Wish us luck. It's finally over. As I sit here typing these words out on the laptop with the ocean spray splashing my face, I almost can't believe it. The last few days have felt like nothing less than one long, continuous nightmare that I could never awake from. It's what I imagine it must be like for someone in a coma, locked in endless sleep. But it's over. The nightmare, it's over. Before I tell you what happened, let me just say one thing to all of you reading this. All of you who did all you could to help me and give me advice. I know I've said it so many times now that I probably sound like a broken record, but I need to say one final time, thank you. I'll never forget any of you for everything that you did for me, and if I can ever return the favor, I will. That being said, it's time. Time to tell you what happened. When the three of us woke up, it was still dark outside. According to my wristwatch, it was only a little after 6 in the morning. None of us said a word to each other, only exchanging nervous but determined glances as we packed the things we thought we'd need into a single bag, including all the food and water we had left. As I shoved the final things in, Andrew came up beside me, holding out another sheet of paper in which he'd written something. Nate, I'm so sorry about yesterday. I read the note and looked up at the man's somber face. I still felt the angry heat in me, but I pushed it down and I simply nodded at him. Now wasn't the time to hold a grudge. Regardless of whether it was deserved or not, I took the pen and I wrote a message back. Let's just focus on getting out of here. Nothing else matters. He read it, then nodded, seeming a bit relieved. I cast one final look at the program which had been shoved underneath the door last night. It lay on the room's writing desk, the declaration of reaching port staring up at me like a tombstone. Freedom or death, I thought. One of them happens today. Steeling myself, I motioned to our barricade, which had gratefully managed to hold throughout the night. Trying to remain as quiet as possible, we pulled the chairs, nightstands, and other items away until the doorway was clear. I took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of fear and anticipation begin rising. Then reached out and took the doorknob in my hand. I looked up, locking my eyes with Andrew and Spencer. They slowly nodded at me. Here we go. I turned the knob, pulling the door open. In silence, we crept down the hallway. It looked as deserted as always, though the shoes still sat next to the cabin doors. I became aware of one difference from yesterday, though. Something that made the fear and uneasiness increase. The ship was no longer silent. The intercom had been turned on again sometime during the night, and as I listened, I realized the first ever song that had played when we powered the ship up was filtering out from the speakers. You belong to me. I shivered slightly, but listening to the music strengthened my resolve. Yeah, I'll see about belonging to you fuckers. Making sure the bag over my shoulder didn't make any sound, we entered the landing. The first thing I noticed was a sign had been set up next to the floor's concierge desk. I stopped for a second to read it. Horse racing sign up. Next to it was an open ledger, inside which many people had signed their names, along with their cabin numbers. My eyes flicked down the list, seeing many names that I didn't recognize, ones of people who had passed from this world decades ago or longer. And then I froze. Felt like someone had dumped the frigid seawater down my back. My eyes read and reread the last 3 names on the sign-up list. I saw Will's name, the captain's name, and Vinny's. I closed my eyes and turned away from the ledger, feeling as though my emotions were about to overwhelm me. Seeing his name, knowing that all 3 of my crewmates were among them now shattered a piece of my soul, especially because I knew there was nothing I could do for them. Not now. Someone patted me on the shoulder and I opened my eyes, turning to find Spencer standing beside me. He wore a grim expression on his face and looked from me to the ledger, having seen the same horrific sight I had. For a moment I did nothing. Then I nodded at him, turning to follow him to Andrew up the stairs. The lifeboats were hooked up on the promenade deck, which is where we were heading. The plan was to hide the bag of supplies near the stern railing of the ship, behind a few of the giant cleats used for mooring. Then ready all the lifeboats on the starboard side of the ship to drop. Normally, they would be slowly lowered from the davits via steel cables. I had noted that there was a sort of quick disconnect switch, which would allow the small boat to simply freefall to the water. All of us knew damn well that the moment the ship's inhabitants realized what we were doing, they would send everything they had after us to stop us. And that meant the second we launched the last of the lifeboats, we'd have to quite literally run for our lives to the stern, snatching up the supplies before leaping overboard. From there, it was simply a matter of making it to one of the lifeboats, climbing inside, and rowing like mad away. The idea conjured up an image from an old 80s horror movie that I'd seen about a possessed ship, of it turning to run down its escaping prey. It was replaced by the horrific sight of the Queen Elizabeth, coming about to do the same to us. I pray to God that it doesn't decide to do that, because we'll be sitting ducks. Shaking the thought and the image out of my mind, we reached the top of the stairs of the promenade deck. Looking around, the music continued to play, the song changing to Mr. Sandman by the Chordettes. Aside from that, though, the ship was silent in the gloom, which meant that they hadn't caught on to our plan yet, and that gave us more of a fighting chance. I spared a split-second glance at the captain's bloodstain, and then turned towards the opposite direction. We're doing this for you, Cap. All of you. Come on, I whispered, the first words any of us had uttered that day. Motioning to them, I kept down into a crouch and slowly began moving down the corridor, the two following close behind. As we reached a corner, a sign hanging overhead pointed in the direction which showed the way to the outer deck. Something filtered out from down the hall in the other direction. In the direction of the theater. It was the sound of laughter, not eerie, sinister laughter, but genuine, infectious laughter of people who had been bowled over by something hilarious. Even still, the sound sent a chill after chill down my back. They're watching a movie, I realized. For a moment, I wondered if our crewmates were sitting beside them, watching, and then I shook my head. Knock it off, Nate. I jerked my head, putting my finger to my lips as we reached the door outside. Feeling my entire body tense up, I reached out, grabbing the handle and slowly pulling it down. It opened, the smell of the ocean immediately rushing into my nostrils and the hall. Moving quickly, we stepped outside and closed the door behind us, Andrew easing the door shut as quietly as he could. Then he finally spoke, his whisper almost torn away by the whipping wind. All right, let's get the supply bag down to the stern, then we can get ready. This place is gonna pop off when everything starts. Spencer nodded. Let's do it, he whispered. Together, the three of us descended a few sets of stairs until we reached the stern deck. Thankfully, it seemed as deserted as the rest of the ship. Moving quickly, we scuttled over and sat down the bag. Step one was complete. As we slowly began to back away, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up straight. I froze as the shiver which came with the sensation of being watched passed over me. My heart began to beat hard and fast in my chest. Shit. Swallowing, I slowly turned and looked to the mass of decks over our head, expecting to see a shadowy figure staring down at me. No one was there. What? What'd you see? Andrew hissed at me. I stared up for a moment longer before shaking my head. Nothing. I just thought that we were being watched for a moment. Their faces paled slightly in my words, but they nodded. Come on, let's get back upstairs. We need to prime the quick releases of the lifeboats, then do one final check to make sure they're not near us, and then we do it. I saw the color begin to come back to their faces, the fearful looks melting back into the determined ones they'd had until now. I shot a look off the side of the ship. The sun was beginning to rise itself over the horizon, the orange glow giving way to the yellow glare as it looked to be pulling itself out of the sea. Turning back, I jerked my head forward. Let's go. We made our way back up to the promenade deck and began readying our potential escape vessel to drop. It was extremely, almost painfully slow going, especially trying to be quiet. Some of the hinges had formed patches of rust, making the davits hard to swing out and the levers even harder to raise. But eventually, every single lifeboat on the starboard side of the Queen Elizabeth dangled high above the water, which moved below. The three of us stopped for a moment to wipe our brows, and we allowed ourselves a small smile at our accomplishment. We might actually make it out of this. We might actually pull this off. The thought sent a surge of hope, almost giddiness, to flow through me. When I get back home, I'm going to literally kneel down and kiss the ground beneath my feet, and I'm never setting foot on or in the ocean again. Now came the final task, making sure that the coast was clear, and that we hadn't been spotted and swarmed. None of us had discussed this portion of the plan yet, mostly due to the fact of what it entailed. One of us had to sneak back inside the ship and give it a last look, then signal the others to begin releasing the lifeboats. None of us wanted the less than envious task. I didn't blame the others for not volunteering, but after seeing that neither of them was going to step forward, I sighed. All right, I'll do it. Simultaneous looks of guilt and relief entered the other men's eyes. After a moment, in which I saw them inwardly fight with themselves, they nodded. I began to turn away when Spencer spoke. Hey, Nate. I looked back, seeing the barely disguised fear on his face. Not fear for him. For me. Yeah? I asked. He took a deep breath and answered. Stay safe, man. Please. A small bit of gratitude at the gesture flooded me. I nodded at him. Just be ready for my signal. And with that, I opened the door and slipped back inside. Tension filled every fiber and sinew of muscle in my body as I crept forward, hearing the pounding of my heart inside my eardrums as sweat began trickling down my face. Everything seemed the same. Music still played over the speakers, and the ship still remained silent. I didn't hear the laughter anymore, but that could just be because whatever film they were watching wasn't in the middle of a funny scene right now. At least I hoped. I took another few steps towards the T-junction ahead, straining my ears for any abnormal sound. Still, it remained quiet. Maybe they really don't know what we're up to. Keeping my breathing as quiet and shallow as possible, I finally reached the T-junction, taking a single breath before stepping out in the middle of it. I cast a look in all directions. Nothing moved in the stillness. Time to leave. I turned and gave the two faces in the doorway porthole a thumbs up, then crossed my arms and made a slicing motion. Both of them burst into elated grins and disappeared, dashing to begin dropping the boats as I turned to join them. Nice try, Nathan. The voice from over my right shoulder froze me on the spot, my feet rooting themselves to the floor. Every ounce of hope and happiness I had was sucked away from me like a loved one in the grip of a tsunami, replaced by a mixture of horror, fear, and dread. My breathing became ragged, and I felt tears begin to spill from my eyes. Slowly, I turned my head to look behind me. Will stood there, looking as alive and human as he had the last time I'd seen him, next to the pool. He cocked his head, slowly giving it a shake as a sad, pitying smile played over his lips. It was a valiant effort, I'll give you that. You've impressed me. He jerked his head towards the door leading outside, to the last hope of my salvation. Especially getting those two bird brains to work together with you. A second voice spoke up from my right. But the game's over now, darling. My head swiveled to see Diana now stood between me and the exit, and she wasn't alone. What looked like at least a dozen men, women, and children stood beside and behind her, all wearing clothing from the mid-20th century. They all wore amused smiles on their faces, their eyes fixated on me. Behind them, I could hear the dull thunk of the lifeboats being released. My dear boy, Nathan. The biggest chill yet ran up my spine, and I slowly turned to find 3 of the 4 hallways packed with people. Hundreds, no, thousands, which stretched away and out of sight, wearing not only old clothing, but crew uniforms as well. They're all here. And then my eyes fixated on the man who'd spoken the voice I'd heard through the radio that second day, welcoming me aboard. He was dressed in a captain's uniform, a white cap sitting atop his head. I knew instantly who he was. It was the man that Andrew and Spencer had seen, had tried setting on fire, and then running from. The captain of the Queen Elizabeth. He smiled an ear-to-ear smile that reminded me of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Only this grin wasn't going to be followed by raising any philosophical points or trying to cheer me up. This grin held a wicked hunger, and it made me feel as though I was staring at the devil himself. And then 2 figures stepped out beside him. 2 figures that made the blood drain from my face. The captain spoke again. "I think you know what to do now, everyone." And I finally wrenched my mouth open and screamed with all the air in my lungs as I watched him, Vinny, the captain, my captain, and all of them melt into the shadowy figures that had stalked and pursued us from the day we'd stepped aboard. I didn't wait for them to make a move. I turned and I ran. I ran in the only direction that was available to me. Back down the hallway that led to the lounge and the stairs. Sparing a glance behind me, I screamed again as what I can only describe as a maelstrom flew after me. The maddening whispers, screams, and laughs emanating from them, melting together into what I can only assume is what hell itself sounded like. Running faster than I ever had in my life, I reached the landing and made a dash for the stairs. But I had only taken a few steps down when I heard even more of the infernal noises rising up from down below. I peered over the banister and down the space between the stairwell, and I felt a new surge of terror as I saw even more swirling figures surging up the stairs. "Shit!" I yelled, turning and sprinting back down the stairs. I emerged back onto the landing just as the figures which had originally started chasing me entered. Black, soot-like arms reached out to snatch me, and I ducked. Managing to dodge them in less than an inch to spare, I ran towards the open door to the lounge, my momentary thoughts of running for the observation room squashed as I heard yet still more whispers coming from around the corner of the hallway to it. I had no other choice. Aside from turning around and letting them take me, and that was not happening, I burst into the lounge, almost tripping over one of the chairs that still lay on its side and racing for the crew hallway that we'd first entered the ship from. As I made it to the center of the room, I could see it. The door hanging slightly open. I had to make it. It's my only way to escape. A momentary surge of hope filled me as I reached it, heaving it open. And then died as a shadowy hand thrust out from the darkened companionway, trying to snatch me and pull me in. I stumbled backwards, almost falling as I turned to run the other way. Panic and fear, were solely driving me now as I made it to the middle of the room and skidded to a stop. I was completely surrounded. I spun around in a circle, feeling a strong wave of horror burst forth as I saw the shadowy figures had made a circle around me. There was nowhere left for me to run. I began to shake uncontrollably as I watched them slowly close the circle more. The tears began to fall from my eyes as the grim reality of my situation slammed into me. There was nowhere for me to run anymore. Nowhere for me to go. I'm not getting out of this. I'm going to die here. I just hope that Spencer and Andrew managed to make it off, and then one more thought. God, please don't let it hurt. I closed my eyes. "Nate!" My eyes shot open, flickering over the shoulders of the shadowy figures as they stopped and turned back to look at Andrew and Spencer, who had dashed to the doorway of the lounge, panicked looks upon their faces. Their eyes found mine, and I saw their faces go pale as they saw my situation. And then, to my horror, some of the figures turned and began to move towards them. "No," I began screaming. "Hey, I'm here! You wanted me! Come take me! Leave them alone!" The figures turned back to me, and I heard the whispers morph until the only sound I heard was them laughing. That's when I heard Andrew scream at me, "Nate, look out!" I looked up to see him pointing his finger. Behind me, I spun around, catching a glimpse of something rocketing towards me. With a terrified realization, I recognized it as one of the giant lamps that had been set up in the 4 corners of the lounge. And at that speed, the huge marble and glass behemoth was traveling. I'd be killed instantly if it hit me. It was what was meant to kill me. I didn't think there wasn't time to. I simply turned and dove for the floor. The carpet slammed into my face as I felt the monstrosity whiz less than a foot over my head. Seconds later, I heard it slam into the opposite wall with a thunderous crash. For a moment, I could do nothing but lay there. The shock of not being dead, all I could feel. Then I got to my feet. Andrew and Spencer's faces were horrified expressions at how close I'd come to death. They could do nothing but stare at me, but as I did, I realized something. Something that sent a bolt of hope through me. Some of the figures were still moving towards the two men, quite a few of them, in fact. Enough they made a mistake and left a narrow but noticeable gap in the circle. I ran. Instantly, the figures realized their error and attempted to plug the hole in their line, but they were just a moment too slow as I managed to sprint between them, feeling the tips of their fingers brush the collar of my jacket. A new sound rose from them as I flew from their grasp, one that spurred me to move faster, a single unanimous scream of rage. Rage at having had me dead to rights and then letting me slip out of their grasp. As I broke free, I shot another look up towards the others. I'd been ready to yell at them to run, to head for the stern of the ship, but I saw I didn't need to. They were already bolting for the exit. I felt fresh tears begin to well up in my eyes, this time ones of hope. I crashed into the corner as I saw them ripping open the exit door, sheer adrenaline powering me as I raced to catch up to them. Come on, you're so close. Move! I spared a look behind me. Fear adding more fuel to my escape as I saw the massive figures spill around the corner I'd just come from. They were desperate to keep us from escaping. I slammed into the door, yanking on the handle as it flew open. The sun momentarily blinding my eyes, it slammed into the outer wall with a crash. And as I caught sight of Andrew and Spencer racing down the stairs, they shot a terrified look back at the sound. I was too focused on staying ahead of the horde to say anything. The only sound I made being the labored breathing as I took the stairs down two at a time. The stern section came into view as I raced down the final set of stairs, and I saw Andrew snatching up the supply bag. The screams of anger and desperation behind me now filled the air, drowning out the cry of the gulls overhead. I saw two of my crewmates take 2 bounding steps, jumping and pushing off the stern railing with their feet. Then they disappeared out of sight. A moment later, I jumped as well. The frigid cold water took my breath away as it enveloped me. For a moment, I thrashed underwater. Then my head broke the surface. I sputtered out seawater and looked around. The lifeboat. I saw that our plan had worked. At least half a dozen of the small boats had successfully survived their fall and floated away from the ship. I began swimming for them as hard as I could, seeing the others do the same. Behind me came the biggest scream yet, and I spared a glance over my shoulder to see the Queen Elizabeth steaming away from us. For whatever reason, they couldn't pursue us. The sight slammed the reality home to me. We made it. We're free. Moments later, we reached the closest one and hauled ourselves on board. For a moment, we could do nothing but lay there, gasping for air as the sun rose higher in the sky. The warmth it radiated down felt like heaven to me. Then, slowly, I heard Spencer begin to chuckle triumphantly. Andrew joined in a moment later, and finally so did I. It was all that we were able to do, being so mentally and emotionally fried from all that we'd experienced. You know what? I'm sorry. But I can't lie to you. Not after all you did for me. I know that's what you wanted, though, wasn't it? You wanted to read about how the three of us managed to beat the odds. Managed to escape the nightmare ship, and we're floating somewhere in the Atlantic that we're going to be all right. All right? I'm afraid I'm going to have to burst that bubble. I can imagine you sitting there now, all of you, reading this. Wait, what? You'll scream, a shocked expression on your faces. He lied at the start. But did I? I said at the start that it was finally over. I said what I felt was a nightmare was finally over. I never said I escaped, though. You only took it to mean as much. The truth is, everything I just told you actually happened. Until the point where I turned to see the giant lamp flying towards me. I never dove out of the way. I didn't have time to. It slammed into me with the force of a Boeing 747. I can still remember it. I remember flying across the room before being crushed into the wall. Truth be told, it was so quick I didn't even feel anything. I didn't suffer, if it makes you feel any better. I also didn't lie about standing up to see the horrified look on Andrew and Spencer's faces. They did indeed have horrified looks, and they did look back terrified as I slammed open the door to chase after them because I was rushing after them to tell them how wrong we'd been. How wrong we'd all been. I realized it as soon as I stood up, looking down at myself, seeing the shadows clinging to my body. They were right. Will, Diana, the captain, they were all right about it being beautiful. About the past not dying. The other reality, all of it. There truly was never anything to fear because I felt so happy. I never have to worry about death again, about growing old. I never have to worry about things changing, about the world moving on, whether I want it to or not. To tell you the truth, I feel so silly for being afraid this whole time. If I'd known the truth, I never would have run from them. I would have let them take me. I didn't lie about them escaping either. Andrew and Spencer, I mean, they really did leap off the stern of the ship into the water and swam to a lifeboat. I can still see them now, actually. I can see them trying to row away as I lay on a sun lounger on the promenade deck with the others. The laptop I left in our cabin in my lap. Diana and Will are smiling and laughing together as they share a drink on my left. And Vinny and the captain are lounging on my right. My heart swims as I see them shooting me smiles, almost as warm as the beaming summer sun. But I can't help feeling sad for Andrew and Spence. They're never going to be able to experience this. Just like Wyatt and Kenny won't. I even asked the captain of the Queen Elizabeth if they could return. If I could try and convince them to come back to us. But he said because they tried to burn the ship, it wouldn't be possible. As much as that sucks, I can see his point. I can't help but feel a little bit bad for them. Seeing their little lifeboat get further and further away as the storm rolls in to swallow them up, I hope they don't suffer too much. We're so close to arriving in New York City now. I'm so excited. When I look over the railing towards the bow, I can see the first glimpses of it on the horizon. It looks so amazing seeing it as it did, as it is in 1956, without any of the ugly modern buildings ruining it. Diana told us that she's going to show us around the city, and she's going to take us to her home in Los Angeles. We're even going to see Elvis perform. I can't wait. After the traditional horse race and party tonight, of course. Which brings me to something I want to tell you about. You see, Diana also told me that when newcomers arrive, they do have to do something. They need to contribute to help them. The Queen Elizabeth will eventually leave New York, heading back out for the open sea. She'll cruise between here and over to England, then back through the Atlantic, where we first came across her. Crossing from this world to ours, to yours, thanks to the tether that the floating hotel her sister ship became. Because after enough time, the four of us will stop being new faces to everyone here, and they'll stop being new faces to us. And it gets ever so lonely not seeing any new faces. I'd like to do something for you. Before I finally lose the signal the computer has back to you, before we fully cross over. The entire reason I'm posting this last update. Remember at the start, when I said if I could return the favor for all you've done, for all the advice, if I could do anything in return, for you all being such kind-hearted people, then I would. Well, there it is. I'd like to extend all of you an invitation. if you're able to charter a boat, sail for the Flemish Cap, or for the route the ship used to take in your world, across the Atlantic. Look for the darkened storm clouds. Steer a course for them. You'll be battered about a great deal, unfortunately. It won't be pleasant, but you'll eventually see the great ship appear on the horizon. Steer a course for her and come aboard, where we wait to welcome you with open arms. We're always looking for new people to join us. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about a little book from tonight's author. Tripping Over Twilight, a collection of short horror stories and supernatural stories. Endless Halloween, Nightmares Unleashed. It's a series of dark tales by T.W. Grimm and Velox Books. If you guys would like to get your hands on the paperback, the Kindle edition, or the hardcover, you can do so in the link in the description down below. And now, on to tonight's story. I spent the day helping around my Uncle Henry's farm, earning some much-needed cash while I'm waiting on another layoff. It was a long day out in the hot sun, and I'm dead on my feet, but I didn't think that I'd be sleeping much tonight. The original plan was to grab a bite to eat and melt into the couch with some low-rent horror movies, but I don't know. I don't seem to be very hungry anymore, and I definitely don't feel like watching horror movies. Maybe not for a while. Around 11 this morning, I was up in the loft of Henry's barn, pitching down hay and drizzling sweat from every pore like a fountain. He was squinting up at me through the haze of his Players Unfiltered, jawing away as usual about life, the universe, and all things in between with his dry, ambling countryman's wit. He asked me what me and the missus would be getting up to this evening, with a sly wink from under the brim of his gray, hip dude from the 40s style hat, turning the innocuous question into a sex joke. I grinned down at him, with the sweat dripping from my eyebrows, and said, "You old goat, Henry. You're probably gonna just veg out on the couch and watch a movie. We're in a zombie kick these days, lots of fake blood, bad acting, good mindless fun." Henry waved a dismissive hand and said, "Zombies, hell. Don't you watch no teddy flicks? And all kinds of porn on the internet these days. Live a little." I barked some surprised laughter and shook my head. My uncle is almost 83. "Throw me up a smoke?" "Don't start a fire in my hayloft, you done idiot," he grunted. "And just climb down here and take a break. I look like a shot-put champion to you." I climbed down the ladder that's nailed in place against the loft and accepted a Pall Mall Unfiltered. It made my head swim with the first harsh, heavy drag. I sat down on the seat of his big riding mower and coughed until my face was red. Henry dragged his beer cooler over to the tractor, and he plopped down on top of it with a wince and a sigh. "Careful, man. You can't handle these ones. Your generation's kind of delicate, willowy. You can pitch the fucking hay yourself," I finished for him. Henry laughed at that and gave me a beer out of his old cooler. He was quiet for a few minutes, just leaning back against a tractor tire and staring off into his barnyard with a cigarette smoldering away between his fingers. He looked like he was deep in thought. I drank my beer and waited for him to say what was on his mind. Henry grunted. I saw some zombies once. Weren't like they were in the movies, but I guess you'd call them zombies." His customary to hell with the world grin abruptly faded and died. "He came over here from Romania. You know that? It was back in the early 30s. Yeah, I know all about that, but what's this about fucking zombies?" I've had many a beer-fueled discussion with Henry in various paranormal subjects, and he's rambled on about some pretty crazy stuff before, but this was on a whole new level. Henry's forehead wrinkled into a frown, and he suddenly looked older than I'd ever seen him. Old and tired. His roomy brown gaze was flat and completely humorless. Henry no longer resembled the cheerful, eccentric country character that I'd known my whole life. He looked like a hardened man who had survived the Depression, the World War, and hardships I could never imagine. "It's important to the story," he said. What he meant was shut up, so I did exactly that and waited for him to continue. "We were supposed to board a train on the East Coast, make our way out to a community of Romanian folks out west. I was too young to remember what happened exactly, but there was a fuck-up. We didn't make it to our destination, not just us, but a bunch of more Romanian and Hungarian families. A few Germans, too. Probably almost 30 people in total. We got rerouted somehow, because no one spoke English, couldn't communicate with anyone. We ended up being dumped off at a train station that was located near fuck all and nowhere. No money, couldn't speak the language, no place to go. We didn't even know where the hell we were. Top of that, it was late in the fall, it was getting cold. We sheltered in some abandoned train cars, barely made it through the winter." "Holy shit," I whispered. I had no idea. Henry looked me in the eye. His gaze had weight. Somehow everybody survived that first winter. No one froze or starved. Remember, this was back in the dirty 30s. There weren't any social programs like nowadays. Not for a bunch of dirt farmers from across the pond, anyway. When spring came, it was decided that the able-bodied men, the older boys, he'd leave and try to find work somewhere. Never heard again from a lot of them, but after a while, money started finding its way back to us. We got by. Some German woman from Lutheran church, they heard about our situation. They were coming by with food and clothes and often as they could. We weren't thriving, but we got by. He lit another smoke. He offered me the pack, but I didn't want it. Problem was, we were stuck. Nowhere to go, no money to go nowhere with. Just foraging and surviving on what little came back to us. I was trapping rabbits in the woods, picking wild berries, stealing ears of feed corn in the middle of the night. Shit. Whatever we could do to eat, we did it. Cops left us alone because we didn't bother no one or take anything of real value, but they sure didn't help us either. And then winter came again. Henry lapsed into silence. I waited through a full minute of tense silence before I prodded. "Henry, winter came and..." He snorted. "Let me tell you something. Damn near impossible to keep a tin box heated with a makeshift barrel stove. We weren't just cold, we were hungry. The snow was bad that year. The ladies from the church were having a hard time getting out to see us. We could hardly ever make it into town to pick up the money the men were sending back. It was a desperate situation." Henry stopped to drink his beer, and I saw that his hands were shaking. "There was a Hungarian family," he croaked. "The man had left to find work with the rest of them, him and his brother. He left his wife, a grandpa, and 4 kids. Youngest of them, he was maybe 4 or 5, just a little guy. One morning he goes out with his oldest brother to fetch some firewood, and only the older brother comes back. And he says a wolf came running out of the woods and took his brother away. Said it snatched him up, and he was gone before the kid could even begin to react." I shifted uncomfortably in that worn, torn-up seat. Jesus Christ. That poor kid. "No," Henry grimaced. "There was a problem. See, the kid didn't come running back after his brother just got dragged away by a fucking wolf like you'd think he would. No, your little brother gets taken by a wolf. Hell, most kids would come screaming back like their ass was on fire, their hair was catching, but he didn't. No, this kid stayed right there and gathered up some firewood. He was gone for almost 5 hours. And there was blood on his coat. Henry waited a few moments for the implications to sink in. The kid's grandpa grabbed him up and tore his coat off, ripped it right open at the seams in a rage. Suddenly I understood. And we all started screaming at him, everyone starting to circle in front of their boxcar, just yelling and screeching at this kid at the top of their lungs. His mother wailed, "Why'd you do such a thing? Monster." She slapped the tooth right out of his mouth, so I'd go flying through the air. She gave him another zinger off the top of the head, and wham, the kid ran for it. His mother grabbed a good-sized branch from the pile of firewood that he brought back, chased after him. Weakly, I interjected. "Hey, Henry, maybe this isn't..." Henry ignored me and plowed on. He wasn't looking at me, he was looking out at the barnyard again. He didn't get very far. She was a woman possessed, shrieking like a banshee, swinging that branch with everything she had. No one tried to stop her. We just stood there in the howling wind, and we watched it happen. After it was over, some of the women buried him in the snow. Took his shoes off first, though. They still had some wear left in him. Could have been a waste to bury him. I drenched my suddenly parched throat with a few large swallows of my beer and gasped. Good God. What did the mother do after he was dead? Went to her boxcar, laid down in her blankets. Henry wheezed. Didn't come out for 3 days. I would have rather been almost anywhere else than sitting there in Henry's barn, feeling slightly ill, as this horrible tale felt like a toxic rain from his trembling lips. It somehow made it worse that it was coming from Henry. Good-hearted fellow, an all-around decent human being, a man who I'd known my entire life. Infinitely worse. I asked, "What about the youngest brother?" And Henry's grimace deepened into a tragedy mask of deep lines and spiderweb wrinkles. He had himself another long swallow from his beer can. Well, me and a few of the older boys followed their tracks out to the woods not far from the tree line. The 2 sets of tracks joined together. There were drops of blood in the snow. Trail ended in the weeds, and there was blood everywhere, big splashes, frozen puddles of the stuff all over the place. Found a good-sized rock, the sharp edge lying on the ground. There was more blood on the rock. A lot of it. Strands of human hair. He'd made a fire pit nearby. Kicked some snow over it to bury the evidence, but it was a pretty half-assed attempt. He was just a kid after all. I felt a shiver at that statement. Just a kid. Just a normal boy, slowly become a desperate and starving boy with another long, hopeless winter ahead of him. Did the older boy cry as he beat his defenseless younger sibling with a rock? Did he cry when he sank his teeth into the boy's burned and blackened flesh? They were scraps of burnt-up clothes in the ashes. I could smell an odor of roasted meat in the fire pit, just faint, but it was there. And God help me, my stomach was growling. I couldn't help it. None of us could. We turned away from the fire pit and we followed another trail further into the woods. He tried to hide the body under a pile of pine branches, and he was hoping to come back to it later. I made a sound of disgust in the back of my throat. Henry solemnly nodded in agreement. Yeah, you bet. It was bad. Now, we didn't want to leave him into the coyotes, so we made a sled out of the branches and we hauled the remains back to our camp. He got buried not far from his brother. And that was that. It was done. We all tried to forget what happened. We moved on. That might sound fucking horrible, but it wasn't any other way to make it any better. The deed was done. It'd never be undone. The rest of us had to go back to the business of survival. I blinked up at Henry and breathed. Man, that is fucking heavy. Henry sipped at his beer. I could see that he was trying to get his thoughts in order. I patiently waited for him to continue. Henry quavered. An awful thing, especially for a kid my age. Too young to do anything about it, too old to forget. I was 9 years old that winter, and I was the one who saw him first. Henry sipped at his beer. I could see that he was trying to get his thoughts in order. I patiently waited for him to continue. Right around dusk, Henry said. Maybe a couple weeks after we put the two of them under the snow. I was having a pee before bed. And I was standing just outside the door of the boxcar with my willies shivering in the frigid breeze. Just as I was finishing up, I realized I could feel something staring at me. I could actually feel it, you know? I could feel the eyes on me. I know the feeling. My voice was thick. I didn't want to listen to even one more second of the story, but I didn't have any choice. Henry was going to let it all out, and it was far too late to stop him now. I looked up and I saw at the rear of the car, standing just as still as a mannequin. His forehead was dented in. One of his eyeballs was hanging from his socket. It's the Hungarian boy. His good eye was blazing a deep shade of red. I don't know how to explain it. It made me think of hellfire. I could see that his bare feet weren't touching the snow. I felt the beer can crumple as I involuntarily tightened my grip. Despite the heat, a sharp chill had raced up my spine. And I screamed. I ran back inside with both hands holding my pants up. Henry grinned. There was no humor in that grin, none at all. I told everyone what I'd just seen, and the other kids all started crying. Your grandma grabbed me by the arm and demanded to know if I was telling the truth. Her eyes were so wide they're almost popping out of her skull. She was scared. Real scared. And her reaction scared the rest of us even worse. She called me a liar and a horse's ass. She yelled, what would happen if this poor mother heard you say those horrible things? Has she not suffered enough, you lying little bastard? Henry wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and let out a shaky breath. I kept crying that it was true. Your grandmother snapped. She started screaming, liar, at the top of her lungs. She beat the tar out of me. She was scared. She was hungry. She was probably losing hope too, just like the rest of us. She was tired of being strong. She was tired of being alone. So I guess I understand. I don't blame her for beating on me. I just sat there and stared at him until that very moment. I never suspected the tiny, kindly old grandmother of my childhood memories would be capable of such a thing. My jaw was probably on the floor. The next day, Ma and some of the other women went out to collect firewood. No. Ma left me in charge, being the oldest. And they were gone, me and your dad snuck out to the oldest brother's grave. We knew what he'd become. I trailed off. Couldn't quite get the words out of my mouth. Some people call them vampires, Henry said. He dropped his empty can on the dirt floor and fetched himself another one. In the old country, we knew them as strigoi. I suppose other people have names for him too, but it's the same thing. A corrupted spirit feeds on the living. He was still hungry, that boy. Cold, hungry for our warmth. And Ma knew it. She didn't want to believe it. I had a shovel, and your dad was carrying his pocket knife. It was a cheap little thing with a blade maybe 3 inches long. He had no idea what we were doing, and I was scared shitless. Despite myself, I was on the edge of my seat. I asked for a cigarette. He lit it for me with his big tarnished Zippo. Lit himself another one, too. I dug through the snow all the way to the frozen ground, but he wasn't there. The snow hadn't been disturbed, but the boy was gone. The mother of the dead boy was the first one to disappear. She stepped out one night to scoop a pail of snow for water. She didn't come back. Her tracks stopped about 10 feet from the door to their boxcar. Just one pair of footprints, nothing more. The next night, a little girl went out for a pee after dark, and she was never seen again. Once again, only one set of tracks in the snow. After that happened, I steeled myself for another beating. Told your grandma the boy was no longer in his grave. She cried with her face in her hands, grabbed me by the shirt and hissed, "You must not go out after dark. Promise me you won't. Promise me." I gave her my word that I wouldn't. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of fingernails scratching at the walls of our boxcar. Your dad heard it too. We crept up to the ragged old blankets that hung over the door, quiet as a couple of church mice, and I pushed them back to take a peek. Just a crack. I found myself staring directly into that blazing red eye. It was right there on the other side of the blankets, waiting for me. Henry shuddered in the oppressive heat. He wiped away a slick layer of sweat from his brow and regarded the lit end of his cigarette with a look of terror. His bony old knees were trembling inside of his baggy green work pants. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his work boots. Red as hellfire. I froze like a statue. There were only a few layers of horse blankets between me and the thing outside. I could smell him. He smelled like rotten meat and burning sulfur. I could see that one red eye, but I knew that he was smiling. I could feel that smile. It chewed right through the blankets and gnawed into my soul. The thing let out a high-pitched whining sound, like a hungry animal begging for scraps, and it whispered, "Let me in, Henry. I'm cold. I'm lost." My mind went blank for a second or two. I felt like I was falling into that eye, sinking down, drowning into burning oblivion. Your dad whispered, "What is it?" from behind me, and I snapped out of it. I yanked the blankets closed and pushed him away. I snapped, "Nothing. There's nothing out there." We crawled back into our miserable little beds, and after I was sure he was asleep, I started crying as quietly as I could. I was shaking like a leaf. God help me, I wanted to let that thing in. Hell yes, just throw back those horse blankets and welcome that awful thing inside with open arms. It's probably seconds away from doing just that, and if your dad hadn't snapped me out of it, I reckon we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Neither of us would be here. I sat up straight in my seat and interjected, "Okay, just a second, Henry. Where the hell was Grandpa while all this was going on? I mean, didn't he know? Couldn't you, send him a telegram or something? Write him a letter?" Henry snorted at the floor. He shook his head. "Nobody really knows for sure what happened to your Grandpa. He left us and we never saw him again. Didn't send one thin dime back to his family, not once. As far as I know, he was either in jail or he was dead. It's the only conclusion that makes any sense to me." I raised an eyebrow. I shook my head. I could see in his face that this was a lie. Never saw him again? Of course he came back at some point. How else would I have known the man during my childhood? Trying to keep my tone neutral, I said, well, obviously you all ended up being reunited at some point, right? I know this for a fact. I spent a lot of summers working on his farm. He was definitely alive and well. Henry gave me a look that I'd never seen from him before. A cynical and calculating assessment. After a moment or two, he chuckled. Oh, you know it for a fact, do you? No, you never met your biological grandfather. The man you call Grandpa is actually your grandma's second husband. My stepfather, I guess, although I was already long gone by then. They married in the late 50s. Once again, my jaw was on the floor. I sputtered, what? Why didn't I know this? Do any of my cousins know? Henry cocked his head and drawled, no, I doubt it. Ma and us kids never talk about those days. No point in dredging up all those bad memories. I just, I mean, this story is pretty far out there, Henry, but I don't feel like you're just pulling my leg either. I just don't know. And maybe you don't, Henry murmured, but I do. The German family that lived in the train next to us are gone the next morning. All of them. Tarp they were using for a door was hanging wide open, their barrel stoves cold. No signs of a struggle, nothing missing. They were just gone. 6 kids, 4 women. Left everything behind and just vanished. Henry fumbled in his pack for another cigarette. I held out my hand and he passed one over. I squinted through the smoke and shook my head at him. So you guys packed up and immediately got out of there, right? I mean, I would have been out of there so fucking fast, I'd leave a trail of smoke behind me. You fuck everything, just bundle up and go. Go where? Henry countered, and I threw my hands up in the air. Go anywhere, man. Jesus Christ, who gives a shit where? They were fucking vampires scratching at the walls. It was a high time to put on your boogie shoes and go. I have no boogie shoes, Henry wheezed. I was wearing the Hungarian boy's shoes, the shoes they pulled off his feet before they buried him in the snowdrift. They were just about worn out, and my socks are full of holes, and once again, go fucking where? It was the Great Depression. We were in a foreign land. You think there was somewhere to go? Pull your head out of your ass. I looked down at my beer can to avoid making eye contact. I didn't know this version of Henry. I never even suspected that he existed. Meekly I answered, no, I guess not. I guess not, he repeated. It's easy to say what you would have done. You weren't actually there, is it? There's only 2 options. We could stay there, pray to God that we'd be spared, or we could try and reach the nearest village and freeze to death. Snow is deep. Take the better part of a day for a healthy adult to make that journey. Almost 3/4 of the group were kids. Most of us weren't even 10 years old. Even if we made it there, there'd be nowhere for us to stay. People in the village had already made it known they wanted nothing to do with us. I hadn't even heard from those women from Lutheran church for almost 2 months. We're on our own. You could taste the panic in the air. They decided we'd cram everyone in just 3 of those boxcars in the sunset so we could all keep an eye on each other. It was cramped as a bitch in there. At least it was warmer than usual. No one said a word all night. Even the youngest kids were quiet as church mice. I was scared. But I thought we'd probably be safe as long as no one looked outside. Even so, no one really got any sleep. We heard voices in the wind. Sometimes it'd be a bang against the side of the car. My heart would start pounding. And right around 2 in the morning, we all heard a scream. Just one word. No. And then silence. Morning was a long time coming. When the sun finally came peeking over the horizon, we found the other 2 boxcars standing wide open. Everyone inside them was gone. I felt a shiver run up my spine. Henry got off the cooler with a loud pop in his knees, and he offered me another beer. I popped it open and drank deeply. Despite the oppressive heat shimmering in the air outside the barn door, I felt cold all over. You'd think that no one would be able to sleep the next night, but everyone was sawing logs by midnight. We had all been awake for at least 36 hours. I fell into this incredibly vivid dream that spring had arrived. In the dream, I pulled back the horse blankets and saw golden sunlight shining down on a green meadow. The snow was gone. It was warm. I hear the birds singing. Hungarian boy's mother was sitting there in a rocking chair, rocking away, humming to herself in the sunshine. Both her boys were sitting in her lap, one on each leg. They looked clean, happy, well fed. The butterflies are dancing in the air above their heads. Picture perfect, like a scene right out of a magazine. See the others roaming around in the backyard, calling out to each other, laughing in the warmth of the sun. No one was hungry. No one was cold or afraid. Their suffering was over. The dead boy's mother saw us watching him. She called out, "Come join us, child. Winter's over. You look so hungry. Here, come have a nice bowl of goulash." I walked up to the door and held out a big steaming bowl of meat and gravy, and oh my Christ, did it smell good. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to be outside in the warmth, feel the sun on my face. But even in the dream, I knew something was wrong. Her eyes weren't right. They were glowing that deep, ugly red. That hellfire red. She stood in front of our door with that steaming bowl of stew cradled in her hands, smiling up at me in the sunlight, and I realized that it smelled exactly like that burned body we found in the wood. Henry grinned his crooked, humorless grin at the floor between his feet. She almost got me. I almost reached for that bowl. It took everything I had to step away from that door and say, "No, go away, you can't come in." The next instant, someone was screaming in the dark, and I was fighting to throw off my blankets. My heart was racing a mile a minute. It was your grandma. She was screaming at the old Hungarian man, the grandfather of the boys that we'd buried in the snow. He was standing in front of the door with the blankets pushed aside, and I could see in the moonlight that he was still asleep. Ma grabbed his arm and he yelled, "Let me go, I want to feel the sun." I barely even saw what happened next, just a blur. The old boy hopped outside in his long johns, his arms spread out like he was about to give someone a hug. Then he was gone. He was yanked right off his feet and gone in the blink of an eye. Ma screamed again, pulled the blanket shut. I caught a glimpse outside before she did, and I saw him. The people who went missing, I saw their eyes glowing in the dark. Henry was silent again. I finished my beer and waited for him to collect himself. When he was able to continue, he said, "Drama's a hell of a thing." I fell right back asleep after the old man was taken by the monsters outside. Out like a light. I think I probably fainted. I woke up to voices outside. They were calling for us to come out. I thought it was them at first, the things with the red eyes, but it was the German woman from the church. Stolen a sleigh from a stable in town. Great big sleigh with a team of horses. They've been trying to come out to see us for weeks, but no one would help them. So they finally took matters in their own hands, helped themselves to the sleigh. They said that it was what Jesus would do. Henry chuckled to himself and took a long swallow from his beer can. Your grandma flung herself at their feet, begged them to take us back to town. They asked us where the rest of us were, but Ma just shook her head and kept saying, "Take us with you, please. You must take us away from here." In the end, they simply couldn't say no. We found ourselves staying in the basement of the Lutheran church. Townsfolk weren't too happy about it, but the German woman shamed them with Bible quotes. They finally shut the hell up and left us alone. What did Grandma say about the people who went missing? She had to tell them something. The truth, Henry grunted. They were church-going folks in a simpler time. They believed in forces of good and evil. When the spring thaw came, they took them all back out to the junked-out boxcars with a few bags of salt. I went with them. We salted the earth. We gave the little Hungarian boy a proper burial. I was the one who dug the hole. We planted an apple tree to mark his grave, and never came back. Henry looked at his watch and sighed. That's pretty much it, kiddo. That's the story. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry. Let's go over to the house, get some lunch. Henry's story had left me feeling like a wrung-out washcloth. It was fantastic and dreadful. There's no doubt in my mind that he was telling the truth. Except for one crucial detail. I cleared my throat and asked, "What really happened to Grandpa Henry?" I think you know the answer. Henry grimaced and scrubbed his hands over his eyes. He looked exhausted, but he also looked relieved. Secrets are heavy baggage. It's always a relief to be free from their burden. We crossed the border, he left us for dead. Got married to some floozy who owned a brothel. Had a bunch of kids with her, got divorced, got hitched to another one. He ran a bootlegging business, from what I could gather. Got rich off of it, lived in a mansion, with his third wife, till he died, sometime in the early 80s. Went peacefully in his own bed. Hope hell's hot enough for that man, because he never did like the cold very much. With that, story time was over. And we went up to his house for sandwiches and soup. Aunt Eustace prattled on about family gossip as we ate. By the time we finished, I almost felt normal again. But that was before the sun had set over the horizon. Things were different in the dark. The house creaks. Shadows crawl across the walls, and all semblance of rationality goes right out the window. It's almost 1 a.m. I'm tired as hell, but I doubt very much that I'll get any sleep tonight. If I close my eyes, I'll see a little boy with a dead complexion standing in the snow. A little boy with a dent in his skull and the matte glow of crimson flames dancing in his remaining eye. He'll bare his teeth with a feral smile, and that'll be that. I'll end up coming back downstairs to watch infomercials with all the lights on, waiting for the sun to rise. Things are different in the dark. But if you don't believe me, just ask Uncle Henry. He knows all about it. As a transplanted southerner, I know what it's like to roast in the summertime heat. But even up here in the Northeast, you'll get some days where the humidity is downright ignorant. That's how my Uncle Henry phrases it, turning the word into a dirty expletive. Sweet Jesus, he'll say, it's downright ignorant out here. Come July and August, Uncle Henry's farm is my sanctuary from the urban madness, the hot asphalt, shimmering glass. His property's an oasis where the sun sets early behind treetops, and the weather vane on the peak of the barn roof is always fluttering in the northwesterly breeze. The farmhouse is mostly shielded from the midday sun by his ancient oak trees, a quartet of towering sentinels that rise up to brush against the sky. Henry's farm's a good place, and old Uncle Henry is a good fella. Henry's led something of an interesting life, to put it mildly, and he's a lot of very unusual tales to tell. Sometimes they're whimsical in nature, sometimes they're thought-provoking, and sobering. But every now and then, he'll tell me a story that's pure nightmare fuel. I'd like to think that the latter variety are either wildly embellished or outright fabrications, but honestly, I have my doubts. As my uncle is fond of saying when I became skeptical in the face of some bizarre turn in our conversation, "Ah, hell, it's a big, weird old world out there, kiddo, and you really don't know jack shit about it." Uncle Henry had been rambling around the house by himself since my aunt passed last year, and he's always glad for some company. He'll toss a couple six-packs into his old cooler and we'll retreat to the comfort of the wooden swing chairs, the ones that face the valley. Chairs that Henry had built with his own hands in the same year Elvis was famously censored on the Ed Sullivan Show. Before long, we'll end up falling into our long-running conversation about all the world and everything in it. Just shooting the breeze, waxing philosophical as we pass away in a devastatingly hot Sunday afternoon. Last Sunday, as usual, our discussion veered into the 14 realms of the very strange. This time, with the claim that Henry had once seen a UFO floating above his very own field in June of 1955. Came out of the house after lunch, and there it was, hovering down in the valley beside the irrigation pond. It was floating 3 feet off the ground, so perfectly goddamn still. I could have been hanging from a string, like a giant ball bearing, no seams or rivets. Perfect globe made out of some kind of highly polished metal. Shone so bright in the sunlight I could hardly look at it. Didn't make any sound at all, this thing. It's craft. And yeah, I do believe it was a piloted craft, you understand? It was a spaceship. No doubt about it. Anyhow, I stood there with my jaw on the ground and stared at the craft for a minute, maybe 2, and then it shot straight up in the air. Poof. It was gone in a single second, just incredibly fast. I tell you right now, no one on this earth, living or dead, no one could have ever constructed such a marvelous machine from another world. Why didn't you take a picture of the thing, Henry? I demanded. You didn't think to run for your camera? I mean, come on, man. Henry flapped a dismissive hand and scowled. I couldn't have moved a muscle if my life depended on it. Sometimes people freeze up like a rabbit when they're scared. It happens to the best of us. I asked, why were you scared? And Henry thought about it carefully for a while before answering, taking time to mull it over while he tore the plastic off a fresh pack of smokes. "'Cause it wasn't right," he said. "No way in hell that thing would have been able to fly, let alone hover around in midair. How can a round lump of metal zoom around like that? It defied the laws of physics, the laws of every other goddamn thing. That craft really was alien in every sense of the word. It scared me." Henry looked thoughtful. He went quiet for a while, and I watched him from the corner of my eye. I had a feeling that Henry was about to push me down the proverbial rabbit hole once again. I thought, well, this should be interesting, and I patiently waited for him to start. "It's a big, weird old world out there," Henry mused. He lit a cigarette with his tarnished old Zippo and hacked into his fist. He wheezed. "It's so long ago. His land was still uncultivated and wild. Most of the farms on this road didn't even exist until the late 40s. Thousands of years, this whole area was nothing but woods, gullies. People who lived in these forests believed in the elemental forces, light and dark. They believed in magic." He blew out a swirling cloud of blue-tinted smoke, a luxurious exhalation that ended in a coughing fit. When he was done, Henry said, "It happened a few years after the UFO incident. It had been sometime in the early 60s after I got let go by the electric company. Moved back to the farm. The whole thing started with me waking up early one morning and saying to myself, 'Fuck it, I'm going rabbit hunting.' Scrubland at the back of the farm was always teeming with the little buggers. You could hunker down just about anywhere, bag one in no time." His lips twitched for a brief smile. There 1 second, On the next. Rabbit stew, kiddo. Used to love it. Your grandma made a great rabbit stew. I haven't had it in many years. Can't bring myself to shoot a living creature anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my own time's coming. I grimaced at this and said, "Oh, don't say that. You got a lot of good years left." "I don't know about that." Anyway, I went out to the back of the property. I hid behind a clump of sumac. I'm now 22. The sun was just barely peeking over the treetops, where the light hit the morning mist made it feel like I was in a dream. Henry looked me in the eyes and said, "I'll tell you something, kiddo. Under the right circumstances, when light meets dark, there's magic in the air. Sometimes it's a good sort of magic. Sometimes it's bad. Either way, there's no denying it's real. If you don't believe that, go out in the fields tonight around 8 o'clock and maybe you'll see for yourself. If you stand there real quiet and just watch, maybe you'll see it happen. And you'll know that I'm right." So I'm sitting there as the light pushes back the dark, waiting and watching for a nice-sized rabbit. And I'll be damned if someone doesn't come crawling out of the gully. He's leaning on a stick to keep himself from falling over into the dirt. I sat perfectly still. I watched this dirty, bedraggle-looking apparition come hobbling into the daylight. There was a real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. The only thought in my head was that he was tainted. His stick broken too. He fell at the edge of the field. Sound of his body hitting the dirt snapped me out of my trance. I come running over. I saw it was a native fella, older guy with gray hair. His denim overalls were soaked through with blood. Uncle Henry reached into the old cooler that sat on the ground between us and fished out a fresh beer. He cracked it open slowly, taking a pause to gather his thoughts. I put my rifle down and rolled him over. The left side of his face was hanging in shreds. I could see his teeth through the hole in his cheek. He's torn up like he got mauled by a jungle cat. I say to him, "Holy Jesus, what done this to you?" And he was too far gone to speak. There's nothing I could do but lay him down in the dirt and let him die. Henry stopped to light another smoke. He was seized by another fit of coughing, one dragged closer to the grave. He squinted at me through the haze and gasped. I thought he was gone. I tried to close his eyelids. Heard somewhere you're supposed to do that when someone dies. They wouldn't stay closed. They kept sliding open again. I reached for a fresh beer of my own. I had a feeling I was going to need it. Yeah, I definitely never heard this one before. That's crazy. What happened to him? "Hush," Henry snapped. "I'm getting there." I made a zipper motion across my lips and motioned for him to continue. Henry speared me with a sour glance and continued. "I hightailed it back to the house and told your grandparents. Ma forced me to sit down and drink a mug of tea with some rum in there, calm my nerves. Your granddad, not your real one, mind you, but you already know that. Anyway, he jumped in the truck to go see for himself. When he came back, he was white as a ghost. Told me to call the cops." Henry fished another smoke out of his rumpled pack, taking his time with the procedure. He was staring off into the distance, gazing into the faded past with the failing eyes of a man in the twilight hour of his own existence. It pains me to think about it, but it's true. Henry probably isn't long for this world. And I'll miss him when he's gone. "He had to be from the 55, Henry said. "That's what we call the local native reserve of 55. It wasn't much more than a handful of dilapidated shacks standing in a clearing in the bush. You can get there on a dirt road let off Country Road 55. I've never been there myself, but I knew from Fred Walsh the fella could drop in most days, buy himself a jug of corn liquor. He was so inclined. It wasn't wise to go after dark, though, not if you didn't want to come back with your ass kicked up between your shoulder blades. I didn't much care for company after business hour. And when the cops finally showed up, they went out to the field and they gawked at the body like it was a display in a carnival sideshow. One of them yelled, "God damn, old Chief got liquored up and tried to wrestle a bear." The other one laughed until he was wiping tears from his eyes. They didn't have no respect at all. Didn't take any pictures, didn't comb the area for evidence, none of it. They just rolled up the body in our tarp and heaved it into the truck with their squad car. Yeah, I could hardly believe it. We sat quietly for a little while, drinking our beers and looking down to the meadow and the valley. We're an ugly people living in a beautiful world, Henry sighed. Always been us versus them. That's the way it always will be. Anyway, just as we're finishing lunch, a homicide detective named Callahan comes rolling up the driveway in an unmarked Plymouth Fury. He was the most serious-looking man I ever met, face like a rock. He interviewed me and your grandpa at the kitchen table, asked a lot of questions. The one that really stuck with me was, have you ever seen any unusual tracks out in the fields? Well, your grandpa says, what do you mean exactly? Detective Callahan, he just shrugs it off. Left me wondering why a homicide detective be investigating an animal attack. Before he left, he advised us to start locking doors at night. Mama asked him if we were in danger. He said, "Ma'am, we're always in danger. Start locking your doors." Henry smiled a little, nodded to himself, pitched his cigarette butt in the grass, and crushed it beneath the sole of his battered old work boots. Willie Van Klein came by later that afternoon. He was a Dutchman that owned the apple orchard down the road. Of course, the apple trees were gone long before we were even born. The entire orchard withered and died back in the early 70s. Just shriveled up and died, and there wasn't anything, Willie could do about it. He committed suicide that winter. Cut his own throat with a straight razor. That's a story right there. See, before the Van Kleins bought that land, it belonged to some kind of Anabaptist sect, cult. Apparently, those folks straight out of Henry, stay on track. Willie came by later on and, right, Henry grunted. Old Willie said his whole house woke up just before midnight to his dogs losing their mind in the kennel. Howling and carrying on like Satan himself was standing in the barnyard. He jumped out of bed to see what was happening, and wham! Something slammed against the back door hard enough to crack it right down the middle. Now, he came running down the stairs in his nightshirt. He yelled, "Get away from my house or I'll shoot!" Whoever was outside screamed like a banshee and kept pounding away at the door. Willie said, "The hell with this." He blasted a hole through his own door with a shotgun. The thing outside let a yowl like nothing he ever heard before. Took off for the woods. He said it's moving too fast to get a good look at it through the window. He saw that it was big. It was running on all fours. It had a set of big twisting antlers on either side of its head like a mature buck. But deer ain't generally known to come knocking at your door. I didn't know any animal that could take both barrels of a shotgun and not even bleed. There wasn't a single drop of blood in this Porsche. Ran off without a scratch. Henry smirked crookedly at his beer can and shook his head. Now, everyone knew that Willie Van Klein wasn't a fan of law enforcement or rules in general. He would have made a damn fine Viking warrior, that man. Although Willie didn't call the cops, took matters into his own hands. Put his hound on the scent and followed the Kurt's trail into the woods. Said he was headed straight for the 55. I motioned for him to stop and say, "Okay, so after it tried to kick in his door, it headed for the reserve and attacked the guy you found the next morning, right? I'm understanding this correctly." Henry shrugged and said, "Maybe he was heading back to the reserve where it came from. We had absolutely no proof of that. The more we talked about it, the more it seemed likely. See how fast it happened? It's us versus them. You don't have a question of what you're doing. We just do it. That line of thinking will be our downfall. Anyway, who should come rattling up the road in his old Plymouth as we were standing in the driveway but Fred Walsh. Now, it just so happened Fred was one of their best customers out there in the 55. Freddie was a good fella.
But he was a drunk. He lived off a disability check from his time in Korea. Lost 3 fingers, gained a permanent limp during the Battle of Busan Perimeter. Reddy said he drank to deal with the phantom pain in his missing fingers. The corn liquor was all he could afford on a fixed income. I always thought he would have been drunk either way, but hell, it didn't really matter. He was a good drunk, always cracking wise, smiling away. A mean bone in his body, that man. Well, Fred didn't sound like he was 3 sheets to the wind just yet, but he was definitely on his way. I explained the situation, he said. Well, shit. Yeah, that's hell of a thing, ain't it? But I'll tell you right now, you guys should probably stay away from there. There's not going to be feeling very hospitable right now, if you know what I mean. Willie told him there's no harm in trying. And a growl in his voice said we were going whether Fred Walsh liked it or not, so we piled into the car. Fred took us out to the 55. And like I said earlier, it wasn't much to look at, just a little collection of piss-poor shanties leaning around a big community fire pit. When we pulled up, saw a few of the men sitting around a smoky fire in the pit. I didn't look very impressed, having visitors. Fred shaked his head at us and said, "Oh boy, here we go. Told you, didn't I? Just let me do the talking. These boys ain't in the mood to make new friends." Fred Walsh, he walked up to the fire with his hat in his hands. He said, "I'm real sorry to be coming out like this, but we have a mutual problem on our hands. Whatever it is that attacked the old fella, St. Critter paid a visit to my friend here. Tried to break his door down, and damn near got inside. Said his dog got on the scent and followed it here. I'm not presuming anything, you understand? We're hoping you might be able to tell us what's going on." Well, they all sat there and they ignored us for a while, staring into the fire, sipping their whiskey. Finally, a big old boy with a scar on his cheek, some braided hair, looks up and he says, "You're interrupting a wake. You need to get back to your car and fuck off right now." I say we were outnumbered 3-1, and I thought, yep, it's time to go. Big Willie wasn't going anywhere just yet. He walked up close to the fire. He said, You people know what he's talking about. I can see it in your faces. I don't want any trouble from you, but I won't leave until you tell us what you know about this thing." A big old boy with a scar gave Willie a grin like a knife. He says, "You people." He said, "What do you mean by that?" Fred jumps in. He goes, "Now, Elwood." Willie didn't mean nothing by it. Oh, but it was already out there. Someone else sitting by the fire stands up, says he means Injuns, Redskins, Wahoo, isn't that right? Now, Henry paused to fish himself another beer from the slushy ice in the cooler. He grimaced as the cold carbonation hit his parched throat. I could see Willie getting mad. Crossed those tree trunk arms, said, "You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't mean that. Look, I'm sorry we're disturbing you. I am, but I'm not going to leave till you tell me what I want to know. Something tried to kick in my door last night. It was big, it had antlers, but it wasn't a buck. It ran like a jungle cat. This thing walked right past my chickens and went for my house instead. I shot the son of a bitch. I didn't give a damn. The hell is it?" The natives looked around at each other. One by one, they started to laugh. It was nervous laughter, right? They were scared. Willie didn't see that, of course. He just saw people laughing at him. And he wasn't about to... Oh, shit. Henry's beer slipped out of his hand, hit the grass in an eruption of foam. He cursed under his breath and waved off my attempt to retrieve it. Fumble fingers, he grumbled, and he poured the rest out into a thunderous frown. Been dropping things lately. I hardly got feeling in my hands anymore. Give me another one, would you? I reluctantly passed him another beer. I could see that Henry was already getting drunk. I wondered about the condition of his liver. He had a hard time popping it open. I had to restrain the urge to pluck the can out of his hands to do it for him, which would have undoubtedly pissed him off to no end. I was swamped by another curling wave of that melancholic headache. It'd be hard to watch Henry go. He was one of the good ones.
Oh. Well, he looked like he had just about had enough, Henry said. And that Elwood character, well, he was more than ready to square up. Someone was about to get hurt. Fred Walsh waved his arms like a referee and hollered, "Calm down, come on now. This ain't gonna settle nothing. Everybody relax." Elwood stared him down until Freddie looked away. Said, "Did you ever tell your buddies about those fingers you lost?" Fred did a double take. Got this look for a second. I don't know, he just looked different, like a different kind of person entirely. He was there and gone in a flash, but I caught it. And it was just Freddie again. All red in the face, grasping for a comeback, mumbled something like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and looked down at his feet. Elwood grinned that furious grin at him and said, "Sure you don't, Freddie, sure." He turned to the rest of us, said, "Let me tell you people something. Winter lives in our hearts. Your boogeyman is closer than you think." And he walked up right close to Freddie, still smiling away, and he said, "You come from me. I'll be waiting for you, Whitaco." We all stopped dead to that. Henry snorted. We didn't know what he was getting at. Something about the way he said it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. And Freddie got all flustered, said, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Elwood was already walking away. He walked into his shack, slammed the door behind him. The rest of them got up from the fire and went to their own homes. Before you know it, we're standing there all by ourselves. It's time to go. Freddie threw his hands up, said, "See, I told you, didn't I? Come on." He all jumped in the car, and by Jesus, was I ever glad to be leaving. I had that real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach again. I was always starting to get gloomy in the woods. I don't want to be out there after dark. Henry looked at me with his lips pressed into a tight little line. His eyes were blank and shrouded by the past. He was living the memory. I was right there with him. He maybe got halfway back to the main road when your grandpa pipes up and says, "What do you mean, Freddie? The thing he said about your fingers?" Freddie glared at him in the rearview mirror and stopped the car. His face was redder than cherry tomatoes, right? He didn't say nothing for a moment, just sat there looking straight ahead, and then goes, "Hold on, fellas, I gotta take a piss." I said, "Jesus, Freddie, can't I wait a few minutes?" But Freddie goes, "Hell no, I'm about to burst, give me a minute." Yeah. We wait. He never comes back. We went out looking for him. Freddie Walsh was nowhere to be seen. Walked into the woods, vanished. And he took the goddamn keys with him. Henry fumbled another cigarette out of his pack. He stared at it and said, "These things will be the death of me, I suppose. Watch them murder your grandpa, your Uncle Ernest, your Aunt Gertie. God knows who else. I still can't give them up. Some folks die of old age, others die from circumstances they can't control. The rest of us, we end up killing ourselves one way or another. Why is that?" I pressed my lips together in an unhappy little line and stretched my hand out for another smoke. I attended all 3 of those funerals, but there I was, still lighting up the coffin nails at least once an hour like clockwork. The truth is that no one actually believes in their own demise. Not really. You could stand in line and watch 1,000 people die at the hangman's noose before you. But when your turn comes, you'd still somehow be surprised when that rough circle of rope drops over your own head. It's just how we are. So completely egocentric. We simply can't imagine the world plugging along without us. I settled with a yawn and a dismissive shrug. Sometimes it's better to respond to an uncomfortable question with no answer at all, if you understand what I mean. I said, "I don't know, Henry. Who knows what makes people tick? We do what we do, and we don't question why. What's with all the existential mortality stuff anyway? You got lots of good years left. No need to be talking like that." "It's because there's winter in our hearts," Henry said, and his voice was tinged with sorrow. "It's true." Most of the time, people choose to do the right thing. Some of us rather howl along with the icy winds. Those people are damned.
Henry paused to pick a flake of tobacco off his lips. He studied the lit end of his cigarette in morbid fascination.
Sun's already gone behind the tree line, he murmured. Lights fade into darkness. I could feel that bad magic gathering in the shadows. Hairs were standing up on my arms. And I said, to hell with it. He hadn't come back. Hoof it out of here. Found a flashlight in Freddy's trunk. It's a good thing, too, because it was so dark I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I almost shit myself every time I heard something scuffling around in the woods. I was convinced it was following us, creeping along and watching from behind the trees. I didn't know what it was. I was positive it was there. Knew it wanted to eat us alive.
Henry scrubbed the back of his hands across his mouth and nodded to himself.
I was scared, but even worse, I felt helpless. Somehow that's even worse than being shit-ass terrified. Much worse. I knew there wouldn't be a goddamn thing I could do when it came for us. I think fear and helplessness was just as nourishing to this thing as living flesh and blood. It was prolonging the hunt to drink it all in. Every little bit. I heard a branch break close to the tree line. Shone the flashlight into the woods, and just for a split second, I saw something peeking out from behind the trees. A set of burning eyes glaring at us. 8 or 9 feet off the ground, I saw what looked like a sloping, misshapen head, an enormous pair of antlers. Just for a moment. A heartbeat or two. Then a set of headlights popped up in the distance. We ran towards a light in a blind panic. It was your grandma on a farm truck. She came looking for us, God bless her. I'd never been so relieved in my life. I asked him, "Did you see something out there?" No one would admit to it. We dropped Willie off and burned straight home to call the police. I told him Freddy disappeared in the woods, left his car behind. They said I'd send someone out to look for him, and that's the last I heard of it till the next morning. I guess all the fear and adrenaline drove me right in, because I was out like a light as soon as my head hit the pillow. I woke up to your grandma hammering on my door like a goddamn cannon. She yelled, "Get up! The policeman's here. He wants to talk to you."
Henry took a deep swallow from his beer and made a sour face. He poured out the rest and tossed the empty into the cooler.
"Warm as piss," he grumbled. "I don't know. Guess I was about comatose that night because it was almost 10 o'clock. Your grandpa was already out in the fields. I came downstairs, found Callahan sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. He smiled at Ma, asked if he could speak to me alone for a while. She went outside to pick some peas for supper, and as soon as she stepped out the door, Callahan stopped smiling. He said, "Get yourself some coffee, have a seat. I need to talk to you." I asked him if it was about Freddy. Callahan just gave me a straight look. He says, "Go on, have a seat." Yeah, he looked exhausted, like he'd been up all night. Watched him pull something from his pocket, set it down on the table. Silver letter opener. Callahan taps it with his fingers. He says, "We pulled this out of a dead man's hand last night. A fellow named Elwood Allen, you know him?" I nodded. I said, "I don't know him exactly, but I met him." Callahan looked like he was satisfied with that. He said, "Someone killed him last night. Kicked his door in. Butchered him. Mr. Allen stabbed his attacker with a letter opener during the struggle. Found them both laying on the floor of his shanty. Elwood and his murderer. Your missing pal, Frederick Walsh."
Henry lit another cigarette and coughed out a lungful of smoke.
"I just fell out of my chair," he said. "I says to the cop, 'Holy hell, what happened?'" Callahan shook his head. It looked like he was struggling to find the right words, and finally he says, "How well did you know Freddie Walsh?" I said, "I knew Freddie for 7 years. Pretty well, I guess." Callahan leaned in closer, asked, "Do you know why he left the service?" I said he left because he got hurt in the war. Callahan looked me in the eye and said, yeah. He lost 3 fingers in Korea, but it didn't happen the way you think it did. See, Freddy had himself a dishonorable discharge as he was caught doing something awful to a young girl. Caught red-handed by her father. The villagers were going to put his head on a chopping block right then and there, but another enlisted man heard the commotion and tried to make a deal with him. Take just a finger and spare Freddy's life. They dickered around it for a while. They ended up settling on 3 fingers, and a good hard kick to the kneecap. I winced and absently rubbed my own kneecap. It was no good spot to suffer a nasty fracture. But the patella was a particularly bad one. He was lucky to get out of there alive, though, wasn't he? Fucking scumbag. What happened to him after that? Freddy was court-martialed. Did 2 years in Portsmouth. Callahan said it should have been 20 as far as he was concerned, but somehow Freddy got lucky once again. Bad people often have the best luck. He was even awarded a disability check when he got released, so he ended up moving here, made some new friends. During that time, he moved on from hurting people to committing murder. Callahan said Freddy had a chest in his bedroom full of pictures, locks of hair, all kinds of mementos, but that wasn't enough for Freddy. He had to take it one step further. He started eating them. I grunted in disgust. Jesus Christ. And you had no idea? None at all, Henry said quietly. He had bags of human flesh in his icebox. I still wouldn't know. He became the monster that lurked on the inside. Lost himself to the winner in his heart, mind, body, and soul. Henry's voice dropped even lower, and I had to listen carefully to catch his quavering words. Callahan told me Elwood was still alive when they arrived on the scene. He said one word, Whitaco, and then he slipped away. Now, Cree sometimes call it by that name. Yeah. Others know it as Wendigo. The monster lives inside of us. A frozen wind that howls in your soul. You can believe whatever you want, but the detective told me, and he was goddamn serious, believe me. He told me that Freddy died before he could finish changing back into a man. Callahan said Freddy's corpse was a half man, half monster hybrid from the depths of hell. One leg like a goat, one antler protruding from his skull, his face elongated into a hairy snout. Told me it looked like a childhood nightmare. He said it was eating him alive while he stabbed it with his letter opener. I couldn't even imagine the horror that man experienced before he died. I chewed that over for a minute before I told him that Elwood was expecting him to come back. He even said so before he left. He mentioned something about Freddy's fingers, too. It's like he knew what Freddy had become. Callahan said I wouldn't be surprised Elwood was the enlisted man that saved Freddy's hide in Korea. They were lifelong friends, those two. He knew Freddy better than anyone, I'd guess. Well, Henry exclaimed. My jaw dropped on the table when I heard that. I said, well, holy shit. Callahan had to laugh in spite of himself. Looked like he needed a stiff drink, a full 12 hours of sleep. He said, yep. They were thick as thieves. You have to wonder if Elwood wasn't somehow involved in the murders. It's hard to imagine that any decent man would stand behind such a degenerate son of a bitch. As we'll never know. Elwood's neighbors had torched his house when he left, doused the place in gasoline, set it on fire. They said the fire would purify the ground, and that's fine by me. It's accidental fire. 2 people dead. No surviving family on either side. A lot easier than the truth. Callahan stood up to leave and said, you better count your blessings you're still alive. Freddy took you out there so he can get rid of anyone who might be close to discovering his secret. You didn't stand a chance, because you didn't have one thing that could stop him. He held up a letter opener. He said silver. Dropped in at the library in town before I came here. From what I gather, some legends say you can kill them with silver. Elwood knew that. You folks, you would have been shit out of luck. Callahan started to leave, but he turned around at the door and gave me a real somber look. Says, the 2 patrolmen who came out here yesterday have been fired. A new world on the horizon, a better world. There'll be no room for people like that. Have yourself a good day. This conversation never happened. Henry's words faded into silence, and I realized his tale had come to an end. We sat quietly for a while and stared down into the valley below us. The very same valley where Henry had once seen a UFO in June of 1955. This world of ours is filled with mystery, a place of wonders. When the light meets the dark, there's magic in the air. It's too goddamn hot, Henry snapped, and he shattered the somber atmosphere with a tremendous cracker of a fart. Fuck it, let's go inside and cool off. Next time you come out, remind me to tell you about what happened to Willie Van Klein, his orchard. Now that's a story. After a little supper, I took Henry's advice and I wandered back into the fields. I stood very still and watched as the sun sank below the horizon. And when the daylight faded to darkness, I swore that I could feel something in the air. A faint buzz of static electricity against my skin. A sense of being subtly stretched between the state of consciousness we perceive as reality and something else. Something both surreal and darkly divine. For a fleeting moment in time, I could actually feel the magic. And it was both terrifying and exhilarating. And then the twilight faded to full dark, and I hastened back to the safety of the farmhouse. It was almost time to go back to the city. The hectic place of constant hurry and controlled chaos. I felt a tinge of sadness as the farm receded into the rearview mirror, as I always do. But I'll be back soon enough. Henry will be waiting with his cooler and his stories, and he'll weave a dark spell that'll transport me to another place in another time. Henry's stories create their very own kind of magic. A good kind that takes you away from yourself for a while. It's the best kind of magic, really. Henry's farm is a good place. And Henry is a good fella. I'll be back soon enough, rest assured. But for now, the story's come to an end. And it's time to bid you all a good night. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about tonight's author, or that is to say, a book available from tonight's author. Tripping Over Twilight, a collection of short horror and supernatural stories, endless Halloween nightmares unleashed. Written by T.W. Grimm and available now on Amazon. You can get yours on Kindle, hardcover, and paperback. The link is in the description down below, and now, on to tonight's story. If there's one thing I hate, it's when a story ends on a cliffhanger. Damn it, I don't want to wait to find out how the story ends. I need to know right here and now. The last time I was out of the farm, Henry had rambled off on one of his tangents and mentioned the gruesome death of one Willie Van Klein, a longtime neighbor who ran an apple orchard down the road. I'd heard him mention someone named Willie Van Klein a time or two in the past, but I didn't know who he was. I wasn't even aware that there'd been an apple orchard in the area. According to Henry, Willie's operation had suffered some kind of catastrophic failure in the early 70s, and Willie himself committed suicide in a gruesome fashion. He cut his own throat with a straight razor. According to Henry, Willie Van Klein's unfortunate fate came with a disturbing backstory. He told me to remind him about it the next time that I paid him a visit. Unfortunately, real life has a shitty habit of getting in the way of our desires. The better part of a month went by before I was finally able to clear an entire day and drive out for a visit. I picked up a couple six-packs and a bucket of chicken on my way over to the city, and then I burned down the country roadside at 20 over the speed limit with Let It Bleed pumping on the stereo. Curiosity was eating me alive. Henry's stories usually unfold organically over the course of our conversation, but I was too impatient to spend half the day talking about the installation of weeping tile and the rising price of feed corn before we got down to story time. 20 minutes after I rapped on the front door, I had Henry sitting at his kitchen table with a beer in his hand and a wary look in his eye. "What are you so fired up about?" he demanded. "Barely got in the door, for Christ's sake. Can't we just relax? Talk about the weather for a damn minute?" "Last time I was here, you asked me to remind you about your neighbor down the road, Willie Van Klein. You said, now that's a story. You remember? Here I am, bearing gifts of food and drink, so tell me the story." Henry goggled at me in surprise. He wheezed. "Well, shit, I said I'd tell you about that. I don't know, maybe not, kiddo. Not good to speak ill of the dead." I pleaded. "Come on, Henry, don't do this to me. I never even knew the man, so you're basically talking about a complete stranger from my perspective." Henry still looked doubtful, so I added, "You're the one who brought it up. Come on, make with a story, old man." "Old man, you're right on the nuts, shitbird," Henry grinned. "I suppose you're right. You wouldn't know Willie from a hole in the ground. He died before you were born. He and his wife Ingrid, they're friends of the family. Good neighbors are worth their weight in gold when times are tough, kiddo. Remember that?" I shrugged and said, "I don't know any of my neighbors. I prefer it that way." Henry snorted. "You live in a fancy high-rise and the big shitty. That's a different situation entirely. All your neighbors are a bunch of white-collar assholes with expensive briefcases and Ken doll haircuts." "Don't be a cranky old bastard, Henry. Not everyone can be a farmer. Like it or not, the world needs white-collar assholes, too." Henry scoffed at this and said, "The world would get along just fine without him, as far as I'm concerned. Now, before I begin, I'll go ahead and remind you of something, Mr. College Boy Know-It-All. It's a big, weird old world out there. We don't know jack shit about it. People pull an awful lot of assumptions straight out of their ass, and then they clap themselves on the back for making shit up as they go. Take the Great Pyramids, for example. Some folks think it'll be impossible for people to create such a thing back then, and other people disagree. And in the end, it don't really matter how those pyramids came to be, does it? Space aliens who work sweat of 10,000 slaves, it don't matter. Because one way or another, they got built. Reality doesn't give a shit about your beliefs or your perspective, just is." Henry lit a cigarette and let it smolder in his favorite ashtray, a 3-pound rectangle of glazed ceramic that was probably 50 years old. He looked at me through the smoke with mild, half-lidded eyes and popped open his beer. "Ah, fuck it," he sighed. "Ain't noon yet, but I reckon it's close enough. Now that orchard, and there's the Van Kleins, that orchard, that was a labor of love. They bought the property in the 30s and planted all those trees by hand. Bank gave old Noah Van Klein a sweetheart of a deal. 100 acres of arable land, with 15 acres of first-growth forest, 2 irrigation ponds, 20-foot well already dug, capped. Goddamn steal for the price. You don't know the story behind why it was standing unoccupied, that is. No one from the area wanted anything to do with it." Henry heaved himself out of his chair and pulled a couple plates out of the cupboard. "Let's get some food in us before we get too deep into that beer. Grab a loaf out of the bread box, would you? Butter's in the dish over there." We sat down to our primitive lunch of meat and bread, and Henry continued talking between mouthfuls of chicken. "The last people who lived in that acreage was a set of Anabaptists, maybe 100 or so in total. Called themselves Brethren. Their leader was a grim reaper-looking son of a bitch named Helmut Schneider. Tall, pale, a scarecrow of a fellow, the beard that hung down to his chest. They're scratch farmers, mostly only growing what they needed, tending to some livestock. Locals were mostly Catholic or Lutheran back then, maybe a few Orthodox. They tolerated the brethren because they kept to themselves. Still, it's rumored that Helmut Schneider was a doomsday fanatic. That made people a tad nervous. Having yourself some religion's all fine and good, but fanaticism, that's powder keg. Helmut Schneider, he was a deeply disturbed man. It was a rumor he'd make his people congregate in the barnyard every Sunday for an outdoor church service. The rain, shine, snowstorm, didn't matter. Helmut told anyone who asked that the open sky was the ceiling of God's divine cathedral. He'd yell, he'd scream about the horrors of Judgment Day till he couldn't yell no more. And he'd pick a few people out of the crowd, he'd make them stand in a line, men, women, children, didn't matter. He'd make them all stand in a line with their eyes closed. And he would beat the living tar out of them with a broom handle for their sins. I snorted. Yeah, fuck that. I wouldn't let someone do that to me. That's crazy. Well, Henry mused, I wouldn't either, but I suppose most of them didn't know any better. They're probably born into that life, and it's all they'd ever known. Now, these days, maybe he wouldn't get away with doing something like that for very long. Those are different times. Hell, your own grandma once broke a wooden ladle over my head. She did it because I kicked over a kerosene lamp while I was horsing around with your dad. I damn near caught the shed on fire. He got a few good whacks with the belt just for being there when it happened. Today, that'd be child abuse. No one even bat an eye over something like that back then. I winced in sympathy and said, Never knew that side of Grandma. I'm glad I didn't. Ouch. Yeah, well, I won't say the right thing to do, but we'll say I probably deserved it. Anyway, even though most folks weren't too comfortable with the goings-on at the farm, the brethren kept themselves. Didn't bother anyone. People left them alone. When the First World War broke out, public opinion started to change. The brethren claimed their religion didn't permit them to enlist. They called themselves conscientious objectors. But, well, they didn't sit very well with most people, not when their own sons were being shipped off to the meat grinder across the pond. Yeah, I can imagine there'd be something like hard feelings over that. Oh, that was just beginning, Henry snorted. A few months after the war broke out, Helmut wakes up one morning, tells his people God came to him in a dream. He says God ordered them to build a giant cross in the middle of their cornfield. The good Lord wanted it to stand at least 100 feet high, 50 feet across. Crazy old bastard put those people to work that very morning. The cross was sticking out of the ground not more than 6 days later. Henry put his hand on his stomach and grimaced. He pushed his plate away and lit another smoke. I noticed he hadn't put much food on his plate, and he'd eaten even less. I could see in his face that he wasn't feeling well, and I wondered if the beer maybe wasn't such a great idea. I had a nagging suspicion Henry's liver isn't doing so hot these days. Helmut's cross was 110 feet from the ground at the very top, and it wasn't probably the tallest structure in the area at the time. I got an old picture of it in a shoebox somewhere. It's taken some time in the 30s, I'd guess. In that picture, you can see the cross is made out of tree trunks. Lashed them all together with rope and chains, dug a deep bastard of a hole, dropped it in. Not even begin to guess how goddamn heavy it must have been. How much cement they must have poured in that hole to make the damn thing stable. Every single man, woman, and child was old enough to help or involved in some way. They worked 6 days and nights to get that thing in the ground. And on the 7th day, Helmut commanded him to rest. A lot of them just dropped where they stood and slept on the ground. I let out a low whistle and said, Holy shit, that's nuts. So why did this dude think God wanted a giant cross in their cornfield? Did he ever explain it to anyone? According to Helmet, the entire world was about to be submerged in a new flood. Only this time it'd be a flood of murder, madness, and sin. It's like Jesus supposedly took all the world's collective sin into himself. When he was being crucified, Helmet's cross would absorb this flood of evil like a sponge and save our souls from drowning. Guessing he was referring to the mayhem going on in the First World War? Henry gave me a somber nod and sipped his beer. Now, people have been pretty tolerant of these wackos up to this point, but everyone was pretty goddamn mad about this big, crooked eyesore of a cross towering over the landscape. The reeve of the township came out in person and ordered Helmet to take it down. The Helmet called the reeve a foul puppet of Satan, kicked him off his land. In the end, there wasn't much anyone could do about it. The cross was there to stay. It wasn't long before something awful strange started to happen. The wood kept getting darker and darker in color, and it started to smell bad. If you're downwind from the damn thing, the stink just about make your eyes water. People said it smelled like sewage and sulfur. Rotten flesh. And just an awful stench. I gave him a skeptical look and said, "That's really weird. What could cause that? I mean, some kind of fungus?" Henry offered me a cryptic smile and opened a fresh beer. Maybe. In a manner of speaking, anyhow. You know more of this chicken? I patted my stomach and shook my head. Henry cleared the table, his movements slow and careful. I could tell his arthritis was acting up again, but I knew better to ask if he wanted some help. Henry is a proud man, and his independence means everything to him. Henry finished cleaning up and stood at the window for a while, gazing into the forgotten past through the dusty panes of glass. Not long after the war ended, the township evicted the brethren from their land for not paying their property taxes. They had to physically drag Helmet out of his cabin. He was ranting that the Lord would demand a blood sacrifice if anyone ever removed the cross, just screaming a whole lot of Old Testament hellfire, brimstone to the top of his lungs. Police tossed him all off the property, told him to beat it. No one ever saw him again. Now, straight away, the bank tried to pay someone to take that cross down. But every handyman and contractor in the entire country flatly refused to go anywhere near the damn thing. They had a hell of a time trying to sell the land. No one wanted anything to do with it. Not with that fucking nightmare looming all over the fields. After a while, everyone in the area just kind of got used to it. A few more years went by, people started believing that maybe Helmet was right. Maybe it needed to be there. I guess there's no such thing as homeowners associations back then. I smirked, and Henry let out a dry little chuckle. He said, "It's human nature. Something unwanted gets introduced into your life, everyone yells about it. And a year or two goes by, everyone gets tired of being mad, starts accepting it's new normal. A few more years, they're making excuses as to why they actually need things to be that way. By the time the Van Kleins came along, it was pretty much unanimous opinion amongst the locals it'd be the best to leave that awful fucking eyesore right where it was. Now, Noah Van Klein didn't like that cross one bit, but he didn't want to piss off his neighbors. In the end, he told the bank, so be it. Be damned with that abomination. Maybe the horrid old thing will scare the birds away." Henry wandered back to the table and plunked himself down with a grunt. Not long after that last apple sapling went in the ground, Germany invaded Poland and the Second World War began. And right away, Helmet's cross started rotting again. As the war dragged on, the rotten wood started to lean under its own bloated weight. It snapped, and it fell in the evening on August 5th, 1945. Right around the same time we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. It shattered into a million pieces on impact, and the smell... Oh, that smell was enough to knock you off your feet. All that was left was a stubby, twisted pole that stuck out maybe 8 feet out of the ground. Willie always says it reminded him of a crooked fang. as if years of erosion was slowly uncovering the skeleton of some gigantic beast. The stump always kind of had a low, unpleasant odor to it, but every time there was a major conflict or disaster somewhere in the world, it'd start to rot again. It'd stink to high heaven. Henry plunked down his empty can and nodded at the fridge. "I'm dry, kiddo. Give me another beer. I'll keep going." I obliged with his command with a muttered curse under my breath. Henry popped the tab and held up the can in a mock salute. "Come on now, don't be like that," he grinned. "Respect your elders." Anyway, now, Noah passed on in the late 50s. Left the orchard to Willie. He was the only son that stuck around and keep the business going. His dad gave him sole ownership of the land and the business. There were some hard feelings about that in the family, but it was Noah's final decision. There wasn't much they could do but grumble. Willie tended the orchard with his family, and the Van Kleins made a decent living as the years rolled by. They were a good family and good neighbors. Henry sat back in the chair with a wince and a groan. He poured a few long swallows of beer down his throat with a trembling hand and stifled a belch. "It used to mean something to be a good neighbor," he said. "You looked out for each other. You folks live and all cramped together in a concrete beehive. Hell, you simply can't give a shit about many people at once. Not on a personal level. Back in the old days, your neighbors were a lifeline. They helped you take in the crops at harvest time, and you drank to each other's health on the holidays." Gently I interjected, "Well, times change, Henry." Henry slapped his hand down on the table and scowled. "Yeah, they do change. Usually for the worse." Times started changing for the Van Kleins in December of 1969. Willie's oldest son got a draft card in the mail. Came back 10 months later in a box. You never seen a broken man as Willie on the day he put Willie Jr. in the ground. He'd always been a big, strong, rambunctious son of a bitch. A man with a big personality. From that day forward, he was diminished. Kind of faded away until he wasn't much more than a shadow of the man he used to be. And all the while, the Vietnam War is raging on. That nasty stump of Helmut Schneider's cross kept rotting away in the background, stinking like a corpse, almost oozing with death and corruption. And Willie started obsessing over it, always talking about how ugly it was, how wrong it felt whenever he was forced to lay eyes on that awful thing. For Willie, the cross was a constant reminder of what happened to his boy. He starts drinking himself to sleep every night. And he's drinking during the day, too. Booze made him mean. I had an idea that maybe he was taking it out on Ingrid and his other boys, getting free with his hands when he was in the bottle. I tried talking to him about it. He told me to mind my own goddamn business. "And you could have called the cops," I began, and Henry cut me off with a snort of cynical laughter. In those days, cops didn't care what passed between a man and his family. It was considered a personal matter. "Ah, yeah. The good old days," I said, and rolled my eyes. "Never said it was all roses back then," Henry countered. "Society had its problems, no arguing that. Woman wasn't her husband's property exactly, but it was definitely a junior partnership. I never agreed with any of it. Hell, I believe we should give a woman a crack at running the country for a while. Men been fucking it up for years. Let a woman try her hand at flushing the economy down the shitter. And why the hell not?" I gave Henry a sarcastic thumbs up. "Very progressive of you, Henry." He grinned and flapped a dismissive hand at me, raising his beer in the other, in another mock salute. "Yeah, the good old days," he said. "I'm gonna be a jackass. No Archie Bunker type, you know that. You want to hear this story or not?" I nodded, motioned for him to continue. "Anyhow, Ingrid finally had enough of Willie's abuse. She took a kid. She left in December, exactly 1 year after Will Jr. got his draft card. And Willie was crushed. Came over here the day after she left and bawled his eyes out in my garage, drunk as a skunk, reeking like a distillery. Kept saying I never meant to hurt him. It's the goddamn cross, Henry. Can't even get it out of my mind. I can feel my head every minute, every day. I told him, you got to get yourself together. You got to stop drinking. Maybe she'll come back if you get sober. He just turned away, started crying even harder. Didn't know what else to say to him, so I just stood there quietly, let him get it all out. When he was done, Willie straightened himself up, wiped his face on his sleeve, and said, "All I got left is this orchard, Henry. That's all there is." The look on his face was awful, like a soul was decaying right along with the remains of Helmut Schneider's cross. He walked out into the night without another word. I didn't see him again for the rest of the winter. Henry stopped to light a smoke. I squashed the urge to ask for one, trying to quit. Pulled out a pack of Nicorette, and Henry made a sour face. "That stuff's like mint-flavored dog shit," he wheezed. "I'd rather chew on a goddamn battery. You trying to quit, are you?" I said, "Yeah, it's time to give it up. It's hard." "Well, good for you. No sense in paying good money to give yourself cancer." Henry regarded the cigarette clamp between his fingers with disgust. "I can't give him up. I tried so many times, I can't do it. I'm gonna be running a marathon anytime soon. Now your dad, he could run like the wind when he was younger. He could run and jump like an antelope. I remember we were down at the gully one time, and I interrupted his tangent with a polite he added, "You're telling me about Willie Van Klein? Stay on course, Captain." "All right, Willie. Well, I hadn't seen hide nor hair of him in months. So I dropped by one morning early May to check in on him. He wasn't in the barnyard. I heard his tractor running some around the orchard, so I went looking for him. Found him out of the stump. He dug a deep hole around it with his shovel, came walking up just as he was looping the length of a chain around the base of the stump. The other end of the chain was hooked onto the tractor hitch. I waved my hands to get his attention. I yelled, "You sure you should do this?" Willie hollered back, "You're goddamn right, I sure." I stood back and I watched as he slowly tightened up the slack on the chain, inching ahead a little bit at a time. That chain sank into the rotten wood, and Willie gunned the tractor and snap! The stump broke off just above the big block of concrete Brethren had poured to anchor it into the ground. Disintegrated when it hit the dirt, just completely shattered into a million shreds of rotten splinters. Released a blast of stench that made me turn and gag. Smelled like the depths of hell. Henry tipped back his beer, plunked the empty can on the table, and jerked his head at the fridge. I jumped up and fetched us both another round. Henry struggled with the pull tab on the can. He mumbled, and attached the scraper blade to the tractor hitch, started filling the hole. Watched him do it with butterflies in my stomach. The ugly bastard of a cross had been there for as long as I could remember. Now it was gone. And I had a bad feeling that Willie had made a terrible mistake. And I thought, for Christ's sake, I can't open this fucking thing to save my life. Here, get that open for me, would you? He slid the can across the table, and I popped the tab with mixed emotions. Henry had been doing pretty bad. If he were lowering himself to ask someone else to open his beer for him, that is. I made a mental note to buy him a can tab opener. "Yeah, thanks, kiddo." Well, a couple days later, Willie came over in a panic. Says, "Come back to the orchard. I have something you need to see." I go over there with him, and I'd be damned if there wasn't some kind of blight creeping over the ground where the cross used to stand. Vegetation was withered up, dying off in a rough circle, maybe 50 feet across. Everything inside the circle was curled up and dried out. There was a low, unpleasant stink in the air. Willie gives me this helpless look, says, "It started right after I pulled down the rest of that cross. It's spreading fast." I told him, "I don't know. Never seen anything like it. Probably fungus. Try spraying it down with a fungicide." Willie just shakes his head, says, "It's not fungus." I asked him what he thought it might be. He didn't answer. Just pointed at the freshly turned dirt and says, "Don't you see it?" Henry gave me a grim smile and said, "Jesus, I shit you not. That soil turned blacker than midnight. realized I was standing inside a circle of diseased earth. I jumped right out of it like I had springs on my heels. And Willie ran his hand through his hair. He said, "God Almighty, Henry, what have I done? I let it all out, all the misery and the death. I let it all out." We stared at each other for a few moments, then he pointed at the ground and said, "Look, you can see it spreading." And you could. You could actually see the weeds drooping and sagging for your very eyes. Full of life one second, dying the next. I stood there with my mouth open watching this thing spread, and all I could think was, I gotta get out of these boots right pronto. I didn't know what to tell him, Henry said, with his eyes mournful. He'd always been a good neighbor. I've felt awful about what was happening to him, but I had a powerful need to get home and get these goddamn contaminated boots off my feet. And I'll admit, a part of me wanted to sneer at him, say, "I told you so, you big dumb bastard." But when other people suffer an unfortunate fate, it's comforting to believe it was their own damn fault in the first place. When you believe that, you could pretend such a terrible thing had never happened to you, because you know better. When other people are suffering, it's easier to be cruel and kind. I blinked at the simple, unflinching power of that statement. Slowly, I said, "Henry, sometimes I think you need to write a book of your accumulated wisdom, you know. It'd fly off the shelves. I don't have a wise bone in my body, kiddo. I'm full of bullshit, just like everyone else. Anyway, I can hardly hang on to a pen at all anymore. I ain't writing a book. Shit. Days when I can't even open a beer. You're the writer in the family, not me. You take that bullshit of mine, you write that book, you make yourself $1 million. You have my blessing." Anyhow, I went straight home. I burned those boots out in the fire barrel. Got my clothes in there too, watching it all burning with nothing on but bath towel. When it was all burned to ashes, I got in the tub and I scrubbed myself damn near raw. Couldn't stop thinking, how far will it go? I was scared to answer. At the rate it was spreading, the blight would take over Willie's entire property within a week. Then what? Crawl over the ditch, jump across the road, would it reach our own farm? Farther even? I was scared shitless to find out. I didn't have a damn clue what to do about it. Willie called me a few days later, and all he said before he hung up the phone was, "You need to come see this." I told your aunt I was heading over there to help him with some chores. She just scowled and said, "He's a louse, drinking and carrying on. Slapping around his wife and kids. What happened to Will Jr. doesn't excuse any of that. Shouldn't even bother yourself with that man. Make him do it himself." I apologized to her, made up some bullshit excuse while I had to go. I drove over there in my truck. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out on his driveway was how silent it was. I mean, I couldn't get over it. Usually the barnyard would be boiling away with activity this time of year, but everything was still and quiet as a tomb. I knock on the front door. Willie comes shambling out onto the veranda with dirty overalls, pair of big, mirrored sunglasses. Hair looks like a bird's nest. He says, "Come out of the orchard. See my ruination." There was a dirt lane that led up into the orchard. I drove us out there in my truck. I didn't get very far, for I jumped onto my brakes and yelled, "Hot damn!" at the top of my lungs. I knew it was coming, but I still couldn't believe the sheer devastation I was looking at. Almost the entire 70 acres of fruit trees all gone. All those strong, healthy trees withered and shriveled into row upon row of black, mummified carcasses. It's horrific. Not just the trees either, but all the vegetation, grass, weeds, and all. Everything just as dead can be. All of it gone in just the space of a few days. I was speechless. I threw the truck in reverse, turned back for the house. I'd seen enough. Pulled up in his driveway and sat there in my truck for a while, not talking to anybody, just sitting there. I slowly realized that Willie wasn't smelling so good. In fact, he smelled downright awful. about how fast the blight was spreading, how it killed everything in its path, and I turned to Willie and I said, I'm sorry, but I think you need to get out of my truck right now. I have to go. He smiled a little and went, You don't want me sitting so close to you. I don't blame you. He got out of the truck, he lumbered around the driver's side window. I watched him real close with my hand in my pocket. See, I got your grandpa's 38 special in there. The fact I brought a gun to see an old friend in dire need either says a lot about me or a lot about the situation at hand. Probably both. Henry struggled out of his chair and walked over to the big storage closet beside the front door. He hauled open the sliding doors and started digging around inside. Willie leaned down and looked me in the face, Henry said, his voice slightly muffled in the depths of his closet. He said, I'm not long for this world, Henry. It's in me. And he pulled down his sunglasses. Henry emerged from the closet with an old shoebox clutched in his bony arms. He dropped it on the table and pointed to his eye. The whites of Willie's eyes were all rotted with brown and yellow. Each iris had turned from blue to pure black. They were the eyes of a rotten corpse. He stuck out his tongue, and by Jesus, I damn near fainted. It was covered in patches of black and purple and brown like it was decaying in his mouth. His teeth were turning gray at the gum line. I drew back from the window. I said, Holy Mother of God, Willie, you need a doctor. But old Willie just shakes his head and he says, You saw my orchard. There's no cure for that. I fucked up, Henry. I thought I'd release my boy and set him free, but all I did was unleash a plague on this world. I could stop it, but this land will always be tainted. Willie starts crying then, and oh my Christ, his tears look like drops of pus from a septic infection. I bit down on a scream and threw the truck in reverse and gunned it down the driveway. He yelled, You know what I have to do? As I whipped out into the road, but I didn't stop to answer him. I just stomp on that gas pedal and I get the hell out of here. When I get home, I scrub the passenger side of the bench seat with hot water and bleach. Henry sat down and started rifling through the contents of the shoebox. It was filled with stacks of old photographs and Ziploc bags, along with a few miscellaneous trinkets from our family's past. I didn't tell Eustace what happened over there, but couldn't stop thinking about those thick green tears running down to Willie's beard. I was getting ready for bed when it finally dawned on me what Willie had meant when he yelled, You know what I have to do? I said, Oh, hell. I told Eustace I had to go check on something out in the field. I drove down the road to Willie's orchard with my heart in my throat. He wouldn't answer the door, it wasn't locked. Found a line on the floor in the bathroom. He'd cut his own throat wide open with a straight razor. He was surrounded by a big dark puddle of foulest smelling crap I'd ever encountered before or since. And I just thought, Holy Jesus, what the hell is that? That's when I realized it was Willie's blood. Henry uttered a satisfied grunt, thrust a black and white photo into my hands. Here's a picture I was talking about. It's a helmet's cross. The picture was smudged and grainy, but it clearly depicted an enormous cross rising out of a sparse-looking cornfield. I squinted at it closely, and I saw that the cross had indeed been constructed from a patchwork of multiple tree trunks. Comparing it to the rows of cornstalks nearby, the cross must have been close to 4 feet in diameter. A crude and darkly sinister monolith of staggering proportions. There appeared to be a tiny figure standing in the foreground, a solitary speck of humanity wearing a long black overcoat and a hat with a round brim. I wondered if the figure might actually be Helmut Schneider himself. And even though I knew it couldn't have been him, I still felt goosebumps pop out of my arm. The cross was the product of a union between an otherworldly influence and Helmut's own disturbed imagination. Even if he was no longer physically present at the time the picture was taken, Helmut Schneider was a part of the cross. And the cross was a part of him. Henry blew out a deep sigh that ended in a nasty coughing fit. When he was done, he croaked, "Willie left a message for me on the mirror. Wrote it in shaving soap. I guess he was counting on me being the one to find his body, not someone from a utility company. The message said, 'Burn it down.' So, that's what I did. Put a lit candle beside the old sofa in his living room, and then I made a torch out of 2x4 and some old rags I found in his garage. I walked down to the orchard. I lit up any branches I could reach without stepping inside in that god-awful circle of death vegetation. The trees were dry as cardboard. They went up instantly. And by the time the blight had taken over the entire orchard, Henry said, as he started to draw an invisible map on the table, it was creeping into the woods on one side and was damn near into the ditch beside the road on the other. Wouldn't have been long before it infested the whole country block. And beyond. And how far beyond? Who the hell knows? All that concentrated evil, so much madness and death, all bottled up, just waiting to be released into the world. The entity that spoke to Helmut Schneider in his dreams demanded a sacrifice to stop the flood. That's exactly what it got. Sacrifice of blood? A sacrifice of hope. Henry lit a smoke and gazed off into the distance. It dawned on me that the tale had drawn to its conclusion, and Henry was probably going to start prattling on about the activity at his bird feeder at any moment. I had a couple of burning questions that needed to be answered first. I waved my hand to get his attention. So what happened to the brethren? They just disappeared down the road? They were never seen again? Henry shrugged and said, kind of. They moved to another county somewhere close by, and from what I can gather, not long after that, one of Helmut's wives attacked him in his sleep, put a knitting needle through his eyeball. He chased her after with a knife, and she shoved him down a flight of stairs. Broke his neck on the way down. I raised my eyebrows and said, well, shit, there you go. Sure it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Yeah, he was an awful man. No doubt about that. That's not why she killed him. The poor girl claimed that Helmut was regularly convening with an evil spirit in his sleep. To be honest, I can't say she wasn't right about that. I think something awful was guiding the man's actions through his dreams. He believed it was God. Nah, I doubt that very much. One last question. What happened after you set fire to the orchard? Wasn't there an investigation? Not really, Henry sighed. He looked tired. Told the cops I hadn't seen anything unusual that night, and they believed me. Probably decided Willie had done it himself or he put the razor to his throat. I don't really know. Never really came back to talk to me again, so I can only guess. I heard Ingrid got the insurance money, so at least some good came out of the horrible mess. Henry put out his half-smoked cigarette and shot a glance at the grandfather clock in the corner. He pressed his lips together in an unhappy line and said, Listen, I appreciate you coming out here like this, kiddo, but I'm not feeling so hot today. I think I want to lay down for a while. Here, did you grab something out of that box before you head out? Keepsake, you know? I said, sure, of course, and blindly reached into the box. I wanted to ask him what was going on, but I knew I wouldn't get a straight answer. I swallowed down a sudden lump in my throat and pulled a worn little pocket knife out of the shoebox. I showed it to him, and a fleeting smile skidded across Henry's lips. That belonged to your father. You should keep it. He was a hard man to live with, but you know, he had his reasons. He found it when he was serving overseas in World War II. There's a hell of a story behind that knife. But you'll have to wait for another day. I need to lay down now. Henry showed me to the door, then walked down the gravel driveway with lead in my feet and dread in my heart. I don't want Henry to get sick. I certainly don't want him to die. It's probably selfish, but I don't care. I don't want him to leave. He has a gift, And when he dies, his gift will die with him. But as Henry said earlier, I'm the writer in the family. It's my job to document the world around me. Better believe I'm trying my best to capture his words before he's gone. I was halfway back to the city before I felt the knife bouncing around in the breast pocket of my shirt. I cursed Henry out loud. He did it to me again, the clever old son of a bitch. He started an interesting story, and he left me hanging. Well, guess I'll have to drop in at the farm again soon and ask about his pocket knife. I don't mind the long drive. I really don't. In fact, I look forward to it. It gives me time to think. And time spent thinking is never time wasted. Till then, I bid you all good night. And if you take away any lesson at all from the unfortunate fate of Willie Van Klein, remember this. Sometimes it's better to just leave well enough alone. Even if well enough doesn't seem so great at the time. No matter how bad things might look, they can always get a hell of a lot worse. If you know anything at all about life on a farm, you know that a farmer spends as much time on the upkeep of his property as the actual business of farming. Groundskeeping duty is a full-time job all by itself. There are hundreds of yards of fencing to mend, endless acres of grass to mow, and multiple leaks in multiple roofs that should have been repaired back in the spring. Possibly the spring of last year. There are barns that need a good sweeping, gardens that need good watering, and numerous walls that should probably get a new coat of paint before winter rolls in. No matter how hard you try to get it all done, there's always another chore or two lurking around the corner. Well, Uncle Henry has his good days and his not-so-good days, but even on his best days, he simply isn't physically capable of managing the farm anymore. His fields are being sharecropped by a neighboring farm this year. Corn, of course. There's always either beans or corn around this neck of the woods. But the bulk of the menial chores around the property have fallen squarely on the aching shoulders of yours truly, a very stupid nephew who can't say no to literally save his own damn life. I've been dragging myself out of bed before dawn every Saturday morning to beat the traffic, and then it's a full day of struggling with heavy shit beneath the merciless summer sun. I crash on Henry's old fold-out sofa after a few beers on Saturday night. Then I'm back on my way to the city on Sunday morning, usually with blisters on my palms and aching muscles in my back. I'm not exactly a young man myself anymore, and it shows. The extra cash has been kinda nice, but I'll take that money and hire someone local to be the groundskeeper next year. The sun gets too damn hot. The bugs are just about enough to drive you crazy. Henry was having one of his good days last weekend, so he volunteered to tag along and keep me company. My task for the day was to cut up and dispose of a fallen tree. A fair chunk of Henry's property is first-growth forest, and after a good storm, it's a safe bet that there will be at least one tree blocking an access road to one of the fields at the back of the farm. Other times, they'll get caught on another tree on the way down, creating a hazardous trap. Either way, it needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Now, I'll readily confess that I'm not very fond of operating a chainsaw. I mean, not since I had one kick back on me and come within a hair of ripping my face off. Despite my misgivings with operating a whirling chain of death, however, it was a job that had to get done. And Henry isn't in any condition to be working a saw these days. I was just glad that Henry was feeling well enough to spend the day outside. I climbed up on Mean Green and followed Henry's aging Sierra out to the west end of the farm. Henry sold off the majority of his equipment last year, but he kept Mean Green, a 40-year-old John Deere tractor, with an open station and a seat that's mostly duct tape. It's a temperamental beast that refuses to die, and riding the damn thing's almost like wrestling a gigantic mechanical bear. The tree in question was a big, grand old silver birch. He had taken out a couple of smaller trees on the way down, but they weren't really in the way of anything important. The birch, however, was lying squarely across the service road, blocking access to a large field that borders the west edge of the property. It was at least 80 feet long, and it had created quite a mess on the other side of the road when it hit the ground. Henry got into the truck and grinned up at me with both hands stuffed into the pockets of his coveralls. He said, "So, this is it. He's a big old bastard, ain't he? Lying on the ground for damn near a month now. Can kind of scoot by on the other side with an ATV, but Jonathan needs to get over there and do some irrigating soon. Think you can get this thing squared away before you leave tomorrow? I examined the broken, jagged crown of its upper branches and gave Henry a reluctant nod. We'll see. It'll be tricky on the other side. Or do you want me to just nip it off on either side of the road and forget about the rest? Henry shot me a judgmental look and flapped a hand at the confused tangle of limbs on the far side of the road. You're looking at a winter's worth of firewood there. People pay big money for a cord of wood these days. Don't waste it. Well, I went about the business of getting the saw ready, and Henry plopped himself down in a folding lawn chair. He lit a cigarette and started bitching about how I was doing everything wrong, which is par for the course when you're working for Henry. It's not malicious, exactly, and I really don't think that he means any harm. He genuinely believes that everyone else is something of an idiot, and he needs to show them the error of their ways. What are you doing? Getting the bar and the chain oil all over the ground, he growled. How about you pour some of that in the fucking saw while you're at it? Jesus almighty, boy. Well, golly, am I ever glad you came out with me today, I smiled. How about I put this piece of shit tractor in gear and let it roll down the gully? How about that, you mean old bastard? Henry chuckled. Yeah, you'll probably do that anyway, just out of sheer incompetence. Hey, make sure that chain's good and tight. Don't leave a lot of slack. I shot him a dirty look and snapped, Do you want to do this? I might have to, Henry grinned. You're fucking it all up. You haven't even started yet. I took in a deep breath, held it for a moment, and stifled the urge to push over his chair and send him ass over tea kettle onto the ground. Like most farmers, Henry does things in a very particular way. His way. And as far as he's concerned, there could not possibly be any other way. So I bit my tongue and started up the saw. Thankfully, it caught on the second pull, or Henry would have gleefully ripped me a new one with that dry and understated countryman's wit. He may not be the best of health these days, but Henry's tongue is as sharp as ever. I had no desire to operate a saw for 2 days in a row, so I worked at a feverish pace and had the majority of the upper branches chopped down by 2 o'clock. By this time, I had a dripping mess of sweat and simmering resentment. Henry is a great guy to sit down and drink some beers with, but he's definitely not my favorite supervisor. Henry squinted up at my red, scowling face and said, You can leave all them logs right where they are. They're not in the way over here. Pull the trunk off the road, we can go drink some goddamn beer. That sound good? I mopped the sweat off my face with a towel. Hell yes. Sounds just dandy to me. I fetched a couple of straps off the toolbox in the back of the Sierra and fired up the tractor. The trunk was incredibly heavy. It dug a deep groove in the road as the John Deere rumbled against its massive weight. I thought, fuck the stupid road, I'll fix it with a scraper blade in the morning. And I kept right on pulling. Henry stabbed a finger at the damage and shouted, See, I told you should have cut it up first, you damn idiot! I ignored his outrage and focused on finishing the task at hand. The black flies were swarming around my head in a bloodthirsty cloud. My shirt was covered in blotchy salt stains, and my poor arms felt like they were made out of poorly set jello. I didn't give a goddamn about the road at that point. I just wanted the ordeal to be over with. I was more than ready to go back to the house for a cold one. Henry cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, Stay on the tractor! I'll untie the strap! He found the knot and hollered, You call this a bowline knot? What the hell did you do? Hercules himself couldn't untie this fucking thing. Shut the tractor off! I cut the engine and started to apologize, but Henry waved me off and started searching his pockets. He groaned. Oh, hell, I left my knife sitting on the night table. You got that knife on you, kid? The one you took home with you a little while back? Did you lose it already? No, Henry, I grunted. I didn't lose it already. I'm not a 5-year-old, for Christ's sake. I'm a grown man. I fished out the pocket knife and dropped it into his hands. Henry laboriously sawed through the strap and grumbled, This blade could be a lot sharper, you know. Dad's always kept it real sharp. Here, I'm done with it. We'll sharpen up that blade tonight, and don't let me forget. Henry stood up with a grimace and waved a hand in the direction of the barnyard. That's it for today, kiddo. Listen, I need to check on something before I leave. Just head on back to park the tractor somewhere near the barn. Help yourself to a beer while you wait. I said, sure thing, boss. See you when you get back. I left him to attend to his secretive errand in the bush. I walked Mean Green up into the third gear and gunned it back to the barn, bouncing around in the seat like a cowboy at a rodeo while I jounced and bounced across the uneven terrain. I parked the tractor and stood in front of the open door of the mini-fridge in the garage, luxuriating in a wave of frigid air as I poured a gloriously, shockingly cold can of beer down the arid canyon of my throat. It was ecstasy. I tossed the empty can into the recycle bin and immediately popped open another one. I was halfway through my second beer by the time Henry pulled up in front of the garage in his pickup. He joined me at the fridge and said, "Shove over, let me get in there, kid. I'm melting over here." He tipped the cold one back and gasped, that's something, ain't it? Anyhow, you did a good job today. Don't worry about the road, fuck it. Jonathan's can take care of that on Monday. Here, take this. Thank you very much, my boy. He reached into his breast pocket of his overalls and thrust a folded wad of 20s into my hand. Without counting, I could tell that it was at least twice the amount we'd agreed upon for the day's labor. I started to protest, and Henry shook his head. You take the money. I won't miss it. It's expensive living in the city. Oh, take it. I said, I don't know, Henry. You sure? I mean, call it an asshole tax. Henry laughed. Because I can be a right son of a bitch to work for. Lots of people tell you that. Well, you could bet on it. He took a look at his watch and said, Thinking we should get supper started early. I'd use some grub right about now. How about you? Supper was a foot long on the barbecue, piled high with fried onions, served on a paper plate. We sat in the wooden swing chairs at the side of the house and looked down in the valley as we ate. Summer was in full swing, and the valley was a vibrant rolling mosaic of greens and yellows, blues and reds, an astonishing palette of colors waving through the breeze. I could tell Henry had something on his mind, and I was pretty sure that I knew what it was. He was thinking about my pocket knife, 3-inch folding blade that had once belonged to my father. Or rather, he was thinking about the story behind the knife, ordering his thoughts in his unhurried, meticulous manner as he ate his hot dog and sipped away at his beer. I kept quiet, and I let Henry mull it over in peace. My father is a difficult subject for anyone who knew him, and I spent most of my adulthood trying to distract myself from his memory. He was a hard man, harsh and unforgiving. He was also a very troubled man. Soldiers are expected to return from war and simply forget about the awful things that they had seen and done while fighting in a foreign land. The results can be disastrous. Henry put down his hot dog and said, "Uh-oh, look over there. Better pack it up." He pointed at some ominous-looking clouds that were gathering to the west. They were talking about maybe getting some rain on the news this morning. I think it's coming. 15 minutes later, we were sitting at the kitchen table with the rain pounding a droning tempo on the roof above our heads. We cracked a fresh beer and shot the shit for a while, our conversation drifting back and forth from small matters to global concerns, and all things in between. I fetched us another round, and when I got back to the table, Henry sighed. I suppose it's time. Let me have a look at that knife of yours, kid. I passed it over, and Henry fetched a magnifying glass out of the junk drawer in his kitchen counter. He squinted at the faux pearl handle and the fluorescent light above the sink and said, "Come here, look at this. Right here, just above the rivet." He dropped the knife into my hand and gave me the magnifying glass. I took a peek at it myself and said, "Looks like a J, a P, and a D. Is this someone's initials?" Henry popped open his beer with the tab opener I bought for him a while back and nodded. He pulled a whetstone kit out of the junk drawer and started sharpening the tarnished blade with painstaking care, meticulously working the cutting edge against the stone in careful, patient little circles. I sipped my beer and waited for him to begin. "The war," Henry murmured. "It's always a goddamn war with your dad. He never left it behind. I was exempted from service on agricultural deferment, but Wally wasn't so lucky. The draft board snatched him right up, Off he went overseas. He came back an entirely different person. I know you might not believe this, but before he left, your dad was a hell of a nice fella. Joke around and laugh, never had a bad word to say about anyone. He came back meaner than a rattlesnake. He was drunk. Now, it's not exactly news to you, it was worse when he was young. He'd drink hard liquor from noon to night every day of the week except Sunday. On Sunday, he'd start drinking right after breakfast. A lot of them came back like that, you know. It was the only way that they could sleep at night. I nodded and said, he kept it up for 50 years. Always somewhere between feeling no pain and completely shit-faced. I don't condone it, but he had his reasons, Henry interjected. Like I said, Wally was a completely different person when we got back home. Didn't laugh no more, didn't hardly even talk to anyone. He'd work on the farm all day, and he'd sit out there in the swinging chairs in the evening with a bottle, drinking and staring at nothing. Always playing around with that pocket knife, turning it on his hands, rubbing it with his thumb. He always made sure it was razor sharp. I never saw him use it. Not once. Yeah, well, nobody knew what was wrong with him. Your grandparents were scared of him. Their own son. Remember your grandma took me aside once, said they killed him, Henry. Because this isn't my son. My son is dead. I leaned back in my chair and grunted. I could only imagine what he was like when he first came back. That was hard to deal with. Henry chuckled a little and shrugged, a gesture that spoke of an old and enduring sadness. Oh, he's quite a handful when he got mad, that's a fact. Actually, this all started with your dad losing his temper. I knew he wasn't someone to fuck with, but hot damn. Thought he was going to kill someone that night. I'm surprised he didn't. I'd taken him out to a bar for a few drinks, must have been somewhere 48, 49. I remember I was still working for the electric company at the time, living on my own in an apartment in town. I was sitting around after my supper one night, and I thought, hell, I should drag Wally out for a few cold ones. He never leaves that farm. That ain't good for anyone to be isolated like that. Anyway, we were sitting there at the table with a couple of local farmers, who just having a beer, shooting the shit about the coming harvest. Your father was in a mood that night, even more than usual. He was sitting there with his head down, fiddling around with that damn knife, not saying a word, just playing around with the knife and hammering back the whiskey like there's no tomorrow. He just didn't want to be there. I should have seen that. He wanted to be left alone. Well, one of the farmers you're sitting with, he was pretty shithouse himself. Probably 9 beers deep. He was starting to get annoyed while he was sitting there and ignoring everyone. I was about to tip back the last of my drink and get us out of there when the farmer suddenly smacked his hand on the table in front of your dad and says, "We're talking here, boy. Pay attention. What's the matter with you?" Your dad, he didn't even look up. He just kind of smiled to himself and he said, "You're not saying anything worth listening to, old timer. Leave me alone." That didn't go over too well with the farmer. Henry snorted. He leaned across the table. He says, "You need to learn some manners, boy. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you." He made a grab for Wally's knife, and holy Jesus, all hell broke loose. Your dad popped out of his chair like he was sitting on a spring and bellowed, "You don't touch that, motherfucker!" And no word of a lie, he must have hit that big bastard 10 times on his way to the floor. Guy was already done. Your dad was just getting warmed up. He started kicking and stomping on him, just kicking the absolute piss and shit out of this guy. Tried to crawl away. The other farmers jumped up, grabbed him from behind, and Wally gave him a judo flip clear over the pool table. He hit the wall on the other side so goddamn hard I heard the beer glasses rattle around the bar. Henry paused and wet his whistle. He shook his head and let a flat, humorless little wheeze of laughter. Now, the bouncer's pretty drunk, too. When the second farmer hit the wall, he finally noticed what was happening. He came in swinging haymakers. Wally just kind of bats him out of the air, kicks a guy square in the kneecap. Heard the snap from clear across the bar. Bouncer fell square on his ass, started squealing like a stuck hog. Your dad screams down at him, "You want some more, big man?" He hauls off and boots him right in the face. I sigh. He'd always tell me, if you get a chance, kick him in the face. Can't tell themselves they could have won the fight if you kicked their face in. Henry blinked at this and muttered, "That's one way to look at it, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure there's much honor in kicking a man when he's down. These poor bastards, they were definitely down for the count. First guy was trying to worm his way under a table. Second guy was running out the door. Everyone else was scrambling to get the hell out of the way. Bartender starts yelling that he was going to call the cops, so your dad gave the guy under the table one last kick in the ribs. He walked out of there without so much as a backwards glance, just cold as ice. I ran after him, yelling, "Jesus Christ, Wally! You want to go to jail? The hell's wrong with you?" Your dad glared at me from under those bushy eyebrows and says, "Stupid sons of bitches are lucky I didn't kill him. Take me back to the farm." Now, we didn't talk on the way back. I was kind of scared I might say the wrong thing, and Wally didn't seem like he was in much of a mood for small talk. When I pulled into the driveway, Wally didn't get out of my truck. He rolled down the window, he fired up a cigarette. He sat there for a while, just still, listening to the night. Henry paused then and added, "Things look different in the dark, don't they? They look different. They sound different, too. The world around you always seemed like a bit strange after nightfall. I was sitting there looking across the barnyard in the night, and I realized I couldn't really tell where we were anymore, or where we were even supposed to be. Reality's so fragile, you know. All it takes is the absence of light for the whole thing to start coming apart." Wally pitched his smoke and said, "I don't know what came over me, Henry. That clodhopper grabbed for my knife and it just set me off. He had no call to do that." And I said, "No, he didn't. But neither did you, Wally. Damn near killed him, and that bouncer, hell, he'll be eating soup and walking with a cane for a good long while. Someone might be coming to talk to you, Wally. Better pray none of those men died tonight." Wally sort of huffed and scowled out the window. He knew I was right. And he says, "I want you to tell me something, okay? Now, I want to know the truth, Wally, so be straight with me." Your dad thought about it for a moment. He goes, "I won't lie to you, Henry. You're my brother. So I ask him, the hell is it with this little pocket knife of yours anyway? Why are you so obsessed with the damn thing?" Henry stopped to fumble with his cigarette out of his breast pocket, absent-mindedly offered me one. I shook my head in irritation. "I'm done with cigarettes, Henry, remember? Had my last smoke 3 weeks ago. You kept trying to give me one." "Oh, hell, that's right," he smirked. "It's got so used to you bumming all my goddamn smokes. It's automatic now." Henry lit up and coughed harshly on the first drag. "What?" he wheezed at me. "Don't I look glamorous?" He saw the way I was looking at him and he rolled his eyes. "Don't you look at me like that? There's nothing worse than an ex-smoker or an ex-drinker. Bunch of zealots, the whole lot of you." "I don't know. I think lung cancer might be worse," I shot back, and Henry offered me a sour smile. "Shut your pie hole, smartass. I'm telling a story over here. Anyways, Wally lays his knife on the dashboard. He says, "I never told you nothing about what happened overseas. Believe me, there's a reason for that. 4 years, Henry. 4 years is a long time." I says, "Okay, where'd they send you to fight?" Without missing a beat, your dad whispers, "Hell." "They sent me to hell." I sat there and I waited until he was ready to start talking. After a while, he clears his throat and says, "You gotta understand, there weren't any rules over there. Whenever we pushed the Germans out, we left a big shitty mess behind us. I saw so many horrible things over there. The people were starving, Henry. We'd settle down somewhere for the night, build a fire, heat up some chow. No matter where we were, as soon as the smell hit the air, it wouldn't be long before we were surrounded by a circle of people. They looked like skeletons. Stand there and they would watch you eat, and they would watch your spoon as it went from can to your mouth over and over. You could hear their stomachs growling. You'd start drooling. And they couldn't help it. Henry twitched his lips in a cynical smile. They don't know that part in the Hollywood movies, do they? They show the big explosions and the heroics. They don't show the people who get caught in the crossfire. They don't show them slowly starving to death. I said, not very often, no. I don't think a movie that shows that it would do very well on the big screen. Henry grunted. Oh yeah, your father could set those movie producers straight. Bet he could. The thing he told me that night, sweet Jesus, he just kept pouring out of him, story after story. I couldn't hardly believe any of it. The one that stuck with me the most is the kid who got hit in the stomach during a firefight. 18 years old. Didn't even shave yet, this kid. And there's his innards spread all over the ground. Kid kept screaming, I don't want to die. Wally yelled back, you ain't getting out of this, you stupid bastard. You don't get to die. Then he gathered up all the kid's guts, crawling around on his hands and knees, taking the boy's innards out of the mud. He tried to stuff them back in the kid's body. He was already dead. I nodded mutely, staring at the table as I remembered the taste of cheap rum in the darkness. Sickly sweet and acrid as it burned its way down my throat. Wally took his boots and his rations after he was gone, told me. That's how it was over there. You didn't waste a good boot on a dead man. I finished. And Henry gave me a sharp look. I suppose you've heard these stories a time or two yourself, Henry drawled. His tone was casual, but he was watching my face carefully with his mild brown eyes. Wally didn't have any business telling the kid a story like that. Did he talk about the war a lot? He talked about it sometimes, sure. Mostly when he was drinking. My voice was hoarse. I cleared my throat and washed away the odious phantom residue of the rum with a long swig of cold beer. My father rarely drank beer or wine. He barely considered them to be an alcoholic beverage. Rum was his poison. Bottle after bottle of dark, sickly sweet rum. Henry nipped away at his beer and waited for me to say whatever it is that I needed to say. I remained silent. In my mind's eye, my dad slammed his fist down on the kitchen table and slurred. He caught one in the stomach. Right here. I was 10 years old. Tired. Confused. Very afraid. I'd been pulled out of bed with no explanation, and now I was sitting in the dark with a coffee mug full of some awful, murky-looking liquor on the table in front of me. The clock on the wall read 10 minutes past 2 in the morning. Dad was glaring at me from across the table, slowly working himself into a fury as he gave voice to the demons. Henry studied the expression on my face, and he briefly looked like he was about to ask a question that would lead to some very uncomfortable answers. But then he thought the better of it. The moment passed, and he continued on with the story. After a while, your dad sort of peters out with these awful memories, and we just sat there for a while in the dark. It's getting late, and I wanted to call it a night, but I couldn't go home. Not just yet. He hadn't answered my question. I told him I'll cover for you if I have to, Wally. You're my brother, but you have to tell me the story behind that knife. I can see you don't want to talk about it, but I think maybe you should. Your dad lets out this big long sigh, and he says, do me a favor, Henry. Go in the house. Get us both a drink. Take whatever you got, and we'll need it. I abruptly found myself wishing for a smoke. The cigarette goes so goddamn good with the beer. I popped some nicotine gum instead and made a sour face at the package. You're right, Henry. This does taste like mint-flavored dog shit. Henry smirked and said, "Stick to your guns, young fella. You're smoke-free. Enjoy it." Anyhow, your dad was in France at the time. They were cleaning up whatever was left of the Germans after D-Day invasion. Most of the time, they threw down their rusty old rifles and they surrendered on sight. They were starving, almost as bad as the peasants. Well, he said most of them were either teenagers or old men. Some of them didn't even have any ammunition left, for Christ's sake. And don't get me wrong. Still dangerous work. When the Nazis retreated, they left all kinds of booby traps behind. A GI would lean down to pick up a German helmet off the ground and get blown to smithereens. They'd get fired on by snipers and set on landmines, and every now and then someone who started screaming and just not be able to stop. Everywhere they looked, there's nothing but death and destruction. Everywhere they went, there were just bodies lying in the mud and buzzards wheeling around in the sky. The wind slapped the window with a sudden blast of rain, making me jump a bit in my chair. I said, "It's getting pretty wild out there. I'm glad I'm not driving home tonight." "I might end up losing power," Henry scowled. "Yeah, I should hunt up some candles soon. Anyway, they captured some Germans after a battle near a village called St. Michael. One of them turned out to be an officer. I mean, not just an officer. He was a major. When they marched the officer and his boys into the village at gunpoint, the villagers all gathered around and started screaming for his blood. Your dad said they had to point their rifles at the mob to get them to back off. They were in a frenzy. Started throwing rocks and yelling death to the monsters, cut off their heads. This guy could understand English pretty well, but the only thing he'd say was, "I'll speak to another officer, or I'll not speak at all." Now, Wally was only a sergeant, but he was the highest ranking man there, so the job got pushed onto his shoulders. He said, "Send in the old man. He'll get this guy to talk in a hurry." That's what they called your dad, the old man. He was only 22 years old. Politicians don't send grown men and women to fight their wars. They send our children. Oh, your dad. Dad goes into the tent where they've been holding the officer. He finds this arrogant prick sitting there with his pipe in one hand, flask full of schnapps in the other, his boots propped up on the table like he owns the place. All he grits his teeth, says something like, "Hello, Major. I hope you plan to cooperate with me." Well, the shitty bastard just laughs at him and says, "Go find a real officer. I don't have to talk to you." Now, at this stage in the game, your dad didn't much care about any more proper procedures and shit like that. Wally jumps over the table, tackles the son of a bitch. He jammed his pistol into the Kraut's mouth. He says, "You talk to me, you horse's ass, or I'll bury you." The words "I'll bury you" flicked a switch in my head. Once again, the present day abruptly fell away like shattered glass. Just like that, I was 7 years old. I was playing with a rusty toy dump truck at the edge of the field. A field bordered the property my father was renting from a local farmer. It consisted of a grubby little one-story house, a heavily rutted gravel driveway, and a quarter-acre of scraggly weeds and bleached-out dirt. I watched as a long, dark sedan drove up to the house, and a bad feeling started to roil in the pit of my stomach. I could sense that the sedan was a harbinger of impending chaos. A man in a somber-looking suit got out of the car and knocked on the front door. My dad answered with a sullen glare and a surly, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" The man thrust a manila envelope into his hands, and Dad immediately started bellowing at the top of his lungs. He followed our unwelcome visitor as he beat a hasty retreat to his car, screaming that he was a leech, parasite, and a goddamn greedy, good-for-nothing crook. Dad crouched down to look at the man through the driver's side window as he threw his car into reverse. Then he shrieked, "I'll bury you. You hear me, asshole? I'll bury the whole fucking lot of you." Henry gave me a watchful look and said, "What? What is it?" Dad was sharecropping for another farmer, I said. And I cracked a sad grin. This was back in the mid-'80s. Remember that? He breached the contract somehow, got us kicked off the land. Rented a little shack somewhere, and a guy came out to serve him papers for a lawsuit. Dad went fucking ballistic, threatened to kill the dude and bury him. Yeah, I remember the lawsuit, Henry wheezed. Threatened to kill the guy, did he? Sounds about right. Wasn't shy about making his feelings known. No, he certainly wasn't, I agreed. It was time for another beer. I pushed back my chair to stand up and was almost blinded by a searing bolt of lightning through the kitchen window. At the same instant, an explosive boom rattled the dishes in the cupboard. The lightning flickered out, plunging us into a thick and oppressive gloom. Well, shit, Henry groaned. It'll be a while before the lights come back on. There's some candles in the junk drawer. I'll put the beer in my cooler. I said, hey, I can drink them warm if I have to, Henry. Don't worry about it. The hell with that, Henry snapped, and he headed over to fetch the cooler from the big closet by the front door. I can't stand them warm. Grab that big pack of ice out the freezer. We settled back down at the table and watched the storm rage outside the windows. The candles flickered and wavered in stealthy drafts that brought their way through the walls of the old farmhouse, making the shadows skitter and dance across the walls. Well, Henry continued, choking on the barrel of the pistol straightened up that old boy's attitude real quick. Says his name was Otto Heinemann. He'd been sent to the village to take care of the outpost just a few months before the D-Day invasion. Claimed most of the unit run off into the woods when the Allies came storming through, himself included, and that he'd only just come back that very day to rob the village for supplies. Dad didn't believe his story for a second. Why the hell would they send high-ranking officers to take command of a tiny outpost in the middle of nowhere? He nodded along with everything that Major Heinemann had been saying, playing it cool, and he asks, why do these people hate you so much? What were you doing to them? That slimy little shit weasel got real nervous and went, well, of course these people hate us. We defeated them. Wally wagged a finger in his face and told him, that's not much of an answer, Major. Why don't you try again? The officer saw the look in Wally's eyes and sniveled. There's been some difficulties between the villagers and a small group of my men. I investigated the situation and sent the troublemakers away. Henry reached into his trusty old cooler and pulled out a fresh beer. He managed to pop it open without using the tab opener, and he flashed a cheerful grin. Look at that, he crowed. Opening cans and everything tonight. What do you think of that, kid? Maybe I'm turning the corner on this old age bullshit. I smiled and said, well, maybe. Have to see how you feel tomorrow. It's a long day. Anyway, that German soldier was obviously full of shit. Right up to his eyeballs, Henry agreed. Down him for a while, let him squirm his chair, and then he says, there's some difficulties. Well, you don't say. What kind of difficulties are we talking about here, fella? You gonna rape and murder and those kinds of difficulties? The officer tried to say that he'd never done anything wrong, and Wally gave the bastard a good hard whack in the noggin with his pistol. Blood started running down his face. He covered his hand. Wally said that he had to walk outside right then and there, or he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from killing the son of a bitch. He found his men talking with a few of the villagers. One was a kid barely in his teens, a boy named Jean-Paul Desjardins. I tapped my knife and said, the initials. This knife belonged to the kid? I'm getting there, Henry snorted. Hold your horses now. Jean-Paul could speak some English. One of the Wally's boys could speak some French. Now, between them, they were able to hammer out one hell of a tale to everyone. And it turns out Major Otto Heinemann was actually Corporal Otto Heinemann. He led a revolt against a sergeant who was in charge of the outpost, and they shot him out in the field. Now, I imagine something like that probably would have ended with a swift round of executions back in the heyday of the French occupation. The communications and the orders was breaking down. They were pretty much on their own out there. Heart of darkness, I said, and Henry gave me a blank stare. Part of what? The hell are you talking about over there? It's an old book. Never mind. I can imagine the kind of horrible shit that was going on after the revolt. Well, Otto had himself an obsession with the occult. He actually read that a lot of the Nazi commanders were experimenting with black magic and occult stuff. But they were dabbling with pretty much anything that might give them an advantage in the war. I don't know if it's true, but I read that they tried to build themselves a goddamn UFO. That's for Otto Heinemann. He was convinced he could use human sacrifices to communicate with the dead. Torture and murder people in a barn on the outskirts of the village, him and his circle of followers. And he'd try to speak with the departed, or with the things that had never been alive. And the night before the invasion, Otto made contact. Misty form appeared above a circle of blood, told him to run for the woods. They all left that same night. When the invasion came marching through, though, not a single Allied bullet passed over their heads, cowards. I realized I'd been sitting at the edge of my chair, in a tense, awkward position, and I forced myself to scoot back and relax. I said, well, Dad ended up getting a few of them anyway. Better late than never. I suppose, Henry muttered. Your dad asked the kid how he knew any of that. Jean-Paul said, I was there when it happened. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and showed him the healing cuts on his back. It hung him from a support beam by his ankles, and they bled him into a circle that Otto drew in the dirt. Before each cut, Otto would look up at the ceiling of the barn and say, a gift of life, hot, fresh. I winced in sympathy and shook my head. Jesus Christ. They just left him hanging there and ran? Yeah. His grandma came cut him down as soon as they left. Otto came up in camp deep in the woods. They only ventured into the village to find food or to snatch a warm body for their rituals. The villagers wanted revenge. Blood had been spilled, and they demanded blood in return. I wrinkled my nose and said, pretty sure I would have handed over those assholes in a heartbeat. Fuck 'em, yeah? Yeah. Your dad wanted to hand the kid a pistol, let him take care of business. He needed Otto alive for a little while longer. They marched him into the woods and made him lead them to their camp. Otto's hideout turned out to be just a hunch of Zeltman tents, standing in a circle around a cold fire pit. No one was there. While he looked over at Otto, said, looks like your boys ran off without you, Adolf. And Otto just smiled at him and went, perhaps they did. We'll see. Just then someone hollered, come over here, take a look at this. So Wally goes to see what happened. There's a dead body hanging with its ankles from a tree branch. Hung someone upside down, skinned him alive. His eyelids are gone. Body was so fresh, it was still glistening. Wally said he looked at it for a minute, trying to wrap his head around the horrible cruelty of such an awful fucking thing, and then pulled out his trench knife and yelled, bring him over here. They dragged Otto over and made him get on his knees. Wally showed him the knife and says, I ain't gonna waste good ammunition on a worm like you. But I'll tell you what, Major Heinemann, you're gonna give this man a proper burial first. Someone go find him a shovel. Got himself a couple holes to dig. Henry paused to pour some beer down his throat. He lit a cigarette in a candle flame and watched the smoke drift across the stuttering shadows on the ceiling. Wally handed his knife to a private and told him to cut down the body. Ida watched him hand over the knife and suddenly gets a look on his face, like a light bulb went off in his head, and he starts smiling again. Wally took the crowd over and starts clearing between the trees and says, get digging, asshole. Otto starts digging his own grave, still smiling away. While that's happening, the private drags over a chopping block to use a step ladder. He starts sewing at the rope. Two things happen at once. Otto threw himself flat on the ground. An explosion knocked just about everyone right on their asses. Wally could hear the screams of his men over the ring in his ears. Said his first coherent thought was, don't let that son of a bitch get away. Pulled himself to his feet. He said he could see bits and pieces of body parts all over the place. Some belonged to the dead man in the tree. Some belonged to the private. Tried to get him down. Most of his squad either lying on the ground or staggering around with blood on their fatigues. Wally and Otto were the only ones far enough away from the detonation to escape without a scratch. Everyone else got hurt real bad. Wally didn't have no choice but to leave them there suffering and chase Otto through the woods. Ended up at a steep cliff overlooking a river. Wally saw that Otto wasn't going to stop, so he took a shot with his rifle. He missed. Otto ran right up and jumped off the edge of the cliff. Wally scanned the river below with his binoculars for a body. It was like the man jumped off the cliff right into the netherworld. He was gone. They held up a hand and said, just a second, Henry. Just let me get in that cooler. I'm dry. I popped the tab and drank a third of the can, 2 swallows. My biceps and forearms were throbbing from working the saw that day. The beer was definitely helping to dull the pain. It's going down smooth as it always did. Definitely my father's son. I cleared my throat and asked, I'm guessing Grandpa was a boozer, wasn't he? Henry looked at me in surprise. He said, you're talking about your biological grandpa, I suppose. He became a bootlegger after he left us to sink or swim in the middle of nowhere. That tells you anything? I sighed. Yeah, not surprised. Dad was an alcoholic too. Let's face it, Henry. You definitely have a bit of a dependence going on. I mean, no, don't look at me like that. You drink too much, and so do I. Not as much as my dad, but this beer gut didn't come from nowhere. Alcoholism runs in his family. You know, it takes years off your life, right? We're cutting down. I should honestly do the same. Henry rubbed his head in irritation and growled, the fuck is this? I'm telling a goddamn story over here, kiddo. Do you mind? I'm just saying that maybe we should... Oh, can it? Henry snapped. The hell are you on about anyway? People drink. That's what they do. They smoke, they drink, they eat cheeseburgers till the day they fall down and die. The hell over it already, would you? Jesus Christ. Feel like I'm one sneeze away from getting shoved into an iron lung over here. Relax with all this worrying about my health. You're giving me a goddamn rash. I was stunned into silence. Henry put down his beer and mimicked my open-mouthed expression of shock so accurately that I started to laugh. Now, come on, kid. What do you want from me? Lay off with the weird looks and the questions all the time. I'll die when I die, and I promise it won't be a moment sooner. So then I'll drink my beer, I'll smoke my cigarettes. I'll live my life as I damn well please. I looked down at the table and said, I won't stop being concerned about you, but I'll try to put a lid on it, I guess. Good. Henry rumbled. I swear to God, I'll throw you out into the rain if you don't stop circling around like a goddamn buzzard. Jesus Christ, boy. Anyway, yeah, your dad was, oh, damn it, where was I? Your dad chased the guy right off a cliff. Yeah, I already know why no one was at the camp. They circled back. They had started attacking the village. They were probably waiting and waiting for the Americans to come looking for their camp. They snuck in. They butchered every single one of them. My father was trying to reach someone on the radio. He wasn't getting a response from the men he left behind to guard the rest of the prisoners. He left the dead and dying men in the woods and double-timed it back to the village. It was already sunset. By the time he got to the village gate, he stumbled over the first body in the dark. It was one of his men. And while he could see there had been a battle, he decided lost. Found the rest of them lying in the street. Otto's boys had stripped them, lined them all up, executed them. He walked around the village with a kerosene lantern, trying to identify the bodies of the men he'd served with. The last body he found was Jean-Paul. Yeah, he was talking to earlier. Lying a little further down the street. He shot him down as he tried to run away. Wally rolled the kid over and saw there was something clenched in his hand. He pried open his cold fingers, and there it was. The very same pocket knife that's sitting here on my kitchen table. He opened the blade, he saw it was sharp. Wally lost his trench knife when the bomb went off. Even a small blade is better than nothing at all, as long as it's sharp. He tucked it away, started thinking about what he was going to do next. He destroyed the radio before they left. They ransacked all the supplies while they were at it. And no doubt in his mind, they all had to die, but there's no way that he could take all of them out himself. So Wally thought about it for a while. He walked out to the barn, where Otto and his cult had been practicing their rituals. He drew a circle in the dirt and dropped John Paul's blood-soaked handkerchief in the mill. They cut the back of his hand with John Paul's knife, dripping some of his own blood along the edge of that circle. When he was done, he stepped back, and he said, "I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. So if you can hear me, come on out, you son of a bitch." Your dad stood there by the circle. He waited. Those 10 minutes dragged by and nothing happened. He said to himself, "It's a bunch of superstitious bullshit," and he leaned down to grab the lantern and head out. As his hand touched the handle, the lantern suddenly went out. Just poof. Lit one second, cold and dead the next. Wally held his breath and listened in the dark. The only sound he heard was the buzzing, the breeze whistling through the gaps of the barn boards, thudding of his own pounding heart. Wally cleared his throat and called out, "Is anyone there? Show yourself." There was a shuffling footsteps from somewhere behind him. He spun around with his pistol in his hand. He could just barely make out a shadowy figure standing in the doorway of the barn. He yelled, "Put your hands in the air and identify yourself." At that moment, the man came out from behind the clouds, and when he saw him standing there, he whispered, "Oh, sweet Jesus." Almost fainted. Because the figure standing in the doorway, that was Jean Paul's dead body. I felt the hair prick on my arms. I gulped down the rest of my beer and I muttered, "Oh, hell, I don't like that image at all." "Yeah, I would have shit myself and died on the spot," Henry agreed. The dead boy gave a bloody grin in the moonlight and he croaked, "Who calls me hence from the shadows?" Wally was shaking so bad he almost dropped his gun. He said, "I did. I gave you an offering, and now I want to ask for something in return." The corpse lurched into the barn. Wally forced himself to stand his ground. I crowded in close enough for Wally to smell the dead boy's exposed innards and said, "What do you desire?" He looked down in the thing's dead, glassy eyes and said, "I want revenge." Well, the demon gave Wally a good, god-awful smile. Then it shambled over to the circle Wally had drawn in the dirt. It dropped on all fours to sniff at the bloody handkerchief and traced a finger over the circle, smiling away with its eyes, looking nothing at all. It said, "You stand alone. Your fellow warriors lay cold on the ground. You will need to even the odds against you." The awful thing balled up the bloody handkerchief and squeezed it tight between its palms. When it opened them, it was holding a strange little bulb made out of oven-fired clay. Looked a bit like a grenade. Dropped the bulb in Wally's trembling hand and said, "Once broken, a terrible flame will devour anything it touches. Handle it with care and remember to be wary of your enemy. He's a weak man, but he's cunning." Now Wally stammered, "But he's dead. I saw him jump off a cliff." The demon shook his head and told him, "May have appeared so, but your enemy's given us many offering, and he's been gifted many tricks and glamours in return. He still lives, and he'll be waiting for you. Beware." Wally blinked, and just like that, found himself standing alone in the dark. He said he would have thought the whole thing a crazy hallucination, except he was still holding that rough little clay bulb in his hand. He could feel something sloshing around inside of it. He walked outside, saw the kerosene lantern glowing and flickering in the distance. Didn't know what else to do, so we followed after the light, chasing the devil across foreign soil in the dead of night. And could you imagine it? I looked at the candle flame dancing on the table in front of us. And I said, yeah, I can imagine that. Just can't imagine doing it myself. He had a lot of guts, your dad. Wasn't a good man, but he had a lot of guts. Kept following that distant light, and every time he drew close, it would disappear and reappear somewhere further away. This went on for an hour or so, and then a decrepit old farmhouse popped up in the distance. He knew they'd be in there sleeping off their stolen wine in their stolen beds. He jumped into a ditch at the side of the road and crept along until he was close enough to see the silhouette of a sentry in the moonlight, standing on the road in front of the farmhouse, smoking a cigarette on his cupped hands. Wally crawled on his belly till he was close enough to run in and bash the guy in the back of the head with the butt of his rifle. Wally gave him a few more cracks when he went down just to make sure. Then he snuck up to the house to peer through a window. He could see them all sleeping in there by the light of the fireplace, snoring all over the furniture and the floor. Wally pulled out the grenade, braced himself for whatever might come next. He tossed it through the open window. It shattered into pieces on the floor, and all hell broke loose. A wave of blue fire rolled across the room and lit up everything it touched. They barely had time to scream, for the entire house was engulfed by those intense blue flames. Wally left him there to burn and started searching the rest of the property. Figured Otto either burned alive with the rest of his men, or his body was floating around somewhere in that river. Of course, it wasn't going to be so simple, because evil's a weed that's hard to kill. Henry got a fresh beer out of the cooler and popped the tab. 2 for 2, he smirked, and he raised his can in the air. A toast to an old man that's going to die someday. Still all kinds of life in this old carcass, kiddo. All kinds. I'll outlive you all. Just be me sitting there with a 6-pack in the middle of a giant radioactive desert. You paint a compelling picture, Henry. Pass one of those my way, if you'd be so kind. Henry pushed the beer can across the table, and the sound the can made against the varnished wood jarred loose another unpleasant memory. This time, I was sitting at a table in a smoky little bar with Delilah, the girl I was dating at the time. I had just turned 21. I was in a dark mood that night. I'd been laid off my job at a factory that very same day, and I already knew I was going to wind up getting evicted from my apartment. It'd be the 3rd time in as many years. As per usual, I had nowhere to go. I'd end up losing most of the worldly possessions I'd worked so hard to acquire since the last time I was evicted for non-payment. Ratty old furniture, dishes, the television. Anything I couldn't pack into a contractor-sized garbage bag and sling over my shoulder. It would all be gone. Delilah was in the middle of a long, rambling speech about why she couldn't let me stay with her, and I was barely listening. It didn't matter. I already knew the relationship was over. I knew it as soon as I told her I'd been laid off from my job. That didn't matter either. I knew there'd be other girls, other minimum wage labor jobs, other bar rooms, and other beers. What mattered was the hard days that lay ahead. The long weeks of couch surfing in cheap hotel rooms, pounding the pavement and being told to pound sand, stealing change, small items from unlocked cars, selling dope, doing whatever I could do to eat 2 meals a day from the dollar menu at McDonald's. It was my 21st birthday, and Jesus H. Christ, I was already so fucking tired of it. All of it. As far as I was concerned, my fair-weather fling could gather up her bullshit excuses and go jump off the Boston Bridge. She could cram the entire rotten planet up her ass and shit a cosmic diamond, for all I cared. It simply didn't matter. The waitress plunked a fresh beer on the table and slid it over. I reached for it and misread. It slid clear off the table and sailed off the edge, hitting the floor and spattering over the work boots of a big red-faced man in denim overalls and a grubby-looking Hooters t-shirt. He stopped walking, looked down at his feet, and slurred, "What the fuck are you doing, asshole? The fuck is that? You got it all over my boots." I blinked up at his bearded, furious face and said, "It's not my fault, man. I tried to grab it and missed. Sorry." My new acquaintance gave me a yellow-toothed smile and repeated, "You're sorry? Sorry for what, being a pussy? If y'all can't hold on to your beer, don't come out to the bar, you little pussy-ass bitch. Trying to start some shit?" The world around me went murky and distant. I grinned back at him and turned my head to grin over at the waitress and Delilah before snaking my arm out and seizing him by the crotch. He bellowed in pain and surprise and tried to pry my hand off his groin. I yanked him in close by his nutsack and jumped up to launch a headbutt into his mouth. Delilah screamed, "No, what are you doing?" But her voice was distant and unimportant. I tackled my new friend to the floor and scrambled to rain down a flurry of punches before the big lumbering bastard could throw me off and gain the upper hand. I hammered on his face until a thick arm suddenly encircled my neck, instantly squeezing off my air. I was dragged to the side exit by the bouncer, who promptly shoved me through the door and hurled me onto the sidewalk. The bouncer snarled, "Get the fuck out of here, moron. We're gonna call the cops." I threw back my head and laughed at his scowling face from the prone position on the sidewalk. Delilah came bursting past him and started yelling at me. I rolled onto my hands and knees and hauled myself to my feet with the pole of a streetlight, laughing my ass off the entire time. I buried my face against my arm, still leaning against the pole, and chuckled, "Shut up, would you? We're done. There, feel better now? I did it for you. You're a free bird, babe. Get the fuck away from me." She was shocked into silence. I turned around and saw tears swimming in her eyes. All at once it dawned on me that I was turning into a drunken fucking asshole. Just like my dad. And it made me start laughing again. I laughed right in her face. Then I laughed at her back as she walked away from me. I was still laughing when the cops picked me up a little ways down the street. Even as they were snapping on the handcuffs and reading me my rights, I couldn't stop laughing. Once the cops looked at me in disgust and said, "What's so funny, bud? Going to jail tonight." I just shook my head and giggled. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Just put me in the car, take me away, Flatfoot. Just do your fucking job. The cop skinned his lips back from his teeth, pulled out his heavy flashlight. Next thing I can remember is waking up to one of my cellmates shaking me and whispering, "You dead or something, man? Come on, homie. Don't be no dead body in here with me." I realized Henry was staring at me expectantly. I said, "What? What are you staring at? Tell me the damn story already. Dad burned down the farmhouse with the magic grenade. Then what?" Henry snorted and leaned back in his chair. He said, "You don't believe a word of this, do you?" And I shook my head. "You got some mighty tall tales, Henry. I enjoy them very much. And I'm doing my very best to get it all down because I intend to put together a goddamn cracker of a short story collection someday. How's that for an answer?" Henry inhaled deeply and sighed. "You're mad at me, ain't you? You're mad I'm not taking the whole getting old and dying thing the more seriously." I thought my words over carefully before I allowed them to exit my mouth. I said, "I care about you, Henry. I had a hard time after I left home. You bailed me out, saved me. You were more of a dad to me than my real dad ever was. And that's the truth. I was glad you felt good enough to get out there with me today. Days like this are coming fewer and farther between all the time. I worry about your health. I want you to go to the doctor, get a full physical done, blood work, the whole 9 yards. Can you do that for me, Henry? Please?" Henry gave me a kindly smile and said, "Listen, kid. There ain't no easy way to say this, so I'll just say it. I got cancer." I gaped at him for a moment, then blurted, "No. Cancer? Where's the tumor?" "Oh, there's more than one," he murmured. "Pressing on some nerves. That's why I've been having a problem with my hands lately. They call it peripheral neuropathy. It's a real bitch. I got some good health insurance, so don't be worried about any of that. They're gonna operate soon. I'll be doing the chemo, so don't worry, I'll be all right. I sat there for a minute and watched the rain roll down the windows. Finally, I cleared the thickness in my throat and that threatened to make my voice hoarse and quavery. I said, to answer your question from before, no, I don't believe your stories. Not exactly. I think they're fucking fabulous and super entertaining, but I don't think they're the truth. Henry waved a dismissive hand and said, big weird world out there, kiddo. You and me. We don't know jack shit about it. I can only tell you what I've seen and heard, and you can do whatever you want to with it from there. Keep listening before we call bullshit, 'cause the story ain't done yet. No. Otto Heinemann did have a few tricks and glamours up his sleeve, just like the dead boy told your dad. He didn't die when he jumped off that cliff, because he never jumped at all. Probably no magic that can let someone jump off a cliff and disappear in thin air, but they can make someone else think they did. Like a bully, Otto was a coward at heart. A real fight was the last thing he wanted, so he cast a little trick and hid in the weeds till Wally was gone, then he followed him. Your dad didn't have any way to call for help, so we decided it'd be best to hunker down in a shed behind that burning farmhouse and wait for dawn before he made another move. It had been a long, awful day and a long, awful war, and sheer exhaustion got the better of him. I remember when Wally turned to me in the dark while we were sitting there in my truck, and he said, I don't even remember what I was dreaming about. All of a sudden, there was Jean Paul standing there, blood dripping from his clothes. He made a gun with his finger and thumb, and like this. Points it at my chest and says, wake up. No word of a lie. I opened my eyes just in time to see the barrel of a rifle poking in through the doorway. Now, Wally rolled out of the way and around punched a hole in the floorboards where he'd been sleeping just seconds before. He pulled out his pistol. He fired a couple shots through the door, but Otto had already dropped his rifle and was running away. Wally chased after him, fired another shot. This time, Otto dropped like a stone on the barren field beside the barnyard. Wally walked up close enough to put another one in his back. He didn't get any reaction. Otto was dead. He knelt down beside the body and let out a scream. It wasn't Otto Heinemann he'd been looking at, it was himself. It was the hole the size of his fist where his forehead used to be. His own dead body looking up with him with blood in his eyes, wheezed. He has many tricks and glamours. It grabbed him by the neck and it started strangling him. He struggled with this horrible thing in the dirt for a few seconds, fighting for his life. Then he realized he was rolling around and strangling himself with his own two hands. Because there was nothing there. Well, he got up, panting for breath, with dirt in his hair, and he screamed, show yourself, goddamn you, show yourself. He heard laughter in the wind, and he fired a few more shots in the night before it dawned on him that Otto was trying to get him to waste the last of his ammunition. In his mind, the voice of a dead boy told him to drop his pistol, and he pulled out Jean Paul's pocket knife instead. He held it up by the blade in the moonlight, so Otto could see it from wherever he was hiding in the shadows. He slowly started spinning in a circle on his heel, and he called out, maybe I made a deal too, fucker. Maybe I got a few tricks of my own, you goddamn kraut. Maybe I'll do something like this. He threw the knife at some random spot in the dark. It whistled through the air. It appeared to stick right into nothing at all. There was a shriek of pain, and suddenly, there was Otto, reeling around and screaming with Jean Paul's knife sticking out of his eyeball. He dropped his own knife and tried to run, but your dad was already on him. Wally took him down and pinned his head into the dirt with his knee. Otto begged for mercy, but might as well have been talking to a brick wall. Wally pulled the knife out of that bastard's eye, slit his throat from ear to ear. I muttered, holy Jesus, and drank some more beer. And that was that, I guess. Henry shook his head grimly and said, oh, not quite. Well, Otto was flopping around and choking on his own blood while he saw something come floating out of the darkness. wispy shape out of moths and mosquitoes, swirling motes of dust. More of a suggestion of a form than actual shape, if that makes sense. Otto saw it coming too, tried to crawl away, but the figure swept over him like a wave. Wally said that for just a brief second, it felt like Otto was being dragged down into the dirt, and then he was gone. Wally thought he heard a scream somewhere in the distance, and after that all he could hear was the wind. He knew it was over. Your dad was finished talking. He sat there in the truck for a while longer, not saying much. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Had to get the hell home, get some sleep. There was one more thing I needed to say before I left. I turned to him and I said, "You gotta get your anger under control, Wally. And you're drinking, too. What happened tonight, it can't ever happen again. You gotta make peace with yourself right now. You'll never be free." I don't think he listened, I chuckled. And Henry shook his head. No, he didn't. And I had to try. He was my brother. Henry coughed into his fist and made a face. Oh, shit, I think I'm starting to get tuckered out. This knife of yours has got quite a history. I don't know if you're going to want to carry it around anymore, but either way, I think you should keep it. Certainly does, I agreed, and I put the knife back in my pocket. Dad had quite a history, too, and so do you. So do I. My history is empty cupboards and empty bottles on the kitchen counter. It's moving every year for 14 years in a row and never having shoes that actually fit. My history's a fist, Henry. And even though he's been dead for over 20 years, I can still feel the impact. Henry was quiet for a while. Then he stood up and said, "Hey, come here, kiddo." I got up, and for the first time in my whole entire life, Henry gave me a hug. I'm at least 5 inches taller and 60 pounds heavier, but I felt like a child in his arms. He sighed. Guess she could have used one of these a long time ago. And I started crying. I tried to pull away, but Henry kept me close, and it was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay. It could be a hard thing for a man to do, to allow his tears to flow. A bottle or a fist, that's all some of us have ever known. It's hard to let it out. It's really fucking hard. After a while, Henry pulled back and said, "And now you're slobbering all over my goddamn shirt." And I started to laugh. Henry cracked up too, and we both cackled like tunes in the fluttering glow of the candles. When I finally got it under control, I sat back down and chugged the rest of my beer. I plunked down the empty can and let out a long, shuddering breath. You can't die on me, Henry. You hear me? You just can't. That settles it then, he grinned. I'll live forever, happy? Listen, kiddo. I'm not ready to shuffle into my grave just yet. I'm going to have the surgery, do all the other crap. I'm going to fight this thing. Maybe I'll lose, maybe I'll win, I don't know. I'm going to fight this thing. 'Cause I'm a fighter. So are you. I shrugged and looked down at the table. I know you are, Henry. Fuck it. Enough of the mushy stuff tonight, okay? I'm ready for bed. I bedded down on the big floral patterned couch in the living room, just like when I was a kid. I fell asleep before I even had a chance to start worrying about the future. In the morning, I had a bit of a hangover, and I was so sore from working the chainsaw, I could barely get my sorry ass off the couch. Henry cooked us up a big breakfast of eggs and toast. The atmosphere between us felt better than the night before. Still not great, but better than just okay. That would have to do. Henry walked me out to my car, crouched down to look at me through the driver's side window, and said, "I might need some help getting to my appointments. Think you could drive me? If I can't do it myself." I felt the tightness in my chest again, but I pushed it down and said, "Yeah, of course. Either me or Michelle, we can do that for you, no problem." Henry smiled and patted the roof of my car. "Good, thank you. We'll do as we do, kiddo, because it's all we can do. Remember that. Yeah, you better get going. Traffic starts to get crazy on the highway after noon hour." I stuck my arm out the window and gave him a wave as I rolled away down the road, and Henry waved back. There was a great sadness in the way that he stuck his hands in his pockets, slumped back into the house as I pulled out of his driveway. We're all afraid to die. Even a tough old buzzard like Henry. Grave's cold, and the promise of better things on the other side seemed to be thinner with each year that I grew older. Life's hard. Is death really any better? Before I hit the highway, I went out of my way to make a stop at the cemetery where my father's buried. I hadn't visited his grave in over 15 years. I stood there for a while with my head bowed, thinking of nothing in particular, and then I placed the pocket knife on top of his headstone. When I was ready to leave, I whispered, "Fuck you, asshole," and drove away without looking back. I don't think I'll ever come back for another visit. In life, my father wanted nothing more than to be alone with his misery. Now he can have his wish for the rest of eternity. As for Henry and I, well, we'll do as we do because that's all we can do. Henry's a fighter, as am I. As we all are. Those of us who still live and draw breath anyway. Still, I have to wonder, is death the final rest? Do our trials and tribulations come in the afterlife? I like to think we're allowed to lay peacefully in our graves, but then I think of Otto. Our last scream in the darkness. And I'm honestly not so sure anymore. Time flows differently when you're working through a rough spot in life. It somehow speeds along and drags to a standstill all at the same time. As I watched Henry's treatment slowly wear him down, summer somehow slipped away into autumn. And before I knew it, autumn had withered and curled up into winter. I bore witness to his suffering. And I suffered along with him. Henry's a tough old buzzard, no doubt about that, but I secretly feared the neoadjuvant treatment would be the death of him before the cancer even had a chance to step up to the plate. As Henry's body declined, so did his spirit. I began to fear he was losing the will to fight against the awful disease. I spent many nights staring at the ceiling while Michelle slept beside me, thinking about the preparations which would have to be made for Henry's eventual passing. I hated myself for doing it, but I couldn't ignore the reality of his situation in favor of unrealistic hopes and wishes. Henry had made me the executor of his estate, so it would be my responsibility to oversee the ghastly business of disassembling the remnants of his earthly existence, piece by piece, until no trace of him was left. As it turns out, Henry had the granddaddy of loose ends waiting for me at the farmhouse. A nasty bit of unfinished business that'll definitely have me lying awake on many nights to come. I'll admit, I used to doubt some of the wilder details of my uncle's tall tales, but after what happened out at the farm, on the weekend of Henry's surgery, I'm not so sure anymore. Henry's surgery was scheduled for early Friday morning, so Michelle and I brought him in on Thursday evening. Henry put up a tough front as always, but the fear in his eyes was heartbreaking. Michelle could barely look at him without tearing up. Two of my cousins ended up taking a few minutes in the bathroom to compose themselves in privacy. Henry is much loved in our family. Some of them couldn't even bring themselves to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. They spoke in terms of hope and recovery, ignoring the grim reality that was laid out in stark detail by the specialists in favor of waxing poetic about the huge party they'd be thrown when Henry returns from the hospital. It was irritating as hell, but I understand that some people have to whistle in the dark. It's the only way they can cope with the shadows. About a week before the eve of the surgery, Henry had asked me, in a hushed and somber tone, if I'd be able to stay at the farm that weekend and take care of something for him. Given my recent state of mind, it isn't surprising that I had agreed and then promptly forgot all about it. As we were saying our goodbyes that night, Henry clasped my hand in a weak two-handed grip. He looked me in the eye. He said, "Don't forget, there's something I need you to do out on the farm this weekend. I wrote it all down for you in a notebook and left it on my nightstand." I winced internally and then smiled and assured him, "Oh, yeah, I remember, sure. No problem." Henry looked me in the eyes and said, "The sooner the better." He hesitated, and then added, "You should probably plan to stay the night. You could still do that for me, right?" I shot a pleading look at Michelle and said, "Sure, of course. We don't mind helping you out, right, hon?" Michelle forced a cheerful smile and said, "Oh yeah, it's no problem. Don't worry about a thing. He'll take care of it. I have to work Saturday morning, though, so I guess he'll be on his own." Henry didn't smile back. He nodded very slightly and murmured, "Probably for the best if he handles it by himself. Well, wish me luck, kids. This old man's gonna be in the belly of the beast tomorrow." We kept our goodbyes brief. It would have been too hard to leave if we didn't, and Henry needed to get some rest. I was pretty wiped out myself, but I wasn't so tired that I couldn't pick up on Michelle's sudden mood swing. I could feel the tension coming off of her in waves. After we hit the highway, I turned down the radio and asked her what was wrong. As I expected, Michelle hated the idea of not being there for each other for moral support during the days immediately following Henry's surgery. However, she also made it clear there was no way in hell she would ever consider spending the night at Henry's house, and it had nothing to do with the long drive to work in the morning. Not only that, but she didn't want me to spend the weekend at the farm either, not one bit. When I asked her why, she snapped, "What? Come on, are you completely oblivious? That place is haunted." I looked over at her and snorted, "Haunted? No, it's not. Why would you say that?" She rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, come on. You're telling me you've never felt it?" "That house is haunted as fuck. Are you kidding me?" I reminded her that I don't believe in that kind of thing, and she pointed out that the ghosts probably didn't care if I believed in them or not. We bickered back and forth until I finally sighed, "Look, let's just agree to disagree, okay?" Michelle wasn't having any of it. She snapped, "Let's not! I can't believe you! You're that idiot in every shitty horror movie who ends up dying in the first half hour. Stop being dumb and listen to me. I'm telling you, there's a very weird and haunted vibe going on over in there in that house. That nasty root cellar? Yeah, no thanks." I was completely taken off guard by her anger. I took a deep breath and asked, "Where is this coming from? I mean, I've slept under that roof countless times over the years, and I've never seen anything weird going on, not once. Have you?" "Oh, not exactly," she grumbled. "But I've always felt it, you know? There's nothing new. I just never had a reason to bring it up before." "So what's the reason?" Michelle shook her head and looked away. I reached over and gently squeezed her shoulder. "Look, I don't know where this is coming from, but I promise I won't be murdered by ghosts. Scout's honor." She frowned at me and pulled away. "It's not funny. Look, it probably sounds stupid or whatever, but I had a bad dream a few nights ago. A nightmare. It was really crazy, but I can only remember the worst part. Michelle pursed her lips and shook her head. I prompted, "What happened in the dream?" And she was suddenly wiping tears from her eyes. "You were down in the root cellar," she said, "and your forehead was covered in blood. You climbed the ladder and started pounding on the trap door. Something was coming for you. In the background. Something bad. You were screaming." She looked over at me with a look of naked dread in her red, watery eyes. She quavered. It was very intense. It wasn't like every other dream I've ever had, where everything is all fuzzy and kind of detached from reality. I could actually smell the dirt floor. That's how real it was. I woke up in a panic. I couldn't go back to sleep for a long time. I just laid there and watched you snore. I couldn't stop shaking. Despite my skepticism regarding ghosts and all things supernatural, this imagery made me shiver a little inside the bulky confines of my winter coat. I turned up the heat a bit and said, "Wow, yeah, I see. Look, I honestly don't think your dream was a prophecy of some kind. I do, however, think Henry's surgery has us both on edge. You get what I'm saying? I don't know why you think Henry lives in the house from the Amityville Horror, but that was just a dream." "Sure, it was just a dream," Michelle interrupted. "But that doesn't mean I have to like any of this, right? That house is old and dark and creepy as hell. I've always hated being there after sunset. It's just this sense of, foreboding that I get when the sun goes down behind the tree line. I'll be sitting there at the table with you and Henry, and I'll keep thinking that I heard footsteps in another room. I'll see movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn my head, there's nothing there. I always feel like there's something watching us when the light fades and the windows get dark. It creeps me out." "Well," I drawled, "I can't say I've ever felt anything like that, but I can see you have a different opinion on the matter. I'm not sure what to tell you, hon. I've never seen or..." Michelle shushed me with a hand on my shoulder. She let out a long, shaky breath and said, "Okay, fine. All that other stuff aside, my dream was very intense, and I can't stress that enough. I could feel your panic and fear. It was super fucking scary, no joke." I stayed quiet for a while as I turned her words over in my mind. I had to admit there was something decidedly off. What was this chore that Henry needed me to perform exactly, and why did he need to write it down? Why didn't he just tell me what needed to be done when he brought it up a week before the surgery? Back at the hospital, Henry had told Michelle it's probably best if he handles this by himself. And coming from Uncle Henry, the blunt delivery of this statement was pretty strange. He'd always been nothing but gracious and inviting whenever he spoke to my wife, and the way he worded his demurral had definitely sounded discouraging. For the first time in my life, I found myself wondering if Henry might have a few skeletons lurking in his closet. I knew I'd freak Michelle out even if I shared any of these thoughts with her, so I just shrugged and said, "Look, I don't like it either, but I have to do this. I'm the executor of the estate, right? He might have some last-minute details that need to be taken care of before the farm..." I trailed off. But it was too late. Michelle sat up straight in the passenger seat and asked, "For what?" "Before the farm goes on the market. If he makes it through this, Henry wants to sell it and move into a retirement community. If he doesn't, well, it'll be sold anyway. Either way, the family farm won't be in the family much longer." Michelle digested this information for a minute in the dark, then cleared her throat and said, "Well, that's too bad, honey. I know how much you love that place. It's very special to you. I blinked away a sudden mist that threatened to cloud my vision. By squeezing the steering wheel too hard, I forced myself to relax my grip. I'll miss the farm with all my heart, and that's a fact. I'd always secretly hoped I'd convince Henry to sell it to me someday, keep the property in the family and all that. I'm no farmer, but I could have let Jonathan's share crop the fields, and the harvest would have paid the property taxes. Probably a good chunk of the mortgage, too. Shit. We could have just torn the old house down, built a new one, if that's what you wanted. But it's not the house I care about. It's the land itself, We could have... Gently, Michelle said, we can't afford it. And I gritted my teeth in a sudden flash of white-hot fury. I felt small, helpless, profoundly ashamed of my failure. Before long, the farm would pass into the hands of a stranger, and the very thought, it was intolerable. The farm didn't belong to some hypothetical dickhead with money to burn. It belonged to us, goddammit. My family had wrestled a difficult living from that soil for many, many decades, struggling through droughts and floods, bad harvests, and personal tragedies, forever toiling in the dirt as we labored towards building a better future. It was unfathomable that someone could just swoop in and snatch away our history with a few scrawled signatures and a pile of cash. It was almost obscene. I know we can't afford it, I croaked. And I turned the radio on, to a volume that made further conversation impossible. I needed some time to turn off my brain and lose myself in the flow of traffic. I didn't say another word for the rest of the way home. There was nothing left to say. We both slept poorly that night, and we dragged ourselves out of bed early in the morning for the long trek back to the hospital. We were directed to a waiting room full of anxious-looking strangers. Everyone was pale and exhausted. There was some murmured conversation, but most of them sat in silence. It wasn't long before my eyelids started getting heavy. I gave Michelle a pleading look, and she patted her shoulder. I whispered, "Thank you." I nestled up against her for a little nap. She rubbed my hand and went back to her book. Some grisly thing about a serial killer in the Midwest. She may be deathly afraid of ghosts, but my wife sure does love her true-life horror stories. I woke up in a state of deep confusion. It was dark in the waiting room, the floor was jouncing around beneath my chair, and Michelle's hooded sweatshirt stank like old booze and stale cigarette smoke against my cheek. She pushed me off her shoulder with an irritated grunt and said, "Get the fuck off me, kid. I'm trying to drive here." It wasn't Michelle sitting next to me. It was my dad. And the plastic chairs had been replaced with the bench seat in Dad's old Chevy pickup truck. It was the dead of night, and I was wearing my winter coat over my pajamas. I blinked up at him and yawned. "Where are we going?" Dad glared at me, swerving onto the shoulder of the road in the process. He snarled, "Don't worry about that. Scoot over there, lay your head against the window, go back to sleep." He lit up a cigarette, and I saw a big bloody scrape on his forehead and the wavering glow of his Zippo. I was tired, cold, absolutely brimming with questions, but I kept my mouth shut and did as I was told, using the hood of my winter coat as a makeshift pillow to cushion my head against the glass. Dad lowered his voice to a harsh whisper and hissed, "You don't tell your mother about this. You don't tell anyone about this, you hear me? Just forget about it. Go back to sleep." I murmured, "I won't tell," and closed my eyes. I fell asleep to the dull rumble of the road beneath the tires. When I opened them again, I was back in the present, slumped over in a chair in a hospital waiting room. Michelle was gently shaking me by the shoulder. "Wake up," she whispered. "The doctor's here." We followed the doctor to a small meeting room where she sat us down and calmly explained the next few days would be critical. "I feel your uncle's chances of long-term recovery are pretty decent," she said, "but we did encounter some complications during the operation. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but Henry's condition is very delicate at the moment." I leaned forward in my chair and told her very firmly that Henry would make it, because Henry is a fighter. I was faintly aware that my hands were clenched together in my lap. I nodded a little too vigorously and added, "There's no way he'd let this thing win. Not Henry. He's a force of nature." "Absolutely," she said. And I saw in her eyes that it didn't matter. The outcome would be determined with a roll of the dice by the hand of blind fate. We could only stand by and hope. Michelle volunteered to drive on the way home, and I spent most of the ride staring out my window with a lump of lead in my stomach. The dream I had in the waiting room was actually an old and mostly forgotten memory from my early childhood. I examined this fragment from my past as the miles slipped beneath us, and I realized I could remember a little bit more. I could recall looking out of my bedroom window and seeing Henry standing with my dad in the driveway. Henry looked like he was extremely agitated, his breath streaming from his mouth in long plumes of white as he waved his arms in the air. He helped my dad drag something out of the bed of Dad's old pickup, and they loaded it into the back of Henry's truck. It was a long, cylindrical object, wrapped tightly in a canvas tarp, bound with a length of rope. Afterwards, Dad came upstairs, packed some of my old clothes, and bundled me in a coat. And then we went... Where? And why? And most importantly, what was in that tarp? And why was this memory giving me so much anxiety? Superstitious or not, I couldn't help but feel that Michelle's dream and my fragmented memory were somehow connected. Even if they weren't connected, it was still weird as fuck, and I didn't like it. Not one bit. It was after 4 by the time we pulled into our driveway. Despite a last-ditch effort from my wife to convince me to stay, I filled my travel mug with coffee, packed a few things in my overnight bag, and gave her a hug goodbye. She seized me by the arm and demanded, "You must have your phone turned on within reach at all times. I know that sounds stupid, and I don't care. I'm not fucking around here. Do it." "I know you aren't. And I will. I promise. Let me know right away if the hospital calls about Henry. Bye, hon." Michelle came out to our balcony and watched me back out of our parking spot, something she hasn't done in a very long time. I waved to her as I started to drive away, but she didn't wave back. She was more than a little freaked out by the whole situation, and to be honest, I was starting to get kind of nervous myself. I couldn't shake the feeling I was about to wander whole and breathing right into one of Henry's tall tales. I cleared my throat, looked at myself in the rearview mirror, and said out loud, "Stop being a goddamn idiot. This house isn't haunted." I knew I was full of shit as soon as the words tumbled off my lips. There were countless memories waiting for me within those walls. And what are memories if not spectral reflections of the past? Oh yeah, there'd be many memories, good and bad, and there'd probably a few secrets as well. Now, some secrets are best left to rot away in the root cellar of a bygone era, but others can take root and bear poisonous fruits in the dark. Some secrets must be exposed. They'll ruin everything you've ever held dear in your heart. Denial is a luxury for those who have time to spare. And Henry's time on this planet was coming to an end. I had a sinking feeling Henry may have been keeping a secret that would not quietly die along with him when he breathed his last. I didn't have the faintest clue what was in store for me at the farmhouse, and frankly, I wasn't looking forward to finding out. It was late afternoon by the time I pulled into the laneway, and the sky was just beginning to turn red in the west as the sun sank below the tree line. My breath streamed out in long, wispy clouds as I clenched through the snow to the back door. I let myself in, kicked off my boots, and immediately started turning on all the lights. I tiptoed from room to room with a heavy candlestick clutched in my hand, my makeshift weapon poised to crack any ghostly skulls as I reached around gloomy corridors to flick on a light switch. I knew I was being ridiculous, but it made me feel better. And that was all that mattered. When all the shadows had been dispelled to their hiding spots in the corners, I felt absurdly relieved. I thought to myself, apparently, ghosts can only get you in the dark. And I let out a shaky little giggle. I sighed. There. All better now. And I slung my coat over the back of the couch. Now that the monsters had been banished by the cleansing glow of electric light, my stomach decided to unclench itself and start rumbling. I scavenged around in the kitchen and fixed myself a double-decker sandwich, replete with a dill pickle and a handful of potato chips on the side. I snapped on the old radio Henry kept on the kitchen counter and sat down to my dinner. Shocking Blue sang, "Can You Feel My Love Buzz?" Henry was particularly fond of a station that mostly played rock and roll classics from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, an era which Henry referred to as back when they could actually sing a goddamn song. As I was shoveling the last potato chip into my mouth, I got a text from Michelle. It read, "Hi, are you still alive?" I answered, "Yep, still breathing, having a bite to eat. What are you doing?" "Worrying about stuff." "Have you had a chance yet to look at the instructions he left for you? What was so important that he had you take care of it on the weekend of his surgery?" I hadn't actually gotten around to looking at the notebook yet, although I'd seen it sitting on Henry's nightstand when I popped into his bedroom and turned the lights on. The truth was, I genuinely dreaded what I might read in the pages of that battered, grimy-looking spinal notebook. I didn't know what was in there, but I knew I wasn't going to like it very much. I thought about it for a minute and then messaged back. "Don't say a word about this to anyone, but Henry wants me to get rid of a box of old porno mags. He was scared it might be found by the wrong person if the surgery doesn't go his way. There's some other stuff he wants me to do around the farm, but getting rid of the porn is the main objective." Michelle answered, "Oh my god, really? Could you please smuggle one back home? I need to see this." I smiled in spite of myself and typed, "Sorry, but I really shouldn't do that. Henry would be mortified if he ever found out." She sent a sad face followed with, "Boo! Can you at least take a few pictures? Are they really weird and gross?" I messaged back, "No, they're pretty tame. You're not missing much." Michelle responded with another sad face and decidedly huffy, "Okay, fine. Love you. Talk to you later." I didn't like lying to her like that, but I had a hunch it would be for the best in the long run. I briefly considered another sandwich and grabbed a beer instead. I got halfway through the second beer and decided I couldn't wait any longer. I climbed up the creaky old staircase to the second floor, leaving the Beatles behind on the main floor to sing about good times and good vibes aboard a yellow submarine. I stood beside Henry's bed for a while, looking down at the spiral notebook on his nightstand, with the pins and needles feeling in my guts. The front cover was printed with a black line that was labeled Subject. Across the line, Henry had printed in capital letters, "Tear to pieces, burn, and destroy." I stared at those words and I thought, maybe I should toss this thing in the garbage and just not worry about it. Maybe that would be better for everyone. But I knew that wasn't true. It wouldn't be better for everyone so much as it would be better for me. And this wasn't about me. It was about Uncle Henry, and I owed it to him to see this thing through to the end. I took the notebook down to the kitchen table, drained my beer, and grabbed another one from the fridge. I felt like I was going to need it. I grunted, "Here we go," and turned to the second page. It was dated July 10th, 2016, in Henry's careful, looping penmanship. Whatever was in store for me that night, Henry had seen it coming years ago. I took in a deep breath exhaled slowly, and read the first few words. I have a story to tell, kiddo. This time, it's a little different because you're actually in this story. Now, before I say anything else, you need to understand something. You're not alone here. This house is full of restless spirits. I sat back and I contemplated the pros and cons of just grabbing my coat, pulling on my boots, and heading home. I was already on edge, and that sentence was looking like a giant red flag. I downed a long swallow of my beer and grumbled. It was like Michelle was right. Fuck my life. I knew that leaving wasn't really an option, so I steeled myself for what might come next, and kept on reading. Well, I'm either dead or I'm on my way, so treat this task like it's my dying wish. Believe me, I'd never want you involved with this awful business if I could help it. There's no one else I can trust to see this through to the end. Happy to oblige, Henry. I promptly choked on another mouthful of beer as I read the next two sentences. Back in January of 1981, me and your dad buried a body in the root cellar. You have to get rid of it before the farm goes on the market. I staggered over to the sink and I hacked up a small lungful of pale ale. My eyes were watering, my breath was wheezing out in tortured little gasps before fits of coughing. When it was over, I panted, "Holy fucking shit," and leaned against the counter while I caught my breath. I turned on the radio and closed my eyes. What the hell did Henry mean when he wrote a body? As in a human body? A dead person? What the fuck, Henry? You want me to do what? Behind me, a rough, slurring voice answered. Ain't you a writer or something, kid? Can't you fucking read? I whirled around and tried to scream, but nothing came out but a faint hiss. My father was sitting at the table, staring at me from beneath his bushy eyebrows with a look of naked contempt in his eyes. A Pall Mall unfiltered was smoldering between his fingers. He glowered at me and stirred the contents of his coffee mug with a tarnished spoon. I could hear the whistling of his labored breathing, and above that, the tinkling of the spoon bouncing off the sides of his mug. I croaked, "What the fuck?" And a familiar stench suddenly assailed my nostrils. An unpleasant mingling of stale tobacco, dark rum, and sour sweat. It wasn't a hallucination. It was my dad sitting there at the table, a man who'd been lowered into his grave over 20 years ago. He was in the flesh and blackout drunk on a mixture of booze and primal rage, just like he'd always been when he was still alive. Got kind of fat around the middle, didn't you? He said, and he sneered at my beer gut. City man, that's what you look like. But those hands of yours are softer than a baby's backside. City men are always soft. I choked down a lump in my throat, and in a high, quavering voice I told him, You're not real. This isn't real. Real enough, shithead. Dad shot back, and all the strength ran out of my legs. I collapsed against the counter and grabbed the sink with both hands to keep myself from slithering onto the floor. Dad gave me a ferocious smile and took a big gulp from his mug. He tapped his ashes on the floor beside him and rasped, We had to bury him in the cellar. It was the middle of January, for Christ's sake. Ground was frozen. There wasn't nowhere else to put the son of a bitch. I choked out. Dad, I don't... Is that really you? His vicious smile abruptly collapsed into a grimace of rage. He flicked his smoke onto the floor beside him, staring me down as he crushed it into the linoleum with the heel of his work boot. He growled, You ain't no son of mine. And he shoved his chair back from the table. A sudden motion toppled over his coffee mug, spilling a murky wave of rum and black coffee over Henry's notebook. He heaved himself to his feet and tucked in the tail of his work shirt with angry, jerking motions. No. You ain't no goddamn son of mine. I died alone. And where were you, huh? Where the fuck were you at, boy? I felt the blood freeze in my veins as he came staggering around the table, advancing on me with his scarred-up hands balled into fists. My brain was screaming at my legs to run, but I was frozen like a deer in the headlights. I simply couldn't comprehend that it was actually happening. Dad bellowed, "What do you got to say for yourself, boy?" And exploded forward with a bone-crunching left hook. I backpedaled a bare split second before his fist whistled past my chin and hammered into a cupboard door. The door bounced back and cracked down the middle from the force of the blow. I ran for the living room, and Dad, hot on my heels, punctuating his words with wild haymakers as he pursued me through the house. He shrieked, "You ran off and I died alone. I laid on the floor with shit in my pants for 3 fucking days. And where were you at, boy? Where the fuck were you?" Caught a glancing blow off my shoulder, and I tripped over the coffee table, landing on my back with my legs sticking straight up in the air. Dad loomed over me, and I started screaming. I started screaming like a tea kettle at the top of my lungs because the phantom no longer looked like my father. As a middle-aged man, it had become the corpse I'd visited at the visitation, at the funeral home, a skeletal caricature of my dad in a cheap gray suit. One eyelid was closed, but the other had worked free of its moorings and slid open to expose a slim crescent of white. The thing planted a rubbery, faux leather shoe on my chest and pinned me to the floor. It reached up with both hands and tore open the stitching that held its withered lips together. The sound of dead skin ripping free of the stitches made me squeal beneath the immovable weight of his foot. It leaned over me and crooned in a papery voice, "By the time someone found my body, the flies were laying eggs in my eyes. It was you who done that to me, boy. It was you." The cadaver pulled something out of the breast pocket of his suit coat and held it in front of my face. It was my dad's pocket knife, the knife that I'd left on his grave back in the summer. It pulled open the rusted blade and grinned down at me, exposing blackened gums and rotting teeth. "You better ask yourself something, boy. Who do you love?" The gruesome apparition raised its arm to plunge the knife into my chest, and then it suddenly wasn't there anymore. It was looming over me with its decaying smile and its grotesque post-mortem wink one instant, and it was gone the next. I was sprawled on the floor for no apparent reason, squinting up at the ceiling with my hands clenched at a shoe that was no longer pinning me to the floor. I went entirely limp and spent a few moments just focusing on my breathing in and out until my racing heart rate dropped out of the red. When I could finally speak, I ran a dry tongue over my lips and quavered, "What in the almighty fuck was that?" I suspected the incident would not be my last encounter with the unknown that evening. The old house was full of restless spirits, silent and unseen for many years. Tonight, they intended to be heard. I rubbed the painful knot in the back of my head and hauled myself to my feet, trying my best to look in all directions at once. The living room was a mess of broken knickknacks and toppled furniture. My only coherent thought was, it's time to get the fuck out of here, isn't it? Like, right now. I grabbed my coat off the floor with shaking hands. I got as far as shoving one arm into a sleeve, and then I froze as still as a statue. I could hear the tap running in the kitchen. I approached the door with my coat still dangling from one arm, my neck prickling into goose flesh, the sound of heavy footsteps clumping across the kitchen floor. I peeked around the doorframe, bracing myself for whatever fresh hell was waiting for me, and I let out a surprised gasp. It wasn't some horrible boogeyman, after all. It was Uncle Henry, but not as I'd seen him in the hospital, sick and sallow and thin as a rail. It was Henry as he'd been many years ago. Still hearty and physically capable in the prime of his middle years, Henry was mopping up the puddle of coffee and booze on the table with a dish towel, scowling and grumbling, a string of curses under his breath. He looked up at me and he shook his head. "Look at this place," he grunted. "What a god-awful mess. Always cleaning up a mess. That was life with Wally." I tried to speak several times, and I failed. My tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth. Finally, I managed to ask, "Are you a ghost?" Henry chuckled at me and waved the question away with his free hand. He snorted, "No, I'm not a ghost." He bustled over to the sink to rinse out the towel. "I don't look so good lying in that hospital bed, but I'm still breathing. Now you, on the other hand, look like you could use another beer. Come here. Have a seat." Henry tossed the dripping spiral notebook into the trash and plopped a couple of cans on the table. He sat down across from me and said, "Well, my notebook got ruined, so I guess I'll just pick up the story where you left off." "Now, Wally, I just saw him," I interrupted, and I let out a weak little laugh. "Michelle always thought this place was haunted. Did you know that? I guess she's right. I saw him, and he blamed me, for his death." Sternly, Henry asked, "Was that him saying that, or was it you?" I didn't know how to answer that, so I stayed silent. Henry cracked open his beer without any visible difficulty and grinned. "Look at that. Miss being able to use my hands. Shit, it's nice to be able to open a can and not even think about it." Now, as I was saying, Wally came back from the war absolutely full of rage. I've never seen a man angrier than him in my whole life. Every now and then, all that steam would build up in his head, more and more pressure, till he eventually just explode, and that's exactly what happened that night. Wally exploded, and he left a hell of a mess to clean up. My Jesus, one hell of a mess. I gulped down half of it in one go. I stifled a belch and said, "Am I losing my shit? Is that what's happening here? Tell me what's going on, Henry, because I'm lost." Henry looked at me thoughtfully and patted my hand. He said, "Well, we're in between, I suppose. Not here or there, just kind of, in between. One foot in the past, one foot in the present." "And what about the future?" I asked. Henry gave me a rueful shake of his head and lit a cigarette with his old Zippo. "The future," he said, "can only be seen in dreams." Henry drank deeply from his can and groaned. "Oh, and that's something. Shit. Hadn't had a beer in a month. God damn, I missed it." Anyhow, I was sitting out here in the living room while I was watching TV with your aunt. I think your grandpa was snoring away in his chair beside us. And I don't know where your grandma was. Probably in bed. Anyway. Phone starts ringing, and it's your dad. Right away I can hear in his voice that something's wrong. He says, "Look, I'm calling from a gas station near the highway. I can't talk long. I need you to come to the Trenton Road, about a mile off Fairmount Drive. You see my truck parked at the side of the road. Don't tell nobody where you're going. Just come out here right away. I need your help." It was getting on towards 11 o'clock at night. Shit. Got a half-hour drive from here. I said to him, "Why? Way out there? Now? What's going on?" He goes, "I can't talk about it right now. Just get out here, quick as you can. Bring a tarp with you, big one." I didn't much feel like going out into a bitter cold, but I didn't have much choice. Well, it was more trouble than he was worth, but he was still my brother. I told Eustace that old Jonathan Sr. got his tractor stuck in a ditch. She just shook her head at me. I don't know if she believed me or not. I suppose she trusted I wasn't going to go get up to anything bad. Any other time, she would have been right. Not this time. Henry paused to have another slug from his can, and in the silence I heard the front door swing open with a click, a bang, and a faint squeal from a hinge in need of some oil. I stared at Henry and whispered, "What's that?" Henry raised his eyebrow and said, "Yeah, I reckon it's part of the story. Let's go have a look." I reluctantly slid out of my chair and took a peek into the living room. My dad came creeping into view with a small child cradled in his arms. The child was me, and I appeared to be deeply asleep. I was wearing a dirty coat with a gaping tear in the right sleeve, and my flimsy pajama bottoms were tucked into a pair of winter boots. My face was thin and drawn in the dark cave of my hood. Even in my slumber, my features were pinched with the strain of living in the volatile shadow of my father. Dad laid me on the couch and carefully pulled my boots off my feet. He covered me with a knitted blanket and stood there for a while, staring down at me with a haunted look in his eyes. Softly, he whispered, "God help me, boy, I could just about kill you some days. I could kill the whole lot of you. I never wanted any of you." Dad let out a long, shaky breath and pulled a flask out of his coat. He took a deep swig and grimaced as the liquor burned its way down his throat. "It's the truth," he said, as he nodded in agreement with himself. "I don't even give a damn, it's the truth." Dad shoved the flask back into his pocket and draped another blanket over my sleeping form. He backed away from the couch, stepping as quietly as possible as he did. "Don't wake up and come looking for me, boy. Don't you dare." He tiptoed away, stepping carefully as possible across the creaking floorboards. As he shut the front door behind him, the boy on the couch opened his eyes. "You didn't know how to love," Henry murmured directly behind me, and I almost jumped right out of my skin. I whirled around and clutched my heart with both hands. "Fucking hell, man, don't do that!" Henry took a step back and grinned. "I don't have a goddamn conniption fit, it's just me. Here, come sit back down." I snapped. "Just wait a second, I remember that. What happened in the living room just now, I remember that. I heard what Dad said about how he wanted to hurt me sometimes, but I just thought it was a bad dream or whatever, you know? Holy shit." Finally, Henry said, "He wasn't right in the mind, kiddo. Trust me, it didn't have anything to do with you, or anyone else for that matter. And come on, sit down." Henry guided me back to the table, taking a moment to turn off the radio before he settled into his chair. When we were both seated, he said, "Okay, where was I? All right, the phone call." So I drive out all the way there, and I found Wally's truck parked on the shoulder. His front bumper was banged up pretty bad, and I see there was a car in the ditch on the other side of the road. I jump out of my truck and I holler, "Holy hell, Wally, what happened? Did you get in an accident?" Wally shushes me. He says, "Listen to me, Henry. I got myself a situation here, okay? See, I was coming out of a parking lot back in town, right? And this idiot in the ditch over there, he changed lanes. He almost plowed right into me. I was starting to pull out, and I yelled at him. I gave him the horn. I guess he didn't like that because he started following me. I thought he'd cool down and stop chasing me after a while, but he followed me all the way out here, cut in front of me. He hammered on the brakes. I couldn't stop in time, so into the ditch he went, stupid bastard." I stared at Wally for a second, just trying to process everything he was telling me, and I said, "Why the hell did you call me and not the cops? Is the guy okay?" Wally says, "No, he ain't okay." So he takes me over to have a look, and I shone my flashlight into the ditch, and I said to him, "Sweet Jesus, Wally, what have you done?" Henry pressed his lips together and shook his head. He ran a hand through his hair and said, "Your dad, well, your dad murdered this guy. Beat him to death with his bare hands right there in the ditch. It was murder, plain and simple." I blinked at Henry and grunted. Holy shit. I had no idea this ever happened. Henry looked down at the table and muttered, "No, you wouldn't." Anyhow, I looked away from the mess down in the ditch and I yelled, "Fuck's sake, Wally, you really did it this time, didn't you? Why in fuck did you call me out here? To help you conceal your crime? Jesus Christ, man. What the hell am I supposed to do?" Wally grabbed my arm and he hollered, "They'll give me life in prison. Is that what you want? You want me to get old and die in jail?" It was him or me, Wally. You gotta understand that. I looked him square in the eye. I said, "You're lying to me, Wally, aren't you? You're the one that almost caused the accident, right? You started following this guy when he told you off, am I right? You're a crazy goddamn idiot. Am I right? Wally didn't say nothing. He just crossed his arms. He turned away from me. I spun around. And I yelled, "Why the hell are you in town at this time of night in the first place? Getting hammered at the bar, weren't you? I could smell the booze on you right away. My God, Wally, you got a wife and a kid at home. You do something like this? Have you lost your fucking mind?" Wally got that look in his eyes, and I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. And I said, "What are you gonna do, Wally? You gonna kill me too? Your own brother?" Henry paused to wet his whistle, and I joined him. Couldn't believe what I was hearing, but at the same time I wasn't surprised in the least. I'd always known my dad was probably capable of murder. When he came home from overseas, he brought the war back with him. He never stopped fighting it. Not until the day he died. The enemy may have changed, but the rules of engagement always remain the same. I started walking away from him, Henry continued. And Wally yelled, "Wait! Where the hell are you going?" I got in my truck, I locked the doors, rolled the windows down a crack, and I told him, "This is it, Wally. The end of the line for me. I'm going to pretend I never came out here. Whatever happens now, you're on your own." And Wally crowded up close to my window, his eyes as wide as saucers. He says, "If you do this, my kid's going to wake up tomorrow morning to an empty house. Don't do that to my boy, Henry. Please don't do that." I switched off the ignition. I said, What? What do you mean? Myra will be there." Wally looked away from me. He slumped his shoulders, shakes his head. He goes, "She's out at her mother's place for a few days. The old gal just had gallbladder surgery, and she ain't feeling too good. You know, I wasn't aiming on being gone that long tonight. Just a couple of drinks down at the bar, straight home. That's all I was going to do." Henry's eyes narrowed and his hands clenched into fists on the table. When he says that, I don't know. I just saw red. I jumped out of the truck. I got right in his face. I said, "You left that kid by himself and you went out drinking. He's, 6 years old? Stupid son of a bitch. What in the ever-loving fuck is wrong with you?" Oh, I was heated, kiddo. You better believe it. I was ready to go toe-to-toe with that goddamn idiot. I didn't even give a shit. I grabbed him up by the front of his collar. I pulled him in close, and I said, "This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to help you get rid of this body. Not for you, Wally, but for your wife and your son. And I will forever have the stain of this horrible crime on my soul. But I'll do it just so that boy doesn't grow up without a dad. Even if it's a sorry fucking excuse for a father like you." And that's what we did. We buried that poor bastard. He lit up another cigarette and squinted at me through the haze of smoke. We wrapped that body up in a tarp, and I helped him drag it out of the ditch. Just as we loaded in the back of Wally's truck, some headlights popped up in the distance. I turned to Wally and I said, "This is our cue to get the fuck out of here. Get in your truck, follow me." I drove out to that old shack you guys were renting at the time, and I told Wally that you were going to be staying with me in Houston until your mom got back. Your dad didn't like that very much, but at that point, I didn't much give a shit about what he liked or didn't like. I told him, "You're not fit to look after a child on your own. You're a murderer, for Christ's sake. You just shut the hell up and you do as you're told." As Henry was saying this, bells went off in my head. I leaned forward in my chair and sputtered, I remember that too. I saw you yelling at him from my bedroom window. I saw you move the body." I jumped back into bed. I pretended to be asleep when I heard Dad come into the house. "That's just like I said," Henry sighed. "You're a part of this story. A big part, truth be told. If it weren't for you, I would have left Wally on Trenton Road to sink or swim on his own. Anyway, like you said, we moved the body from his truck to mine. I sent Wally in to fetch you out of your bed. Followed me out here to the farm, and we took the body down to the root cellar. Ground was frozen harder than rock out there. I couldn't think of anywhere else that'd be safe." I gaped at Henry with an uneasy mixture of shock and wonder. If I wasn't hearing it directly from you, Henry, I wouldn't believe it. Even after everything that's happened since I walked through the door tonight, I still wouldn't believe it. Hell, I'll take it one step further and say, I'm not entirely convinced this isn't a dream or something. That's the problem, kiddo, Henry observed with a dry smile. You won't believe in anything that don't fit in your worldview. Not till it literally chases you into the goddamn living room and knocks you on your ass. You'd rationalize yourself into an early grave if you'd ever admit you're wrong. For a smart kid, you can be awfully fucking stupid. Henry got up from the table and pulled away the mat that lay on the floor in front of the sink, revealing the trapdoor to the root cellar. He pulled the handle and it swung open with a low and decidedly ominous squeal. He pointed to the square of darkness at his feet and said, The story ain't done yet. Come on down. I'll show you what happens next. I followed Henry down the creaking ladder and squinted around in the deep gloom below. The root cellar smelled strongly of damp earth, and beneath that, an unpleasant undertone of moldy potatoes. I shivered in the damp air and called out, Henry, where'd you go? I waited for a few moments, listening for his footsteps, and hearing nothing but the low static roar of silence. I fished my phone out of my pocket and clicked on the flashlight, revealing a few dusty shelf units and a small pile of crumbling bricks in the corner. Henry was gone. I checked the only possible hiding spot, a space beneath the stairs that led up to the double doors from outside. But Henry was nowhere to be seen. I half-heartedly called out his name again, but it appeared Henry had taken a sidestep somewhere. I was alone. I grumbled, thanks, Henry, and shuffled over to click on the only light in the root cellar. A naked bulb jutted out of a fixture that had only been nailed to a floor joust. I pulled the dangling length of twine that served as a switch, turned around, and took a sharp breath. Henry and my dad appeared in the flickering light, both of them leaning into a rectangular hole in the wall on the far side of the room. The cobwebs on the ceiling were gone, and abandoned shelving units were filled with mason jars full of preserves. It was January of 1981, and I was standing on the sidelines of the past. I jumped back and uttered a shrill, "Holy fuck!" But neither one of them seemed to notice. I was observing a memory, but this time, it wasn't one of my own. This memory belonged to Henry. The hole in the wall was roughly 6 feet long and 2 feet high. The dirt they'd excavated was piled up nearby in a large mound, along with a stack of bricks they'd painstakingly removed with a hammer drill, a mallet, and a chisel. There was a bag of mortar mix sitting on the floor, along with a bucket, a trowel, and a few old milk jugs filled with water. Henry had brought down the radio from the kitchen and set it on a corner. It was softly warbling a Dolly Parton tune in between brief flickers of interference. It looked shiny and new in the dull gleam of the naked light bulb. The body was lying beside the pile of dirt, wrapped tightly in a canvas tarp and bound with a length of rope. I stared at it with an uncomfortable mixture of pity and morbid fascination. I was looking at a dreadful family heirloom. The long-ago sins of a father that would now be visited upon his son. "It should be deep enough," Henry panted, and he pulled himself out of the hole with a grimace. He dropped his shovel spade and grabbed his lower back with both hands. "Christ, my poor back. Okay, grab the other end. Help me get it in there." They wrestled their sagging burden into the hole and pushed it back as far as it would go. Henry grunted. "Almost done. Fill it in, fix up the wall, and get the hell out of this house." Henry was interrupted by a long, muffled groan, and his words dried up instantly. He shared a look of shocked dismay with my dad and backed away from the hole. In a strangled whisper, Henry asked, "What the hell was that?" There was a burst of rustling inside the hole, accompanied by equally frantic whimpering. A man's voice gurgled, "Don't do this. I have a wife and kids. Please don't." Henry backed away from the hole with an expression of sheer horror on his face. He pointed at my dad with a shaking finger and croaked, "Christ almighty, Wally! We almost buried him alive!" Dad uttered a ferocious sting of curses and spat, "I thought he was dead! Fuck!" Straining to be audible through his canvas shroud, the dying man pleaded, "I won't tell nobody. Just let me go and I won't. For God's sake, please. I got a wife and kids. I love them. I can't leave them alone in this world." Dad scowled at Henry, ignoring his victim's pleas, and he growled, "I ain't doing this kind of time, Henry. Not for this short-peckered son of a whore." He stabbed his spade into the pile of earth and started flinging dirt onto the makeshift tomb. Henry barked, "Stop it!" and lunged to grab his arm. Dad twisted free and pushed Henry back with the handle of the spade, shoving it into his gut with both hands and sending him sprawling onto the floor. He growled down at Henry and said, "It's too late to stop. It's way too late." His breath was raggedly heaving in and out of his chest, and tears were starting to leak down the weathered planes of his cheeks. "What are you gonna do?" he demanded. "Bury the poor bastard alive?" Dad offered Henry the spade and gestured at the hole in the wall. "Tell you what, Henry. Go ahead, give him a good whack or two in the head. I don't know how to do the trick. Do it right now. Stand the hell back and shut the fuck up. Alive or dead, this motherfucker's getting buried." There was an endless moment of oppressive silence. Time stood still as my father and uncle stared at each other, both of them streaked with dirt, sweat beneath the wavering glare of the naked light bulb above their heads. I could see in Dad's face that he would do what he had to do in order to avoid getting arrested. And to hell with the consequences. All bets were off. And Henry knew it. The dead quiet between them was suddenly interrupted by the disembodied voice in the wall, trembling and wavering in anguish. The dying man shrilled at them. "Who do you love, you rotten sons of bitches? I'll come for them, you hear me? I'll claw my way out of here, and I'll drag you all to hell!" Henry cringed away from the captive's fury, but Dad shoved his arm into the hole and hauled the screeching, wriggling bundle onto the floor with one furious heave. He snarled, "I'll be waiting for you, cocksucker!" And he proceeded to batter the helpless rival's skull into a pulp with the business end of the spade. I screamed, "Dad, no!" But this was only a memory. A fleeting figment of the past. And there was nothing that I could do to stop him. Henry turned away and put his face in his hands. When it was over, one end of the dead man's canvas cocoon was completely soaked through with blood. It was also notably flatter than it had been before the assault. "Don't think you can turn me in and come out of this clean, Henry," Daddy grimaced, "because you won't. And that's a fact. Instead, think about your wife. Think about Mom, her husband, our aunts and uncles, and all the rest of our kin, and then you tell me something, boy. Is this dirty sack of dog shit worth more than them? Is it worth more than your own goddamn life?" Henry turned to me, his expression somber, and he said, "Well, kiddo, I thought about it, and I decided it wasn't worth more than any of them. Not at that point." Just like that, the body was gone. The mason jars full of preserves were gone, and I was standing back in my own when and where. The tools, however, they were still there, along with the mortar mix and all the accessories. I was going to need them. Henry popped open his old craftsman toolbox and started pawing through the jumble of tools inside. He said, "I don't know what to tell you, kid. What's done is done. Come down to two options. I can call the cops, ruin everyone's life, or I could help bury the body and pretend it never happened." Well, that's what I did. Think whatever you want. Doing the right thing can be pretty fucking hard. Doing the wrong thing's usually a lot easier. My nerves were still jittering from the brutal intensity of the scene that I just witnessed. I could only shake my head and say, "My God, Henry. What a fucking mess." Henry gave me a sour look and said, "Told you, didn't I? Wally wasn't right in the head. After everything he'd seen and done in the war and all the horrible shit we went through when we were kids, well, it broke him. He was a broken soul." Henry found the bit he was looking for and secured it into the chuck of his hammer drill. He gave it an experimental whirl with a squeeze of the trigger and said, "You gotta drill a bunch of holes in the mortar. You chisel the bricks out pretty easy after that, and try not to break too many in the process. You got a few extras over there, not a whole lot of them." Henry handed over the drill and nodded at the wall. "Go do it, kid. I can't help you with this part." I examined the wall and realized I could still make out a distinct rectangle where they'd removed the bricks all those years ago, even though 4 decades had passed since that night. The mortar in this area was slightly less dingy than the rest of the wall, and it looks like a very rushed and sloppy job had been done here with the bricklaying work. Not by a professional, but 2 desperate men, both of them staring damnation in the eye as they sealed away a murder victim in the middle of the night. I traced the outline with my finger and said, "Hey, I've got a question for you, Henry. Upstairs in the kitchen, didn't you say people can see the future in their dreams? Because Michelle had a really bad nightmare involving me and this root cellar." Henry gave me a guarded look and shrugged. "Well, they can," he agreed in a carefully neutral tone. "I wouldn't worry too much about it if I were you. They're still mostly in the physical world. And here and now, I got a few toes dangling in the water, if you understand what I mean. What's buried behind those bricks is long gone to somewhere else. There's nothing in there but a dried out husk, maybe a little residue of the past. Even if his spirit is still lingering around, I don't think it could hurt you. Not in the physical world." I looked him in the eye and said, "Are you sure about that, Henry? Are you really? Because you don't seem very sure about that to me." Henry gave me the side eye and opened his mouth to answer, but nothing came out. He clenched at his throat with an alarmed expression and started making a horrible gagging sound. I said, Hey, what's going on?" I reached out and put my hand on his shoulder, but Henry abruptly winked out of existence with a slight breeze and a faint popping sound. I looked around wildly and called out, "Henry? Hey, are you okay, man? Uncle Henry!" There was no answer. I was alone in the root cellar once again. But that wasn't true, was it? I wasn't really alone. I had company waiting for me. On the other side of that wall. I became aware that my phone was ringing in my pocket. It stopped ringing as I was fishing it out, and I observed with dismay that I had missed a number of calls from Michelle, as well as a multitude of texts. She was undoubtedly freaking the fuck out, and she wasn't exactly unjustified to do so either. I breathed, "Fuck me," and I called her back. "Hi, babe. Hey, sorry that I..." Michelle hollered, "Why wouldn't you answer the phone, damn it? Where were you?" I stammered. Look, I'm really sorry, okay? I accidentally left my phone up on the 2nd floor, so I didn't hear it ringing. Everything's all good over here, I promise. What's going on with you? Is everything okay?" There was a hesitation on the other end of the line. She cleared her throat and said, The hospital called. Henry was starting to have some kind of respiratory difficulties. I'm not sure what the problem was, but they said they're getting ready to put him on a respirator. I closed my eyes and groaned. Oh, fuck. Shit. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I'm sorry I didn't answer the phone. I'll make sure it's in my pocket from now on. There was another hesitation, and then Michelle asked, "Are you sure everything's okay? You sound really weird when you answer the phone. What's going on?" Before I could respond, the radio in the kitchen popped on and started blasting away at the top volume. I uttered a small shriek and jumped high enough to bang the crown of my skull on one of those exposed floor joists overhead. I saw a bright flash of light go off somewhere behind my eyeballs, and my phone tumbled from my hand as I crumpled to the floor. I sputtered out some random permutations of the word fuck and crawled over to my phone. I could faintly hear Michelle demanding to know what was going on. I hollered, "Look, I gotta go, okay? We'll talk later. Bye." I shoved the phone into my pocket and peered up the ladder. All I could see was a square section of yellowing ceiling tiles. The Woolies were on the radio, and Storm Rice was hollering, "Who do you love?" over a cacophony of pounding drums. I gathered all the tattered courage I could muster and climbed the ladder. I had no idea what was about to happen, but I had a feeling it was going to be very bad. The first thing I saw when my head poked up above floor level was a pair of clunky-looking orthopedic shoes. They were attached to a pair of swollen ankles that bulged like overstuffed sausages within the confines of some dingy compression socks. It was my Aunt Eustace. She's been dead for almost 2 years, but there she was, sitting down for a cup of tea with the radio blasting away on the table beside her. She smiled at me and turned on the volume and said, "I'm sorry, dear, but I wanted to get your attention. I don't like going down there. Come on up, have some tea. There's something I want to tell you." I cautiously sat down across from her and took a careful sip from the steaming mug in front of me. It was Earl Grey with 2 sugars and a healthy splash of evaporated milk. The Aunt Eustace special. I set my cup back into the saucer and stammered, I don't know what to say. It's good to see you. I've missed you a lot since you've been gone. No, I had a million questions, but she shushed me with a raised finger and said, "I'm here to make a confession. I knew about the body buried in the cellar. I knew all that time, and I never said a word to anyone." I was startled enough to almost choke on my tea. I gasped at her. You knew about that, and you kept it a secret?" My aunt nodded solemnly and patted the back of my hand. Whether she was a ghost, an illusion, or just an echo of the past, her touch was real. "When Henry got off the phone that night," she continued, "I took one look at him and I just knew it was something with your dad. I figured he got himself arrested for drunk driving and needed Henry to come get him. I mean, why the heck would Jonathan be out in his tractor that late in a cold winter night? Come on." I murmured, "Henry wants to protect everyone around him. He's always trying to shield other people from harm." "Maybe so. But he's a piss-poor liar." Anyway, he didn't get into bed until almost 5 in the morning. The next day, I went down there and got a jar of beets for supper, and I saw the work he'd done to the wall. I thought, why the heck did he do that? I went back up the ladder with my beets, and I heard him talking on the radio about some guy who went missing the night before. Right away, I knew what happened. I was sick to my stomach over it, but I honestly didn't know what to do, so I didn't do anything at all. I just pretended I didn't know what was down there, and I carried on as usual. I rubbed my temples and said, I guess I should be surprised, but at this point, I'm not sure if I can be surprised anymore. So that was it? You just forgot about it and life went on? Eustace gave me a frown of disapproval and said, "Come on now, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? I never forgot. I just decided it was best left unsaid. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? Turn everyone in? Life isn't that simple, my boy. But actions do have consequences, don't they?" She sipped at her tea and nodded at me, her eyes full of sorrow. All those years. I went down there, I ignored the patch of brickwork on the wall. I'd fetch whatever I needed and just pretend I didn't see the damn thing. But I could always feel it, you know? I could always feel... I don't know. The presence, I suppose? And it was angry. Her words faltered. I reached across the table to grip her hand and prompted, "What happened?" "I went down to the cellar one day to give the shelves a dusting, and while I was working away down there in the gloom, I heard something. A noise behind the wall." Eustace's eyes went dark. She squeezed my hand with surprising strength and wiped away a trickle of tears. Quietly, she said, It was scratching. Something was scratching at the bricks on the other side. I put my ear up against the wall and I listened, and oh my word, I was so scared. I told myself it was just a rat. But I knew that wasn't true. And then it spoke to me. Eustace's lips pressed together in a trembling line. She gripped my hand even harder and leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. Its voice crackled like dead leaves, she shuddered. It said, "I've been waiting a long time." And I started to scream. I flew up the ladder as fast as I could, but my foot slipped on the top rung. I fell. I had a massive stroke when I hit the ground, and the last sound I heard was its laughter, and then I was gone. I stared at my aunt in horror, and she stared back with tears running down her face. She said, "I was stupid to go down there in the first place. This house, it's full of restless spirits, angry spirits. And it was wrong for me to help them cover up the horrible thing they did to that man. I deserve what happened to me. I was a stupid old woman." I shook my head vigorously and exclaimed, "No, don't say that. That's not true. None of this was your fault." "Just a stupid old bitch," she sobbed. My words died on my lips. Eustace smiled through her tears and nodded. "Stupid and unworthy of life, just like the rest of you. Cowards. Murderers. We all deserve to die." Her thin, delicate fingers were crushing my hand like a vice. I tried to pull away, and she clamped down even harder, grinding my knuckles together. I whimpered, "Aunt Eustace, you're hurting me." Her smile curled into an ugly sneer, and she crooned, "Better ask yourself something. Who do you love?" I shoved my chair back with my legs, tried to yank my hand away, but I couldn't break free from her grasp. Aunt Eustace started collapsing into herself in a rapid time-lapse of natural mummification. The hand that held me pinioned to the table shriveled into a wizened claw, and her eyeballs withered away into non-existence, disappearing inside the dark tunnels of her eye sockets. I gawked at this gruesome spectacle with my tongue pasted to the roof of my mouth, and then I started to scream. The left side of the grisly phantom's head suddenly dented beneath a blow from an invisible weapon. Spot! Splut! A second dent appeared, then several more in rapid succession, creating a landscape of jagged ridges and spidery fracture lines. The final blow caved in the skull entirely, leaving behind a horrific concavity in its wake. The dreadful apparition threw back its head and howled, "Won't be long before the old bastard's cold in the ground beside me, boy. Not long now." The movement of its jaw triggered a catastrophic collapse on the ruined side of its head. Wispy flakes of dry skin floated into the air as the bone beneath crumbled into fragments. They tumbled down and skittered across the smooth surface of the tabletop, leaving behind a gaping crater in their wake. It shrieked a peal of lunatic laughter and bellowed, "He'll be cold in the ground just like me, cold and dead, 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 dead." I jumped out of my chair and pulled against its grip with all my might, still screaming at the top of my lungs. I abruptly found myself pinwheeling my arms for balance as I helplessly tumbled backwards. The awful apparition had winked out of existence. It was real enough to bruise my hand one second, and then it was gone the next. I stepped into thin air and fell through the open trap door, plummeting 7 feet to the floor of the root cellar. I landed on the hard-packed dirt floor flat on my back. Thump! And I laid there for a while, curled up on my side as I struggled to catch my breath from the impact. I also managed to bang my shin on the ladder on the way down. It hurt like a mad bastard. I clutched at it with both hands and rocked back and forth on the floor. Piece of shit fucking ghosts. Kiss my ass. Without warning, there was suddenly a figure leaning over me with its hand out. I shrieked away from it, my hands flailing to ward it off, and it exclaimed, "Jesus Christ! The hell happened to you?" I almost wept in relief when I realized it was Henry. I sat up straight and wheezed. "You said it couldn't hurt me, Henry. Bullshit. Some crazy shit just happened, and it fucking hurt a lot." "I said it couldn't hurt you in the physical world," Henry corrected. "You slip in between, maybe that's a different story." "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm a farmer, not an expert in the great beyond. Call one of those psychic hotlines if you want a goddamn expert." Henry helped me to my feet and examined the top of my head. He said, "You're bleeding, kiddo. You whack your noggin off something?" I touched the sore spot on my skull and winced. My fingers came away tacky with dried blood. I could feel smears of it hardening in my hair and on my forehead. "Yeah, I sure did," I sighed. "Okay, so I get this thing out of the wall, then what? What do I do with it?" "You remember when you cut up that birch tree last summer?" "I hung around after you took the tractor back to the barn and piled up a big mound of branches. Should be good and dry by now. You take the body out there and burn it. Lots of dead wood lying around if you need more. Burn it till there's nothing left. And dump the ashes in the creek. It's the only way to be sure." I ground my palms against my weary eyes and asked, "Is this the right thing to do, Henry? I mean, be honest. Is it?" Henry considered my question, frowning to himself as he reasoned out his answer. "No," he said. No, I don't think so. The right thing to do would be to call the police, but I'm not asking you to do the right thing here, kiddo. Man we buried behind these bricks, shit. He's many years gone. Nothing we can do that would bring him back. The memories our family created in this house, the love and the light that we'd given and received on this land for so many years. Well, if you call the cops, all that'll be gone. There'll be nothing left but sorrow. So it comes down to one of two choices, kid. You do the right thing, harm our future, or you can do the wrong thing, preserve our past. What's it gonna be? That is a hell of a choice, Henry, I croaked. Why did you put me in this position? Henry gave me a pitying look. He crossed his arms and said, People face impossible choices every day. We only have the fear of our souls and the hope in our hearts to guide us in the right decision. Life's rarely simple. It's never easy. That's why it's precious, kiddo. When you're alive, every second of every day is a drop of gold sliding through your fingers. Then your hand, and then it's gone. No matter how hard you try, you can't hold on to it, not a single moment in time. I rubbed my temples and closed my eyes. My head hurt like a bastard. That poor shin was throbbing away something awful. I nodded at Henry, my eyes still closed, and I said, I'll take him out of there, and I'll burn him, Henry. I'll do it for the same reason you buried him, because it's easier than the alternative. I opened my eyes and discovered myself standing in the past once again, a silent observer looking on from the outskirts of reality. At this point, the deed had been done, and they were clearing up the tools in silence. There was a rectangular patch of freshly mortared bricks on the wall, and behind that, the newly interred corpse of a murder victim. Dad stopped what he was doing to take a few nips from his flask. He turned to Henry, who appeared to be pointedly ignoring him, and he said, It's probably best if we never talk about this again, if you know what I... Shut up, Henry grunted. His face was ashen and exhausted beneath a layer of grime. He looked diminished. Just shut the hell up. Henry's eyes strayed over Dad's shoulder, and they had widened in surprise. I looked up and saw the trapdoor was being held open a few inches, just wide enough to allow a small face to peer down on what was going on below. Henry shook his head almost imperceptibly, his gaze glowering in unspoken command, and the door immediately eased shut. Dad looked behind him and said, Just staring at him. Henry waved him off, a dismissive gesture that was full of contempt, and he turned away from him. Never mind, he muttered. Look, I want you to get the hell out of this house and don't come back for a good long while. When your boy wants to come out for a visit, I'll drive him over there and fetch him myself. I don't think you need to be coming around here no more. My father shook a finger at him and said, You can't tell me I ain't welcome here. This farm don't belong to you. It belongs to Ma. Uncle Henry pulled himself up straight and tall. He walked up to my father until they were almost nose to nose, and he said, I just saved you from life in prison. I'll tell you whatever the fuck I want, and while I'm at it, I'll tell you something else. Ma is ashamed of what you've become. You shame her, Wally. Now turn yourself around, climb up that fucking ladder, and get the hell out of this house. Dad flinched back from the venom in Henry's voice, his lower lip trembling. He opened his mouth to speak, thought the better of it, and reluctantly did as he was told. As he disappeared up into the kitchen, Henry turned to me and said, I don't know how much you saw that night, kiddo, but I'm sorry it happened. I never wanted that. My throat suddenly felt constricted. I bit my lip to keep it from trembling and looked down at my feet. I woke up and I thought I heard voices in the cellar. I could see lights shining through the cracks around the trapdoor, so I opened it up a few inches to take a look. I saw Dad hit the tarp with the shovel. I didn't understand what was happening, but it scared me. I think I knew what was going on deep down, but it was too much for a kid that age to process. I watched you bury the tarp in the wall. I had a feeling it was supposed to be a secret. When you looked up at me, I thought I was going to be in big trouble for sure. Henry was quiet for a while, and then he muttered, "Oh, well, shit. I'm sorry that happened, kid. I really am." I could remember it now. Being huddled on my side on the cold kitchen floor, watching in the dark as my arm trembled against the weight of the door, I laid there on the cold linoleum and I spied on him until Henry happened to look up and made eye contact, at which point I dropped the door as softly as I could and scampered back to the couch. Less than a minute later, Dad blundered past and let himself out the front door. I pretended to sleep for a while, petrified that I was in the deepest shit possible for spying on their secret errand. At some point, my pretend sleep turned into the real thing, and when I woke up the next morning, I decided that it had all been just a dream. It was easier that way. I could feel Henry watching me. I looked up and tried to smile. It didn't work, but I could see that Henry appreciated the effort. I thought I was watching your memories, Henry, but they were actually my own. But that doesn't explain everything else that happened tonight. Those weren't memories. They were something else entirely. Henry gave me a grim look. He said, "No, those weren't memories. They were restless spirits. Open this wall, help them find some peace. Help us all find some rest. Just remember something, kiddo. The ghosts that haunt houses and castles, they may be scary to look at. They're not dangerous. They're forever stuck in between. You should pity for them. The dangerous ghosts are the ones that haunt your conscience. Yeah. They're the restless spirits of our own devising. They'll destroy you if they can." Henry pointed at the wall and said, "Well, that's all I got, kiddo. The rest is up to you. It's your story now." I reached out to him with an unsteady hand and whispered, "Can you stay and help me? I'm really fucking scared, Henry. I can't do this alone." Henry's lips twitched in a sad smile, and he shook his head. "I'm lying in a bed 40 miles away with a tube shoved down my throat. I might die tonight, or next week. Maybe I'll live to see my 100th birthday. I don't know. I don't have any idea when it'll happen, but it will happen. I won't be here forever. You'll have to accept that." Henry took my hand in his strong, calloused grip, gave it a squeeze. Then he was gone. This time he wouldn't be coming back. For the rest of this harrowing journey, it would just be me. Me, a skeleton wrapped in a rotting tarp, and my own restless spirits. I got 10 minutes into the painstaking process of drilling into the mortar before I realized I didn't have to be careful with the bricks. I could simply go out and buy some new ones. Henry wouldn't have approved, but Henry wasn't there. I was on my own. I grabbed a club hammer out of Henry's toolbox and went to work. 20 minutes later, there was a pile of earth and rubble on the floor, and I was reaching into the hole to brush dirt away from the rotting tarp. It was riddled with small holes made by burrowing scavengers, and it was stiff from the excretion of the decaying process. I gingerly hauled the tarp out of the hole, grimacing at the smell, and I marveled at how light it was. No matter who we were in life, we all end up as a bag of bombs. Buried and forgotten. I made a quick mental checklist of what to do next. I would go out to the barn, pull out Henry's trailer, and hook it up to the ball hitch on the ATV. While the ATV was warming up, I would scare up a can of gasoline and maybe some old rags to make a torch. My train of thought was interrupted by a sudden burst of activity at my feet. I looked down and gasped. Oh, holy fuck. The body was moving around inside the tarp. A rusty blade punched through the canvas, and I staggered backwards, a jagged shriek ripping out of my throat. The blade started sawing a long rip down the length of the tarp. I ran for the ladder, screaming at the top of my lungs every step of the way. I jumped onto the first rung, and a face appeared above me. A small face with wide, terrified eyes. It was me. As a child. Confused and frightened. Frightened to the point of tears. I'll get in trouble, the boy sniffed, and he slammed the door shut on my screams. I pounded on the splintery wood and screeched out, "You didn't do anything wrong! Open up!" Left me to die, a familiar voice said behind me. My heart dropped into my stomach. It was my father who was crawling out of that foul canvas coffin, a grinning scarecrow in a discount funeral suit. He lurched to his feet and pointed at me with his knife, one hand closed and the other winking open, just enough to show a thin crescent of white. It said, "I never wanted you, boy," and started shuffling forward, the knife still leveling at my heart. "I used to daydream about grabbing you by the heel and bashing your head against the wall. I should have done it when I had the chance." "If you never wanted me, why would you care if I wasn't there when you died?" My question stopped him in his tracks. I nodded and wiped away my tears with my sleeve. "Yeah, you don't have an answer for that, do you? You died alone, and it's not my fault because that's what you wanted." I picked up the shovel, and I advanced on him. I was still crying. But now I was angry too. I was fucking furious. "Even if I was there to call an ambulance," I said, my voice shaking with rage. "Even so, there's no guarantee that they could have saved you. Okay? It wasn't my fault. You're gone. You're gone, you mean old bastard, and you know what? I don't miss you." The knife fell from the apparition's fingers. He shrank away from me, his hand held out in supplication. He moaned, "You ain't worth shit, boy. You were never worth a shit." "Yeah, maybe not," I said. "But I'm alive, motherfucker. I'm alive, and there's love in my heart. I love my wife, and I love Uncle Henry, and do you want to know something else, you rotten son of a bitch? I love myself, too." Dad dropped to his hands and knees in the dirt. He craned his neck to look up at me and he panted, "You're no son of mine." I nodded in agreement, and I raised the shovel. "I never was," I said. And I swung it as hard as I could. Dad flicked out like a wavering candle flame, and the shovel whistled through an empty space. It bounced off the floor, kicking up a spray of dirt and sending an unpleasant shiver up both of my arms. I dropped the shovel and I cried out, "Fuck you! Fuck me!" Ugh. My phone started ringing. It was Michelle. I fumbled it out of my pocket with numb, throbbing hands and sniffled. "Hey, honey. I just want you to know that I fucking love you. I really, really do. She sputtered. What the hell happened over there? I was one unanswered call away from dialing 911. Are you okay? I smiled through tears, and I said, better than okay. I'm pretty fucking fantastic. I started to laugh, and the fact that I couldn't explain why I was laughing, it made me laugh even harder. I laughed, and I sniffled, and I assured her that I was fine, that the house was fine, and all things under the sun were just fine and dandy. The ghosts were no longer restless, and everything would be fine. I woke up on the couch late the next morning, blinking around in the living room with a sour stomach and a decent pounder of a headache. My clothes had reeked like a funeral pyre, and I squinted at the sunshine streaming through the windows, and I decided I was done with drinking. It'd be hard, but as Henry had said that night before, life is rarely simple. It's never easy. Sobriety was going to be a bit of a drag, but had to be better than waking up and feeling like that all the time. Michelle called while I was cleaning up the mess from the night before, pushing a mop with one hand while I sipped at coffee with the other. She said, I called in sick today. They're mad, but whatever. I don't care. Could hardly sleep a wink last night. Actually glad I stayed home. The hospital just called with good news. Henry's doing a lot better today. He's still sedated, but they said that we can come see him. I dropped the mop on the floor. I thrust my clenched fists into the air and hollered, Yes! Oh, that's great news. I'm just finishing up a few things right now, but I'll meet you at the hospital around 2 o'clock. Michelle said, Sure, of course. Sounds good. After a pause, she added, I was worried about you. I think there's some details you're not telling me, and I'm dying to know what they are, but I'll leave it alone for now. Maybe you can fill me in on what happened someday. I caught a glimpse at my reflection in the big mirror beside the front hall closet. Then I smiled grimly at the smears of dried blood on my forehead. I said, Someday. But definitely not today. Okay. See you at 2, babe. Love you. I hustled through the rest of the cleanup, then jumped in the shower and washed away all the blood and grime. I had a pretty good goose egg on the top of my head. My hair seemed to cover it up well enough. It's not as thick as it used to be, but I'm not bald just yet. Still a few good years left in me, and I intended to live them to the fullest. I almost walked out the door before I remembered the garbage needed to be out for Monday morning pickup. I popped open the lid and saw Henry's notebook lying at the top of the bag, still damp from being soaked in a mixture of black coffee and booze. I looked at the words Henry had scrawled on the front cover, and realized they were instructions for the disposal of the notebook. Before I left for the hospital, I took it out to the burn barrel and did as Henry had requested. I tore the book into pieces, and I burned it into a fine dusting of ashes. Henry was unconscious, drugged into dreamland so that he wouldn't fight against the tube in his throat. He looked painfully thin and ill, but he was alive, and that was all that mattered. We stood by his bedside for a while, thinking our thoughts and holding hands in silence. He'll make it, Michelle murmured. Henry's larger than life, and twice as loud. He'll probably outlive us all. She squeezed my hand, and I winced. She held it up for examination and exclaimed, "The hell happened? These bruises are nasty. Kind of shaped like fingers." "Oh, yeah, that's It's a long story, I said. I gently pulled my hand free from her inquisitive probing. It's fine. I mean, it hurts a little, but it's fine. Do you mind if I have a minute alone with Henry? I know he can't hear me, but I got a few things I'd like to say, and... I trailed off, looking at her expectantly. And Michelle gave me a solemn nod. I'll go get something from the vending machine down the hall. I could use a drink. Do you want anything? I shook my head. Michelle said, okay. See you in a bit. And gave me a quick hug before she left the room. When she was gone, I looked down at Henry and said, I don't think you can hear me, Henry. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. I just want you to know that it's done. I mean, I'll have to come back later with some bricks, and I have to fix that wall, but... I mean, I still got lots of time to do that. Farm isn't going up for sale tomorrow. Henry made no indications that he could hear anything I was saying, but I plowed on regardless. Hey, I also wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for me over the years. You always get all angry and embarrassed when I tell you that, but you need to understand how much it means to me. I'm glad you were there last night. Even if it was only in my imagination. I needed your voice, and I needed your presence. I needed your strength. You have to do something for me, okay? You've got to come back to us, Henry, and stay a little while longer. Don't leave us behind. Not just yet. There's still so much that needs to be done. I held my breath and I watched his face, hoping for a twitch of the lips or a flutter of the eyelids, some indication that he could hear me. Nothing happened. Henry was deep under the surface, wandering in between this world and the next, rudderless and alone. Come on, Henry, I breathed. Give me something, man. Give me a sign. I was just about to give up when I saw movement from the corner of my eye. It was his hand. It started to twitch and it clenched into a loose fist. I smiled and gripped his fist in both hands. That's it, Henry. Just a sign. That's all I... His fist relaxed. And I felt something soft and granular pour into my cupped hands. It's a handful of dirt. And I'll bet $1 million I know where it came from. It smelled like damp basement. And beneath that, a faint but pervasive odor of moldy potatoes. I said, "Thank you, Henry." And I flushed the dirt down the toilet. I carefully brushed the rest of it off the bedsheets, and then Michelle was walking back into the room with a bottle of Diet Sprite and a magazine. "I stole it from the waiting room," she explained. "I wanted something to read if we're going to be here for a while." I took her arm and said, "Nah, I don't think that's necessary. I already said my piece, so let's go. I'm tired. I feel like shit. We'll come back tomorrow." Michelle quickly lost me in traffic on the way home. I was content to put the car on autopilot and putt along in the slow lane. I had a lot to think about. By the time I got home, Michelle was putting the finishing touches on a couple of mugs of hot chocolate. We took them out to the balcony and watched the sun sink beneath the horizon. "So, you really fucking love me, do you?" Michelle smirked. And I gave her an embarrassed grin. "Yeah, I do. I agreed. I really fucking love you. I love life. She leaned against me and said, I'm sorry about the farm. I know you wanted to live there someday. It's important to you. That place. I shrugged and I said, fuck it. There'll be another farm. I'll make new memories there. Good ones. Start fresh. Michelle gave me a kiss and said, well, I'm glad on both counts. I fucking love you too, big weirdo. Come on, let's go inside. I'm cold. We retreated back into the warmth of our cozy apartment. Outside the sliding glass door, darkness fell over a world that isn't always as it seems. A world where reality is subjective, and tall tales can sometimes come true. In time, Henry would get well enough to leave the hospital, and he would receive an unexpected visitor from the distant past. A very unwelcome visitor, with a tale of their own to tell. But that is a story for another time. Until then, from Henry and I to all of you, please take care of yourselves. And if you ever find yourself in a tight spot, remember to ask yourself something. Who do you love? The answer might save your life someday. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I want to let you know about a new book from tonight's author, T.W. Grimm. T.W. Grimm brings us a different kind of magic, available now on Amazon, in the link in the description down below. Magic, often seen as wondrous and benevolent, but T.W. Grimm, a celebrated author of eerie no-sleep tales, offers a different kind of sorcery, one that pulls at the very threads of reality, weaving tales of terror and wonder. If you want to check out a different kind of magic, check the link in the description down below. And now, on to tonight's story. It appears Summers decided to dig in his heels and stay a while this year. We're well into October, but the thermometer outside Henry's kitchen window is still hitting the mid-80s. It's what Henry refers to as a drag-ass summer. From the back porch clear to the edge of the horizon, the world's teetering on the brink of a great and sweeping renewal. Somewhere up around the next bend there's a hard frost waiting to coat the rooftops with a crystalline blanket of ice. But that day hasn't come just yet. For now, we are resigned to continue sweating it out beneath the waning sun of a drag-ass summer. The crops have been harvested. The barn has been freshly painted, and a team of roofers finished reshingling the old farmhouse just a few weeks ago. With these last few tasks in the bag, Henry's just about ready to call it quits on the farm life. Henry will be moving to his new home soon. It's a retirement village with on-site medical facilities and a community center. Henry will be occupying one half of a tiny duplex, cozy little home with a postage stamp-sized yard and a white picket fence. There's an identical flower bed in front of each identical front porch. This is where Henry will spend the rest of his golden years. But that's in the future. For now, there's still time to do some bullshitting in the shade of the massive old trees that tower over Henry's yard. As for me, I've made my peace with the sale of the farm. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do except plop myself down in one of those wooden swing chairs, turn off my ringer, and enjoy these last few visits the best I can. It sucks. Sure does, but what can I say? It is what it is. In the meantime, I've been busy putting together a book of Henry's very best tales for publication, and it's been taking up most of my free time and energy. I think it has a decent shot at getting picked up by a publishing company, but I suppose I'm biased when it comes to Henry's stories. After all, they're awfully close to my own heart. On this particular day, Henry and I were both too hot and dispirited to do much talking. Too fucking hot out for October, Henry grumbled. "You another can of that goat piss, would you? I'm drier than the Sahara over here."
Henry was referring to the non-alcoholic beer we were both drinking these days. He refused to call it anything other than goat piss, and he wasn't wrong. You can defend it any way you want, but in my humble opinion, that stuff simply isn't very fucking good. It's just not the same. Sure thing, Henry. Can of goat piss coming up. I fished one out of the slushy ice in Henry's old cooler and passed it over. He popped the tab and drank with an exaggerated grimace of distaste. He isn't happy about quitting the booze, but he's sticking to it, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud of us both. I'm happy to say that Henry doesn't need that tab opener anymore. His hands have been working a lot better since the operation. We had actually just finished plinking away at a few cans with his old .22 revolver, an activity that would have been impossible before he went under the knife. The old fella's still a pretty good shot, too. 7 times out of 10, he hit the can dead center at a distance of 40 feet. The other 3 times, it's a little high or a little low, and he rarely misses. He's a much better shot than I am, and he likes to rub it in, of course. Uncle Henry is undoubtedly one of the greatest shit-talkers to ever grace the face of this planet. Henry tucked the .22 beneath his chair and grunted. "Tastes awful, but better than a kick in the ass, I suppose." I quipped, "Better than a kick in the liver, too," and fished out another one for myself. Henry and I are both on the wagon, and we're here to stay. Sobriety can be pretty dull, but I've lost 20 pounds, and I feel a lot better, so I suppose it's not all bad. "This new place, gonna be a lot different," Henry muttered, and he drew his arms in a tight, angry X across his chest. "Very different way of life over there. You can definitely say that. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, kiddo. I have all these groundskeepers and that they take care of the yard, so I can't even go out and mow that little patch of lawn. Christ's sake. I'm not allowed. Can you believe that shit?" I shook my head in mock outrage and said, "Should hang around on your front porch and tell them they're doing it wrong." Henry flapped an angry hand at me and grunted. "Guess I'll have to take up some new hobbies. Cribbage or something. I don't know. What do you do to keep yourself busy in the city? You sit around in a coffee house with a bunch of other unemployed jackasses?" I rolled my eyes and growled, "Unemployed? I'm a writer, Henry. I provide a service for money. It's called employment, dusty old bastard." Henry grinned. "Well, that's maybe true. Tell me something." He leaned in close, and in a conspiratorial whisper, he asked, "Do you need to start any particular time in the morning, or is it just whenever you feel like crawling out of bed and strolling over to your desk?" I gave him the stink eye and shot back. "If you get bored sitting there in your little apartment, now, I've heard knitting can be a good time killer. I mean, maybe you can knit me a sweater for Christmas." Henry snapped. "Maybe you can kiss my wrinkly old ass. How about that?" "It's not an apartment, dickhead. It's called a condominium." He shook his head at me and leaned back in his chair. "Way the hell too late for second thoughts, but I'm having them anyway." "Oh, you bet. All kinds of second thoughts." He waved his can at the vast expanse of the valley down below and added, "This has been my view for many, many years. Talking about a downgrade. See a little picket fence, old people wandering around like zombies, nurses knocking on my door asking if I need a laxative to help me shit. Jesus Christ, man, what a horror show." Henry let out a small, bitter laugh and took a gulp from his can. He grimaced and said, "It had to be done, though, didn't it? I'm just too goddamn old anymore. I don't even know how it happened. It was like I was your age just a few years ago. Now I'm old as Moses." I nodded down at my feet, blinking away a sudden film of excess moisture in my eyes. I said, "Time is treacherous ground, Henry. Trembles under your feet. I wish there was something I could say to make it better, but there's not." "There's nothing you can say that'll make me any younger either," Henry grumbled. "That's what I need. 3 or 4 decades of my life back. What you looking at anyway?"
trying to say something profound over here. You're staring off into the distance. I'm not even... Are you expecting some company, Henry? I interrupted. There's a car coming up the road. I pointed at a cloud of dust that was being churned up by the wheels of an approaching vehicle. It rolled up the steep gravel road and turned into Henry's driveway, a cream-colored Mercedes-Benz sedan that was probably worth well over $100,000. The Mercedes came to a smooth stop behind Henry's old truck and sat idling for a while. Henry and I stared at the luxury vehicle in silence, and we looked at each other with similar expressions of confusion. Henry leaned closer to me and muttered, "I don't know a single soul drives on a machine like that. Good Christ, things gotta be worth more than both of us put together." A dark, sinister energy seemed to emanate from the Mercedes and thread itself into the humid air around us. I felt the hairs prickle up on the back of my neck. Henry's unexpected visitor was a bad person. I didn't have to meet them to know that they were rotten to the core. I didn't even have to see them. I could almost taste it in the air, sharp and bitter, a rancid, psychic odor that made me feel faintly nauseous. The engine shut off, and a towering ogre of a man stepped out from behind the wheel. Despite the oppressive midday heat, the driver was dressed in a dark suit and matching tie. His eyes were obscured by a pair of mirrored sunglasses, and the rest of his face was an expressionless lump of stone. He lumbered around to open the rear passenger side door, bending down to offer a helping hand to an unseen presence inside. Another imposing figure slid out to stand beside him. It appeared to be a tall, heavy-set woman that was swathed from head to toe in multiple layers of black. She wore a long black dress, a black hat covered with a black veil, and her hands were clad in black leather gloves. I couldn't see her feet, but I could only assume there was a pair of ominous-looking black shoes hiding beneath the swirling curtain of her dress. I mumbled, "She looks like a shadow," and Henry cracked a humorless grin. "Yeah, maybe she is. I guess we'll find out." The sinister duo walked over to where we were sitting in the side yard, the hem of the woman's dress dragging along the dead lawn with a sound like a whisper in the muted hush of the drowsy afternoon. Her movements were almost disturbingly sinuous and fluid. Watching her approach made me feel anxious in a way I couldn't adequately describe. As she drew closer, I had to fight the urge to jump out of my chair and run like hell. Henry lifted a hand to our visitor and called out, "Afternoon, folks. How can I help you?" The driver asked, "Are you Henry?" And Henry absently nodded his head. The driver rumbled, "This is Madame Delilah. She came a very long way to be here, and she'd appreciate it if you could spare some time to talk with her today." Henry didn't answer. He was staring intently at the figure in black. A look of dawning comprehension was slowly spreading across his weathered features. His polite smile collapsed, and he folded his arms across his chest in an unwelcoming manner. I loudly cleared my throat to get the driver's attention. In a brisk and assertive tone of voice, I said, "Excuse me, sir, but what's the purpose of your visit today exactly?" The driver turned his head very slightly in my direction, and he growled, "If your name isn't Henry, Madame Delilah doesn't have any business with you, homie. Either keep quiet or take a walk. I'm not going to repeat myself." He stepped forward to loom over my chair, and I blinked up at my own reflection in his sunglasses. The driver was at least 6'4", and the broad, lumpy dome of his clean-shaven skull was mottled with ugly battle scars. The word Diablo was tattooed across his cheek in faded prison ink, and there was a fresher tattoo of a serpent on the back of his hand. He didn't look like a chauffeur. He looked like a hired goon. Quietly, Henry said, "He's my nephew. He can stay right where he is, thanks." The woman in black held up a hand to silence her minion, and she exclaimed in a little, lilting southern drawl, "This young man right here is your nephew. Well, if it isn't my lucky day, I have the pleasure of finally meeting not only one, but two of my long-lost relatives. Diego, be a dear and fetch us a couple of those folding chairs I saw leaning up against the back porch. The three of us here, we have ourselves a whole lot of catching up to do." With visible reluctance, Diego stepped out of my personal space and hustled over to grab the chairs. I shot a questioning look over at Henry, but he didn't seem to notice. He was still staring at the woman in black. Diego came hurrying back with the chairs clamped beneath his arm. He groaned, Here's your chair, madam." In a reverential tone, and he executed a slight bow. The woman in black delicately patted his arm with a gloved hand, and she sank down into the chair with an unnaturally smooth, coiling grace that made me feel deeply uneasy. There was something wrong with the way she moved. Not wrong exactly, just strange. And why was she covered in multiple layers of black on such a hot day? Even in the shade, I was still actively sweating through my t-shirt. How could she even stand it? Our decidedly ominous visitor folded her hands neatly in her lap and said, "This is really something. It truly is. It's good to finally meet you, Henry. Do you know who I am?" Henry gave her a hesitant nod and answered, "You're my half-sister, ain't you?" "Guilty as charged. It's me, your long-lost sister Delilah. Live and in the flesh. Isn't that just something? I'd wager you weren't expecting that, were you?" Henry sat there for a moment, mulling over her words in his patient and orderly manner. He took a slow, unhurried sip from his can of non-alcoholic brew, then another. Then he said, "No, I wasn't expecting one of you to show up on my doorstep, but I knew there was some half-siblings floating around out there." The woman in black sat up straight in her brightly colored lawn chair. Slowly, she said, "Well, now is that a fact? How did you know that?" Henry and I glanced at each other, both of us affirming to the other that something was definitely off about the situation. Henry lit a cigarette and wheezed. "I hired a private detective agency to do some poking around a few years back. Seems Dad got into the bootlegging business and made himself a fortune. Married a few times, had some kids. Died in his bed at a ripe old age. Looks like he led a pretty colorful life down there." Henry was visibly annoyed with both her mocking tone and the whole unwelcome situation in general. But we were both very curious of the unsettling presence of Diego, who was thrumming with a high-voltage undercut of barely suppressed violence. "Oh, he most certainly did lead a colorful life, Henry," Delilah agreed. "So is that it? Was that all the dirt your private eye was able to dig up? Tell the truth, Henry. Diego doesn't like it when people lie to me. Do you, sugar?" "No," Diego replied. That was it. Just no. And a menacing stare. Henry and I glanced at each other again, silently urged Henry to play nice and cooperate. Henry isn't a reckless man by any means, but he also doesn't respond to intimidation very well. "Well," Henry muttered, "apparently he just sort of rambled his way around the country for a couple of years, doing odd jobs, boozing it up in taverns. Got tired of the working life after a while, so tried his hands being a con man. Called them grifters back then. A whole subculture of thieves and hoodlums. He'd wandered around from place to place, cheating, stealing from gullible folks who didn't know any better. Dad wasn't so good at it, I guess, because he got himself arrested in Boise. Got picked up again in Oakland, one more time in Houston. Pleaded guilty on that last fraud charge and spent 90 days on the work on the farm in Texas. Yes, he met your mother shortly after he was released." "My mother," Delilah said softly. "Are you aware that she operated a brothel? I was born there. Does that bother you?" Henry shook his head and held up his free hand in a placating gesture. He said, "I'm aware of the nature of her business. I pass no judgment on it." Delilah snapped. "I wouldn't care if you did, Henry. Frankly, I don't care what any man thinks." Henry gave her a ghost of a grin and said, "I don't care what any man thinks either. Anyway, I don't know exactly what happened between Dad and your mom, but they ended up getting divorced, and I was told one of your siblings died in an accident. P.I. I'm too clear on what happened." "An accident," Delilah repeated. "Yeah, I suppose you could say that. It was terrible, awful, horrible accident." There was a brief and uncomfortable silence. The woman in black folded her hands in her lap, her head lowered as she pondered what to say next. She murmured, "After he left my mother, our father drifted to Ohio, charmed himself into the arms of another unsuspecting woman. When it was over, he moved to Nevada, got hitched for a fourth time in Reno. They purchased a nice suburban home, lived a quiet life, and that's where he died. He gasped his last breath on September 8th, 1985, and may he burn in hell for all eternity. Henry pursed his lips and said, "Can't say I disagree with that statement. Pardon my language, but the man was a grade A bastard. Be a poor excuse for a human being." Delilah waved off his apology and let out a dry chuckle. She said, "I've lived a very interesting life. I can assure you I'm no stranger to vulgarity." She pointed at the can in Henry's hand and said, "Now, in my experience, there's only one reason why a working man would ever lower himself to drink a non-alcoholic brew. Are you a recovering drunkard, Henry? Alcoholism does run in the family, though, doesn't it? Our father was a terrible drunk. How about our nephew over here? Is he on the wagon, too? Oh, that's good. Very happy for both of you." Henry was growing visibly annoyed with his unannounced visitor and her caustic demeanor. He tightened his jaw and muttered, "Rather not talk about it if you don't mind. I did it for health reasons." "Oh yes, I heard about the cancer," Delilah cooed. Then I could almost see her malignant smile bloom behind her veil. Such an awful disease, that cancer. "I'm glad you recovered, Henry. Good on you." "Yeah, good on me," Henry quietly agreed. His eyes glittered like chips of ice, cold and hard. He paused to ruminate on his next course of action, then leaned down to rummage around beneath his chair. He came up holding his .22 revolver, which he promptly cocked, and pointed straight at Diego's large, clean-shaven skull. "Oh, I hate to be impolite," he sighed, "but I won't tolerate any more implied threats today, not from you or this gentleman beside you. State the purpose of this visit. Get yourselves the ever-loving fuck off my land." I gaped at the revolver and gasped, "Holy shit, Henry, what are you doing?" Diego coiled for action in his chair, but Delilah put a staying hand on his shoulder and snorted, "My stars. Is that how you treat your own kin, Henry? Kick them off your land at gunpoint?" "I don't know you from a hole in the ground," Henry snapped. "Now tell me why you're here and bugger off down the road." Diego growled, "Get the gun off me, old man, before I take it from you." Henry stared back at him, calm and unafraid, and he said, "Won't be the first body I've buried on this farm. Go ahead and try it." Delilah murmured, "Diego, I'm only saying this once. Stand down." She started to pull off one of her gloves. He didn't even hear her softly spoken command, and neither did Henry. They were almost laser-focused on each other, the tough young thug and the hardened old farmer. Both of them were accustomed to danger, and neither one was willing to back down. I croaked, "Henry, put the gun down." And Diego nodded in agreement. "Listen to your nephew, old-timer. Get the gun off me and hand it over." "I'll shoot you dead, young feller." "That's a fact," Henry assured him. "I'm old and I'm tired and I don't give a shit no more." Diego started to stand up, but Delilah grabbed his hand before he could go any further. Her bodyguard froze in place like a statue, instantly transformed into an aggressive-looking mannequin, unmoving and unblinking. The seconds ticked by while Henry and I sat there and stared at this bizarre spectacle in disbelief. Both of us struggling to process what we were seeing. Henry exclaimed, "Jesus Christ! What'd you do to him?" Delilah ignored his question. She lightly smacked her paralyzed lackey in the face with her glove and purred, "What do you think you're doing? You don't make a move unless I say so, and don't you forget it." I watched in horrified fascination as a long stream of drool dripped over Diego's bottom lip and trailed down his chin. His face was a motionless mask behind his mirrored sunglasses. He didn't move a muscle, not even a single twitch of a finger. It was as if he'd been carved from stone, an eccentric art exhibit for an unlikely audience of 3. I saw that he was starting to turn a dark shade of red, and I clearly ventured, "Ma'am, I don't think he can breathe." "No, sir, he cannot," Delilah agreed, and she gave Diego another smack in the face with her glove. "If I require your services, Diego, I'll be sure to let you know. Until then, you can sit tight and look handsome for me, sugar. You understand?" Delilah snapped the back of his neck with her bare fingertip. Almost immediately, her bodyguard started gasping for breath. He collapsed into his chair and panted like a dog in heat, coughing and gagging with tears in his eyes. There was a look of sheer terror on his face. I didn't blame him one bit. It was bad enough to watch it happen. I couldn't imagine what it must have felt like. The woman in black let out a loud, dramatic sigh and declared, "That will be enough from all of you. It's done. Henry, be a peach. Put your gun back under your chair. You don't need it anymore." Henry placed the gun in his lap and patted it with his free hand. "No," he said. "Don't believe I will. You can stay right here until you're gone." He looked over at Diego and grudgingly asked him, "You need some water, kid? You don't look so good." Delilah's veil swayed back and forth as she angrily shook her head. "No, thank you, Henry," she said briskly. "He doesn't need any water. He needs to mind himself and stop acting like a big man to impress me. I'm definitely not impressed, Diego. Not one bit. Anyhow, to answer your question, Henry, I came all this way to ask you a question. Are you familiar with a condition called the Medusa disorder? More specifically, do you know if anyone on your side of the family has ever been diagnosed with this condition?" Henry slowly shook his head. "No, I don't believe so. Never heard of such a thing. What is it?" Delilah visibly relaxed beneath her voluminous layers of black. She murmured, "Maybe I'm the only one left." "That would be a wonderful thing, really would, to Henry," she said. "Oh, well, the Medusa disorder is, well, it's a curse, a blessing, and a nightmare, all rolled into one. My doctors believe it may have been hereditary, but they're not really sure. It's extremely rare. Mama said Father always claimed he'd never heard of it before. But knowing him, he could have been lying through his teeth. He's very fond of telling lies. It was his favorite pastime." Delilah started to pull her glove back on, and I finally noticed that her hand was deformed. I only saw it for a split second, but it was long enough to make my heart lurch in my chest. Her palm appeared to be abnormally small, making her fingers seem far too long in comparison. They looked like a nest of smooth, pallid little snakes. The very thought made me squirm a little in my chair. I didn't like snakes. It's the way they move, I think. It creeps me out. If Delilah noticed my reaction, she didn't acknowledge it. She turned to Henry and said, "Let me tell you something about our dear father. He was an awful man, but he could be very charming when he wanted something. He was dark-haired and handsome. His looks and his accent reminded people of Bela Lugosi, and women just loved him to death. He could talk his way into just about anything, that man. So here he comes, swaggering into my mama's establishment, fresh from the barber shop, with $55 in his wallet and a nasty little plan rolling around in his head. He slipped a crisp dollar bill into the doorman's pocket and said, 'Sir, I would like to sit down and have a drink with the madam. I've heard she's the most beautiful woman in the world.' Delilah flapped a hand in the air and said, 'Unfortunately, the harsh truth is that my mother was not a lovely woman. The poor dear had a face like a French bulldog and a body to match. Her only saving grace was being born into wealth. Imperfection is the subject of much ridicule in those circles, even more so when you're a woman. Mama had a lonely childhood. She spent her youth languishing away in her father's stuffy old mansion. If it weren't for the kindness of their servants, she wouldn't have had a friend in the world. Such a shame. Mama had a good heart. She deserved as much happiness as anyone else in the world.' Well, at least she didn't grow up hungry," Henry observed. "If you asked me, that's a hell of a lot worse." "Well, I'm not interested in listening to your folksy moralizing, Henry," Delilah interrupted. "All people can know suffering, be they old or young, rich or poor. You see, wealthy circles are ruled by wealthy men, and wealthy men see women as accessories. You know, kind of like an expensive watch or a luxury car. Unattractive women are perceived as having no worth at all, even if they're filthy rich themselves. It's a dreadful culture, and I wish the whole lot of them would build a rocket ship and launch themselves into orbit. Just blast off into space and never return. Sounds good to me. Delilah absently reached out to rest her hand on Diego's arm, an unconscious gesture of dominance and ownership. The hulking bodyguard let out an involuntary whimper and shrank away from her touch. "Oh, don't be like that," she scolded him. "I'd never hurt you without reason. Such a drama queen. Anyhow, Mama took some of that inheritance money and bought an old playhouse, one that was on the verge of bankruptcy. She closed it down, had it renovated by a team of master craftsmen. She named her new business venture the All-Star Texas Review. And oh my goodness, I'll tell y'all something. That place wasn't just the grandest cat house in all the South. It was the grandest establishment of any kind at all." Henry smiled a little and said, "No, I wouldn't know about any of that. You don't talk about corn, I'm your man." Delilah laughed and exclaimed, "Farmers are the glue that hold this country together." No shame in that. Personally, I find the whole process fascinating. Tell me, is it difficult to operate a harvester? They're so very intimidating. It looks like it would be hard work to wrestle one of those things around in a field.
Not these days," Henry snorted. "New ones all got that GPS tracking. You hardly even have to hold on to the wheel anymore. Yeah, I remember way back in, I must have been right around that time that I frowned at Henry and said, "Don't get him started, man. He'll never stop. Please, continue. I want to hear this." "Thank you, sugar," Delilah purred. So as it came to pass, Mama made a fortune and reinvented herself. All at the same time, she went from being a sad little wallflower to a stuffy old mansion to hosting the wildest parties in town every single night. Mama always had a fondness for theater, and her live productions put the Review head and shoulders above the rest. There was burlesque and erotic theater, vaudeville and magicians, and just all kinds of live entertainment. Mama always referred to the ladies who worked there as the talent. They really were quite talented. They could sing and play instruments, they could act, and a lot of them could dance just like professional ballerinas. But most importantly, they could empty a man's pockets and send him off with a smile on his face. And he'd come back time and time again. Not only would he come back, he'd bring all of his friends along with him. Mama charged $50 just to walk in the door. And that was a lot of money in those days. Oh yeah. The entertainment came dear at the Review, but it was always worth the price.
"Sounds like she carved herself a cozy little niche in this world," Henry said. "You can't find any fault in that."
"She had a good thing," Delilah agreed.
"Very good thing." And then our dear father swaggered through the door, smashed it all to pieces. They could almost taste the bitterness in her words, sour and acidic. She obviously harbored a deep, ingrained, and long-standing hatred for her father, the kind that smoldered away in the pit of a person's soul forever. Now you have to remember that not one single guest had ever requested to sit and have a drink with my mother. Never once in the whole 5 years the Review had been open for business. So they sat in the lounge, and he turned on that old world charm all night long. All her bodyguards knew he was a con man with bad intentions, but all they could do was stand back and glare at him. Mama was hopelessly swept off her feet. They got married exactly 26 days later. Everyone could see what was happening. Everyone except Mama, of course. He was the one, and that was that. You simply cannot reason with someone who's caught in the throes of their first love.
"Yeah, love really can be blind," Henry agreed. "Sometimes it works out for the better, not very often."
Delilah grumbled. Oh, and she was blind, all right. Our father played the part of the starry-eyed husband, but only when she was paying attention. It was obvious he despised her, but he couldn't show it to her face. Not yet. Not until the time was right. About 5 months after the wedding, Mama got pregnant with my older sister, Lucille. It was a difficult pregnancy. She was confined to her bed for the majority of her last trimester. so she granted my father power over her management responsibilities. Right away, he fired all of her security staff. He replaced them with a bunch of ruffians who were loyal only to him. And after that, he started firing anyone who even looked at him wrong. Just pointed at the door and said, "Get out." They're probably folks who'd never bothered to hide their distaste for him. I'd imagine father had a very frail ego. Once he had the majority of their employees under his thumb, he pulled up a chair beside Mama's bed and talked her into making him a senior partner in the review. He demanded a 60-40 split, just kept arguing the poor, sick woman until she gave in and signed the documents. It was the second biggest mistake she ever made. Henry asked, "What was the biggest mistake?" He thought about it for a second and added, "Marrying him, I suppose." Her biggest mistake, Delilah growled, was not allowing her bouncers to take him back and kick his brains out of his ears. By the time she might have even considered this an option, it was far too late. So by the time Lucille came around, father basically owned the review and everyone who worked there. My mama became a prisoner in her own home. She was always surrounded by his hired goons, and she couldn't go anywhere without his approval. He'd openly mock and degrade his own wife in front of their employees, but when they were behind closed doors, it was even worse. He would fly into a drunken fury over nothing at all and start hitting her. Sometimes he'd beat her up so badly, she wouldn't be able to show her face for weeks at a time. Henry shook his head grimly and said, "Sounds an awful lot like Wally. Being a worthless shithead must be a genetic trait." "Perhaps it is," Delilah agreed. At any rate, now that he was in control, father got the bright idea to diversify their portfolio, so to speak, and he got into the bootlegging business. It wasn't long before he was selling his hooch clear across the state and even beyond. He became very rich and powerful in a short period of time, but it was never enough. The money, the influence, none of it could ever soothe the burning fury in his heart. If anything went wrong, it was automatically Mama's fault. If a business deal fell through, it was Mama's fault. If one of his floozies got tired of his drunken rages and broke off their affair, it was Mama's fault. If it started raining, it was Mama's fault. And if it didn't rain, well, that was her fault too. He'd use any excuse at all to belt her in the mouth just to make himself feel a little more in control. "A drunk and a wife beater," Henry observed dryly. And he shook his head. "They go hand in hand." "It's learned behavior," Delilah replied curtly. "Probably grew up watching his daddy do the same thing." Anyway, father never cared much for Lucille, partly because she was a girl, but also because she looked more like Mama than him. He wanted a boy, a legitimate son to carry on his name, so he started forcing himself on Mama whenever he was drunk enough to get over his disgust for her. And eventually, she got pregnant again. And this time it was a boy. He loved his new son, much as a cold bastard like him could love another human being, I guess. His name was Charlie, and he'd dress him up in these tiny little suits, just like one of his mobster buddies. He always said Charlie would take over the family business one day, but what he really meant was his business. Mama was no longer a factor in any decisions he made. She was a prisoner, an incubator, and a punching bag. Nothing more. I could feel that malignant smile pop up behind Delilah's veil again. She sighed. Well, it was inevitable that dear old Dad would eventually get caught up in his illegal activities. Sure enough, federal agents arrested him outside of a barber shop. They charged him with tax evasion, bootlegging, racketeering, and a whole grocery list of other nefarious deeds. When Father got out on bail, he started drinking as soon as he got into the limousine that was waiting for him outside of the jailhouse. He went straight back to the review and got blackout shit-ass drunk at the bar. He just sat there for hours, getting drunker and drunker, angrier and angrier. And who was he angry with? Who was to blame for all of his troubles? Mama, she said softly. That's who. It was all her fault. He hauled her out of bed by the hair and beat her up so badly there was blood spatters on the ceiling. Henry wrinkled his nose in disgust and grumbled, "A piece of work. Jesus." "No," Delilah countered. "I don't believe Jesus was there. Not that night." Father beat her until she was unconscious, and then he hurt her in other ways. He left her crumpled up on the floor, and a maid found her lying there in the morning. She ran downstairs hollering that the madam had been murdered. That's how bad it was. The maid thought she was dead. I muttered, "I agree with Henry. What a piece of shit." "Oh, it gets even worse," Delilah grimly assured me. Mama had broken bones and internal bleeding, but Father wouldn't let her go to a hospital. His mobster friend set him up with a doctor who had come to see her in the penthouse. The doctor was a gambling addict who was trying to work off his debts. He did what he could with the resources available to him, but Mama never fully recovered. To complicate things even more, the attack had left her pregnant again. And this time, it was me. Henry and I were quiet as we absorbed this information. Gently, Henry said, "Suppose you're right after all. Rich or poor, everyone suffers." "Yes, sir, they do," Delilah agreed. Now, Mama could feel there was something different about this pregnancy, but no one would pay her any mind. When she went into labor, they called in the doctor. He performed the delivery right there in her bedroom. When the doctor got his first good look at me, he let out a scream and dropped me onto the bed. The nurse fainted, dead away, and fell like a stone onto the floor. Father tried to come in and see what the hell was going on, but the doctor blocked him from coming through the door. He said I was horribly deformed, and he doubted I would live for very long. He asked permission to euthanize me immediately, or in his words, "We'll both be damned." My father pushed his pistol in the doctor's stomach and told him, "Get out of the way or get yourself shot." When he saw me lying there on the bloody sheets, he turned white as a ghost and said, "God in heaven, this thing is a monster. Do what you have to do, Doc, and we'll bury it tonight." Mama started screaming at them not to hurt her baby, but the doctor pulled off his gloves and filled a needle with enough morphine to kill me on the spot. He told her, "Hush now, woman. This isn't murder, it's a mercy." Mama begged him to stop, but Father pinned her to the bed while the doctor knelt down to do his dirty work. And as soon as his bare fingertips touched my skin, he froze up like an icicle and fell onto the floor. The nurse tried to revive him, but his heart was locked up tighter than a fist inside his chest. He was dead within minutes. I muttered, "Holy shit." And Henry solemnly nodded in agreement. "Holy shit indeed, dear nephew," Delilah said. Father didn't know what had just happened, but he knew that he wasn't in a hurry to get close to me. Instead, he called in some of his goons and asked one of them to pick me up. When his lackey got over his shock at my appearance, he tried to scoop me up and instantly froze in place, not blinking, not breathing, just standing there, hunched over the bed with drool sliding over his lips. Something finally clicked in Father's brain, and he told the others, "This thing is venomous. Put on a pair of gloves before you handle it." Now, none of them wanted to deal with me while I was still alive, so they stuck me into a shoebox and put me in the attic to suffocate in the dark. Mama begged Father to stop, but her pleading fell on deaf ears. So she waited until he and his men left to dispose of the other bodies in the penthouse suite. While they were gone, a couple of chambermaids helped her climb those steep stairs, and she nursed me by candlelight. She sat there on the floor with her poisonous child cradled to her breast, and no harm came to her. Because I was her, and she was me. I suppose if she hadn't been immune to my toxins, I probably would have killed her in the womb. But we were one flesh, and one blood, and we were safe together. She washed me and held me close, and in the wavering glow of the candles, she named me Delilah. The chambermaids didn't approve, but she told them every man thinks he's a Samson, doesn't he? I suppose I hope my baby girl proves to be the downfall of some arrogant bastard like my husband. Yes, I dearly hope so. When Father got back from his errand in the desert, he was furious Mama had saved me from dying in that shoebox. He threatened to kill her right then and there. She cradled me close to him and told him, "Go ahead, you rotten bastard, kill me, and kill her too. I'll be waiting for you in hell." He saw the fire in her eyes, and he knew that she was telling the truth. So he went downstairs to hide in the bottle, cowering behind the liquor like the weak man that he was. When he came back a few hours later, he told her, "Go ahead and keep it alive, if that's what you really want, but it stays up here in the attic. I don't want to see it ever again, and if I do, I'll shoot it right between the eyes." And do you know what Mama said to him? She said, "That's fine by me, because I'd rather burn this place to the ground than let you anywhere near this precious baby girl. I'd burn it down in the middle of the night, and we'd burn right along with it, you and me both. I mean what I say, you evil son of a bitch, and don't you forget it." Delilah turned to her bodyguard and said, "My throat's getting a tad dry over here, my dear. Can you fetch me a drink from the car?" Diego hustled over to the Mercedes and popped open the trunk. He came back holding a metal flask and a straw. Delilah accepted it with a quiet "Thank you, sugar," and the straw disappeared beneath her veil. Oh, it's much better. Anyway, I spent the first 7 years of my life living in the attic of the Bordeo. Mama had a separate room built, and she turned it into a nursery. And that's where I existed for every second of every hour, day in and day out. Mama would divide her time between me and the other children downstairs. When I was still very little, she started draping me in a veil so my appearance wouldn't disturb the nanny too much. She was a nice old woman who always wore a pair of thick rubber gauntlets when she came to take care of me. I was never told her real name. I just called her Nanny. Now, I knew I wasn't allowed to touch people, but I didn't understand why. Mama would tell me, "Because you'll hurt someone if you touch them." But I was just too young to understand. The nanny would sing songs and play games with me, but she never held me close or stroked my hair when I was sad. I would whine and beg for physical attention, but Nanny always stepped away and told me it was too dangerous. I remember I was acting like a little brat one day, as children do, and I tried to touch the nanny's face while she was tying my shoes. Well, that wonderful, kindly old woman slapped my hand and shoved me away with her foot. I fell down and banged the back of my head on the floor. I started to cry, and Nanny yelled, "Don't you ever touch me, ever! Do you want me to die?" I cried and cried my poor little heart out, and all she could do was stand there and cry along with me. She apologized over and over again, but there was a look of terror in her eyes. And there was something else, too. It was loathing. That sweet, kind old woman loathed me with all of her heart. Henry started to look a tad misty-eyed. I'll admit that despite my own general distaste of my new aunt and her disturbing presence, I was beginning to feel a little choked up myself. I cleared my throat and said, "I'm really sorry these things happened to you and your mom. I wish there was more I could say." Delilah took another sip from her flask and said, "Thank you kindly. Unfortunately, I'm just getting started over here." Hey there, kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I want to let you know about a new book from tonight's author, T.W. Grimm. T.W. Grimm brings us A Different Kind of Magic, available now on Amazon, in the link in the description down below. Magic, often seen as wondrous and benevolent, but T.W. Grimm, a celebrated author of eerie no-sleep tales, offers a different kind of sorcery, one that pulls at the very threads of reality, weaving tales of terror and wonder. If you want to check out A Different Kind of Magic, check the link in the description down below. And now, on to tonight's story. Now, my only connection to the real world was through the attic windows. I would spend hours looking at the sky and watching clouds float by. Mama said I couldn't go outside because I would scare people, and people were dangerous when they were scared. I asked her why people would be so scared of how I look, and she answered, because you're different. The woman in black laughed bitterly and took another sip from her flask. Sometimes I'd see other children playing outside. I have no idea they were my own brother and sister. Mom had never told me about them, or father, or about virtually anything that happened beyond the walls of the attic. All I knew was there was other kids out there, and I wanted to meet them so badly it actually hurt. Whenever I saw them down there, I'd beg to go outside until I was in tears, but the answer was always no. They said the other kids would cry and run away from me. Couldn't understand why they would do that, when all I wanted was to run and laugh with them in the sunshine. I cried over it many times. I could have filled an ocean. It was hard on Mama to see me get so worked up. But what was she going to tell me? I was too young to grasp the situation. All she could say was that I was too different to play with the other children. Someone would probably get hurt. And she was right. Henry watched intently as Delilah fished something out of a hidden pocket, his hand ready at the grip of his revolver. It was a folding fan that was embossed with the same serpentine shape that was tattooed on the back of Diego's hand. She waved some tepid air under her veil and exclaimed, "Goodness, certainly a lot warmer up here than I'd expected this time of year. It's plenty hot down my way, but don't get me wrong, but it's a dry sort of heat, more like a blast furnace, less like a vegetable steamer, if you know what I mean. Feels like I'm swimming through the air. It's absolutely horrid." Henry's hand drifted away from his gun. He smiled a little and said, "The humidity can just about drive you nuts sometimes. You're right, though. Then you usually get this warm in late October, having ourselves a dry-gas summer this year. Not ready to pack its bags and go, not quite yet." I nodded along with Henry and said, "Yes, ma'am, the heat's a different sort of beast entirely when it's coupled with the humidity." "Different sort of beast entirely," Delilah repeated in a wooden tone. "As I said, Mama was right. I was different from the other children. I found out just how different on Charlie's 10th birthday. I peeked out the window one morning and saw a whole bunch of people setting up tables on the grass. A couple of men were putting together a big metal framework of some kind, and another man was filling balloons with a tank of helium. Everywhere I looked, people were putting up lights and hanging up streamers. I'd never seen such a spectacle before, never in all my 7 years of life up in the attic. I was so excited, I couldn't stop jumping up and down and giggling like a little maniac. There were so many colors. I asked Mama what was happening down there, and her eyes got really sad. She sat me down and explained to me that it might look like a lot of fun from the safety of the attic, but it was very dangerous. She told me, "There's a lot of people out there today, so you'd better stay away from the windows. If someone saw you, they might start asking questions." I was so crushed that I couldn't watch through the windows, Delilah sighed. I ran to my bed and I cried so hard I ended up crying myself to sleep. When I woke up, Mama was sleeping beside me on the bed. She was completely zonked out on her pain pills. Mama always called them her vitamins, but they would make her act slow and tired. Sometimes she would lie down in the middle of the day and sleep like the dead. They definitely weren't vitamins. Anyhow, I slept out of bed and I tiptoed over to the bedroom window. I probably could have banged 2 frying pans together beside her head and not wake her up, but I tiptoed because I knew I was about to do something bad. I thought, just one peek, and that's it. One peek won't hurt anything. I saw dozens of people eating and drinking at the tables, and I could hear calliope music in the background. A clown was wandering through the crowd on a pair of stilts, and they even had a merry-go-round set up under a huge tent. I drank it all in like a girl dying of thirst. The colors and the sounds and the people and the laughter. I drank it all in, and then I drank some more, and I was completely transfixed. And then I saw him strolling through the crowds. The birthday boy himself. I recognized him as one of the kids that I would see playing out in the yard. I watched him stroll through the milling crowd, getting handshakes and pats on the shoulder everywhere he went, and I pressed myself up close to the glass. If only I could be down there amongst all those happy people, just smiling and eating and laughing away like anyone else. I wanted a piece of cake and a ride on the merry-go-round. I needed it. The boy in the suit shaded his eyes and craned his neck to look up, and I realized he could see me standing in the window. My heart jumped in my chest and I almost ran away, but I did a very bad thing instead. A thing I was told to never, ever do, but I went and I did it anyway. I waved at him to get his attention. Delilah sounded like she was struggling not to cry. She cleared her throat and said, "My apologies, gentlemen. It can be very difficult to talk about traumatic events, even if they happened long in the past. Those old scars can still tear open, can't they? Yes, they certainly can." Anyway, Charlie saw me waving at him, and he looked around at all the grown-ups standing nearby, but he didn't tell anyone. Instead, he headed for the front entrance. As soon as I realized he was coming up to the attic, I felt the most awful wave of panic wash over me. I hid behind a bunch of wooden crates on the far side of the attic. What if he was scared of me and ran away, just like Mama always said he would? What if he just plain didn't like me? The very thought made me want to shrivel up and disappear. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Of course, I knew I should just keep my mouth shut and hide until he was gone, but I was lonely and little and so sad all the time. I just wanted to go outside and run with him in the sunshine. That's all I wanted in the whole wide world. So I gathered up my courage, took a deep breath, and I called out to him. "Hi. Happy birthday." Poor Charlie just about jumped out of his skin. He whirled around and he yelped, "Who's there?" I came out from behind the crates, and goodness, my tiny heart was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour in my chest. I raised my hand and I squeaked, "Hi, I'm Delilah." Charlie turned just as pale as cream and asked if I was a ghost. I told him I didn't think so, but I didn't know what a ghost was, so I wasn't really sure. He walked up to me slowly, real cautious-like, and he asked, "How long have you been living in the attic? How do you get up here?" I said, "I don't know. I guess I've always been here." Charlie still wasn't sure if I was a ghost or not, but curiosity had gotten the better of him. He told me his name and said that he lived downstairs with his family. Well, I never even suspected there was anyone below us, so I was completely shocked. He gave me a funny look and said, "Do you know what this place is?" "It's a cat house." Delilah chuckled at this point, sipping at her mystery drink. She said, "I had no idea what he was talking about. I thought he meant it was a house full of cats." I didn't care either way because it was amazing to be talking to someone new. Remember, I had only ever spoken with 2 other people in my entire life. I started asking him 1,000,000 questions, but he shushed me and said, "How come you're wearing that thing on your head?" He was talking about my veil, of course. All of a sudden, I got really, really scared. I tried to shrug it off like it was no big deal, and I told him, "Mama said I have to wear it." I wanted to just leave it at that, but he kept pestering me about it. I was getting more and more flustered, and finally I just told him, "Nanny doesn't like to see my face." Charlie stared at me for a second, and then he started smirking to himself. He was only 10 years old, but that was old enough to put 2 and 2 together. "Is there something wrong with your face? Is that why they're hiding you up here? Let me see." I denied there was anything wrong with me, and Charlie said, "Yeah, right. You don't even know who you are, do you? Everyone thinks you died when you were a baby. Come on, let me see your face." "Well," Delilah said quietly, "Charlie got what he wanted." He snatched the veil off my head, and that mean laughter of his instantly turned into a scream. I tried to calm him down, but I didn't think that he could hear me over his own hollering. He grabbed an old wooden cane out of an open crate and whacked me over the head with it. My word, it hurt like the dickens. I started screaming right along with him. He kept whacking me with that cane and yelling all kinds of awful things. I was calling for Mama to come save me, but those painkillers had her floating around in the clouds somewhere. She didn't hear a thing. Charlie cornered me and laid into me with that cane. At this point, it wasn't fear reaction anymore, it was loathing. He saw something that offended him on a primal level, and he wanted to destroy it. I was curled up in a ball, blubbering at him to stop, and then something came over me. Delilah trailed off as if she were uncertain if it were wise to continue. Harry said in a gentle tone, "There are certain places where it feels natural to unload your secrets. Bar rooms, confession booths, bedrooms. Heck, people do it on the internet all the time. This farm is one of those places. A lot of secrets have been told right here where we're sitting. More than you believe. You travel all this way out here to tell us yours, so go ahead. Unburden yourself. Your secrets will stay right here with us and the rest of them." Delilah shifted uncomfortably in her chair and said, "Well, something came over me. I saw red, and just like that, I wasn't scared or hurt anymore. I was white-hot, blazing furious. I dodged another swing from that cane and slammed into him like a rocket. We fell onto the floor, and I bit him. I coiled up, and I struck just like a... Delilah let the last word die on her tongue. I could feel that wicked grin radiating beneath her veil again. I had the distinct feeling this particular memory wasn't actually difficult for her at all. She enjoyed it, I thought. Her poisonous smile. And it made me feel profoundly uncomfortable. She took another sip from her flask and said, Charlie's whole body went stiff as a board. His cheeks started turning black. It spread across his face, and he started swelling up like one of those party balloons. I realized what I had just done, and I just about fell apart. I ran into the bedroom, and I started screaming directly into Mama's face to wake her up. I jumped up and down on the bed until she finally rolled over and slurred, "Where's your veil, honey? Why aren't you wearing your veil?" I was too hysterical to make any sense. So I just grabbed her hand and pulled until she followed me. When she saw Charlie's body, she made this horrible sound and yanked her hand away from mine. Charlie was swollen up so bad, all of his shirt buttons were popped off. His skin was purple and black all over. He looked like a rotten old melon. I couldn't hardly even recognize him as a human being anymore. Mama crumpled down beside him and yelled, "What did you do? What did you do to your brother?" It hit me then. It all hit me like a clap of thunder, and suddenly I understood. I truly was a monster. And there could never be a place for me in this world. It would always come down to destroy or be destroyed. Always. Mama looked up at me and shrieked, "I told you this would happen, didn't I?" She grabbed me by the front of my dress and shook me like a rag doll. She cursed me until she was gasping for breath, and then she started to cry. I sat down on the floor beside her and we cried together for a while, me and Mama. The only person who had ever truly loved me. Henry wiped a film of sweat off of his forehead with the sleeve of his work shirt and murmured, "God Almighty. What an awful tragedy. I can't even imagine." Delilah squeezed her hands together in her lap and snorted. "Told you already, big brother. God wasn't there. To be quite frank, I don't think God was anywhere. If he was, why would he allow such a thing to happen?" Delilah paused and waited for a response. Henry shook his head and muttered, "I don't really have an answer for that. It's a damn good question, isn't it?" In a distant, musing tone, Delilah asked, "No one's heard from him in a long time, have they? A lot of folks are searching for something new to fill that void in their hearts. Isn't that right, Diego?" Diego snapped to attention and vigorously shook his head in agreement. He sat up straight and chanted, "I follow the word of the madam. I am her will made flesh." I felt an odd chill run up my spine at the evangelical lilt in his voice. Henry raised his eyebrows and said, "I see. Well, long as you're happy, I suppose. What do you say, kid? You happy?" Delilah pointedly cleared her throat, and Diego quickly slumped back into his chair and looked down at his lap to avoid eye contact with Uncle Henry and nervously fidgeted at his pants. He was already on his madam's shit list today. He didn't want to risk incurring any more of her wrath. She said, "I think your nephew is right, Henry. You do have a bad habit of derailing the conversation. Anyhow, as I was saying, his unfortunate accident was very bad news for poor little me. Mama had to get me out of there before Father found out. She rang the bell to summon the nanny and started tossing all my dirty clothes out of the laundry hamper. She said, 'We have to get you out of here right now, baby. He's going to kill you.' I asked, 'Who? Who will kill me?' And she answered, 'Your father. He'll kill you and he'll kill me too. Get in the hamper.' When the nanny saw Charlie, she staggered back and almost fainted. Mama caught her before she fell and eased her onto the floor. Nanny crossed herself and said, 'Oh my dear God, they're looking for him right now. Your husband will murder her on the spot.' Mama snapped back, 'Not if he doesn't catch her.' She made me curl up in the bottom of the hamper and packed a bunch of dirty laundry on top of me. They dragged me onto the dumbwaiter that brought up food from the kitchen and clothes from the laundry room. Mama told me, 'We're going to lower you all the way down to the basement, darling. Just wait there in the hamper and don't make a sound, okay? I'll be down as soon as I can.' I was so afraid," Delilah murmured softly. "I couldn't imagine what might happen to me next." As Mama started lowering the platform, I heard Nanny say, "Have you lost your mind, woman? Where's she gonna go? No one will ever take her in." "She was wrong, though," Delilah purred, and the flask disappeared beneath her veil for another sip. "That shriveled-up old prune, she was dead wrong about that one. Now, Henry, this is a bit off topic, but I understand you recently sold your farm. Is that so?" Henry pursed his lips and grudgingly said, "Yeah, I did. Sold it for a fair price to a couple from the city. They're looking to escape the rat race or something, I don't know. My neighbor over on the next concession, Jonathan, is going to work the land for a share of the profit. If there is any profit. Sometimes the margins can be awful slim." Delilah nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's a shame the farm couldn't have stayed in the family. I believe our nephew here feels the same way, don't you?" Her words were like a sly sucker punch to the kidney. I grimaced and said, "It wasn't the right time for us to buy. I was disappointed, but it is what it is." "Oh my, yes, timing's everything," Delilah agreed. "And funding, of course. If you lack the funds to close the deal yourself, well." Delilah trailed off and sipped away at her mystery drink. I felt my face flush red and I gritted my teeth. Delilah was undoubtedly a tragic figure, but she was also an antagonistic asshole of a human being. She used her words like a whip, splitting skin so she could lap up the misery that trickled from the wounds. Well, I suppose I should amend that statement. She was a being of some kind, but I'm not sure if human is the right term for someone who is afflicted with the Medusa disorder. And honestly, I'm not sure if afflicted is the right word either. Delilah leaned forward and waited for my rebuttal, eager for an opportunity to needle someone for her amusement. I remained silent, so she reclined back into her chair with an air of subtle disappointment and continued her story. No one at the party saw Charlie go inside. They all figured that he wandered out into the scrubland and got lost. Everyone was out there searching for him, even the laundry crew, so the laundry room was dark and empty. I lay in that hamper for what seemed like ages before I heard footsteps on the concrete floor. It was Mama and the nanny. Mama whispered, "We're going to get you out of here, sugar. Just lie still and hush." They put the hamper on a laundry cart and started wheeling me over to the service bay. And just then a man's voice called out, "Hello, ladies, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing down here?" Mama let out a yelp and said, "Oh, you scared me, Saul. What are you doing down here?" He answered, "I'm looking for your boy, madam. In fact, just about everyone's looking for your boy." "Everyone except you." There was a thick silence. And then Mama told him, "I'm sure he's just out wandering, Saul. That's what kids do. They explore their environment." You could hear the raw emotion in her voice. She wasn't fooling anyone, let alone one of her husband's cutthroats. He said, "I went up to the attic, I saw what happened. That she-devil of yours, that circus freak. She in that hamper? Huh? You trying to smuggle her out of here?" Mama started to deny it, but Nanny spoke up and said, "I'm so sorry. She forced me to help her. I wasn't even there when it happened. I swear it's true." Mama growled, "You nasty old bitch." And I heard a loud smack. There was the sound of a struggle, and Mama shrieked, "Stay away from her. Don't you hurt her." I heard another smack, louder this time, and Mama cried out in pain. The man yelled, "Stay down," and a big hand in a rubber glove hauled me out by my arm. I found myself staring at a mean-looking thug with a crooked nose and a scar up his lip. He looked down at me with absolute horror in his eyes as he whispered, "Sweet Mother of God, how could you let this thing live?" Mama was lying on the floor with her eyes swelling shut. She pushed herself up with her arms and screeched, "Get him, baby! He wants to hurt you! He's a bad man!" "Oh," Delilah crooned, and her hands clenched tightly around the flask. Oh, the horrible rage I felt when I saw what he did to Mama's poor, sweet face. I went absolutely wild. He tried to shove me away and pull out his gun, but I was too fast. I sank my teeth into his neck, and he went down like a ton of bricks. Nanny screamed and turned to run, but the old croon tripped over her own feet. She hit her head on a folding table on the way down and started to crawl away. Mama pointed at Nanny's retreating backside and groaned, "She'll tell them everything, baby. You have to stop her." Delilah sipped from her flask in an air of deep satisfaction. In a matter-of-fact tone, she said, "I understood what had to be done. I came after Nanny with blood on my teeth and murder in my heart. She swore she wouldn't tell anyone, but I knew it was a lie. So I silenced her." There was another uncomfortable silence, dense and oppressive. Henry wiped a fresh film of sweat off of his face with his sleeve and murmured, "Good Christ, I don't even know what to say to that." He grabbed a fresh can out of the cooler and rolled it against his forehead. "Tastes awful," he said, "but it's cold and wet. So I'm guessing your mother intended to smuggle you out of there in a laundry truck." "It's exactly what she was planning to do," Delilah confirmed. Unlike other women in that era, Mama knew how to drive. She was so bored and isolated as a teenager, she actually paid one of her father's delivery drivers to teach her how. So she put on a pair of sunglasses and a man's work jacket, tucked her hair under a hat, and I'll be damned if she didn't drive us right through the front gate without anyone even batting an eye. We were down the road and long gone before anyone even knew she was gone. Mama was hoping to take me out to her family's horse ranch in New Mexico, but the truck had other plans. We broke down on the side of the road just after sunset. We were way out in the middle of the desert, and there wasn't a single soul for miles. Mama sat behind the wheel for a while with her head in her hands, and then she said, "We're going to start walking, baby. We'll just pray the wrong person doesn't find us." Well, Mama never taught me anything about religion. That's why I didn't know what she was talking about. She told me praying is when someone asks a higher power to help them out during a rough time. I thought about it for a minute. So then I asked, "Is there more than one higher power? Which one should I pray to?" Mama just rubbed her eyes and said, "I honestly don't know. Folks pray to a lot of different gods, and I don't know who's doing it right and who's doing it wrong. Just pray for things to turn out, and maybe someone will hear you." Delilah pointed at Henry and asked, "How about you, big brother? Do you pray to a god?" Henry rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Oh, prayers are just hopeful thoughts, aren't they? Hoping for the best. I do that all the time." Delilah nodded thoughtfully and took another sip from her flask. "It's an interesting take, Henry. I don't disagree with you. How about you, nephew?" I shrugged and said, "I have in the past. I'll probably do it again in the future. Not sure if there's a God or not, but can't hurt, right?" "I suppose not," Delilah conceded. "But it might not help either." Anyhow, there we were, stranded in the desert with bad people looking for us and nowhere to hide. So I did what Mama told me to do, and I prayed to a higher power. Lo and behold, just a little while later, we saw headlights pop up in the distance. Mama was scared it might be Father's henchmen, but I assured her it was going to be just fine. I said, "I prayed, and something listened, Mama. It's going to be okay." Pretty soon, an old Studebaker came rattling into a stop on the road beside us. He was full of all these rough-looking people with dirty faces and wild, bushy beards. They all got out and stared at us with a look of fear and wonder on their faces. One of them stepped forward with his hat clutched in his chest and said, "The scion and the mother walking along a dusty road beneath the desert moon. Saw it in my dreams many years ago, when I was still just a child myself. We've been searching for you for a long time, Mother. Praise him." The others repeated, "Praise him," in unison. Their leader showed Mama the serpent tattoo on the back of his hand, and he asked, "Mother, will you allow us to see the child's face?" And Mama hesitated for a moment, and then she exposed my face to the moonlight. I was expecting them to scream, but that didn't happen. No, they started to laugh and sing praises to the heavens instead. They were overjoyed. The leader threw himself on the ground at my feet and cried like a baby. They weren't afraid of me. They worshipped me. They loved me with all of their heart and soul. They still do. Isn't that right, Diego? "More than my own life," Diego breathed. His right cheek was twitching beneath the lens of his sunglasses, and his lips were drawn together in a tight, bloodless line. He looked like he was either going to start bawling or lash out in a violent frenzy, maybe both at the same time. Henry's hand promptly dropped onto the gun in his lap and it stayed there. Delilah patted her servant's knee and asked, "Would you kill for me, Diego?" He automatically responded, "Anyone, anywhere, anytime." "Of course you would," Delilah chuckled. "Would you die for me, though? Tell the truth." Diego promptly intoned in a strange, mechanical voice, "It'd be the highest honor to die in the service of the madam." It seemed like he wasn't answering the question so much as he was reciting a line of scripture, often repeating and long committed to memory. I glanced over at Henry, and by the stunned expression on his face, I knew we'd come to the same conclusion at the same time. His long-lost half-sister appeared to be the leader of a bona fide death cult. Delilah slurped back the remains of whatever was in her flask and handed it over to Diego. She purred, "Go put this back for me, sugar, and then wait in the car. Get that air conditioning going, you hear? I'll be leaving soon." Diego stood up, cast one last menacing scowl at Henry and myself, and stalked back to the Mercedes with his hands clenched into fists. When he was out of earshot, she said, "They took us back to their compound in the desert. We settled in and began our new lives as the scion and the mother. Of course, Mama didn't believe a single word of their holy rolling nonsense, but she understood that we had no choice but to play along. And after that, it felt natural. It felt right." Now, obviously, I don't believe I'm some sort of antichrist figure. Honestly, I'm just doing what I have to do in order to get by in this world. But it's awfully strange, isn't it? The effects of my condition match with their delusions almost perfectly. That young man's childhood premonition saved us that night. It brought us together. Like two lost pieces of a puzzle. when you throw that little prayer of mine into the mix, well, it's awfully strange. Yeah, that is pretty strange, Henry mused. Coincidences happen, sure, that's a pretty big coincidence. It's food for thought, Delilah murmured. When Mama passed away, I took on the name Madame Delilah, to honor her memory. They just call me the Madam most of the time, and that's fine by me. I like my given name well enough, but the Madam just sounds so elegant, doesn't it? Now, if you don't mind me asking, how many people do you have in your, congregation? Henry asked carefully. He had almost said cult, but he caught himself at the last instant. Well, when we first arrived at the compound, there was only 20 people in total, and that was including Mama and myself, but it wasn't long before new believers started trickling in. 1, 2, 5, 10, more and more all the time. Today we're 10,000 strong, and we have congregations all over the country. Our flock is always growing. 10,000 will become 20,000, then 40,000. I reckon it won't be long before we step into the light and make ourselves known, but that time hasn't come just yet. It will come, though, gentlemen. It most certainly will. Henry took a long swallow from his beer and darkly muttered, I'm kind of wishing this is the real thing right about now. Do you mind if I ask the name of your organization? What do these people even believe exactly? Delilah brightly chirped. I'm afraid we're not quite ready to reveal ourselves just yet, Henry. Without getting into particulars, our followers hold on to very strong opinions concerning the role of the serpent in the whole Garden of Eden affair. Let's just say, they're firmly on Team Serpent. And we'll leave it at that. Delilah let out a yawn and said, Well, Henry, I suppose I'll finish my story real quick and get out of your hair. Father pulled some strings and had Charlie's death declared an accident. He blamed me, of course, but I was only 7 years old. I never intended to hurt anyone. I just wanted a friend. Every child wants a friend. Every child deserves a friend, Henry interjected. Children are born pure. They don't come into this world with hatred in their hearts. They learn it from their environment, and who's responsible for that? Us, that's who. Once again, I can't disagree, Henry. Anyway, Father was granted a divorce from Mama in absentia. And when enough time had passed, he had her declared legally dead. He was in a lot of hot water with all the indictments, but the state didn't do a very good job at protecting their witnesses. A bunch of them went missing, the rest of them stopped cooperating with the prosecution. Their case fell apart, and they were forced to let him walk. The review had closed its doors shortly after Mama disappeared. When Father was cleared of all charges, he had it demolished and fled the state. You know the rest of the story from there. Well, everything, except for the very end. See, I'd been secretly tracking the old goat for many years. I knew where he was, how much he was worth, and where he had hidden all his assets. I had a plan, and I waited until the time was right. When I learned Father was on his deathbed, I showed up at his door with a handful of legal documents and 5 of my most devoted acolytes. We forced our way in, and 3 of my followers detained his wife and the nurse who was doing Father's home care. They were too afraid to make much of a fuss. The rest of us trooped up to the 2nd floor to pay Daddy Dearest a visit. It was the first time I'd ever seen him in real life. Just a pile of sticks at this point, all bones and hanging skin. I stood beside his bed and I asked him, "Do you know who I am?" He squinted up and he wheezed. "You're the devil that stole my boy." I said, "Well, that's your opinion on the matter, isn't it? Now allow me to tell you a fact, you horrible old bastard. You're going to sign each and every one of these documents and I'm going to kill you. And that is not an opinion, dear Father. It is a fact." Delilah tittered fondly at this memory, then added, "He signed them, of course. Our patriarch wasn't a hero, not even on his deathbed." When he was done, I told the others to wait for me downstairs, and after they were gone, I leaned over him and said, "You haven't seen my face since the night of my birth. I think it's time to take one last look at me, Father. Look at what you've created." I lifted my veil, and he died of heart failure on the spot. I didn't even need to touch him. It's almost kind of a letdown, to be honest. He just let out a gasp, and that was that. He was gone. Delilah gracefully flowed out her chair with a low groan, executing a big stretch skyward with unnervingly long arms. She looked down at us and said, "It was amazing how quickly his widow stopped caring about his death after I told her about his hidden wealth. I took Father's nurse aside and explained that she had two options. She could either receive $10,000 for her sworn discretion on the matter, or she could go for a car ride. She wisely chose the money. And with that, gentlemen," Delilah said briskly, "my tale has concluded. The time has come for me to take my leave. I apologize for the intrusion, but I simply had to know if there was any other members of the family who suffered from my condition. I'm relieved to hear that I'm the only one."
"You would have had them killed," Henry said flatly. "Isn't that right? You're the messiah figure in a cult full of cutthroats and nut jobs. These cults. Big money, aren't they?" "Sure they are. You can't risk having another messiah pop up out of the blue. Not now. There's too much at stake. You have your sister killed too? Didn't want a living heir to come after you for a share of that estate. Bet you got rid of her a long time ago, didn't you?"
Delilah stared at him for a moment. Then she threw her head back and barked some cynical laughter at the treetops high above. She said, "You are a cagey one, Henry. I'll certainly give you that. I'm very pleased to have met you, big brother, and before I go, I'd like to make you an offer. How about I buy the farm from these new folks and give it back to you? Free and clear, no strings attached. Would you like that?" I choked on a mouthful of non-alcoholic beer and fell into a coughing fit. Henry, however, appeared to be unfazed by her offer. He pursed his lips and said,
"People are awfully excited to start a new life here. Not sure if you'd convince them to sell."
"Oh, Diego's very persuasive," Delilah countered. "I think you could convince them to do just about anything I wanted. So what do you say, Henry? I promise to make it worth their while, and then it'll be yours again. You won't owe me a thing."
Henry shook his head and said, "No, thank you, ma'am. I don't want that. Your money is tainted, and frankly, so are you. I feel sorry for you, but I don't like you. I don't want your charity. I just want you to leave."
Delilah flapped her hand at him, a dismissive gesture, and she snapped, "Very well then, Henry. I wish you all the best." I spoke up and said, "Wait a second. Okay, it's none of my business, but I have to ask. What's in the flask?" Delilah went silent, carefully considering her answer, and then she said, "Over time, the Medusa disorder slowly changes your digestive system. I haven't been able to consume solid food in many years. I drink my nutrition instead." "But what is it?" I asked again. And I could feel her malignant smile radiating its casual evil from behind the dark curtain of her veil. It made the hair stand up on my arms. She said, "It's best if I keep that a secret for now. Just for now, though. Things will change. Remember, we're 10,000 strong and growing. Soon enough, it'll be 20,000, and then 40, and then, well, who knows? The word of the serpent is spreading far and wide. In due time, we'll go public with our beliefs, and all your questions will be answered. Good day, gentlemen." Delilah turned and glided her way back to the waiting Mercedes. Diego jumped out and hustled to open her door before she got there. She turned back to look at us one last time before she left. And languid breeze gusted enough to make her veil swirl around in the wind. I was left with a quick impression of an elongated jaw that sloped into a disgustingly long neck. I saw a quick flash of wickedly sharp teeth and the glitter of yellow irises. It was just the briefest of glance, but that was enough to make my heart pound in my chest. We watched the Mercedes recede into the distance. When it was gone, I turned to Henry and said, "Can you believe that just happened? Holy shit." "Well," Henry drawled, "I'll tell you something, kid. It's a big, weird old world out there. We really don't know jack shit about it. All I can say for sure is that cult's gonna be a big problem someday. You watch and see." A few days later, I wandered into a variety store to pick up some lottery tickets, and I noticed a very familiar tattoo on the back of the clerk's hand. I wanted to mention it to him, but I had no idea what to say. After all, weren't they a secret organization? I thought. "Hey man, I have a funny story for you. I actually met your messiah the other day. Turns out we're related, so can I maybe get a discount on these tickets?" I decided to keep my mouth shut, and I headed for the door. As I was walking away, the clerk called out, "The serpent will return, brother. Believe it." I turned around and tried to think of a response. He saw the look on my face and said, "Come on, I saw the way you looked at my tattoo. It won't be long before we can stop hiding in the shadows. There's more of us every day. Have a blessed night, brother." Delilah said they were 10,000 strong and steadily growing. As I drove home, I tried to imagine an alternate reality where a serpent-worshipping death cult ruled the world. With numbers like that, a highly organized mob of zealots could probably take control of an entire city. What if there was 100,000 of them? 100 million? And Delilah would be at the helm of the ship, twisted by horrible misfortunes and driven by the thirst for revenge. Delilah, who so closely resembled their image of an unholy messiah. Delilah, with her poisonous touch and deadly venom. Henry was right. They could become a problem someday. A very serious problem. As Henry was fond of saying, it's a big, weird old world out there. We really don't know jack shit about it. What he doesn't mention is that sometimes it's a lot better that way. It allows us to get some sleep at night. Winter melts away into spring. Spring ignites into summer. Summer smolders into autumn. And the coals of autumn are extinguished by the cold snows of winter. All things in this world revolve around the cycle of life, death, and renewal. That's the nature of existence. Try as you might, there's simply no stopping the cycle. Uncle Henry has entered that last stage of his journey. His journey through this big, weird old world of ours. And this fact filled me to the brim with anxiety. I couldn't imagine his absence from my life. It was incomprehensible to me that he would eventually exhale his last breath, and then he would be gone. On his end, Henry tried his best to settle into a new life in a new place. And he did a lot better than I had expected. I was half anticipating a barrage of angry phone calls from the director of the retirement community within the first few weeks, but Henry behaved himself. Didn't tell off any of the staff. He allowed the landscapers to do their work in peace. All in all, Henry adjusted pretty well for a crusty old farmer who wasn't used to being crowded by strangers. He liked walking down to the community center to socialize with other residents, but he referred to their shuttle bus outings as taking the Oldie Express to Diaper Town. Instead, Henry took up lawn bowling, and he became almost obsessed with the card game cribbage. He spent hours researching strategies on his new laptop, squinting at the screen with a notebook and a pen at the ready. "I've been mopping the floor with these old fuckers," he told me with a grim smile. They call me Hank the Shark down at the community center.
Hank the Shark, I repeated slowly, and I shook my head. Henry, you're the only person I know who would move to a retirement village and immediately turn into a degenerate gambler. Don't drain anyone's retirement fund, okay?
I can't promise anything.
Henry grumbled sourly.
Nothing else to do around here except play cards, make myself some enemies. And I can't drink anymore. They won't even let me smoke inside. A bunch of horse shit. Who the hell cares if I'm smoking in my own frickin' house? I live alone, for Christ's sake.
It wasn't the first time I'd heard that particular grievance. I patted his head and I sighed. Can't smoke indoors because you're an old fart with a memory like a housefly. You'd fall asleep mid-puff and burn the entire complex down.
Well, fuck you too,
he retorted sourly.
Everything's changing, isn't it? I don't just mean my own predicament, I mean everything. Hardly none of it's for the better. Things just aren't the same anymore. Everyone's got their face glued to their smartphone. They're watching those stupid little videos and reading jackass opinions. I see you doing it all the time, kiddo. So don't try to deny it. People donate all their money to loudmouth dickheads so they can sit in their asses and stir the pot all day. Meanwhile, working folk can't afford to live anymore. I'll tell you something, when the ordinary people who keep this whole shit show running can't afford to live, it's a pretty good indication the whole thing's fucked beyond repair. I say we throw it all out and start over. This ain't gonna end well.
I gravely shook my head and murmured, "No, it won't. Things are getting ugly out there."
It's all horse shit,
Henry mumbled.
You're telling me these billion-dollar corporations, they can just piss down our backs, their chemical spills, their toxic pollution. Can't light a cigarette inside my own home? Good Christ, what a farce. In the world I used to know, kiddo. Not even close.
No, I countered. Maybe not. I'm glad you're still here with the rest of us. And you should be glad too.
I tell you to fuck off already,
Henry grunted. I laughed until there were tears in my eyes. Henry didn't laugh along with me, however. He wasn't joking. This isn't the world that he was used to. And he didn't much care for what was coming to replace it. His time was already becoming an echo of a faded memory. Shortly after Henry had moved into the retirement village, I started the process of querying literary agents to represent a collection of tales from Henry's farm. By the time December rolled around, I had only heard back from 2 of them, and both had declined to represent the book. Rejection's the norm in this business, unfortunately, but I was still pretty disheartened. But they were good stories. They deserved an audience. I started doubting my skills as a writer. Was it my own fault? Did I fuck it all up somehow? Michelle tried to console and encourage me the best she could, but she didn't really understand my drive to get this work published as soon as possible. I wanted other people to read it, sure. Hopefully lots and lots of people, but I wanted Henry to read it even more. I wanted him to see his own words in print before before it was his time to go. I wanted him to be proud of me. And even more, I wanted Uncle Henry to be proud of himself. If this story was one of those Hallmark feel-good movies, some up-and-coming literary agent would have agreed to represent tales from Henry's farm, resulting in a decent offer from a major publishing company, and in this squeaky-clean version of reality, the book would have rocketed to the top of New York Times bestseller list, and it would stay there for months. Henry and I would receive bags of money from our ecstatic publishers, and they all would live happily ever after. But this is real life. It's not a movie.
Real life is messy, painful. Your hopes and dreams mean nothing outside your own head. In reality, I kept plugging along, making queries, hoping for the best, and time passed. Christmas came and went. Then it was a brand new year. More rejections, more queries. The occasional visit with an ever-declining Uncle Henry, colorful bird who was never meant to live in a cage. Henry lost interest in matching wits with the other old-timers down at the rec center, and he gradually became a shut-in. The last time I visited him, he barely looked away from the television. He was watching a 24-hour news channel without really seeing or hearing the talking heads on the screen. It broke my fucking heart, you know? Henry was a shell of the man that he used to be. A shriveled husk, no motivations or desires. He wasn't living, he was simply existing. And that was all. In March, I got a call from the retirement village. It was bad news. Housekeeping staff found Henry lying on the floor in front of his easy chair. He suffered a significant subarachnoid hemorrhage. In other words, Uncle Henry dropped from a massive stroke. As he crumpled to the floor, the space between his brain and his skull filled with blood, putting a dangerous amount of pressure on his brain. And gently, they informed me that Henry was in a coma. And it was unlikely that he'd ever become conscious again. Michelle wandered into the room as I finished the call. She saw the look on my face and immediately asked, "Is it Henry? What happened?" I cleared a hard lump in my throat and I croaked, "He's in a coma. It was a stroke. They said that we should get there as soon as we can." Quietly, Michelle murmured, "Oh my God," and gave me a tight hug. "I'm so sorry. Where did they take him? St. Anne's? General? I'll drive." "Let me just pop into the bathroom real quick first, okay? I'll be out in a few minutes." I barely even heard what she was saying. I was numb all over. She scurried into the bathroom and I sat down on the living room couch to wait. I stared blindly at the TV and I concentrated on holding it together. Obviously, I'd known that Henry wasn't going to live forever, but I assumed that we still had a few good years left before he died. This was all so abrupt. Cold. Boom, just like that. Uncle Henry was gone. He wouldn't live to see the book published. He might not even live to see tomorrow. His days of seeing and experiencing things were over. It was more than just heartbreaking. It wasn't fucking fair. Good people should be allowed to live a long, long time because good people are so tragically rare, aren't they? I mean, bad people are a dime a dozen, but good people are like diamonds in quicksand. They briefly shine and then they're gone forever and nobody cares. Sure, we remember the names of tyrants and madmen for centuries, but those who would make the world a slightly better place are so quickly forgotten. Beside me, Henry grumbled. "Hold your horses, kiddo. I'm not gone yet." I gasped, "What the fuck?" And I slid off the couch in a state of pure shock. Uncle Henry had suddenly appeared beside me, looking pale and very, very tired in a hospital gown. Empty couch one instant, Henry the next. I almost had a heart attack. Henry grinned slightly at my expression and said, "Don't shit yourself, okay? I'm not really here. I'm not at the hospital either. I'm somewhere in between." I stared at him from the floor and whispered, "No, come on, man. That shit again?" Henry threw back his head and let out a deep, genuine belly laugh. He nudged me with his white, wrinkly foot and said, "I'm afraid so, kid. Listen to me, okay? Don't say anything, just listen. It's my time to go. But some things hold me back. I don't know many of the particulars, but you have a job to do before I can move along. I wish it wasn't so, but it is." I stared at him mutely, my heart still pounding from the sudden adrenaline rush. Finally, I managed to peel my tongue from the roof of my mouth and I croaked, "I don't want you to move along, Henry. That's the last thing I want." Henry blew out an irritated breath and snapped, "I think it's a choice. People die. Every single one of us dies. It's just how it is. Doesn't matter if you like it or not, it's a fact. My time's come and I need your help. You understand? I can't come back. It's done." Henry was right. No, I didn't like it. Not at all. And I sure as hell didn't want to accept it, but I knew Henry was right. We all die. All we can do is wake up every day and hope for the best. Everything beyond that's just whistling in the dark. "Yeah," I answered finally. I wiped away a film of tears on my sleeve. "I get it. Stop being such an asshole. I'm grieving over here." Henry patted my shoulder and slumped back into the couch. He looked exhausted. He sighed. "I don't want to be an asshole. There comes a time when the hard truth needs to be spoken. Anyway, I know it all has something to do with you and the farm, and that's about it. I need your help to figure this out. Don't fuck around while you're out there, kiddo, because if I don't leave soon, I think I might be stuck here." I stood up and blinked down at him in confusion. Slowly, I said, "Stuck where? Are you saying you'll be stuck in between?" "No, jackass," Henry snapped. "I'll be stranded in fucking Florida. What do you think I mean? Look, it's not safe here, do you understand? Before the dead can move on, we have to leave all the bad things behind. Bad stuff stays in between." I crossed my arms defensively and I asked, "When you say bad stuff, what do you mean exactly?" "Evil thoughts, horrible deeds," Henry answered quietly. "The worst things you can imagine." I felt a stir of goose flesh rise up on my arms. I cast a quick glance down the hall and said, "We're going to be leaving for the hospital shortly, so make it quick. What do I need to do?" Henry shook his head in irritation. He grunted. "Aren't you listening? You're not heading to the hospital, you damn fool. You're going out to the farm." I sputtered. "Okay, fine. I'm going out to the farm, but what am I supposed to do while I'm there? What am I looking for?" Henry rubbed his temples and mumbled, "I don't really know. I have a feeling you won't have much difficulty finding it. The future may be silent, but the past is loud as hell." I slumped my shoulders in defeat and mumbled, "Yeah, I hope you're right." Henry heaved himself to his feet and squeezed my shoulder. Quietly, he said, "I need to move on, kiddo. I'm tired. It's time for rest." As the last word left his mouth, I abruptly found myself standing alone in my living room. Henry was gone. I took in a deep breath and lurched down the hall to knock on the bathroom door. I wasn't sure how I was going to explain why I was going to drive out to the old farm instead of the hospital. "Hey, I need to talk to you about something real quick, okay?" I was met with silence. I knocked again and called her name, but there was no answer. I hesitated for a second, my heart suddenly pounding very fast in my chest. I started to say her name and I opened the door and it died on my tongue. The bathroom was empty. Michelle had closed the door and disappeared. I ran around the apartment calling her name with rising panic until I realized that Michelle wasn't the one who had disappeared. I had slipped in between, a place that's neither here nor there. I wandered back into the living room and flopped onto the couch. Felt real. I also felt real. But it wasn't exactly true anymore. I looked up at the ceiling and I demanded, now what? Do I drive there? Can you drive when you're in between? I shrugged on my coat, pulled my hat snugly over my ears, and cautiously stepped out the front door. Instead of the carpet hallway outside my apartment, I found myself standing outside on a brisk March evening. I was at the farmhouse, shivering at the edge of the front lawn with a million stars blazing overhead. I said in a faint voice, "Guess I don't have to drive," and walked up the driveway. Henry had sold the farm to a couple in their early 30s. Their names were David and Corsa something or other, and I could barely remember what they looked like. What was I supposed to say to these people if they opened the door? I didn't even know if we were able to see each other. I snarled, "Fuck it. They can use a Ouija board," and rapped sharply on the door. The new owners had installed a doorbell, but I refused to ring it. The glowing button looked completely out of place on the old door frame. It was an unwelcome intruder, just like the new owners. Didn't belong there. A second later, David something or other opened the door and gave me a blank stare. He said, "Yeah, can I help you?" I had no idea how to even begin, so I took a deep breath and mumbled, "Good evening, sir. Nice night out, right?" He looked at me with open hostility. I stammered, "It's David, right? I'm Henry's nephew. Henry's this, he's the old farmer who sold you this property. You know, we've met a couple of times. Do you remember me at all?" David's eyes narrowed. He said, "Yeah, I suppose so," and folded his arms, glaring at me with thinly veiled hostility. "What do you want?" This wasn't going well, but I had no choice but to plow ahead anyway. I said, "Well, this is going to sound a bit odd, I suppose, but I'd like your permission to take a wander around the farm. I know this is a bit of an imposition, but I really need to do this tonight. Henry isn't doing so hot right now, unfortunately. He had a stroke, and they don't think he's going to make it. And before he went under, he asked me to come out here, and he asked me to..." My words dried up mid-sentence. I had just noticed that something appeared to be crawling out of David's ear. He gave me a strange look and said, "Oh, I guess you didn't hear about it. Well, before you go on any further, I should probably tell you something." His words seemed fuzzy and far away. I was too busy staring at the object that was slowly pushing itself out of his ear. It was fat, round, and pale as milk. David whispered, "I killed Cora, my wife. Happened a few months ago." I looked into his wide, glistening eyes and choked. What? You did what?" "Can't even remember why it happened. She was in the kitchen. I came up behind her with my gun. She asked why I did it, but I couldn't give her an answer. I just shook my head and waited for her to die." I took a deep and shaky breath and quavered, "You're here?" David ignored me as he plowed on. He said, "And she, when she stopped talking, I went up to the attic and I screamed for a while. Couldn't believe it happened, you know? It was like, the hell did I just do? But it was done. Couldn't take it back. I didn't want to go to jail, so I hung myself from the rafters with my belt. I couldn't see another way out. I watched in a state of tongue-tied revulsion as the thing in his ear squirmed free and fell onto his shoulder. It was a long, white worm. David casually flicked it aside and said, "This is where the bad things are, kiddo. Henry doesn't belong here. He won't last very long." I took a big shambling step back and almost fell down the porch steps. I gasped, What do you mean? What'll happen?" "Be like a guppy in a fish tank," David said softly. "Sooner or later, he'll be eaten alive." He barked out a harsh gust of laughter and then slammed the door in my face, leaving me standing there on the front step with my breath pluming in the weak glow of the porch light. I realized there weren't any tire tracks in the crushed snow behind me. No one had pulled into the driveway for a good long while. In the gloom just beyond the glow of the porch light, someone said, "Don't let him rattle you, kiddo. Go on inside." I turned to see Henry strolling up the porch in his hospital gown. It somehow hung motionless in the cold, stiff breeze. In a grave tone, Henry said, "Doubts and fears can take on a life of their own, but none of that can hurt you. Not if you don't let it happen." I groaned. "I don't know, Henry. I seem to recall walking away with some pretty decent bruises last time. Not to mention the nightmares." Henry flapped his hand dismissively and snorted, "Nightmares are a dime a dozen. Good dreams, though, that's different. Good ones are priceless. Forget the nightmares, cherish the good ones. They can get awfully scarce." Henry swung open the door and gently steered me inside. "Go on, dragging your feet isn't gonna make it go away." The mudroom was dark and empty. I flicked on the light and saw the new occupants had torn down the old wood paneling. They had painted the walls a light, airy shade of blue instead. I hated it. It was all wrong. It looked and smelled different in here, and I didn't like it one bit. I pushed through the door into the kitchen and was greeted by gloom, dust, and silence. The house was ominously vacant. David and Cora, something or other, appeared to be long gone. I reached out and flicked the light switch on the wall. The overhead light revealed a faint maroon-colored stain on the floorboard in front of the sink. I stared at the stain on the floor and thought, "Oh, fuck, that doesn't bode well." I cleared my throat and tried an experimental, "Hello? Is anyone here?" I was answered by a flat, damp echo of my own voice bouncing back from the barren walls. It seemed that David and Cora had moved in, performed a large number of home renovations, and then disappeared in a span of less than a year. What happened? I eyed the bloodstain on the kitchen floor and muttered, "Murder. That's what happened." I wandered around the main floor and turned on all the overhead lights. At the foot of the stairs that led to the second floor, I paused and listened intently as I peered up into the darkness above. I called out, "Look, I'm not here to play Ghostbusters or whatever, okay? Believe me, I don't want that. I need to help Henry move on." I was answered by a strangled, gurgling cry from the upstairs bedroom. It was followed by a string of desperate gagging sounds. I grimaced and reluctantly started climbing the staircase. The horrid gagging sounds grew more frantic by the second. It was like someone was trying to scream with a lungful of water. The racket seemed to be coming from the upstairs bathroom. I fumbled with the light switch and illuminated the second-floor hallway with the weak glow of a single overhead bulb. I walked up to the bathroom door with leaden feet and called out, "Is someone in there? Hello?" The gurgling fell silent. I hovered indecisively for a moment, then took a deep breath and opened the door. The smell hit me like a punch in the gut. It was awful beyond description, a stomach-turning blend of sulfur, rotting flesh, and hot sewage. Pallid light spilled in from the hallway, revealing a large man gasping for his life on the floor. He was on his hands and knees, a stream of dark fluid pouring from a gaping wound across his throat. A straight razor lay on the spattered tiles near his hand. The dying man stared up at me with wild, rolling eyes, and he tried to speak. A dark sheet of foul liquid oozed over his lips and drooled down his chin. He reached out with a trembling hand, and I instinctively moved away from his touch. His skin was a mottled patchwork of purple and blue. He looked like a corpse. The ghastly specter started crawling at me, gagging on its own blood as it tried to speak. I skidded away from it, an involuntary cry of disgust on my lips, and I slammed the door shut. I fled down the hall and took the stairs 2 at a time. I stopped just short of bolting out the front door and forced myself to breathe for a moment. I was pretty sure that I just witnessed the last moments of the unfortunate Willie Van Klein, Uncle Henry's former neighbor. According to Uncle Henry, poor Willie slipped into a downward spiral when his oldest boy died in Vietnam, culminating in the unwitting release of a supernatural horror upon the world. In a final act of madness, he cut his own throat in a blood sacrifice. I told myself it was just a story, but I knew better than that. When you slip in between, the concept of reality becomes entirely subjective. Restless spirits reside there, wandering among the dreadful compulsions and unimaginable terrors. I turned away from the door and shouted into the empty house, "What the hell am I even doing here?" I waited for a response, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was empty and silent as a tomb, but I knew I wasn't alone. Finally, I threw my hands up in exasperation and snarled, "Okay, sure, that's fine. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing here, but it's just fine. I'll keep looking around, how's that?" From the kitchen, a rough, slurring voice shouted back, "You should look for a pair of balls while you're at it, kid. Pair of balls and a goddamn spine." My stomach dropped into my feet, and my breath caught in my throat. I knew that voice. I knew it all too well. 20 years after his death, that hoarse, boozy growl still haunted my dreams. It was my dad. Not too long ago, I had banished the remnants of his odious presence in this world with the swing of a shovel. But now I was in between where the bad things are. Dear old Dad came staggering out of the kitchen and fixed me with a baleful gaze. His eyes were bloodshot and feral beneath the heavy shelf of his brow. He was blackout drunk and almost crackling with aggression. Dad had a bottle of rum in one hand and he was carrying a shovel in the other. He pointed at me with the shovel and said, "Had to dig ourselves a couple of holes tonight, boy. One's for Henry, and the other one's for you." I fought the urge to run. Instead, I took a step forward and said, "I'm not afraid of you anymore." The jagged flutter in my voice told a different story. I was very afraid. Whenever my father had fallen deep into the bottle, he would always become filled with black, murderous rage. He'd killed many people during the war, and I believe he may have started to enjoy it after a while. After the war was over, he killed at least one more unfortunate soul in a drunken road rage incident. As you may recall, the body was buried in Henry's root cellar. At Henry's request, I dug the victim's remains and I disposed of them in a bonfire. And I had exhumed the mummified corpse with the very same shovel my father was holding in his rough, calloused hands. Dad slowly shook his head at me, his lips curled down in disgust. He said, "I always told your mother you grew up to be a sissy, but she wouldn't listen. I told her that you'd never make her proud, and I was right. What have you done with yourself, sissy boy? What'd you ever do to make your mother proud?" I croaked. "Nothing." And I felt tears sting my eyes. He grinned and shook his head again. "Nothing," he echoed. And he took a deep swig from the bottle. "Look at you. Sorry little shit stain. Look at you. Cowering in front of another man with tears in your eyes. This is what your mother brought into this world. Crybaby sack of shit right there. Your existence is a sin." I whispered. "You shut the hell up. You aren't any better." Dad narrowed his eyes and leaned against the shovel. He said, "Let me tell you a story real quick, Mr. Writer Man. You like a good story, don't you?" I wiped my eyes and said, "Nope. I don't have to listen anymore. You're gone." Dad grinned and shot back, "Then who the hell are you talking to right now, stupid? I ain't gone. I'll always be alive in your head, boy. I ain't going nowhere." An unexpected jolt of fury shoved my fear and grief aside because the malignant son of a bitch was right. Bad memories fade, but they never disappear entirely. I can make peace with myself and move on, but I'll never be able to erase him from my past. I bellowed, "Get out of here!" And I lunged for the shovel. Dad yoinked it out of my grasp and belted me across the side of the head with the bottle. It exploded in a shower of glass, and I hit the floor with blood running down my face in a crimson curtain. I tried to sit up and was promptly shoved onto my back with a muddy work boot. Dad said, "There ain't no rules in a fight. There ain't no rules in life, neither. And there sure as shit ain't no rules in death. You should head back to the other side and forget about Henry. Can't help him move on. You can't do nothing right. Nothing at all. You ain't no fucking good." I groaned. "Still better than you." But I was talking to an empty room. He was gone. I struggled to my feet and my hands clenched into fists. There was no one to fight. I had a phantom ache in my skull where the bottle had connected, but the gash in my scalp had vanished, along with all the blood. Dad had disappeared into the background miasma of this bizarre reality, a place and time which were neither here nor there. For now, it was just me. Me, in an empty house, whatever horrors my subconscious might summon up next. I looked around and mumbled, "Oh, fuck." I had no idea what to do next. At that point, I was afraid to do anything at all. I rubbed my temples, let out a defeated sigh, and said, "Okay, well, here goes nothing." Bracing myself for disaster, I closed my eyes and started walking blindly across the living room, using my extended arms as feelers as I let my feet take control. Why not? It was a good plan as anything else. I opened my eyes and I found myself standing in the kitchen. David and Cora had painted the walls a sickly shade of yellow. I shook my head and grunted, "Looks like shit. Now what?" I closed my eyes, spun around a few times, and resumed my blind search for my surroundings. My hand brushed against something cold and hard, which turned out to be the brass knob on the back door. I decided I could use a breath of fresh air anyway. Willie Van Klein's decaying corpse stench was still lingering deep in my sinuses. Maybe a blast of cold air would clear my head. I swung open the door, and there it was. Towering high above the frozen fields in the moonlight, it was Helmut Schneider's cross, a looming monstrosity that had rotted and eventually toppled beneath its burden of human misery. I gaped at it in disbelief. It was possibly the ugliest thing I'd ever seen in my life. It was easy to understand why all the neighboring farmers had all turned against Helmut and his followers. The thing wasn't just an eyesore, it was nothing short of completely fucking horrifying. My boots crunched against the snow as I gingerly made my way down the back steps, clutching the railing so I wouldn't slip and crack my tailbone. I couldn't take my eyes off the cross. It was a monolithic tribute to an unforgiving master, an arduous project that served nothing but the darkest desires of an otherworldly evil. I stood in the barnyard beneath the stars and stared at the behemoth with equal parts awe and loathing. I could actually feel that it wasn't right. It was radiating a feverish aura of oppression, madness, and bloodshed. "Ugly fucker, isn't it?" Henry asked. He was suddenly standing beside me in the yard with a grim look on his face. "You know, Helmut sired a lot of children with his wives. I imagine his bloodline still exists. His evil trickle its way down the family tree. Yeah. Where are they now, these people? Any of them speak to demons in their dreams?" I snorted. "Well, I sure hope not. Didn't all that die with Willie Van Klein? Isn't that why he, That was part of it, yeah," Henry answered gravely. "But I also believe he just didn't want to be alive anymore. I suppose the booze would have gotten him eventually, but the other way was faster. Almost a two birds, one stone situation. Hell of a thing. Sometimes How it goes, doesn't it? 2 wrongs can make a right. Nobody comes out clean, that's for damn sure.
We stood there for a bit, looking out at the monstrous cross in the distance in silence. I could see my breath, but I couldn't feel the chill in the air. I felt like I was trapped in a dream. I didn't know how to wake up.
Well,
Henry asked hesitantly.
guess you haven't made much progress yet. What happened? You don't look so good.
I rubbed my eyes and muttered, yeah, so I got here just by stepping out my door, right? And right off the bat, the dude who bought the place tells me he committed a murder-suicide, so I'm guessing it's been a few months since it happened. Did you know that?
Oh, shit.
Henry said faintly.
No, I didn't see anything about that in the news.
Yeah, me neither. And then I went upstairs and some gross shit was going on in the bathroom. Ran back downstairs and guess who ended up breaking a bottle on my head? Just guess. Now I'm about done with this shit. Henry held up a hand to shush me and pointed into the darkness. He said,
You see that?
Something was moving on the icy barren fields. My straining eyes registered a stealthy advance in the starlight, smooth and deliberate. A number of figures were visible against the patchwork of dirty white snow in the distance. There were at least 10 of them, maybe more. Softly, Henry said,
In the house. Right now.
I took a step back and stammered. Do you see that? Looks like they're not touching the ground. They're not even... Henry roared, I said get inside! And shoved me towards the house. He disappeared with a soft whooshing sound, and I ran for the back porch with an agility of sudden terror. I slammed the door and engaged the deadbolt, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't know what was going on out there, but it was definitely bad. I took a stealthy peek through the window and saw a group of disturbing figures entering the barnyard. The intruders appeared to be wispy and emaciated. They're all dressed in tattered rags. I thought they all looked like they're dead, they look like zombies. The group drifted apart and surrounded the house in a wide circle, their bare feet never making contact with the ground. They gazed at the farmhouse with hollowed cheeks and sunken eyeballs. It seemed like they were waiting for something, but what was it? Me. That's what they were waiting for. If I tried to go back outside, I'd be swarmed in the blink of an eye. I was trapped inside into the light of dawn. A horrible, dreadful thought crept into my head, and I felt a flutter of panic in my guts. I looked around at my empty surroundings and called out, does morning come when you're in between? Hey! Henry? Anybody? Come on, man, give me a break over here. I started to pace around the living room in a state of high agitation. I wasn't sure if time flowed at the same rate on both sides of the fence, but I knew that Uncle Henry couldn't hold on much longer. Whether I succeeded or failed, Henry would soon die on the other side. If he died before I could help him, Henry would be trapped in this off-kilter, nightmarish version of reality. I looked to a blank wall and begged, give me a fucking sign, man. Show me where to go. Come on, I don't know what the hell I'm looking for. For Christ's sake, give me a sign over here. From somewhere far above my head, a man started to scream at the top of his lungs. It froze my blood and made my heart skip a beat. At first, he was just wordless, anguished screaming, and then he started to wail. Get out of my head! Shut up! Get out of my head! The sounds were too muffled to be coming from the second floor. The unknown screamer was up in the attic. He repeated the sentence over and over, kicking the walls, stomping up and down the floor like a toddler, having a screeching meltdown. After a minute or two, the wild screaming tapered off into hoarse shouting. And then there was nothing but ominous silence. I shuffled over to the staircase and considered my options. I wasn't looking forward to whatever was waiting for me in the attic, but every corner of that old farmhouse harbored a restless spirit or two.
Memories of the very personal ghosts of your past experiences, and they haunt the mausoleum of your heart until the day you die. And then you become a ghost. I murmured out loud. I trudged up the stairs with leaden feet. Thankfully, the bathroom door was still closed. I had no idea if Willie Van Klein was in there or not, but a strong hint of his putrid essence was lingering in the air. I had no intention of finding out. Fuck that. If I had to take a leak, I'd do it in the laundry room sink. I flicked the switch of the attic light and pulled down the trap door. It swung open with a low groan, releasing the ladder with a rustled squeal. I looked up into the dim glow overhead and thought, it's gonna be that David guy, isn't it? I mean, he killed himself up here. I mumbled, only one way to find out, my man. And forced myself to climb up into the attic. Heroes aren't always less fearless and brave. Sometimes heroes are very afraid. All they want to do is run away. But they don't run away. And this is what makes them heroes. As it turned out, I was right. It was David something or other, in all of his dangling, purple-faced glory. He was hanging roughly 18 inches below one of the rafters by his neck, and his eyes were open. His lips were twisted in a malignant little smile. He said, "When the noose went tight and cut off my hair, I immediately changed my mind. But it was too late. I tried hard to save myself, but I couldn't get free." I tried to keep my expression neutral, but it wasn't working. I closed my eyes and asked, "How can I help Henry move on? What am I looking for?" David made a shooing gesture with one of his blackened hands and said, "Let's get out of here. You don't belong. You're not dead yet." "Neither is Henry," I replied patiently. We stared at each other for a while. David's grin faded, and he sighed. "Why don't you look inward? That's where you'll find your answer." "Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm a ghost, not a therapist." I snapped. "Can you be more specific? Because that doesn't tell me anything." The hanging corpse rolled his eyes. He sneered. "The living are as dense as brick. You already know the answer." My whole body stiffened for a jolt of anger, and my hands clenched into fists. I glared up into his bloated, purple face and barked, "No, I actually don't know the answer, which is why I'm asking you what the hell I'm supposed..." I realized I was arguing with a dangling corpse. I stopped talking. David gave me a mocking grin and crooned, "Guess he won't be moving on then. Fail yet again." I bellowed, "Fucking what?" and punched him as hard as I could in the stomach. The leather belt creaked as he swung backwards. His smug expression didn't change, and that infuriated me even more. I tore into him with a barrage of punches, swinging as hard and as fast as I could. I hit him until my knuckles hurt and I was out of breath. When I was done, I collapsed to my knees and panted like a dog on the dusty floorboards. Still twirling and swinging around his neck, David giggled at me and said, "You feel better now, idiot. Can't hurt me. I'm not real. None of this is real. You've been talking to yourself this whole time. You haven't been listening." Once again, I abruptly found myself alone in the empty room. My hand still hurt, but the pain was a distant murmur. A ghost, if you will. I stood up, gingerly flexed my fingers, and said out loud, "Am I losing my fucking mind?" Henry stepped out of the gloomy corner of the far side of the room. He crossed his arms angrily and said, "I hate to be a nervous Nelly, but I can hear him talking about shutting off life support. You're not going to do anything just yet, but Probably hurry the hell up and get this figured out.
I stabbed the air between us with a stiff finger and snarled, well, they can just slow the fuck down over there because no one's making any decisions yet. Not without me. Henry sighed deeply and put a hand on my shoulder. Gently, he said,
I already arranged all that a while ago, kid. They take me off life support and my ticker stops, it's over. I'm a DNR. Do not resuscitate.
I stared at him in dismay. I sputtered, what the fuck, Henry? You never told me about that. Why didn't you?
Because I didn't have to,
he interrupted. And I shut up. Henry squeezed my shoulder and looked me in the eye. I could see how diminished and tired he'd become. He was so dreadfully tired.
I can make my own decision. It's my life, it's my death too. You have no right to dictate how or when I pass on. Like I said, they're not going to do anything yet. At least not until you get there, but you have to understand that I'm gone. There's no coming back from something like this.
I walked away from him and gazed out the window. From my vantage point, I could see a few of the undead creatures standing motionless in the yard, standing, guarding against my escape. Beyond that, Helmet's Cross loomed high in the sky, rotting away in the frozen moonlight. I swallowed back a lump in my throat and said,
Trying my best, Henry.
I've been trying really hard to accept your situation. I've also been trying like hell to get your stories published before your situation gets worse, and now I'm trying to understand all this other bullshit, and I just... I'm pretty lost over here, you know what I mean? I'm fucking lost.
Oh, hell, everyone's lost, Henry chuckled. You're definitely not alone. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't make it any better. Wisdom isn't magic, it's just experience. All I can say for sure is the sun will rise tomorrow. And it'll rise again the next day, too. So, quit belly aching. Let's figure this out. I'm trying to die over here.
I turned back to him with a look of shock, and Henry mimicked my slack-jaw stare with wicked precision. I started to laugh, and he started to laugh along with me. We laughed. We laughed until there were tears in our eyes. Henry gave me a clumsy side hug and said,
I got a question for you. Why do you think the bloodsuckers are waiting outside?
Because this place is a horrible garbage heap in the fabric of reality?
Yeah, it sure is, he agreed. That didn't really answer my question. What are they doing out there?
I gave him an irritated glance and said, isn't it obvious? They're making sure I can't leave. And suddenly, there it was, staring me in the face with a 100-watt glare. My eyes widened in shock and I looked over at Henry, but he was gone. It was just me and my baggage, trapped between the walls of my own devising. I was the one holding him back. It was me. Henry had been my rock throughout my life, and he'd always wanted the best for me. If he could have done so, Henry would have reached into the sky and given me the stars, but he couldn't do that. So he taught me how to reach for them myself. And he was always there to catch me when I soared too high and fell back to earth. But now he was tired, and it was time for him to rest. I found myself standing on the back porch. The gaunt apparitions in the yard drifted closer, their eyes glinting with hunger, and I walked right past them without a second glance.
Ghosts and memories, both are nothing more than echoes of the past. They have no power of their own. They can only hurt you if you allow them to take control. I left them behind and kept walking, looking only forward as I marched away from the farmhouse. I crossed into the frozen fields and headed for the dreaded cross. As it loomed closer, I gradually became aware that I was walking on concrete. Michelle was at my side. We were at the hospital, shuffling across the parking lot to the main entrance. I could still hear the faint moans of the undead behind me. I ignored them and I kept walking. Michelle's hand was firmly gripping my own, and the entrance of the hospital was drawing ever closer. Michelle asked me if I needed a moment to compose myself, and I shook my head and picked up the pace. For a very long time, Henry had been my light. But every shooting star must burn out and go dark. It was time to let him go. The funeral service was absolutely packed. All the seats were taken and people were standing 3 deep in the back. It appeared that every distant family relation had shown up to pay their respects, along with a large number of friends and acquaintances. I didn't recognize even a quarter of the people who attended the service. Henry's light had illuminated many lives. He was a good man. One of the best. And I'll miss him very much. After the service, I stood outside and chatted with people as they drifted out the door. A number of strangers came over to introduce themselves and offer their condolences. One of them was a large, middle-aged man who looked vaguely familiar. He said, "I'm so sorry for your loss. I was Henry's neighbor down the road when I was a kid. My name's Aaron Van Klein." I did a double take and gasped. "Wow, I mean, yeah, thanks so much for coming. Henry was a hell of a guy. Guess he tried his best to help my dad. My mom always really liked Henry, and your aunt, she always spoke highly of him. Once again, I'm sorry for your loss." I gave him a polite nod and said, "Well, thanks for coming. I appreciate it." "Of course," Aaron said somberly. They moved along. I turned to the next person in line without really looking at them. I was getting tired. All I wanted to do was go home and lay in my dark bedroom. I stuck out my hand and muttered, "Hi, thanks for coming." An elegant southern drawl responded, saying, "Thank you for having us, dear nephew. It's good to see you again, despite the unfortunate circumstances. How have you been, sugar?" I snatched my hand away like it had been burned. It took an involuntary step backward. It was none other than Henry's half-sister, Delilah, mysterious and forbidding in a long, black dress and matching veil. Diego stood beside her, looking large and sinister in a black trench coat and mirrored sunglasses. He nodded to me and said, "My condolences, homie. Your uncle had a pair of big brass balls on him. I respect that." "I heard about the unfortunate incident after the farm changed hands," Delilah purred softly. "Such an awful tragedy. It's currently on the market again. Just say the word, sugar, and it's yours. Auntie Delilah will buy it back for you in a heartbeat. I could tell how much you love that place. It's the least I could do." "Thank you," I said stiffly, "but that's okay. I don't want it anymore. It's history now. I'm trying to live for the future." "That's very wise of you, nephew," Delilah agreed. "Well, if you ever need anything at all, just find one of my people and let them know. My organization keeps expanding. I have acolytes just about everywhere these days." I thought about the store clerk with the serpent tattoo on his hand, and I tried to suppress a shudder. I gave her an awkward smile and said, "Yeah, I bet you do." "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind." After Henry was interred in the cemetery, the more immediate family headed to the church basement for a reception. We ate sandwiches cut into wedges and other funeral classics. We all chatted amongst ourselves as if we hadn't just lowered a loved one on the ground. I excused myself from a miraculous conversation with a gaggle of aging aunts. We found a bench outside. I sat down and looked out at the graveyard next door. I didn't feel like babbling about nothing. I just wanted to exist for a while. I felt eyes watching me and twisting around in my seat. It was several of my young nieces and nephews, uncomfortable in their funeral clothes and bored out of their minds. I said, "What you guys doing?" One of my nieces gave me an exaggerated shrug. "Nothing," she groaned. "There's nothing to do. Aunt Maggie says we're not allowed to play tag in the churchyard." I nodded sadly and said, "She wouldn't let me play tag at funerals either. She'd yell at me and grab my arm." "She's mean," my niece muttered sourly, and she kicked a rock with her little buckled shoe. "She always yells." I motioned for them to gather closer, and I said, in a conspirator's whisper, "I ate too much fruit salad at a wedding, and I threw up on her shoes. It was really gross. She ran away and cried in the bathroom." The kids stared at me in surprise, and they all started to giggle. The youngest boy plopped himself down beside me and said in a grave tone, "Uncle Henry said a lot of swears. He smoked cigarettes." I smiled and said, "Yep, he did both. He's from a different generation." "What's a gen-nation?" he asked suspiciously. "Smoking's bad. He was a bad guy." I laughed a little and said, No, Henry was a good guy. He was a little rough around the edges, but he was a good guy with a lot of great stories." My niece perked up immediately, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She asked, "What kinds of stories?" I gave them all a stern look, and in a low voice I said, "Scary stories. You wouldn't like them." The youngest boy jumped off the bench and hollered, "Would too! I love scary stories!" The rest of them chimed in with a chorus of, "Me too!" And they all crowded around me in an excited knot. I saw a reflection of my own youthful exuberance in their animated little faces, and my heart hurt a little in my chest. But it was a good hurt. You know what I mean? It was bittersweet. Like a beam of golden sunshine peeking through the clouds after a violent storm. It would take some time, but I was going to be okay. "Are you going to cry?" an older nephew demanded in a brash tone. "Because I don't want to see another grown-up cry today." I grunted, "No, Mr. Bossy Pants, I'm not going to cry." "Okay, everyone. Sit your butts down in the grass and I'll tell you one of your great Uncle Henry stories." There was a chorus of cheers, and they arranged themselves into a semicircle with only a minimum of pushing and bickering. They looked up at me with guarded wonder on their faces. They were ready to believe, but only if the story was good enough. "Well," I drawled slowly, "I'll start by pointing out this is a big, weird old world. But we really don't know jack shit about it." "You swore!" the little guy piped up indignantly. He was violently shushed by the others, who urged me to continue. I leaned in close and warned, "This story's pretty scary. You all sure you want to hear it?" They all nodded yes, their eyes now blazing with excitement, and I let the story take me where it wanted to go. It began with Henry's words. But before long, my own voice took over the narrative. The magic was now my own, and I could use it to take people away from themselves, if only for a little while. I could use it to guide my own future. At long last, I could be free. For those of you guys that like getting cozy while listening to stories, I'm going to let you know about Etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. That's my wife's tea shop. She sells hand-blended teas. There's creepypasta-based teas if you want to get one that's a flavor that you like, or there's Mr. Creepypasta tea, which happens to be a tea that I drink fairly often. You can also ask for a dabbing sticker. If you ask her for a dabbing sticker, you get a special one that I made for her to use on that jar, and she told me not to use it. So I like telling you guys to go ask her, because then you get a special one, because then she's forced to admit that I made a really good concept, even though it's very silly. Etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. A big thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Jacob Fensky, Stephanie Butler, Jordan Humble, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, William Wellington, Emma, Brenna Crow, LaQueda Canizales, Smiley the Psychotic, Dante Kinkade, SimbasBloodyMojo, Mephistopheles, CursepoxPrimarch, Bastion Beefcake, M, Jesus Cornejo, Yarghoul, Clownable, Amber Clark, J. Kearns, Dakota Lane Whetstone, himbojerry, CrusaderChocobo, Adamarius, Estebean, Nick Cull, Our Minsect Time, Xylobones, Angelus, Seclude, Salty Surprise, Levita Galvin, That Creepy Chick, Red Shadowcat, Turtleman, Cryolinian, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Ika Limchalk, Dirty Diver 030, Matt Bach, Voice of Sand, Spikeamel, Melted Lake, Tali Sue, William King, Darth Miver, Sashi Suzaku, Coconut 509, Stricket, Freddy Krueger, Lisa Cottrell, Hades Nephew, Acid System, Mog, Kiwi the Sloth, Fester's Lampshade, Nico Kyle, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kenshin. To all of you guys, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you for being a huge support to me. Thank you to everybody who's in the description down below, and thank you to everyone who can even support $1 just on Patreon to help keep the content coming.